The old adage states, in gambling, 9 out of 10 will be ruined, and abstaining is the true victory. Many dismiss this as merely a saying meant to caution gamblers. However, as a seasoned con artist, I can assure you that every gamble is steeped in deception. The moment you step into a gambling den, you become prey on the cutting board of the swindlers. In the story that follows, I shall unveil one deceit after another, layer by layer. At the tender age of 21, my master imparted upon me a heavy lesson in cost and consequence, using just his 4 fingers and his final professional gamble. From that day forth, my destiny was irrevocably altered. My name is Li Yinxiu, hailing from the Northeast. Lacking formal education and possessing a combative spirit, I entered the realm of society after completing middle school. At 16, while working in a local game room, I encountered my master, Yu Chongqing, a gambler by trade and a maestro of trickery. It was during the 5 years spent under his tutelage that I uncovered many truths about human nature. Smoke swirled in the dim, amber light, reminiscent of a hellish abyss. Even as a habitual smoker, I was momentarily choked by the thick haze as I entered the room. "Chongqing, you're here," came a call to my master. "Ah, Xiao Qiu has come along as well," replied a middle-aged man with a military crew cut, his eyes wide with surprise. His name was Jia Jun, an old acquaintance of my master, often found at the gaming table with him. His astonishment stemmed from my master's rare visits to this particular venue. While the atmosphere was far from pleasant, the stakes were significantly high. My master would only frequent this establishment during festive seasons, hoping to win a little extra for the new year before departing. My master acknowledged the greeting with a grunt and gestured for me to approach. Understanding his cue, I retrieved the money from my jacket pocket and handed it to him. The game had already commenced, with gamblers engrossed, colorful stacks of cash yellow, blue, and otherwise littered across the table. These were the 4th edition notes of 10, 50, and 100 yuan. My master seated himself beside Jia Jun while I stood dutifully behind him. Amidst the enthusiastic cries of the gamblers, the round was won by a man with a trendy middle parting, approximately 30 years old, who boasted a remarkable hand of leopard 10. They were playing Tractor, which bears similarities to a game known as 3-card brag, though in Tractor, sequences triumph over flushes, while the opposite holds true in the latter. A 10 yuan baseline, even by today's standards, was substantial, let alone in the 1990s. My master placed the baseline bet, and the dealer began to distribute the cards 3 to each player. In our circle, it was customary that all bets must adhere to the hidden 3 rounds rule, meaning players must wager without revealing their cards. After 3 rounds, the stakes from the initial 10 yuan had swelled to nearly 1,000, with the bets rising from 10 to 30. The first to check his hand was a man sporting a bushy beard, whose countenance shifted dramatically upon seeing his cards, initially glowing with excitement, before quickly feigning indecision. The fleeting burst of enthusiasm vanished within a heartbeat, yet it did not escape the notice of those at the table. "I'm in for a hand, just to stir things up a bit," he said, tossing 60 yuan into the pot. Following suit, the young man beside him glanced at his cards and, with a frown of regret, discarded his hand. "Today's luck is truly terrible," he lamented. I caught a glimpse of his cards, 1 pair of 3s and an unclear single card. I was certain, however, that even with a pair of 3s, his hand was superior to the bushy-bearded man's. The game of Tractor relies heavily upon psychological tactics, and the bearded man's poor performance could only fool someone as naive as the youth. Even I, with my limited experience, could discern the charade. Certainly my master could as well. My master, unfazed, didn't even glance at the bearded man's cards and simply threw in 30 yuan, still in the hidden phase of play. This meant that his bet could only be half the amount wagered by any player who had revealed their cards. Conversely, the latter's bet must equal double that of the hidden player. Had my master decided to raise the bet to 50, the bearded man would have been obliged to wager 100. After another round of betting and discarding, only 4 players remained with actual hands: the bearded man, my master, the middle-parted man, and Jia Jun. "Let's push the stakes and be done with it," declared the bearded man, nonchalantly tossing a 100 yuan bill into the pot. My master disregarded him entirely and continued to hide, throwing in another 50. In those times, 50 yuan represented the daily expenditure of an ordinary household. The stakes of this gamble weighed heavily on all involved, particularly the hidden players, who felt an acute internal struggle. Eventually, Jia Jun succumbed to temptation and revealed his cards. As he did, a look of regret washed over his face, and he held his hand before me. "Xiao Qiu, these cursed cards are a death sentence." I observed that his hand bore a pair of 9s, and I could only respond with a rueful smile. Following my examination, he discarded his cards. To be sure, Jia Jun's hand wasn't weak. A pair of nines had a fair chance of winning, yet he hesitated to wager further. With both my master and the middle-parted man still hiding their cards, his stakes risked being doubled, increasing the likelihood of significant losses should either of them reveal a superior hand. After another round, the bearded man maintained his overconfident demeanor, prompting my master to finally reveal his cards, a solitary red ace, considerably weaker than both Jia Jun's and the youth's pairs. Upon revealing his hand, my master remained expressionless and tossed 2 100 notes into the pot. "I'll call your hand," he declared, directing his gaze at the bearded man. The bearded man laid down his cards, revealing a club ace, less impressive than my master's. With a resigned sigh, he cast his cards into the discard pile. Now, only my master and the middle-parted man remained, leading the latter to reveal his hand. However, after a brief glance, he let out a frustrated chuckle and displayed his cards. To my astonishment, he revealed the smallest hand of the round, a 3-5 chance of victory whatsoever. Thus, in the very first round after entering the den, my master emerged victorious, taking home a considerable sum. Collecting the piles of money from the table, I estimated that we had at least 2,000 yuan. The game went on, and my master's prowess in both tractor and psychological manipulation became increasingly evident. He could convincingly mask a weak hand as a potent one, while simultaneously causing those with strong hands to waver. Soon, my pockets were brimming with cash. In stark contrast, the other players felt dejected and defeated, their morale plummeting. At this rate, victory was practically assured even without my master resorting to his tricks. "Damn it, I've had an atrocious day. I'm heading to the restroom to rid myself of all this bad luck," muttered the middle-parted man, standing to exit. As he passed the youth, he deliberately patted him on the shoulder, prompting the latter to make some excuse and follow him out of the room. Chapter 1, Chapter 2. Cheating. The two individuals departed together, and an acute sense of foreboding gripped my heart. Using thirst as an excuse, I followed them outside. Passing by the restroom, I could hear not only the faint sound of running water, but also the hushed whispers of the man with the middle part and the youth. Damn it, I had managed to win a little today, only to lose it all back. That fellow's luck is truly remarkable. Xiaobao, when we return to the table, make sure to pull him hard. The term pull refers to a tactic where players with concealed cards bet half their chips against those who are openly playing. The most frustrating aspect of this game, particularly for those who are viewing their cards, is when 2 players with concealed cards pull from a single player who is showing their hand, in the game of tractor. There is a rule that if only 2 players with concealed cards remain alongside one player with revealed cards, the latter cannot open any of their cards but must either continue betting or fold. Although the rule seems fair, even with a strong hand, the viewer has no choice but to adhere to this constraint. However, once you have actually played tractor or similar games such as Jiajinhua, you will understand the torment of having to compete with a double bet against players with concealed cards, especially when you hold a hand that is neither too strong nor too weak. It feels wasteful to fold, yet you fear the loss of your previous bets. If you choose not to fold and follow the bets to the bitter end, should either of the players with concealed cards have a higher score than yours, you would truly end up losing everything. Over the years of following my master, I have witnessed many players in tractor who believed they held a strong hand, only to find themselves outmatched by the betting tactics of concealed card players, ultimately losing everything and becoming ensnared in debt. Upon returning to the room, I surveyed my surroundings. The crowd was abuzz with chatter, groups of 2 or 3 engaged in conversation. Noticing that no one was paying attention to my master and me, I leaned closer to his ear and whispered, "Uncle, let us leave. I just overheard those 2 plotting to pull you." I had always referred to my master as uncle, for the world of card cheating is steeped in caution. Those who have long mingled in gambling circles find being called master too ostentatious. However, my warning was met with indifference as my master turned his head away, signaling me to cease. Feeling exasperated, I quieted down, realizing that my master's skill in cheating rendered any other tactics less significant. After approximately 3 minutes, the man with the middle part and the youth returned. "Apologies for the wait, everyone," the man with the middle part said, shaking off the droplets of water from his hands, then looking towards my master. "Let us deal in tractor. The dealer is determined by the winner. Whoever wins becomes the dealer." Once the cards were in my master's hands, it was indisputable that no matter how the other players shuffled, he could deal as large a number as he desired. Concealed 20. Call 20. Concealed 50.100. The game commenced once more, and as the players became engrossed, the money in their hands became nothing more than mere paper, disregarded entirely. Undoubtedly, the majority of the stakes would find their way into my master's pocket. Occasionally, my master would deliberately allow them to win a bit, instilling a false hope of recouping their losses, while in truth, he held them firmly in his grasp. Just as everyone's attention was engrossed in the game. Suddenly, the door swung open at a woman, appearing to be in her late 20s, dressed flamboyantly in jeans and a black top, stepped in the 1990s. Such attire was at the pinnacle of fashion, worn by celebrities on television. Yet in our county, encountering someone so stylish was exceedingly rare. The woman was strikingly beautiful. Walking down the street, her presence would surely turn heads, but in the casino, the majority were fixated on the cards. With the exception of the man with the middle part, who noticed her arrival. Upon spotting him, the woman offered a slight nod at that moment. I felt a twinge of envy for the man with the middle part. Wishing to know such a captivating woman, as she approached him, his demeanor transformed, radiating renewed energy, which I speculated was a manifestation of male bravado. The focus shifted back to the table, where only my master, the man with the middle part, and the youth remained. My master had already looked at his cards. One pair of aces accompanied by a 7, a hand that was neither strong nor weak. It was a regrettable hand to fold, yet continuing to play would yield a significant risk of loss. The man with the middle part and the youth concealed their hands and called 100. While my master decided to raise the bet to 200. Soon, the pot swelled to no less than 6 or 7,000, with the majority of the bets placed by my master. Sensing the moment was ripe, the man with the middle part glanced at his cards. After taking a look, a confident smile crept across his face. Damn it, I saw it too early. I should have concealed until the end. No one dared to ascertain whether the man's declaration was genuine or mere bluster. My master simply chuckled. If your hand is so good, why not go all in? To go all in with a pair of aces. I felt a chill for my master, for this round was not dealt by him, leaving him unaware of the man with the middle part's true hand. I wanted to caution my master. But as my finger grazed his shoulder, he shot me a piercing glare, compelling me to retract my hand and await the outcome in silence. All in? I'm not going all in with you. If you lack confidence, just open your hand. If you're confident, let us continue betting. The man with the middle part confidently tossed 200 onto the table. My master counted out 400 and pushed it forward. All right? I'll call your bets. He pushed the chips forward. I distinctly noticed my master positioning his chips close to the man with the middle part's cards, and that fleeting moment, I observed my master's fingers move with astonishing speed, dropping one card onto the man's pile, while deftly pulling one of his cards into his palm. The swiftness of the motion was such that even those watching closely would struggle to discern anything amiss, especially since no one besides me was paying attention to my master's hands. When I lifted my gaze, my eyes instinctively fell upon the beautiful woman. Her focus was fixed on the man's cards. Her expression tensed. My heart raced. Could she have noticed something? My master seemed to have sensed this as well. Perhaps he felt the weight of our gazes, for the woman then relaxed, pointing towards the man's stack of cards. I sensed impending danger, my heart leaping to my throat. Sir, you've placed an extra 50, she remarked. Reaching into the pile of chips my master had just counted and extracting 50, extending it towards him with a smile. My master accepted the 50, and the man with the middle part counted my master's chips, confirming they totaled exactly 400, neither more nor less. Thank you. I was a bit caught up in the game and lost track of my bets. Ha, my master replied graciously. He appeared much more relaxed. Yet I clearly saw that the 50 had been taken from the pot using the same technique my master had employed, only he had manipulated the cards while she had manipulated the money. But I could not fathom her motives. Was she attempting to enrich my master? That seemed implausible. One thing was certain. This woman was extraordinary, adept at concealing her intentions. Chapter 2, Chapter 3. A severed hand. The cards are being revealed. The cards are being revealed. The man with the middle part raised his voice, his confidence soaring as he flipped his cards open, declaring, a pair of jacks. However, when all eyes fell upon his hand, it was revealed to be a pair of jacks with a king. Brother, you have a pair of jacks, not a full house. My master displayed a triumphant smile before unveiling his own cards. I'm afraid I have a pair of aces. I marveled at my master's acting prowess. Despite having cheated, he maintained an air of nonchalance, exuding an innocent demeanor that belied his actions. This skill, while seemingly straightforward, requires years of experience and practice to perfect. Without it, one would inevitably feel guilt-ridden. The man with the middle part stared in disbelief at the cards before him, having clearly seen a full house just moments before. How could it have suddenly transformed into a mere pair of jacks? How is this possible? Who tampered with my cards? He bellowed in anger. My master remained unfazed, retorting, in plain sight, who could possibly have tampered with your cards? Perhaps you were simply seeing things, mistaking the king for a jack. My master's words drew agreement from the other players, as the matter did not directly concern them, and they were eager to proceed with the game. It happens. I often misread my cards. Someone chimed in. Tang Chong, you must have simply made an error. Losing is a part of the game. So let us start a new round. The boys are all waiting. Let us get on with it. Another urged. However, the man called Tang Chong was unwilling to concede, insisting on a card check. Shortly, a towering figure, nearly 6 feet tall, entered the room, his booming voice resonating. Who called for a card check? Tang Chong raised a hand. I did. He then produced a $100 bill and handed it to the imposing figure. Satisfied, the giant took the card pile and began inspecting it. I couldn't help but marvel at how profitable this setup was. The table fees, take from the pot, tips, and even card checks all came at a price. After examining the cards, the giant found no discrepancies and placed them back on the table, yet he did not leave the room. I caught a glimpse of an exchange of glances between the giant and the woman. If my suspicions were correct, she might be an undercover agent of the establishment, tasked with spotting cheats. However, this was merely speculation on my part, and my dear friends, I implore you to indulge in fewer cigarettes. The haze has rendered my eyes quite befuddled. Once all matters were duly verified, our middle-parted gentleman could only resign himself to his misfortune. The youth then inserted his cards into the pile, his highest card being a queen, leaving him with no chance to contend. The new round commenced in earnest, and during the shuffling, Master had already arranged the cards for each participant. Undoubtedly, if my master desired victory in this round, he would attain it without fail. Yet, an inexplicable sense of foreboding began to stir within me, for that seemingly enchanting woman exuded an aura of danger. Hence, I resolved to urge my master to withdraw. We had already amassed considerable winnings, and there was no need to tempt fate further. Uncle, my younger brother still has not recovered from his fever. If Aunt discovers you have forsaken purchasing medicine to gamble, she will surely explode with fury. I concocted a pretext, providing my master with an opportunity to depart. Upon hearing my words, the players at the table expressed their discontent. How could one prepare to leave after winning? It was utterly unacceptable. I had yet to recoup my losses. Inwardly, I cursed them as fools, utterly unaware that they were entirely under my master's control. With no real chance of winning, yet they obstinately insisted on continuing the game in this final round. The child at home was ill, and if I did not return soon, the tiger of a mother would unleash her wrath. My master scratched his head and declared, Gentlemen, if you wish to reclaim your losses, this round demands a hefty wager. With that, he began shuffling and dealing the cards. Just as he was about to deal, the alluring woman interjected. Hold on, Chong, you have lost too severely today. Allow me to cut the cards for you. Perhaps I can lend you some luck. After she cut the cards, the official dealing commenced. Observing the betting patterns of the gamblers at the table, I sensed that my master was preparing to decisively vanquish them before calling it a night. After several rounds, the pot had swelled to 5,000 or 6,000. Yet 5 players remained in the game, with only 3 opting to fold. Among them were 2 players who continued to wager. One revealed his hand to Chong, but it was evident that Chong's hand was superior. As time progressed, the bets grew larger, and the pot quickly accumulated. 10,000, 20,000, 30,000. This would be the largest pot of the night, and my master had wagered all his winnings, including the capital I had tucked away in my bosom. The remaining players had all been outmatched by the youth, leaving only my master, Chong, and the youth at the table. However, when my master glanced at his cards, he appeared momentarily stunned. I noticed he held a pair of queens. Based on his expression and my years of familiarity with him, I knew that surprise was an uncommon occurrence for him. It was evident he had aimed for a 3 of a kind, but had miscalculated. At this moment, folding would mean not only losing all previous winnings, but also depleting the remaining capital. Given my master's character, he would undoubtedly not fold. He was preparing to cheat. Indeed, during the next round of betting, my master discreetly reached towards the card pile, swiftly pulling out several cards and concealing them in his palm. As he was about to execute his deception, my gaze fell upon the enchanting woman, for in my mind, she represented the greatest uncertainty. Fortunately, her attention remained fixed on Chang's revealed cards. Meanwhile, my master had successfully found the last queen, just as he was about to return the excess cards to the pile. Suddenly, a delicate jade hand appeared, firmly pinning down my master's hand as he attempted to return the cards. Under the warm orange glow, that pure white hand appeared to me as though it were the claw of death. It was over. All was lost. My gaze shifted to my master, whose forehead glistened with beads of sweat. His expression was rigid, yet his words carried a hint of jest. "My dear lady, what is the meaning of this? It is inappropriate for a man and woman to engage in such a manner." Saying this, my master began to tug his hand back, but in the next moment, a stronger hand grasped his wrist, belonging to a burly man. He brutally pried my master's hand open. Cards began to cascade from my master's grip and sleeves. The woman withdrew her jade hand, a cold smile gracing her lips. "You have cheated." The surrounding voices erupted in condemnation, and I was plunged into a state of bewilderment. My mind was a tumult of chaos. My sole thought was to rescue my master and escape this gambling den. Without him, my family, including my elder martial sister and younger brother, would surely be shattered. I rushed forward, desperately trying to pull my master's hand free from the burly man's grip, but it was futile. At that moment, several ruffians stormed in, pinning both my master and me to the table. "Let me go! Release me!" No matter how fiercely I struggled, I could not budge an inch. "How dare you cheat in brother whose territory? You have quite the audacity." The burly man seized a cleaver from one of his henchmen, gripping my master's hand with one hand while raising the knife with the other. "Let go of my uncle," I cried, but my pleas fell on deaf ears. My master, however, seemed to have anticipated this day. Displaying no signs of struggle, remaining utterly composed, I surmised that from the very moment he chose to cheat, he had braced himself for the consequences. Crash! Instead of the expected sound of shattering bone, there was only the heavy thud of the knife striking the wooden table. Not even a cry of anguish escaped my master. Clinging to a glimmer of hope, I turned my gaze to him. My mouth agape in shock, I beheld that, apart from his thumb, all four of my master's fingers had been severed, the cuts jagged and uneven. Contrary to my expectations, there was no gushing blood, just the gruesome wounds and a few scattered droplets. My master uttered a dispassionate phrase from his throat. "Shall we take our leave?" Chapter 3. My master, the gambler. The matter is far from concluded. Do not be hasty in your departure. The burly man scoffed, releasing his grip on my master's hand only to reach for me. There existed an unwritten rule at the gambling table. When a cheat was caught, their accomplices, even if innocent, would share the same fate. Many cheats operated as partners in crime, thus casinos preferred to err on the side of caution. Executing a blanket punishment, it was evident that I had become the next target, destined to share in the punishment as an accomplice. I was but 21, my life just beginning. If I lost my fingers, my future would be no different than that of a cripple. Fear engulfed my every emotion, and at the pinnacle of terror, I felt an uncontrollable rage. I began to thrash wildly, my hands restrained, so I resorted to kicking and pushing, but in the face of overwhelming strength, it was all in vain. "Let him go. He is just a child. This matter does not involve him." My master surged forward, having remained calm even while losing fingers. Yet at this moment, he erupted. With his uninjured hand, he lifted a nearby stool and swung it violently at the head of the man holding me. However, before the stool could descend, another thug delivered a swift kick to my master's abdomen, toppling him to the ground. Simultaneously, the burly man began to pry my tightly clenched fingers apart, raising the cleaver high. I reluctantly closed my eyes, tears streaming down my cheeks, my mind a swirling mess. In that instant, I found peace, realizing my struggles were futile. "Minge, stop!" A commanding voice halted the burly man. The alluring woman grasped the burly man's arm. Yet the knife remained raised high. "Nini, surely this does not adhere to the rules." The beautiful woman, known as Nini, locked eyes with me, and in that moment, I was filled with desperation, tears glistening in my eyes. She was my last hope. Rules are made by humans. I will explain to Tiger. The one who cheated has already paid the price. He is but a child. Let us not make it difficult for him. Nini's words carried weight, and though the burly man was displeased, he grudgingly lowered the knife. Get out, and don't let me see you again. If I do, I'll have both of you butchered. As I exited the room, I cast a glance back at Nini. My emotions were a tangled web. She had intervened to save me, yet her actions had also led to my master's dismemberment. In that moment, I realized that I bore her no hatred. The true object of my ire should be Tiger. Though I felt little gratitude, it mattered not. We were destined to become strangers in the future. Fate is capricious, and life is unpredictable. None could have foreseen that she would later become one of my closest friends, playing a pivotal role in my transformation from a pariah to a figure of authority, ultimately becoming a big brother in my own right. With the scant funds remaining, I took my master home to tend to his wounds. Why you Chongqing? Life has become unbearable. Without your hand, you are but a useless man. What shall we do for this family? Will you allow me and Xiao Feng to starve? You have been coddling that ungrateful wretch for years. I see how you favor him over your own son. Yet when it mattered, what help did he provide? You have to hurry and chase him away, or I shall divorce you. Outside, my master's wife vented her frustrations towards us. Over the years, she had harbored many grievances against me and had often sought to expel me from the home. Yet my master had always protected me, treating me as his own. I had insisted that Yinxiu was part of this family. As long as I remained, she could not force him out. I discreetly wiped away my tears. Suppressing the swell of emotion and guilt within me, it is said that once a student, always a son. Henceforth, I must shoulder the responsibilities of this family on my master's behalf. Yinxiu, do not be upset. Although my mother has a sharp tongue, she is not a bad person. She would never drive you away. Master's 10-year-old son, Yufeng, approached to comfort me. I gently ruffled his hair, nodded, and smiled at him before walking straight out of the room. As I caught a glimpse of my master's wife's disdainful gaze, I forced a smile. Master, I have learned quite a bit from you over these past 5 years. From today onward, I shall support the family. Haichidam, my master's wife scoffed at me derisively. You support the family? If I can get you to stop mooching off my food, I will be grateful to the heavens. It is not that I think little of you, but in these 5 years, aside from freeloading, have you earned a single penny? Enough. Master shot a cold glare at his wife, his gaze complex as he looked at me. Yinxiu, do not heed your mistress's nonsense. You stay here without any psychological burden. Master's smile remained as warm as ever, yet it bore the weight of the years. You Chankin, for the sake of this good-for-nothing. You dare to shout at me. What sins have I committed to marry such a scoundrel like you? I had grown accustomed to my mistress's tantrums. Seeing Master's hand wrapped in bandages conjured images of him with a severed hand in my mind. While I could let go of what happened to Sister Nini, I was determined to avenge Mengzi. Winter is inherently a season of lethargy. In the 1990s, most residents of our county still relied on farming for sustenance. For these farmers, fresh from spring planting and autumn harvesting, who had just sold their grain and found themselves financially comfortable, playing cards was the preferred pastime. I did not choose the card room that my master frequently visited, for there were too many acquaintances who would undoubtedly bombard me with questions upon my arrival. Instead, I ventured to a card room located in the northern part of the county, where my only friend in the city, Lu Kai, worked. Lu Kai had been my colleague in the previous card room. Although I had spent the last 5 years alongside my master, I maintained contact with Lu Kai, meeting occasionally for a game of basketball or the like. Upon entering the second floor of the card room, I spotted Lu Kai at a table, wearing a beaming smile as he lit a cigarette for a burly man. Wei Gu is impressive. He is quite lucky today. Lu Kai's words delighted the large man, who, having just won a round, handed Lu Kai a 21 note from his pile of cash. Not bad, you know how to talk. Lu Kai's role was that of a facilitator, tending to customers' needs for cigarettes, drinks, and so forth. The service fees were to be handed over to the boss, but tips like those from the burly man could be kept. Thus, this job required a certain skill set. One needed to be charming and observant to excel in it. After exchanging glances with Lu Kai, I followed his recommendation and settled at a table suited to my budget. With only a few dozen yuan in my pocket, I couldn't afford to play games like Tractor or Nyo Nyo. I approached a blackjack table where the minimum bet was 5 yuan. The smallest in the entire card room, small enough that even the service staff were absent. 7 players were placing their bets, 5 of whom appear to be farmers nearing 50 or in their 50s. Alongside a young man with dyed blonde hair and his female companion, I took an empty seat and placed a bet of 5 yuan on 2 hands. My funds were limited. Should I not win in the first 2 rounds, I would be left with no capital to continue playing. Thus, I opted for 2 hands, making it easier to swap cards if needed. After the dealer dealt the cards, I found my first hand to consist of a queen and a 3, while the other had a 10 and a 7. Such a hand would typically be quite disappointing for a regular player. The chances of winning were slim if one attempted to wait for a better card. Yet drawing additional cards could easily lead to busting. However, for me, it was an excellent hand. With my skills, I was confident that even if I swapped cards right in front of the dealer, he would not notice, especially since he was oblivious to my situation. As the dealer dealt, I lightly tapped the table, requesting another card. Sure enough, it was a king. By now, I had already swapped my cards, and this hand revealed a 3 and a 7. Drawing a king brought my total to 20. At this moment, both of my hands stood at 20 points, significantly reducing the dealer's chances of winning against me. Staring at my cards, my heart raced, haunted by the image of my master's severed hand. I forced myself to suppress those thoughts, focusing my gaze on a fixed point, fearful that any flicker of my eyes might betray my intentions. This was my first time cheating at a gambling table, and with the recent incident involving my master, I was naturally on edge, my legs trembling uncontrollably. After dealing the cards, the dealer first revealed the cards of several players, including one of my hands that had drawn a king. This is a common tactic among dealers. If their hand is weak and there's a chance of busting, they will reveal the cards of players with higher totals to mitigate the risk. Predictably, aside from myself and an old man, the other hands had all busted. From the dealer's action, it was evident that his hand was likely low, hovering around 12 to 16 points. When the dealer revealed his hand, it showed a 9 and a 6, totaling 15. While there was potential for players to wait for better cards, most would choose to draw on the third card. The dealer drew a 7, resulting in a bust. Although winning this way was stable, I was, after all, a professional cheat. The gambling table was my domain, and I needed to acquire a strong hand to replace this dealer. Wait a moment, I wish to cut the deck. I interrupted as the dealer finished writing down the cards. The dealer was a farmer, clearly a gambling enthusiast but lacking professionalism. His shuffling appeared skilled but lacked technique. While I couldn't memorize the entire arrangement of cards, isolating an ace was not a challenge. As the dealer handed the cards to me, I cut out a stack, discreetly hiding an ace in my palm. At that moment, my hand trembled involuntarily, exposing a slight corner of the card, and cold sweat trickled down my forehead. If discovered, I could very well share the same fate as my master. Fortunately, there were no professionals at the table, and no one was paying attention to my cutting of the deck. Seeing that no one noticed, I finally relaxed. Wonder Master often said, mindset first, technique second. In this round, my first hand showed a 10 and a 4, while the second had a 7 and a 3. Neither hand was strong, but combined with the ace in my palm, the chances of achieving a 5-card hand were quite favorable. When it was my turn to draw, the first card was a king. At this point, my first hand had already busted, but that did not prevent me from continuing to draw. The second card revealed a 7. Nodding slightly, I tapped the second hand, drawing the first card, which was a 4. I continued drawing, and the second card turned out to be another ace. Joy surged within me, and my face reflected sheer delight. 5 cards, speaking as I placed my palm over the cards. When I lifted them, the original 7 and 3 had been replaced with an ace and a 3. Adding the previously drawn 4 and ace, I now had 9 points. Regardless of what the 5th card would be, it could not exceed 21, ensuring my 5-card hand was secure. Young man, your luck is quite remarkable. Finally, I have managed to replace you as the dealer. I've lost a ton of corn. The dealer lamented as he dealt me the last card. A jack, though it mattered little at this point. While the dealer continued to deal cards to other players, I discreetly replaced the 7 in my first hand with the 10 in my second. Although I remained in a state of bust, it was not deemed malicious, adhering to the game's rules. 5-card hands pay 5 times, and once the dealer settled the payouts, I found myself with nearly 100 yuan. Sufficient to cover my losses. Today, my main target was not those farmers. Though being soft-hearted as a cheat is a grave mistake, I could not bring myself to win their hard-earned money through deceit. The young man with the dyed hair, however, had been insufferable from the start, flaunting his nonchalant demeanor and flashy hairstyle. He was particularly irksome, especially with a wad of cash in his hand, though it was only 1,000 or 800 yuan. It was an enticing sum for me, who barely had 100 yuan to my name. "Hey, kid, hand me the cards. I'll take my turn as the dealer." The young man, cigarette dangling from the corner of his mouth, extended his hand towards me. How audacious! I had just taken over as dealer, and he was preparing to seize it from me. Did he think I could be intimidated? Thus, I refused to hold back. I was determined to win every last bit from him. If he had the guts, he should play for it rather than trying to rob me. I retorted sharply, dismissively waving my hand over his cards. "Are we playing or not? If we are, place your bets." With that, I began dealing the cards. The young man shot me a fierce glare, his eyes darting nervously to the few thugs seated around the card room before begrudgingly tossing in a 20 yuan bet. Blackjack differs from tractor. In tractor, as long as I have a larger card to beat his, I can easily win all his money. But in blackjack, I must win gradually. During this process, the young man could withdraw from the game at any moment. Presenting a risk, therefore, I needed to ensure he felt lucky, believing that Lady Luck was on his side, to reel him in. Fishing requires patience. One must cast a long line to catch a big fish. And cheating at gambling is no different. As the dealer, I controlled the cards and thus, I was well aware of each player's points. However, I did not deliberately cheat to win against anyone. Everything proceeded as a normal game. With players experiencing wins and losses, my only objective was to ensure that I remained in a position where I would not incur losses and that the players would not receive strong hands. However, there are exceptions. Xiao Huangmao is the one I pay special attention to. I allow him to win, both small amounts and large losses, which can easily intoxicate a gambler. "The little brat, I shall ensure you lose miserably today, teaching you a lesson for not letting me be the dealer." Xiao Huangmao, gleefully waving the bills in his hands, is brimming with pride, having achieved 4 consecutive victories at cards with my assistance. In response, I merely smirk disdainfully, viewing him as nothing more than a lamb awaiting slaughter, soon to be crying. Perhaps provoked by my contemptuous smile, he turns to his female companion and jestingly says, "Darling, once I clean out this unfortunate soul, I'll take you out for barbecue." The woman plants a fervent kiss on Xiao Huangmao's cheek, exclaiming, "You're the best, go for it. I'm already hungry," with a lewd grin plastered on his face. Xiao Huangmao slams a $50 bill onto the gambling table, declaring, "I'll raise the stakes, let us make it bigger and wrap this up quickly. I can't let my darling starve." Witnessing this scene, I can't help but chuckle inwardly. I've been waiting for this moment. I end this round. I have dealt Xiao Huangmao an ace and a 2, yielding the lowest possible score in blackjack. Upon seeing his cards, a glimmer of joy flashes in his eyes. "Little brat, watch me win so decisively you won't even have pants to wear." He appears utterly confident, as though he has me completely at his mercy. When it's his turn to hit, I first deal him a 9, preventing him from counting the aces 11, thus mitigating his risk of continuing to draw. "Keep it coming," he exclaims. The second card is another ace, giving him a total of 4 cards with a score of 13. As long as the 5th card is below 8, he'll achieve a winning hand, and all the other gamblers perceive the odds to be exceedingly favorable. A 5-card dragon is inevitable. Xiao Huangmao confidently reveals his 2 hidden cards, shouting with assurance that a dragon? Ha! To him, a 70% chance of winning is nothing more than a 0% reality. When I unveil the next card, a king lands on his hand, a complete disaster. 5 times the payout, collecting the over $200 Xiao Huangmao has lost. I relish the sight of his furious and chagrined expression, feeling immensely satisfied. But this is merely the beginning. Chapter 5, Chapter 6, the rules, damn it. "You got lucky this time. Let us go again," Xiao Huangmao exclaims, visibly flustered. This round has returned to him all the money he won from me in previous games. In the following 2 rounds, I continue to let him win slightly, alleviating his suspicions. While I am allowing Xiao Huangmao to win, I simultaneously reap the rewards from the other players. At the table, apart from Xiao Huangmao betting 50. The remaining players are only wagering $10. "Just wait, I'll hit a 5-card dragon soon, and you won't even have pants to wear," Xiao Huangmao boasts after pocketing my $50 payout with a smug grin. In this round, he directly bets on 3 suits, each with an amount of $50. Observing his air of certainty, I can't help but smirk. The time has come for a thorough harvesting. Whether he can win will depend on his own abilities. Before dealing the cards, I summon the staff of the gaming room. Brother, please fetch me a bottle of soda. Consider the rest as a tip. I pull a 50 from the pile and hand it to the attendant, who beams with joy and quickly scurries off to fetch my drink. Watching him leave, I gauge the time and begin to leisurely shuffle the cards. The attendant returns swiftly. Just as I finish shuffling, he presents the soda. Here is your drink, brother. Just a moment, I nod slightly in acknowledgement, showing him respect. Service staff in the 90s rarely receive such courtesy. And my gesture leaves him deeply touched, which is precisely the effect I desire. Shall we cut the cards? I ask, presenting the deck to Xiao Huangmao. Without hesitation, he slices a stack and places it on the table. Of course, we must cut the cards. Your dirty hands surely can't deal good cards. I disregard his comments and proceed to deal. Regardless of how he cuts the deck, the first and second cards in my hand are both kings. I start dealing from the third card for the other players, only dealing myself kings. Consequently, I naturally hold a pair of kings, the highest possible score in blackjack, a double king, guaranteed to win tenfold. After a few rounds of deception, my mindset has now calmed. The anxiety and tension are gradually dissipating. Cheating is akin to fighting. The first time is always fraught with nerves, but once you become accustomed, the tension fades. Oh, Jack, Xiao Huangmao exclaims, revealing an ace and a king from his hand. He then glances at the other two suits, a faint smile creeping onto his face. Little brat, this round is surely yours. Feigning disbelief, I pick up my cards and strive to express astonishment and delight. A pair of kings, guaranteed to win. I reveal my cards, one red and one black, both kings slamming onto the table. In an instant, Xiao Huangmao's expression shifts from joy to disbelief, then to fury in his eyes. I catch a glimmer of malice. You must have cheated, he bellows, lunging to grab my cards. This. A chill runs down my spine. I know he will never uncover my sleight of hand, yet fear grips me. Shaking my head to dismiss the doubts, he seeks to renege on his losses. Absolutely not. I firmly grasp Xiao Huangmao's hand, at which point the attendant, sensing the escalating tension, hastily calls for the enforcers and the manager of the gaming room. What's going on? The manager, a lanky young man with a buzz cut, exudes an air of menace despite his youth, clearly someone who is no stranger to conflict. He is cheating. Xiao Huangmao points at me, shouting. The man sizes me up. In my establishment, you dare cheat? I'll have to break your hands. That is an injustice, brother. I didn't cheat. He just can't handle losing. I feign an expression of utter betrayal, fervently defending myself. Brother, whether I cheated or not, these people can vouch for me. It's this Xiao Huangmao who can't handle the loss and refuses to pay. As I speak, I point to the attendant. He was right beside me. He knows whether I cheated. As an internal staff member of the gaming room, his word carries far more weight and credibility than Xiao Huangmao's baseless accusations or my frantic defense. Xiao Yu, since you witnessed it, please explain what happened. The man inquires coolly. Realizing the dire situation, Xiao Huangmao quickly sidles up to the manager and offers him a cigarette. Brother, what can he possibly see? Don't listen to this brat-ass nonsense. Although this attendant named Xiao Yu is also a service worker, such a humble profession often demands respect from others. In contrast to my respectful demeanor, Xiao Huangmao's dismissive tone towards Xiao Yu is evident in the displeasure that crosses the latter's face. Brother Yi, he didn't cheat. It's this Xiao Huangmao who seeks to renege. Xiao Yu stands up, articulating the truth that I had orchestrated beforehand. Following this, Xiao Yu recounts the entire sequence of events to Brother Yi. Upon hearing it, Brother Yi turns to the smirking Xiao Huangmao. Do you know the consequences of causing a scene in my establishment? His voice drips with icy disdain. With Brother Yi's words, the enforcers immediately encircle Xiao Huangmao. Xiao Huangmao trembles in fear, a stark contrast to his previous arrogance, and I find immeasurable satisfaction in this reversal of fortune. Brother Yi, don't listen to his nonsense. I didn't cause any trouble, yet his frantic denials are utterly ineffective. Brother Yi, spare me. I run with the Bucktooth gang. You should consider my connections. In the Northeast, relationships and social connections are of paramount importance. Once acquaintances are involved, Some degree of leniency is typically extended. It appears I won TC, Xiao Huangmao face justice, but I must receive an explanation for my winnings. While I must give face to the Bucktooth gang, business must also adhere to its rules. You must return every cent of the money you lost to this young man, and then apologize. This matter will be settled. Fortunately, Brother Yi is a man of principles and seasoned in his dealings. His words not only honored the Bucktooth gang but also afforded me respect, instilling a sense of security and stability among the onlooking gamblers. The safety of the gaming environment is always the primary concern of gamblers. If a casino cannot guarantee the rights of its patrons, they will no longer come to play. Despite his inner resentment, Xiao Huangmao dares not protest further. He scrounges together some cash from his female companion and reluctantly hands me the $1,500 I won. I am sorry. Xiao Huangmao snarls at me before turning and fleeing the gaming room. Due to my double kings and this commotion, the gambling session ends on an unsatisfactory note. Content: I express my gratitude to Brother Yi. Yin Xiao, wait a moment. Just as I prepare to leave, Lu Kai hurriedly descends from upstairs and blocks my path. What is the matter? I heard about what happened earlier. I'm worried Xiao Huangmao won't let this go. Wait for me to finish work, and we'll leave together with Brother Yi. It's too dangerous for you to go alone. I feel warmth at Lu Kai's concern. A true friend is someone who genuinely looks out for you. However, as a newcomer to society, I am unaware of its dangers and make a foolish decision. Don't worry, Kai. It's fine. Even if I run into them, I can't be beaten. I can always outrun them. Right? Ha ha ha. Chapter 6 Chapter 7 The Interception. Stepping out of the gaming room, with the $2,000 I just won nestled in my pocket, I walk home, my heart filled with joy. Throughout the journey, I found myself enraptured in daydreams of the moment I would place 2,000 yuan into my master's hands, envisioning his look of satisfaction and approval, along with the admiration from his wife. The gaming room was tucked away in a narrow alley surrounded by residential buildings, a somewhat concealed location. After all, managing such an establishment required connections, yet one must always be wary of inspections. The economy in the Northeast had been struggling, especially in the 1990s, where in a small county town, aside from a few main streets adorned with streetlights, the dimly lit paths were devoid of illumination. Save for the sparse twinkling of the moonlight, rendering even the ground beneath my feet unclear. As the light began to intensify, I was nearing the main street, and I could see the glow of the streetlights. Just then, a rustling sound reached my ears. Initially, I paid it no mind. A little noise on the street was quite normal, however. As the sound drew nearer, I turned my head and caught sight of faint flickering lights. Beside a pitch-black intersection, illuminated by the glow of a cigarette, I discerned a group of figures. Oh no! A sense of dread washed over me. These individuals were likely the associates of the little yellow-haired man. Realizing this, I took off in the opposite direction, just as I heard his voice echoing through the alley. Damn it, don't let him escape. Chase after him. Immediately, a cacophony of footsteps surged towards me. A quick glance back revealed about 10 of them. While not an overwhelming number, I was alone and knew I stood no chance. Running was my only option. In that moment, I deeply regretted not heeding Lu Kai's advice. If fate granted me another chance, I would undoubtedly choose to remain in the gaming room. But alas, it was too late, and all I could do was run with all my might. The path ahead lay shrouded in darkness. While my eyes gradually adjusted to the night, my field of vision remained severely limited. Suddenly, I stumbled over an unseen object, a shock coursing through me. If I fell, escape would be impossible. I attempted to regain my balance, but the force of inertia propelled my upper body forward. I staggered and collapsed onto the ground. Fortunately, my winter coat was thick enough to cushion the impact, and aside from my palms being painfully scraped by gravel, I sustained no significant injuries. Without a moment's hesitation, I sprang back to my feet. However, fleeing now proved to be a challenge, as the little yellow-haired man and his cronies were closing in fast. There were no negotiations like in the dramas, nor did I possess any protagonist aura simply because I was the one narrating this tale. Without further ado, several of them lunged at me with reckless abandon. Fists, legs, and feet pelted my body like relentless raindrops. Bearing the pain, I shielded my head with my hands and squinted to locate the little yellow-haired man amidst the chaos and a brawl. Flailing about aimlessly was futile. I needed to focus on a single target and strike decisively to have any chance of self-preservation. Spotting him, my fury ignited, and I clenched my fist tightly, I launched a powerful punch straight at his nose, a particularly vulnerable spot on the human body. The impact caused him to curl up like a shrimp, hands clutching his nose as blood dripped through his fingers onto the ground. The sudden ferocity of my strike momentarily stunned everyone around me. Seizing the opportunity, I charged towards the yellow-haired man, driving my foot into his side, sending him crashing to the ground. Climbing atop him, I unleashed a flurry of punches upon his face, one punch after another. I poured all my strength into each blow. Damn it, let go. Stop hitting him. Let go of Mauga. The surrounding ruffians, taken aback by my actions, rushed forward to pull me away, to intervene and strike me. However, when one's mind is consumed by rage, nothing can distract from the singular focus of inflicting pain. In that moment, I was consumed by a singular objective: to pummel the little yellow-haired man. The pain of their attacks barely registered as I continued my relentless assault. Screw you. You think you can find someone to take me down? I muttered curses under my breath, my fists never faltering. The little yellow-haired man writhed in agony beneath my onslaught, desperately curling into a ball. Get away. Damn it, I've given you face. Suddenly, a commanding shout rang out behind me, and I felt the thugs around me take a few steps back. Before I could turn to see what was happening, a heavy blow struck my head. Pain exploded in my skull, causing my vision to blur and my movements to freeze. The warm trickle coursed down my forehead, sliding across my cheek. I reached up to touch it, my fingers coming away stained with blood. A kick sent me sprawling to the ground. My vision clouded with overlapping images. They ceased their attack, and two individuals began to search my pockets. I understood their intent: to snatch away my winnings. At that moment, a single thought consumed my mind. I could not let them take a single cent. That money was my only means of earning my master's approval and putting an end to the quarrels between him and his wife. This key was not to be stolen. I had tucked the money into the pocket of my coat, close to my heart, and I rolled over, pressing my chest against the ground to thwart their attempts to retrieve item. My hands grasped the nearby fence, trying to prevent them from flipping me over. After struggling for several seconds, my fingers throbbed with pain, already marked by cuts from the rough gravel. In the distance, a beam of light from a flashlight cut through the darkness, accompanied by shouts and footsteps rushing towards me. What's going on? I knew my salvation had arrived. That direction led to the gaming room. It had to be Lu Kai and the others coming to rescue me. I only needed to hold on until they arrived, and all would be well. Yet the little yellow-haired man and his gang were in a state of panic. He had been helped to his feet and was barking orders. You bunch of useless fools. Hurry up and grab the money. Get out of the way. The familiar voice rang out again. That moment, I finally caught a glimpse of the speaker, a thin, unassuming figure, around 1.7 meters tall, seemingly inconspicuous. Yet it was precisely this unremarkable individual who turned out to be the most ferocious of them all. He held a brick in his hand. It was this very object that had rendered me dazed moments earlier. What would he do now? A surge of fear coursed through me, overwhelming every fiber of my being. He approached me slowly, without a hint of urgency. Then he raised the brick above my hands, which were still gripping the fence, and brought it down as a seasoned card shark. My hands were my greatest asset. I could not allow him to destroy them. Instinctively, I retracted my hand, and while his strike missed, I was quickly flipped over by several thugs. My hands were restrained by two of them, while the little yellow-haired man, one hand covering his face, reached into my coat, ransacking my savings. Chapter 7 Chapter 8 Confrontation. Watching as the little yellow-haired man and his gang faded into the darkness, a wave of helplessness and despair washed over me. That very night, I had suffered two devastating blows, utterly shattering what I had believed to be a resilient spirit. The pain in my body and the wounds in my heart clouded my thoughts. I felt utterly exhausted, closing my eyes and taking deep breaths of the frigid air, tears streaming down my cheeks, freezing into beads of ice. Yankee, how are you? Are you all right? The familiar voice of Lu Kai resonated with urgency in my ears. Slowly, I opened my eyes to find Lu Kai crouched before me, worry etched across his face as he awaited my response. Around us, several individuals formed a protective circle, including Yigu. I'm fine. Just a minor injury, I replied, feigning strength. Those people are utterly despicable. They can't handle losing and resort to violence. And you, Yankee, you are quite stubborn. I told you to wait for me. but you wouldn't listen. You've learned your lesson now, haven't you? Lu Kai rambled on, and with his support, I staggered to my feet. After offering a faint smile to Yi Gu and the others, I turned to Lu Kai with some embarrassment. Kai Zi, could you lend me some money? You know my aunt's temper. If I return home looking like this, she'll surely argue with my uncle in front of outsiders. I always referred to my master as uncle. While his wife was my aunt, Lu Kai and I were like brothers. He knew everything about me, including the volatile nature of my aunt. If I returned home in such a disheveled state, she would likely chase me out and berate me as a good-for-nothing. How much do you need? Lu Kai began, but Yi Gu interjected, cutting him off. Did you lose your winnings too? I nodded, feeling a sense of resignation. So much had transpired that night, truly embodying the old saying. Good fortune seldom comes in pairs, and misfortunes never come alone. The underlings of the buck-toothed man had become increasingly unruly. Yi Gu's eyes gleamed with fury. It was evident he was enraged. Little brother, don't worry. I'll make sure to get your money back. A warmth surged within me. I had hoped for Yi Gu's assistance in reclaiming my losses since his arrival. Yet when that moment finally came, I hesitated. Realizing that Yi Gu's willingness to help stemmed from his respect for Lu Kai, I did not wish to jeopardize their relationship over my own troubles. Though I was unaware of who the buck-toothed man was, the words exchanged among Yi Gu and his cohorts, along with the actions of the little yellow-haired man, suggested that he was likely a big shot. Much like Yi Gu, let it go. This matter doesn't concern you. It's a personal vendetta between me and the little yellow-haired man. I declined his offer, but Lu Kai quickly pulled me back. Yankee you? Just listen to Yi Gu. I wanted to argue further, but Yi Gu's subsequent remarks silenced me completely. Why, dear fellow, the matter of reclaiming your funds is not solely a favor to Lu Kai. His henchmen had the audacity to confront me at my doorstep, rob my patrons, and even injure one of my guests. Such actions have utterly disregarded my established rules. If this issue remains unresolved, who would dare to frequent my establishment, Lu Yez, in the future? This discourse has illuminated many truths for me. I suddenly realized the superficiality of my previous thoughts. As Brother Yi aptly stated, commerce hinges upon rules and reputation. If those are tarnished, the business itself is doomed. Seated in Brother Ye's luxurious Santana, we embarked on the quest to locate the rogue. This was my first experience traveling in such a fine vehicle. In the wake of the economic reforms of the 1990s, when the average household income barely exceeded $10,000, a Santana was an extravagant commodity priced at $200,000, far beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. The car came to a halt before the entrance of Jin Yuan Min Bathhouse, and shortly after, several three-wheeled vehicles, akin to taxis, arrived in tow. A dozen individuals alighted, 2 of whom brandished concealed weapons. Their forms obscured beneath their garments. Upon seeing his associates, Brother Yi exited the vehicle and joined them. "Do you have the weapons?" he inquired. "Yes," came the reply. Under Brother Ye's lead, our group entered Jin Yuan Min Bathhouse. Renowned throughout Han County, it was the only bathing center equipped with sauna rooms. Upon entering, the opulent DCOR dazzled the senses, and a bevy of beautiful hostesses greeted us with synchronized reverence, exclaiming, "Greetings, Brother Yi." This spectacle drew the attention of other patrons, eliciting both awe and trepidation in their gazes. At that moment, even I, standing behind Brother Yi, felt a swell of pride. To achieve such stature by the age of 30 was a feat that ignited a deep-seated envy within me, prompting a silent vow to become a man of his caliber in the future. Time would prove that I succeeded and surpassed him. As Brother Yi arrived, the lobby manager hurriedly approached, eager to ensure his comfort. "Shall I reserve a few massage attendants for you, Brother Yi?" he inquired, his demeanor laced with envy. "Bring out the rogue," Brother Yi commanded, reclining on the lobby sofa with an air of authority. The manager hesitated, sensing our hostile intent, his countenance shifting to one of discomfort. "Be Brother Yi. President Yuan is not in today." Brother Yi betrayed no surprise upon hearing this. Instead, he lit a cigarette and inhaled slowly. "If he is not here, will you not attempt to contact him? Otherwise, is your pager merely a relic for the deceased?" he continued, his tone growing colder. "You have half an hour to summon the rogue, or I shall demolish his establishment." As Brother Ye's voice chilled the air, the lobby manager broke into a cold sweat and, upon his conclusion, rushed off to make the call. "Lu Kai, take him to get bandaged." Others do not just stand idly. Sit and wait, Brother Yi instructed. Following his orders, the bar staff retrieved the necessary medical supplies. Liu Kai treated my wounds with antiseptic and bandaged them. After washing my face to remove the blood, I returned to the bustling lobby. Rogue, it was your underling who first breached the rules and injured my patron. Even if this reaches Brother Bin, you must provide me with an explanation. I present you with two choices. Surrender the underling, or I shall lay waste to your Jin Yuan Min. Brother Ye's icy gaze fixed on the bald man across from him, whose features twitched slightly. His most striking trait, aside from his baldness, was his uneven teeth, hence his moniker, Rogue. Clearly, the rogue felt the weight of the threat, his pride shaken. After a moment of silence, he forced a smile. Brother Yi, grant me this favor. Let us consider this matter resolved. How about I treat you to drinks another day? Chapter 8 and 9 officially commence. I have already granted you face today, or else your underling would find it impossible to leave my establishment unscathed. Yet your men seem to disregard my authority entirely, brazenly assaulting my patrons and pilfering their money. It appears you, as their leader, have failed in your duties. Brother Ye's words left the rogue with no avenue for retreat. He was left with the stark choice of either surrendering his subordinate or confronting Brother Yi head dashing. It was evident that a man of the rogue's caliber was no fool. He understood the gravity of the situation. What? My underling dared to assault Brother Ye's patron? Why was I not informed? He exclaimed. In the realm of the underworld, there are unspoken codes. The rogue knew precisely what had transpired, yet everyone sought to maintain a faade, unwilling to shatter the delicate illusion. Within moments, the underling entered, clearly having awaited his summons outside. Upon his arrival, even I was taken aback by his disheveled appearance, and the others were equally shocked. His once slim visage was now swollen, his eyes and mouth bruised, and a noticeable dent marred his nose. Brother Yi, he stammered. I apologize. Brother Yi surveyed the pitiful sight before him. A smile crept upon his lips. He beckoned me closer, and I obliged, standing at his side. So, it was you who instigated this trouble and stole money from him, correct? I nodded vigorously. Indeed, it was he. Brother Yi regarded me with a smile that sent chills down my spine. It was both unsettling and somehow approving. I warned you previously, yet you dared to cause a ruckus. You possess quite the audacity. The warmth of his smile faded. The underling glanced at the rogue, who had averted his gaze, clearly opting to disengage from the matter. Brother Yi, I was wronged. I will return the money. Please spare me. The underling produced the cash he had stolen from me and offered it to Brother Yi. Without hesitation, Brother Yi accepted the money and handed it to me. Grateful, I expressed my sincere thanks. Thank you, Brother Yi. He nodded in acknowledgement, then refocused his attention on the underling. Rules are rules. Since you choose not to abide by them, you must face the consequences. Otherwise, who would dare to gamble in my establishment in the future? With that, Brother Yi seized the underling's hand and pressed it onto the table, raising a thick glass ashtray and bringing it down forcefully upon his hand. By the time I returned home, it was already past 1 a.m. Gently tugging on the door, I found it locked from within. It was clear that my master's wife had barred my entry. She had always harbored disdain for me and, with my master incapacitated, she had become even more brazen. In the frigid winter night, as I contemplated where to spend the night, the door suddenly creaked open. Yin Xiu, why are you returning so late? My master inquired, his voice hushed with concern. I went out to earn some money. I stammered, the weight of the evening's tribulations threatening to spill forth in tears. Over the past 5 years, I had grown somewhat dependent on my master, who had never treated me as an outsider. It seemed he had awaited my return, unwilling to retire for the night until I arrived. What are you doing back so late? Do you wish to freeze to death outside? My master's wife stormed out from the back room. Why, you Chongqing? How many times must I tell you? Do not let this useless boy in. Do you take my words lightly? Yin Xiu has lived here for 5 years. Can you truly bear to let him freeze outside? My master challenged. I quickly grasped my master's arm, aware that a dispute between them would lead to no resolution. Master, it's fine. It doesn't matter. Before returning home, I had divided the 2,317 yuan I had one into 2 portions, one of 1,500 and the other 817. I produced the neatly organized 1,500 from my pocket and presented it to her before she could unleash her fury. Mistress, thank you for your care over the past 5 years. This is my earnings. I will take care of this household from now on. One should not be faulted for courtesy, as long as it fosters harmony between my master and his wife. Uttering a few insincere words is of little consequence. Upon hearing my offer, she scoffed dismissively before turning on the hallway lights. But when she saw the stack of 100 yuan bills in my hands, her expression shifted from disdain to astonishment. She snatched the money from me, her demeanor brightening. Well, it seems you are of some use after all. I must have misjudged you. My master's gaze remained fixed upon me. His eyes filled with a complex mix of concern and regret. Yin Xiu, how did you acquire those injuries? He asked, his voice tinged with sorrow. I smiled and shook my head. It's nothing. I've already taken care of it. I'll wash the stains from my clothes shortly. You both should rest early. Alas, it is my inadequacy that has caused you to suffer. My master sighed, his eyes brimming with unshed tears. Guxia. Is money all that matters to you? Look at Yin Xiu's injuries. Can't you at least fetch some water to clean them? Upon hearing the reproachful words of my master, the mistress halted her steps back to the room, casting a displeased glance in our direction. It's all right. I can manage on my own, I hastily interjected, unwilling to let such trivial matters spark a quarrel between the two. Perhaps it was the sight of my master's stern demeanor. Or perhaps it was the allure of money, but the mistress unexpectedly agreed, contrary to her usual disposition. Xiao Qiu, you should head inside. I will prepare some hot water for you, she said. Her uncharacteristic behavior caught me off guard. I initially intended to decline, but upon noticing my bandaged hand, I reluctantly acquiesced. Then I must trouble you, mistress. She appeared unfazed, a touch of a smile gracing her features. Her previously disdainful gaze towards me now softened. No worries, from now on, the expenses of this household will depend on you. You earn far more than your master, over 1,000 in a single night. At this rate, that amounts to 30 or 40,000 a month. We are on the path to prosperity. Indeed, the saying that money can make the world go round holds true. The mistress was, after all, a quintessential opportunist. Yet, this situation suited me well, as long as I could earn money. The mistress and my master would not bicker because of my presence. I had grown weary of this issue over the past 5 years. I also understood that from this night forth, my journey into society and my life as a con artist would officially commence. Chapter 9 Chapter 10 Yin Xiu, rise and have breakfast. Early the next morning, the mistress came to summon me for breakfast. A first in 5 years. Previously, she would have preferred that I skip the meal altogether. At the dining table, the mistress diligently served me dishes, while my master, unusually silent, kept to himself. It was only after the mistress and my younger brother Yufeng finished their meal and left the table that my master finally spoke. Yin Xiu, after breakfast, accompany me to the fireworks factory. I have a friend there who is the workshop supervisor. Working there would provide you with some support. His words were delivered in a matter-of-fact tone, as if discussing mundane affairs, yet he did not meet my gaze. I felt an inexplicable confusion. A fireworks factory? A job? What was this all about? Master, what do you mean? I probed, perplexed. Find a stable job, while the pay in the factory might be modest. It covers meals and accommodations and offers room for advancement. After a few years, you might even rise to a supervisor position. My master placed a piece of egg into my bowl, but I had no inclination to savor it. Master, I refuse to go to the fireworks factory. I have spent 5 years mastering my craft. You once said I am a natural at this. I aspire to be a skilled con artist. Just like you. Upon hearing my declaration, my master gave a bitter smile and extended his hand, from which 4 fingers had been severed. Just like me? I was at a loss for words, yet my mind was made up. No amount of persuasion would sway me. I was stubborn. Xiao Qiu, I once harbored the same thoughts as you, but look at the outcome. You've seen it for yourself. Last night, I pondered deeply. This line of work is simply not suited for us. Can you not heed your master's advice? I implore you. As I remained unresponsive, my master grew agitated, his hand trembling as he gripped his chopsticks. After 5 years of arduous study, this profession is unsuitable for me. Does it suit those ordinary individuals devoid of any skill? I understood that my master meant well, but I could not abandon him in his time of hardship. nor could I forsake the home that had nurtured me for 5 years. However, to remain in this household and witness the harmony between my master and mistress, I needed to earn money. Money that would satisfy the mistress, far exceeding what the fireworks factory could provide. My master inhaled deeply, attempting to temper his agitation before speaking again. Xiao Qiu, pursuing a shady path and navigating the underworld is not as simple as you imagine. If you cannot secure your survival, how do you intend to delve into the illicit? Do you think that possessing skills alone is sufficient? You would merely become cannon fodder. Have you not learned from my bloody lessons? I grasped my master's intent. The underworld was fraught with peril, a precarious existence on the brink of calamity. Yet, high risk often yields high rewards. I did not wish to lead a mundane life. I aspired to be like Yigu, speeding down the streets in a car, garnering respect wherever I went that I longed to be wealthy. Master, please cease your admonishments. I have grown and understand everything. I am capable of making my own life choices, I stated earnestly. After leaving those words, I finished my meal and began to clear the tableware. Throughout the day, I dedicated myself to scouting the card rooms and mahjong parlors in the northern part of the county, memorizing their locations. Con artists like myself, particularly those without connections or a stronghold, typically change venues frequently to avoid arousing suspicion after winning too much at the same casino. The reason for my focus on the northern part of the county, rather than the south, primarily stemmed from my master. Over the years, he had thoroughly cleaned out the various establishments in the southern area, and not just once. If it weren't for his exceptional skills, he would have undoubtedly lost his hand long ago. Having followed my master for 5 years, I was well acquainted with those individuals, and should I appear, they would undoubtedly be on guard. Our county was formed by the merger of 2 towns, separated by a large river. Since the construction of the Cross River Bridge, the area had been restructured, now known as Hengi County, with the former town names gradually fading into the designations of County South and County North. Although the bridge had been built, the residents of both towns had long since acclimated to their surroundings, and given that cars remained a luxury for the common folk at that time, travel between the towns had decreased significantly. This was advantageous for me, as it lowered the likelihood of encountering familiar faces in the northern part of the county, allowing me to showcase my skills with confidence. In the evening, I returned to the card room where Lu Kai was located. After deducting the money spent on the 3-card game, I had 815 left. I withdrew 500 to keep in my pocket. Prepared to lose the remaining 300, the primary aim of losing was to prevent suspicion from the gamblers and the casino staff. Moreover, with my current injuries, I was unable to cheat. Today, Lu Kai was not attending to the gamblers but rather chatting with a nearby thug at the front desk. Upon seeing me, he waved enthusiastically. "Is Yigu not here today?" I asked as I approached Lu Kai, scanning the room for any sign of Yigu. "Why, Yigu rarely comes here. He has other establishments and businesses to attend to." Lu Kai replied, "You were quite fortunate yesterday. Thanks to Yigu, he intervened for you. Otherwise, that beating would have been in vain." In response to Lu Kai's jest, I laughed heartily, yet inwardly marveled at Yigu's involvement in other ventures. However, upon reflection, it was hardly surprising. Someone who could drive a Santana and dare to threaten the boss of Genuineman must possess more than just this modest card room. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Lu Kai, I fixed my gaze on a tractor card game. To win big, opting for games like Tractor and Pai Gao, which involve continuous betting, was the way to go. Since I was prepared to lose today, I would start by placing my bait in the tractor game. The stakes were low, just 2 yuan, yet in terms of potential winnings, it surpassed the 10 yuan blackjack game. A few middle-aged men were placing their bets, and I decided to observe for a while, searching for any skilled players among them. After several rounds of observation, apart from a Mediterranean uncle who piqued my interest, the others appeared to be ordinary gamblers. Disheveled and unkempt, the Mediterranean uncle exhibited a demeanor and expression during gameplay that suggested he was a seasoned player. However, a seasoned player did not equate to a con artist. Those who frequently traverse the gambling scene often possess a unique aura, one of arrogance, yearning, and a hint of numbness. This uncle embodied such traits. Yet, typically, individuals like him are pitiful souls who have been ensnared and deceived by the gambling mire, unable to extricate themselves. Unlike con artists, who gamble to make a living and profit from the game, losing is merely a tactic to lure in bigger fish for greater gains. For them, gambling encompasses their very existence, costing them family, careers, relationships, and happiness. Winning merely entraps them in a cycle that leads to even greater losses in the future. Chapter 10 Chapter 11 Qi Yao. During my years with my master, I have encountered countless such individuals, leaving me numb to their plight. They are pitiable, yet they do not deserve sympathy. Thus, he will become my next target. After all, even if I do not win his money, it will eventually be claimed by others. Sitting opposite the Mediterranean uncle, I laid out all my cash, including the 500 I had tucked away. With the intent of making a show of it, as expected, his gaze immediately fell upon my hand. His eyes gleaming with envy. In the 1990s, many could casually produce nearly 1,000 yuan to gamble. But in a game with a 2 yuan stake, such display was uncommon. Young man, care to play together? The Mediterranean man greeted me warmly. I placed a 2 yuan bet, casting a disdainful glance in his direction. Of course, what else would I be here for? The Mediterranean man, undeterred by my disdain, beamed with a smile. It's quite rare to see someone your age out here playing cards. Internally, I cursed him as an old fox. His words were clearly an attempt to gauge my background. Humph, you haven't seen half of what I have. Does my wealth not allow me to play? I feigned an air of arrogance. Having encountered wealthy second-generation individuals during my school days, and I was merely emulating them. Unfortunately, my attire was too simple. I wondered if he would catch on to the ruse in order to avoid arousing his suspicions. I summoned Xiao Yu and discreetly slipped 50 yuan into his hand. Xiao Yu, fetch me a pack of Furong Wang, and consider the remainder as a tip. Furong Wang, in the 1990s, was a prestigious cigarette brand. Particularly in our county, where only affluent businessmen indulged in it, my master and I typically settled for the 2 yuan Antelope brand. Had it not been for the necessity of preserving my facade today, I would have never splurged on Furong Wang. Thank you, Brother Chiu. Xiao Yu respectfully accepted the money and expressed his gratitude. With my face sufficiently masked, I was confident I had become the prey in the eyes of the Mediterranean uncle, whose gaze toward me brimmed with avarice. Yet, the true hunter often presents himself in the guise of his quarry. The dealer was the Mediterranean uncle, whose shuffling displayed a remarkable skill, effectively obscuring the order of the cards from the keen eyes of the cheats. It stands to reason that years of gambling experience had bestowed upon him a wealth of insight. As the game commenced, after 3 rounds of dull play, I glanced at my cards, 1 pair of 8s, neither too large nor too small, offering a glimmer of hope for victory. Still, I shook my head and discarded the cards back into the pile. Although my intention today was to lose, I could not afford to do so too quickly. I needed to engage the Mediterranean uncle in a slow game to deepen his impression of me. In this round, while I lost, the Mediterranean uncle did not profit either, as a middle-aged man secured victory with a flush. In the subsequent rounds, I consistently viewed my cards after 3 rounds of dull play, predominantly discarding them. Occasionally, when I drew a strong hand, I would play along, yet when I did, the other players would not remain dull. Opting to fold upon seeing the cards, after several rounds, the image I projected to them was that of a simpleton, willing to throw money around, betting when I had a strong hand and fleeing when I did not. Thus, when I entered a hand without a strong card, the other players promptly withdrew, unconcerned about my potential to win. As it turned out, I did not win. Each time I did, I would reveal my cards with a look of feigned regret. Damn it, I draw a strong hand and you all run away. What terrible luck! Winning just 1 base amount with a straight hand. Sigh. Lighting a cigarette, I exhaled deeply. It appears that this game does not suit me. Perhaps I should switch to blackjack. Noticing my intent to leave, the Mediterranean man grew anxious. Little brother, take your time with the cards. It's perfectly normal to spend money to gain experience. And I can see you are quite generous, not the type to fret over a paltry sum. He deliberately employed a tactic to provoke me, hoping to keep me at the table, as most of the money I lost was intentionally given to him. I would only choose to stay dull for a few more rounds when he had a strong hand, allowing him to win a bit more, thereby enhancing my image as the great benefactor. As for how I knew he held a strong hand, it was simple. I employed a common cheating technique known as sweating, marking the cards with my perspiration. While the act of sweating is easy, discerning the cards through the moisture requires keen eyesight and adeptness in the technique. I had spent nearly a year mastering just this method. Uncle, I've already lost you nearly 300 yuan. Are you planning to win all my money? I jestingly remarked. Clearly, I had struck a chord with the Mediterranean uncle's true intentions, prompting an awkward chuckle from him as he shifted the topic. little brother. You can't play tractor like that. When you dull the cards, you must truly commit. Otherwise, you might as well just fold. If you keep dulling a few rounds and then looking at your cards, you won't win any money. I nodded nonchalantly to his advice. Understood, let us continue dealing. As you said, today is merely an expenditure for experience, and after all, this little money means nothing to me. I continued to feign nonchalance. Though in truth, this money was all I possessed, akin to my very life. The Mediterranean uncle, seeing my compliance, beamed with joy and dealt another hand, the game proceeding. Suddenly, a girl around my age, in her 20s, caught my eye, captivating my attention and stirring my previously tranquil heart. I had never believed in love at first sight, particularly influenced by my master's views, which shaped my perception of women and romance negatively. However, in this moment, I realized I had been mistaken. Her name was Chi Yao, aptly reflecting her beauty intertwined with an air of nobility. With an oval face, large eyes, and flowing shoulder-length hair, even when feigning anger, she remained strikingly beautiful. She was the Mediterranean uncle's daughter, my first love, and the woman I would cherish above all others for the rest of my life. Today marked our first encounter. Dad, didn't you promise Mom and me that you wouldn't gamble anymore? Why are you here? Chi Yao demanded, her gaze directed at us tinged with hostility. The Mediterranean uncle offered us an apologetic smile before addressing Chi Yao. Yao, let's play just 2 more rounds. Today, Daddy's luck is good, and soon I can buy you and Mommy some roast chicken. All right. After speaking, he disregarded Chi Yao's agreement and refocused on the cards, and no matter what Chi Yao said, he pretended not to hear. Left with no choice, she stood coldly by, awaiting the final 2 rounds. Hey, little brother, are you going to play or not? The Mediterranean uncle suddenly inquired, while gaze remained transfixed on Chi Yao. And as my attention wavered, I awkwardly smiled and quickly glanced at my cards before discarding them. In this round, the Mediterranean uncle won once more. With only 1 round left, it seemed he too would soon depart. While my bait had been perfectly set, awaiting the harvest tomorrow, in truth, upon seeing Chi Yao, I felt a pang of reluctance at the thought of taking the Mediterranean uncle's money. Yet, in such a game, one cannot afford to be swayed by emotions, and besides, my connection with Chi Yao was merely one of fleeting acquaintance, devoid of any deeper bond. Hence, I could not afford to relent. Chapter 11 Chapter 12 Harvest. The Mediterranean uncle gathered the cards from the table and began shuffling. During this interlude, I couldn't help but steal glances at Chi Yao. Hey, Chi Yao, why are you playing such small stakes? You seem to be in luck today. Should we not engage in a few larger rounds? Suddenly, a sleazy male voice interrupted my covert admiration of the beauty. A short, portly man offered the Mediterranean uncle a cigarette, and the two appeared quite familiar with one another. The uncle, intrigued by the man's proposition, readily agreed. Sure, today my luck is solid. I can surely recover my previous losses. With that, the Mediterranean uncle set the cards aside, preparing to follow the portly man. We were all taken aback, and I silently cursed the man's ancestors. How dare he attempt to harvest the fruits of my labor? Just as I was about to interject, Chi Yao swiftly grasped the Mediterranean uncle's arm. Dad, didn't you say you would play just 2 more rounds and then come home? Can you please stop lying to me? I've had enough. No wonder the old adage states that women are like water. In the blink of an eye, tears streamed down Chi Yao's cheeks, her expression of grievance tugging at my heart. The Mediterranean uncle looked at Chi Yao pleadingly, attempting to reason with her. Yao, your father is only trying to secure a better life for you. Today, I'm on a winning streak. Who knows, perhaps by the end of the night, I could win enough for a semester's tuition. Tio think that one could win tuition through gambling is a notion only a child or a fool would believe. Dad, can you stop dreaming? If it weren't for gambling, how could our family have ended up in this predicament? These people are deceiving you. Wake up, Chi Yao protested, tears streaming down her face. Chi Yao, please don't make a scene. The Mediterranean uncle was visibly embarrassed, anxious to silence her. Seizing the opportunity, I interjected. Hey, uncle, are you still playing? Why are you preparing to leave just because you've won some money? If that's the case, no one will want to play with you next time. Of course. Grabbing onto the lifeline I offered, the Mediterranean uncle declined the portly man's proposal under the pretext of his daughter and continued playing cards with me. At this moment, I had become the lamb ready for slaughter in his eyes, hence he valued my words. He feared that if I were unhappy and chose not to play, he would lose the opportunity to win my money. However, in this round, I had altered my strategy. I would no longer be the chives but rather the sharp scythe. If I could not completely drain him today, I could assure that tomorrow he would take the money he won from me and lose it to the portly man and others, thereby suffering a double loss. I refused to be the fool in this scenario. Even though the Mediterranean uncle's shuffling technique possessed a certain level of skill for a deck that I had already marked, it remained firmly within my control. Cutting the cards, before he dealt, I called for a stop and initiated the cut. Though my hands were wrapped in gauze, it did not hinder my ability to cut the cards. As the saying goes, 3 down, no good. Pretending not to understand the rules, I directly cut 3 stacks of cards, seizing the opportunity to mark the cards I desired. The other players, viewing me as a newbie and a benefactor, did not press the issue. The Mediterranean uncle even mockingly teased me. "You're still quite young, yet you're so superstitious, haha." After 3 rounds of dull play, this time I did not intend to look at my cards, instead crafting a reasonable excuse. This time I'll listen to the uncle. I'll just dull it. If you all aren't looking, neither will I. Unfazed, I raised the stakes, elevating the dull price to 10 yuan, which proved burdensome for those who wished to see their cards, as those with slightly weaker hands promptly folded. This was precisely what I wanted. The Mediterranean uncle laughed heartily and matched my wager. The dull play continued, and the pot on the table quickly accumulated to 400 or 500 yuan, with only the Mediterranean uncle, myself, and one other man still in the game. However, he had indeed seen the cards. Judging by the traces of my perspiration, I deduced he held a 9, king, and ace. With such a chaotic hand, his audacity to continue the game led me to conclude he must possess a flush. It's no wonder he was bold enough to persist. Alas, his hand could not compare to that of the Mediterranean uncle, whose was undoubtedly superior. Each time he placed a bet, it was double that of the two of us, subconsciously raising the stakes to 20 per wager. While the man's bets were 40. It wasn't long before the man could no longer sustain his position. However, the rules of the game dictated that when 2 players sealed their cards, the player who was viewing the cards could not reveal anyone else's hand. Thus, he chose to hold his ground, gambling on his chance to win this round. The Mediterranean uncle was becoming somewhat anxious. Unlike me, he lacked the skill to discern the hidden cards. He wasn't afraid of me, but rather of the possibility that the man's hand surpassed his own. Consequently, he opted to view his cards. Yet I suspected he would soon regret this decision. J, Q, K in a sequence, a hand far stronger than the man's flush. Since all had chosen to view their cards, I felt compelled to do the same. With a slight chuckle, I glanced at my own hand. "I raise you." The man produced 80 and tossed it into the pot, revealing the Mediterranean uncle's hand. Undoubtedly, he lost, watching his initial few hundred dwindle to mere tens. Frustrated, he departed the table. The Mediterranean uncle, on the other hand, was jubilant. At this moment, I had wagered nearly all my funds, and his most desired outcome was to see me lose everything. "Yao, did you see? Your father's victory in this hand could cover your tuition for an entire semester." His confidence radiated as though the money on the table was already his to claim. Presently, the Mediterranean uncle still had around 300 or 400 left, while I was down to just a few tens. "Kid, it's time to stop. Leave yourself some fare for the journey home. You cannot defeat me," counseled the Mediterranean uncle. I snorted lightly and beckoned Lu Kai. "Bring me some money. The interest will follow the house rules. Each establishment offers lending services, and collecting exorbitant interest constitutes a significant portion of their revenue." "How much?" Lu Kai inquired. I extended 5 fingers. "Let us start with 500. Upon receiving the 500, I resumed betting against the Mediterranean uncle, occasionally glancing at Chi Yao, whose brow was furrowed, her face etched with concern. She feared for her father's financial loss, though losing was inevitable. "You little rascal, challenging me, are we?" After a few rounds, the Mediterranean man's funds were entirely wagered, mirroring my own predicament as he borrowed from the house. "Dad, don't borrow anymore. The high interest is unbearable for our family. I don't want to face debt collectors at our door again." In that moment, as the Mediterranean man borrowed to bet, I distinctly perceived the anguish and despair etched on Chi Yao's face. I had often heard that those who lend at high interest employ despicable methods against debtors unable to repay: assaults, paint splashes, threats, torture, and even repercussions for their families, with methods aplenty. Later on, through my interactions with Chi Yao, she confided that her father's borrowing had subjected their family to a period of profound suffering and fear, a shadow that loomed over her entire childhood. Rest assured, daughter, this round, your father will undoubtedly win. Trust me, the Mediterranean man chuckled, glancing at me. Young brother, continue to place your bets at that moment. My gaze locked with Chi Yao's. Within her eyes, I discerned a potent hostility, yet intertwined with endless grievance and a silent plea. I offered her a slight smile, pulled out 100, and placed it into the pot. I raise you with that. I revealed my hand. 4, 5, 6 in sequence. Upon seeing my straight, the Mediterranean uncle cast a discontented glance at Chi Yao before laughing heartily. My apologies. Young brother, J, Q, K. Once he revealed his cards, he began gathering the thousands of yuan in cash strewn across the table, a thick stack cluttering half of the gambling surface. In that instant, as the Mediterranean uncle collected his winnings, Chi Yao appeared significantly more relaxed. However, I was about to disappoint her. I firmly grasped the uncle's hand. Hey, uncle, collecting money so quickly. Don't you want to verify the cards? At my call, everyone's attention shifted to my hand. Flush of hearts. 3, 4, 5, a steel grip. A steel grip? This young brother is still inexperienced. Had I held that hand, I would have gone all in, given the rarity of a leopard hand. The murmurs among the onlookers grew, while the Mediterranean uncle stood dumbfounded, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. This is impossible. Yet, the unalterable truth remained. I had won this round. I gathered the cash from the table but dared not meet Chi Yao's gaze, for I feared her eyes would be filled with resentment towards me. I produced 550 yuan, handing it to Lu Kai. Principal and interest, every last cent after receiving the money. Lu Kai passed it to the man who had lent at high interest. Upon receiving the funds, they turned their attention to the uncle, who had slumped in his chair. Chi Wanlong, are you still in the game? Or are you going to sign the IOU? This marked my first encounter with the Mediterranean uncle's name, Chi Wanlong, a name that struck a familiar chord within me. Continue playing, what's the rush? Clearly, after just one round, Chi Wanlong was already enthralled. If I wished, I could win as much as he borrowed today, but I had lost the desire to defeat him, not only for Chi Yao's sake, but also due to a flicker of conscience. Dad, please stop playing. You promised to only play 2 rounds. I beg you, don't continue. We have no money left. Tears streamed down Chi Yao's face once more. Yet, for a gambler who had already crossed the line, no sentiment could restrain their insatiable craving. Daughter, that was merely an accident. Trust your father. I will certainly win back the money. Please believe me just this once. If I win it back, I will stop playing. Can we go home then? Chi Wanlong disregarded her pleas and placed his bet again. I understood that he would not be satisfied until he lost every last cent. Thus, I continued to raise my stakes. Having won the previous round, I was the dealer, shuffling the cards. With my deliberate maneuvering, I swiftly drained every last bit from Chi Wanlong's funds. Time was getting late. I had had enough. After cleaning him out, I lit a Furong Wong cigarette and took a gentle puff. Little brother, don't leave. Let us keep playing. I still have money. Chi Wanlong exclaimed anxiously, turning to the lender. Lend me 500 more. The lender was no fool. Recognizing Chi Wanlong's name, it was evident they were acquainted, likely having lent him money before. We know your situation. Why borrow more? Can you repay this? Hurry home and gather the funds to repay this 500. At 1% interest per day, you won't withstand it for long. The lender glared at Chi Wanlong with disdain. Upon hearing the refusal, Chi Wanlong quickly retorted. I have the money. I'll take out 500 today. My wife has over 1,000 left, so don't worry. I can definitely repay you. Just lend me 500, and you can follow me home after we're done. Before the lender could respond, Chi Yao trembled uncontrollably, her complexion pale, her expression filled with resentment. Dad, you're gambling with the tuition money my mom set aside for me, aren't you? Her icy tones silenced the surrounding gamblers. Even the lender refrained from interjecting. Chi Wanlong grasped Chi Yao's arms, pleading desperately, Daughter, please give me one more chance. Trust me, let me borrow 500. I will win it back. His demeanor suggested he was on the verge of kneeling before Chi Yao. Enough! Chi Yao forcefully shook off Chi Wanlong's grip, pointing an accusatory finger at him. Her eyes red with fury, her teeth chattering from overwhelming emotion. I will never acknowledge you as my father again." With a roar, she turned to leave. Just then, the thugs blocking the exit intercepted her. "Hold on, the money hasn't been repaid. Neither of you can leave." Chi Yao, consumed by rage, raised her hand and slapped the thug across the face. "Get out of my way." Everyone was taken aback by Chi Yao's boldness, including the thug who received the slap, and stunned silence was soon replaced by hostility. Those who engaged in high-interest lending had long extinguished any sense of kindness. They were devoid of compassion. I knew the thug would retaliate against Chi Yao. "You dare hit me, you filthy bitch. I'll make you pay." Just as the thug was about to strike, I lunged forward. Propelled by an unknown courage, unwilling to allow Chi Yao to be harmed, I positioned myself protectively in front of her, locking eyes with the thug. "Brother, it's unbecoming for a man to quarrel with a girl. One must exhibit grace." As I spoke, I swiftly counted out 600 yuan, 550 to repay Chi Wenlong's debt, and the remaining 50 as an apology from me, buy 2 packs of Farong Wong. "And let us keep things amicable." Liu Kai approached, not fully grasping my actions but still lending his support. "Xiao Wei, Yin Xiu is my brother. Grant us this favor, and let this matter rest." Upon receiving the money, the thug had no objections. Earning 50 yuan for a slap was a lucrative deal. "No worries. Kai Gu's friend is my friend. I must extend this courtesy." I had thought that my chivalrous gesture would, if not win the affection of Chi Yao, at least garner her goodwill. However, when I glanced her way, her gaze remained as frigid as before. After casting a disdainful look in my direction, she turned on her heel and departed. After Chi Wenlong expressed his gratitude, he still lingered, beseeching Xiao Wei for further financial assistance. "Xiao Wei, could you lend me some more money? I implore you. I assure you that I will repay you, even if it means selling everything I own." Yet this time, Xiao Wei did not acquiesce to his request. I shook my head gently, baffled by the type of man who could forsake familial bonds, dignity, and self-respect for the sake of gambling, wagering his daughter's tuition in the process. It was only later, as I encountered a multitude of experiences, that I understood. Once a gambler descends into the abyss of addiction, dignity, responsibility, loyalty, and family become mere tools for monetary exchange. Chapter 13. Chapter 14. As I departed from the gaming hall, I made my way toward the main street, where I could catch a ride with the 3-wheel taxi. "Young man, where to?" the driver inquired as he solicited passengers on the bustling thoroughfare, County South, Qingfu 2nd Road. "Sorry, but I'll hold off for now." Just as I was about to board, I caught a glimpse of a familiar figure. It was none other than Chi Yao, who had exited the gaming hall before me. I hurriedly followed her, catching up to her side. Having been single for 21 years, I was at a loss on how to initiate a conversation with a girl. Unsure of what to say to break the ice, and thus awkwardly asked, "It's so late, aren't you heading home?" As soon as the words left my mouth, I felt foolish. She was clearly on her way home. "Home? What home is there?" Chi Yao scoffed bitterly, her gaze now devoid of the earlier coldness, perhaps softened by my earlier assistance. I found myself at a loss for words. The families of gamblers are often shattered and dispersed. I was uncertain how to comfort her, so I silently walked beside her, disregarding whether she welcomed my company. "Why do you keep following me?" Chi Yao questioned sharply. Although it was a tad uncomfortable, I found myself inexplicably replying, "What do you mean following?" "I'm simply heading in that direction too." Why playful retort rendered her speechless, and she chose to ignore me, continuing onward. Ever since enjoying lunch at my master's residence, the night had grown dark and quiet, and my stomach began to grumble embarrassingly. The tantalizing aroma wafting from a brightly lit barbecue restaurant ahead was particularly irresistible, its name intriguingly called Air Longzi Barbecue. "Are you hungry? Want to grab some skewers together?" I suggested. "No, thank you." Chi Yao firmly declined my offer, yet I keenly noticed her gaze inadvertently drifting toward the barbecue shop, her mouth watering in anticipation. She undoubtedly wished to indulge, but pride compelled her to refuse. Understanding this, I resolved to provide her with an elegant exit. "I'm famished. Accompany me for a meal, and I'll help your father quit gambling." "How does that sound?" As I had anticipated, my words piqued Chi Yao's interest, and with a blend of surprise and skepticism, she looked at me. "Really? Indeed. I would never deceive a girl, that I promise," I assured her earnestly. Locking eyes with Chi Yao, my master had imparted much wisdom to me. Among them was a crucial lesson. To gain someone's trust, one must maintain sincere eye contact, speak slowly to convey genuineness. Even when fabricating a tale, "All right, I'll trust you this once," Chiao acquiesced, perhaps placing all her hope in me. The hostility and wariness in her eyes dissipated as she extended her slender hand. "I'm Chiao, currently studying at university in the provincial capital. What about you?" My first handshake with a girl left me feeling jittery, my arm heavy as I gently grasped Chiao's hand, the cool, smooth sensation sending a jolt through me. My nervousness rendered my mouth slightly numb. It was nearly 9 in the evening, yet the barbecue restaurant remained bustling with patrons. After securing a vacant table, Chiao and I seated ourselves. I must admit, the flavors of this barbecue were delightful, particularly the grilled eggs, which were exceptional. By the way, Yinxiu, how is it that someone your age spends their time in a place like a gaming hall? Chiao inquired, her tone laden with curiosity, which turned somber at the mention of the gaming hall. Just a bit of harmless fun. I scratched my head, unsure how to respond. I couldn't very well tell her I was a card shark. "Li Yinxiu, you seem like a decent person, and my advice to you is to steer clear of such places. Don't ruin your future and drag your family down with you," Chiao earnestly cautioned. I lowered my head in silence. As a card shark, how could I possibly leave the gambling table? Noticing my lack of response, she fell silent for a moment before slowly continuing. "Let me share a story with you." Taking a sip of her soda, Chiao drifted into recollection. Once upon a time, there was a man who came from a humble background. Yet, unwilling to settle for mediocrity, he worked diligently and achieved remarkable grades. Becoming a beacon of hope for many, he was the science top scorer of his city, the sole university student from his town, even receiving financial aid for his tuition. In 1974, upon graduating, he rejected lucrative job offers from top companies. Returning to his hometown with dreams and ambitions, determined to repay the kindness that had supported his education, in 1975, he became the youngest leader in the town, personally assessing the soil of various villages, proposing agricultural enhancement policies, and achieving bountiful harvests by leveraging the fertile black soil, all at the tender age of 20-6. In 1976. Through his unwavering resolve and exceptional leadership, he convinced all farmers in the town to abandon centuries of traditional manure in favor of previously unheard-of chemical fertilizers. This bold move became a rare example in the province and even the nation. History proved his choices correct. The reforms of 78 validated his foresight. That autumn, the flourishing crops and doubled yields allowed every farmer to enjoy a bountiful year. Cementing his status as a local hero and an exemplary figure in the province, in 1977, he married a teacher, and in 1978, they welcomed a daughter who inherited her father's talent and her mother's beauty. The man was an outstanding leader with immense potential, and the woman was an educator, nurturing her students with care. Their once happy family, admired by all, was ultimately reduced to ashes due to gambling. By 1984. The man had succumbed to gambling, initially starting small, but his wife remained unconcerned, believing that a little gambling was harmless amidst his busy and stressful work life. However, as time passed, his addiction spiraled out of control. He spent more time in the city's casinos, eventually embezzling funds to gamble, despite his wife's pleas falling on deaf ears. By 1990, he was dismissed from his position. Fortunately, he wasn't imprisoned, yet without the power he once held. No one cared about his past contributions. Creditors pursued him relentlessly, leading to violence and humiliation. His wife and child bore the brunt of the fallout, enduring nightmares as they walked into school under the judgmental gazes of their peers. Subjected to ridicule and disdain, Chiao recounted this tale. Tears streamed down her face, her hair clinging to her cheeks, her eyes filled with despair and fear. She stared at me unblinkingly. "Li Yinxiu? You must have guessed who that man is. Indeed, he is my father, Qi Wenlong, the most esteemed leader of Xinglin Town in the former County North." Chapter 14. Chapter 15. The first time I heard the name Qi Wenlong, it struck a familiar chord, and now I recalled it vividly. Although I had suspected that the protagonist of the story was Qi Wenlong, hearing Chiao confirm my thoughts left me incredulous. My mouth agape. The Qi Wenlong of the story was ambitious, courageous, and responsible, having forsaken a promising future as a corporate executive to return to his hometown to repay its kindness. He dared to challenge tradition, advocating for chemical fertilizers when no one else understood their benefits. Yet, How could such a noble public servant devolve into the disheveled, unkempt figure I now saw before me? This was a stark contrast. Two extremes of a single individual. I understand that you are astonished and might think I am exaggerating, but it matters not. Yinxiu, thank you for allowing me to share this story. Qi Yao tidied her hair and managed a faint smile. No, I had heard of Uncle Chi's story when I was young. I just never expected him to end up like this. I offered her a tissue, responding honestly. She wiped her tears and gazed skyward. Not only could you not have imagined it, but even I, having lived through it, still struggle to believe it. It feels like a dream. Listening serves as a bridge to unlock others' hearts and a lubricant for enhancing mutual affection. Throughout this meal, I remained attentive, absorbing Qi Yao's narrative. She had borne an immense burden and needed to vent, and I was determined to be her listener. As I stepped onto the street, delicate snowflakes gracefully descended, adorning the ground with a soft, white mantle. Yinxiu, in Hengi County, I have no friends. Could you be my friend? Qi Yao, we are already friends. In the span of a meal, Qi Yao and I forged a friendship. The footprints in the snow extended all the way to Qi Yao's doorstep, where she waved at me. Hurry back, the snow will soon intensify. I retrieved 500 yuan from my pocket and presented it to Qi Yao. Qi Yao? Take this money. Yinxiu, what are you doing? She asked, perplexed, and declined my goodwill. This money is what I won from Uncle Qi. It is your tuition, so keep it safe and don't let Uncle take it for gambling again. I knew that this 500 yuan was vital for Qi Yao, so I insisted on placing it in her hands. As the money rested in her palm, I greedily held onto her hand for a moment longer before fleeing as if in a panic. After running a few meters, I glanced back at Qi Yao's home. She remained frozen in her previous stance. Yinxiu, thank you. I smiled faintly at her. For what? We are friends. After all, as I sat on the bus back home, I counted the money. Although I had returned Qi Yao's 500 yuan for her tuition, I had still made a profit today, amassing a considerable sum. After deducting my initial stake, I had gained over 700 yuan, bringing my total to 1,000. The remainder was to be handed over to my master's wife. Previously, my master would only gamble every few days, winning a modest sum of 300 to 500 before calling it a day. Those winnings were our living expenses, and he would only venture out to gamble when those funds were exhausted. I, on the other hand, gambled daily and consistently won. This stark contrast was what pleased my master's wife the most. I believed that in the future, she would treat me with greater courtesy and refrain from uttering discouraging words about sending me away. Upon returning home, the lights were still on at this hour. My master and the others would usually be fast asleep. Yinxiu's back. How much did you win today? Even before I stepped inside, my master's wife rushed out, welcoming me as if I were an esteemed guest. I took out the money, placing over 500 yuan before her. Master, mistress, this is my winnings for today. Please accept it. My master's wife was overjoyed, collecting the money from the table and counting it. My master, concerned, inquired about my day, asking if I faced any difficulties or if I had attracted the attention of the casino's enforcers. I asked that all. My master's wife asked expectantly, gesturing towards the money in her hands. Yes, that's all. I nodded in affirmation. You won 1,500 yesterday, and today only 560. Her smile dimmed slightly, revealing a hint of dissatisfaction. 500 was more than sufficient for our family of 4 to live on for a month. Yet she dared to complain. I felt speechless, and my good mood dissipated. Finding an excuse, I retreated to my room to sleep. Just as I closed the door, I heard my master's wife's faint voice from the other room. You Chongqing? Do you think this boy is hiding something from us? I noticed his pockets bulging. He must have more money. This was quickly followed by my master's reprimand. You're blinded by your own ignorance. Right now, Xiao Qiu is the one supporting our family. 500 yuan isn't enough. If it's not enough, why don't you go earn it yourself? That money is Xiao Qiu's. He can decide how to spend it. My master consistently stood by my side, and even though he supported me, I needed to ensure the stability of our household. In the weeks that followed, I primarily frequented the venue where Lu Kai played, occasionally visiting other places to become familiar with them. My connection with Qi Yao remained, and we would meet from time to chat and share snacks. Our relationship gradually evolved from mere friendship to something more profound, though it never quite reached the level of romantic involvement. The swift development of our bond may stem from the fact that I never approached her with the sole intention of friendship. At a street-side snack stall, Lu Kai devoured skewers with gusto. Yinxiu, how is it going with that girl? After all these years, I've never seen you treat me so well, buying food and drinks. How thoughtful. In response to Lu Kai's teasing, I shot back. Why are you so nosy? Just enjoy your skewers. Well, you've been single for so long. It's about time you found someone. Otherwise, that pent-up energy will just turn into a bad temper. Lu Kai jested. I rolled my eyes at him, silently condemning his crude thoughts. However, I wasn't exactly a saint either. Whenever I shared a moment of closeness with Qi Yao, my mind would inevitably wander to fantasies of intimacy with her. What are you daydreaming about? Lu Kai interrupted my thoughts. I heard from some regulars that a group from the countryside might come to gamble tonight. Are you in? What kind of game? What stakes? I inquired. Playing Nyo, starting at 10, capped at 50. With your skills, winning from those unsuspecting fools should be a breeze. Chapter 15 and 16. Brother Ye's invitation. During this period, I indeed won a considerable amount of money, but most of it was handed over to my master's wife. The little I kept was spent on cigarettes, meals, and occasionally sent back to my parents. Everyone has a tendency to splurge when they suddenly come into money, and I was no exception. Previously, I would economize on cigarettes, making a pack last by only smoking half a stick at a time. Now, with my newfound wealth and a growing sense of vanity, I mimicked those affluent businessmen, indulging in a full pack of Furongwang and ordering North Ice Ocean at every meal. Playing Nyo with a 10 yuan minimum wasn't too risky. With over 1,000 yuan in my pocket, I could afford it. Upon entering the venue, I immediately spotted Brother Yi sitting on a resting chair. Brother Yi seldom visited this establishment. This was only the third time I had encountered him. Brother Yi, I approached him, greeting him warmly. He waved back, indicating he acknowledged my presence, though he was currently on a call, using the newly released Nokia 5110. I had often heard about mobile phones in the gambling halls, but this compact and portable device was a first for me. If only I could buy 2 phones, one for Qi Yao, so I could stay in touch with her even while she was at school. Imagining this scenario, I resolved to save enough for 2 phones before the end of the winter break. Why are you standing there like a statue? I'm not a tiger, Brother Yi remarked, motioning for me to sit beside him after ending his call. Sitting next to him, perhaps it was his natural aura or his status as an elder brother that made me feel uneasy. He pulled out a cigarette and offered me one as well. Thanks, Brother Yi. I quickly took the cigarette and lit it for him. He took a deep drag, and the fragrant smoke wafted towards me, a pleasant aroma filling my nostrils. So, has that little yellow-haired kid been bothering you lately? I shook my head. Ever since Brother Yi had taught him a lesson, I hadn't seen him again. No, he probably didn't dare to come looking for me, considering your reputation. Haha, I quite admire you. So many people against you, and that little yellow-haired kid ended up in such a sorry state. Quite brave indeed, Brother Yi teased. If you encounter any trouble in the future, just mention my name. Lu Yi has some clout in the northern county. Sure, Brother Yi, I hear your luck has been good lately. You've been winning quite a bit at the venue, Brother Yi casually inquired. I nodded lightly. Just lucky? Luck is a major factor in gambling, but skill is equally important. He emphasized the word skill. A sudden chill ran down my spine. Could he have discovered my cheating? Cold sweat trickled down my forehead. But it was impossible. I only chose games where I wouldn't be caught cheating. How could he possibly know? Indeed, if one lacks skill, even the best cards will lead to losses, I replied, feigning ignorance. Brother Yi scrutinized me for a moment. Yinxiu, I heard you live in the southern county. What brings you to the northern county? I came over because of Lu Kai, I replied, but he didn't seem entirely satisfied with my answer. His piercing gaze felt as though it could see right through me. Yinxiu, I've heard that you and your uncle pulled off quite a stunt in the southern county last month. Brother Yi spoke with an enigmatic tone. Last month on the 6th was the day my master was caught cheating. The purpose behind his questioning became clear. How did he know about this? Could Lu Kai have mentioned it? I quickly dismissed that thought. Given my relationship with Lu Kai, he wouldn't betray me. Moreover, this incident had caused quite a stir, and for someone of Brother Ye's standing, it would be easy to find out. Although the southern and northern counties were part of the same jurisdiction, they had always maintained a live and let live approach, and I rarely visited that venue, so no one there knew me. If not for deliberate inquiries, even if Brother Yi had heard about this incident, he wouldn't have connected it to me, unless he had specifically investigated me. But what could his motives be? My wariness heightened, yet I maintained a facade of calm. Brother Yi, you were joking. You? Oh, you. Yigu chuckled as he draped his arm around my shoulder, our faces nearly touching. I have had a few encounters with you, Chongqing. A few years back, I tried to persuade him to collaborate on a venture, but he declined. TSK. Yin Xiu, would you refuse me? At last, I comprehended his intentions. He wished to recruit me. Truth be told, I had always yearned to align myself with Yigu, to secure a formidable ally. Yet, every situation presents its own advantages and disadvantages. I could not hastily acquiesce before thoroughly contemplating all implications. Yigu, let me think it over. Very well, I shall await your response in 3 days. This matter left me in a state of tumult. After Yigu departed the game room, I sat quietly in the lounge area, lost in thought. Hey, what are you thinking about so intently? The people I mentioned have all arrived. Lu Kai remarked as he approached me, casting furtive glances towards the entrance. Nothing, I replied nonchalantly, my mind preoccupied, devoid of any interest in gambling. What did Yigu say to you? Ever since your conversation with him? You've seemed quite distracted, Lu Kai inquired. He appears to have learned of my identity and wishes for me to join him. I replied candidly, as I seldom concealed anything from Lu Kai. After a moment of silence, Lu Kai regarded me gravely for an extended period before stating, meet me at our usual place tomorrow morning. I wish to discuss this further. With that, Lu Kai joined the group of newly arrived patrons, arranging their gaming tables. The casino operates under strict rules. These guests were introduced by Lu Kai's longtime clients. Thus he was responsible for attending to them, with commissions and expenditures rightfully his. Half an hour into the gambling session, I finally approached, though I chose not to participate. There were watchers at the table, and while I was confident in my skills to evade their scrutiny, I was not willing to take even the slightest risk. Noticing my hesitance to place a bet, Lu Kai pulled me aside. What are you thinking? Why aren't you playing? There are observers. I dare not, I replied honestly. Fear not, they know you are my brother. They won't interfere. With Lu Kai's reassurance, I felt considerably more at ease. Just as I prepared to join, a graceful figure rushed into the game room. It was Qi Yao. Qi Yao, what brings you here? I asked, my heart racing. I had previously promised her to refrain from visiting gambling venues, yet here I was caught red-handed. Recalling our first encounter, I remembered the disappointment in her gaze when she looked at Qi Wanlong, and I feared she would regard me with the same disheartened expression, which would truly mean I had lost her. I hurried to her side, intending to explain. Qi Yao, I'm not gambling. I merely came to find Lu Kai. Before I could finish, her voice, laced with urgency and emotion, interrupted me. Yin Xiu, something has happened. Please help my father. He has been captured. Chapter 16 Chapter 17 Collecting Debts. Let us talk as we walk. I pulled Qi Yao into a rickety three-wheeled vehicle, directing it towards her home as per the address she provided. Qi Yao, don't panic. What exactly happened? I grasped her hand to offer comfort. Observing her distress, my father went gambling again and lost a considerable amount of money. Now the creditors have cornered him at home, threatening to drown him in the river if he fails to repay. Qi Yao spoke through tears. My mother is inside. They haven't noticed me. I sneaked out, despite Qi Yao's deep-seated grievances against Qi Wanlong, frequently expressing her desire to sever ties with him when faced with a crisis. She could not simply disregard her father. If she chose to intervene, I felt compelled to act, not out of a desire to meddle, but because it is in a man's nature to display his strength in front of the woman he cherishes. Rest assured, they are merely trying to intimidate. This level of debt is unlikely to warrant murder. Though I consoled her with those words, I knew the thugs were ruthless. Even if they refrained from taking Qi Wanlong's life, they might still resort to mutilation. Having accompanied Qi Yao several times, this was my first visit to her home. The yard was illuminated, and under the warm orange glow, I noted the weathered red paint, indicative of years gone by. On the wall, faint traces of bold red characters could still be discerned, though they had faded with time. Through the window, I could see shadows moving within, along with the sounds of male wailing and female cries. Dad, Mom! Qi Yao cried out as she dashed towards the door. I rushed to embrace her from behind. Don't act rashly. It will do no good. I managed to pull Qi Yao back to a corner near the entrance. Thankfully, as we had just arrived, the thugs inside were unaware of our presence. Qi Yao, listen to me. Stay here at the door. It's dangerous inside. Trust me, I will save your father. I covered her mouth with my hand. locking eyes with her until she nodded in agreement before I released my grip. "Wait here for me." Venturing alone inside, the sound of the door creaking open alerted everyone present. Several thugs turned to scrutinize me. At that moment, Chi Wenlong lay bloodied on the floor, groaning in agony. Beside him was a woman half-collapsed, her features resembling Chi Yao's, exuding a gentle and refined aura. Her black attire bore several distinct gray footprints. And upon hearing the door open, she lifted her head, revealing a distinctly swollen handprint on her face. These brutes showed no mercy, even to women. In an instant, my fury surged. I yearned to vanquish these heartless beasts. "Who the hell are you?" barked a shorn-headed thug from across the room. I suppressed my rage, aware that I was outnumbered. I could not afford to act impulsively. "How much does Chi Wenlong owe you?" I inquired. The thug clicked his tongue disdainfully. "Oh, come to help him repay his debts, huh? You, a mere child, think you can cover it? Unless you state an amount, how can I know whether I can repay?" I responded coldly. "That woman just gave me 2,000. He still owes 3,000. 3,000 yuan was not an insurmountable sum for me. Over the past month, I had handed over more than 10,000 to my mentor." However, upon hearing that figure, Chi Yao's mother's expression shifted dramatically. Her voice hoarse, she questioned. "I clearly gave you 3,300. How did it become 2,000? You vultures. Who are you calling a vulture? We have many brothers collecting debts. Of course, we must charge you some interest." One thug kicked Chi Yao's mother, sending her sprawling to the ground. At that moment, I could no longer restrain myself. In a swift motion, I lunged towards the thug who had struck her, delivering a fierce punch to his face. "You dare lay hands on a woman, you scoundrels! If Chi Yao and I were to become partners, this woman would undoubtedly become my mother-in-law, and I had to make a good impression. Furthermore, I have always been vehemently opposed to violence against women." As I toppled the thug, others began to close in on me. "You can't hit me. My brother is Yi Ge." In a moment of desperation, I recalled Yi Ge's earlier words, instructing me to invoke his name in times of trouble. Now was the perfect opportunity. Upon hearing Yi Ge's name, the thugs hesitated, exchanging glances, each reluctant to act further. "When did Yi Ge take you in as a little brother? I've never heard of you before." The shorn-headed thug scrutinized me, searching for any signs of deceit. Yi Ge's respect must be upheld, but not every Tom, Dick, and Harry can invoke his name. "How will you prove you are one of his?" "Prove? I have no phone. And even if I did, I lack Yi Ge's number. How could I prove it?" Suddenly, a thought struck me, something that could substantiate my connection to Yi Ge and intimidate these ruffians. On the 6th of last month, Yi Ge caused a ruckus at Genuineman, smashing the hands of Gao Ye's underlings. "Have you heard of that incident?" The shorn-headed thug nodded. "And then, at that time, Yi Ge was aiding me." Seeing my confident demeanor, the thug fell into contemplation, and after a long pause, he spoke. "You are Li Yinxiu?" "Indeed, I am Li Yinxiu." I was intrigued by how they had heard of my name. While surprised, I realized it now ensured I would not be beaten. Though I feared no harm, it was wise not to invite trouble. "Very well, it is now 8 o'clock. Have the money gathered by 10, and this matter will be considered resolved. Otherwise, you shall bear the consequences." Just as I prepared to leave, the door was yanked open from the outside, and 2 thugs dragged Chi Yao inside. "Zhigu, we found a girl outside. She must be Chi Wenlong's daughter." Upon seeing Chi Yao's panic-stricken face, my anger flared. They were targeting her. "Let her go," I bellowed, lunging at the 2 thugs. They quickly released her, stunned by my ferocity. Several thugs surged towards me. They seized me tightly. "Oh, Li Yinxiu, so you have your sights set on the girl, huh?" "Can't deny it. She has quite a catch. If only we brothers could." The buzzcut man had only spoken half of his words, yet the lewd smile plastered across his face had already led me to imagine the threats he was about to utter. "If you dare lay a finger on her, I will take your life." I was certain that if they dared to inflict any harm upon Chi Yao, I would ensure they paid a price far beyond their capacity to bear. Perhaps it was my menacing expression that intimidated him. The buzzcut man retracted his lewd grin and said, "If you wish to keep your girl safe, then bring me the money." I assured him that I would gather the funds. But should I discover that Chi Yao had lost even a single hair, none of you would escape unscathed. Chapter 17 Chapter 18 Unable to escape this room upon returning home, I found my master and his family engrossed in a television program. As soon as she saw me, my master's wife flashed a smile. Yin Xiao, you're back so early today. Did you win too much and decide to stop? My master, noticing my grave demeanor, quickly inquired, Yin Xiao, is something troubling you? Knowing that my master's wife was a woman who cherished money, I found it difficult to broach the subject of needing funds. However, given that the money was rightfully earned by me, it seemed reasonable to request a small sum for immediate use. Master's wife, could you lend me 3,000 yuan? I have an urgent matter, and I promise to return it once I win again in a couple of days. Upon hearing my request for money, her expression immediately soured. She responded with an irritable and dismissive, "No money. No money?" I was nearly driven to laughter by her audacity. The money I had given her over time certainly amounted to no less than 8,000. How could she claim to have none? I retorted. She refused to even glance my way, fixated on the television, clearly intent on ignoring me. I said no money, and that's final. Don't you spend money on food and other necessities? I do not. Yin Xiao, what has transpired that necessitates such a large sum? My master asked with concern. There's trouble at Qi Yao's family, I replied candidly. I had always related to my master as a friend, sharing many matters with him, and Qi Yao's situation was no exception. He knew of my affection for her and understood my character. Quickly, give Yin Xiao the money, my master commanded. The household finances were managed solely by my master's wife, and even my master was unaware of where the funds were stored, so he could only appeal to her. Yet she feigned ignorance, completely disregarding him. Faced with this obstinate woman, I turned to my master for assistance. Knowing he was a reasonable man familiar with her temperament, he kicked her lightly. I'm talking to you. Yin Xiao urgently needs money, so hand it over. After being kicked, she resorted to childish antics, sitting on the floor and throwing a tantrum. Oh heavens, you in the sky, bear witness. Yu Chongqing is hitting me for the sake of an outsider. How can I endure this? My master's fury ignited as he narrowed his eyes, fixating on his wife's petulance. This squinting gesture was a telltale sign that he was genuinely furious or prepared to act decisively. Now that he had assumed such a posture, it was clear he was ready to get serious. Zhang Xiaomei, I'll ask you one last time. Will you hand over the money or not? I want to give it, even if it kills me, she retorted with unwavering determination. So you refuse, do you? Then I'll make sure you regret it today. Realizing my master was genuinely ready to take action, I hurried to restrain him, although I was filled with an intense rage, wishing to deal with that wretched woman myself. Yet, for the sake of my master's family harmony and with Yu Feng standing nearby, I had to intervene. Dad, Yu Feng, frightened by my master's demeanor, threw himself into my master's embrace, tears streaming down his face. Seeing that my master refrained from violence, my master's wife seemed to bask in victory, boasting, "Come on, Yu Chongqing, if you have the guts, go ahead and kill me. I won't part with a single cent." Perhaps anticipating this outcome, I was not as enraged as I had imagined I would be. Enough! I will gather the money myself. With that, I stormed out. The buzzcut man had given me only 2 hours to traverse the distance between the southern and northern parts of the county, and I would need at least half an hour. I considered borrowing money from Lu Kai, but I understood his situation. Having grown up with his grandparents, and now with his grandmother gravely ill and requiring long-term medication, his salary barely sustains his family, leaving no room for savings. As I pondered in the three-wheeled vehicle, a thought struck me. There was someone who could lend me money, my only ray of hope, Xiao Wei, who worked with Feng Gaozi. Upon arriving at the game room, I found Lu Kai still attending to the gamblers who had come in from the countryside. I went straight to Xiao Wei. Xiao Wei? Lend me some money. Thanks to my connection with Lu Kai, I had developed a relatively amicable rapport with Xiao Wei during this time. After winning some money, I would occasionally treat him to cigarettes or drinks. Brother Chiu, how come you're still short on cash? I've seen you win quite a bit lately. Stop the banter and hand me 3,000. It's urgent. I had 1,000 in my pocket, but I only needed to borrow 2,000. Yet I required the principal to win back the money I owed Gaozi. No problem. But Brother Chiu, you know I'm helping out Brother Yi. Understanding Xiao Wei's implication, I interjected before he could finish. Don't worry, I know the rules. We'll go by the Venu's interest rates. Xiao Wei smiled apologetically and handed me the 3,000 yuan. After receiving the money, I didn't leave immediately. Instead, I ascended to the second floor of the game room. The second floor typically housed private rooms where larger bets were placed. the farthest corner on the second floor. There was a storage room that Lu Kai had informed me was where the local thugs stashed their weapons. Entering the storage room, I rummaged through the disarray and retrieved a butcher's knife, which I secured to my waistband before heading to Chi Yao's home. As I made my way, I envisioned the scene I would encounter upon entering, silently vowing that should those brutes dare to harm Chi Yao, I would use this knife to eliminate them. The three-wheeled vehicle halted in front of Chi Yao's house, and I charged inside. The moment I stepped through the door, my eyes fell upon Chi Yao. And fortunately, the imagined horrors had not occurred. There were no signs of harm upon her. Yin Xiu, run. Don't worry about us. Upon seeing me, Chi Yao suddenly shouted. Had I gathered enough money, was it possible the buzzcut man would renege on our agreement? But they were thugs who lived by a code. Even the most brutish would adhere to the unwritten rules of their kind. I did not comprehend Chi Yao's urgency, but regardless, I would not abandon her. Chi Yao, they haven't done anything to you, have they? I asked anxiously. Chi Yao shook her head. Yin Xiu, you must leave, there are people in the small room. Before Chi Yao could finish, the buzzcut man interjected. Don't worry. Within the stipulated time, I won't harm her. Besides, forcing a woman is a grave crime. We're not foolish enough to stoop that low. Although she is beautiful in this city, a pretty girl like her is as common as weeds. Have you brought the money? I pulled out the 3,000 yuan I had prepared and handed it to the buzzcut man. The money is ready. Can we leave now? As he counted the cash in his hands. An ominous smile spread across his face, and an inexplicable sense of dread washed over me. Surely they were not contemplating backing out. Instinctively, I reached for the knife at my waist, and in that moment, a wave of reassurance coursed through me. Of course we'll leave, but you'll be hard-pressed to exit this room today. Chapter 18 Chapter 19 Chin Ritian, you little brat, do you still remember me? Just then, I heard the door to the adjacent room swing open, and a group of thugs sauntered in, led by the infamous Huang Mao Dai. In that instant, I grasped the meaning behind Chi Yao's earlier warning and understood why the buzzcut man had regarded me with such a peculiar expression when I had mentioned Brother Yi smashing Huang Mao. No wonder he knew my name. It turned out he was in cahoots with Huang Mao. Huang Mao, the next chapter of our feud begins now. The buzzcut man waved his hand, signaling his crew to depart from Chi's home. We're leaving. Armed, I felt a surge of confidence. I had mentally prepared myself for a fight from the outset. Yin Xiu, what should we do? Chi Yao's face was etched with terror. These individuals were not like the buzzcut man, who sought money. They were out for revenge. It's all right, I reassured her. Huang Mao, this is a personal matter between you and me, and causing a ruckus in someone else's home isn't very considerate. Especially with so many witnesses. Our affair doesn't fall under the category of a debt dispute. I spoke half in negotiation and half in threat. Their intent was clear, malicious harm, which was fundamentally different from a civil debt dispute, thus requiring a more secluded setting. There's an alley right next to us. Let us head there to discuss. Huang Mao regarded me with a knowing look, likely taken aback by my audacity. Most people would seek refuge in larger crowds when they anticipated a beating, yet here I was, voluntarily walking into an alley. This suited Huang Mao's intentions. Let us go, stop with the tricks. Otherwise, I'll make sure you regret it. Meanwhile, Chi Yao clutched my arm tightly, shaking her head in protest. Yin Xiu, don't go. Chi Yao's mother also stepped forward, shouting at Huang Mao and his gang. What are you doing? Do you realize you're trespassing? If you don't leave, I'll call the police. But predictably, such threats held no weight against seasoned thugs who were accustomed to the law. They would smash and run, and even if apprehended, the worst they faced would be a mere 10 days. What are you yelling about, woman? Keep it up, and I'll wreck your house. Huang Mao barked, pointing a finger at Chi Yao's mother. I hurriedly stepped forward to grasp Chi Yao's mother's hand, saying, Auntie, it's all right, do not worry, they cannot harm me. After uttering these words, I pushed aside Chi Yao's hand that was gripping mine and made my way toward the door. Insisting, stop causing a ruckus here, I will go with you. Yin Xiu, I heard Chi Yao calling from behind, but I did not turn around, fearing that the sight of her would cause me to shed tears. A confrontation with the ruffian was inevitable. Today would yield only two outcomes. Either they would leave me severely injured, rendering me disabled, or I would inflict wounds upon them and embark on a life of evasion. Regardless of which outcome, I would lose her. Within the narrow alley, I found myself cornered. Yin Xiu, at last, I have caught you. It is time to settle the score for my hand. The ruffian raised his right hand. Despite the darkness of the alley, the moonlight revealed a gruesome scar on his hand. I had not anticipated that Yigu's strike would inflict such grave harm upon him. If it was Yigu who assaulted you, why not seek revenge on him? I endeavored to buy time, knowing full well that Qi Yao would surely contact the authorities. If I could just hold out until they arrived, all my troubles would be resolved without needing to resort to violence. Are you out of your mind? Lu Yi wouldn't he have acted if it weren't for you? The ruffian retorted. Unwilling to admit his own incompetence, he beckoned, and one of his lackeys handed him an object, a cigarette ashtray. Identical to the one Yigu had smashed over him that day. I want to make it difficult for you. Lu Yi injured one of my hands, so I demand both of yours in return. Is that unreasonable? As a seasoned card shark, I knew that even if I risked everything, I could not allow him to cripple my hands, subdue him. At the ruffian's command, his henchman lunged toward me. My hands remained hidden behind my back, clutching the knife. As they charged, I could not afford to hesitate any longer. I drew the knife without reservation. Whoever dares take another step forward, I shall stab to death. Removing the protective sheath from the blade, the glint of silver in the moonlight was painfully bright. The sharp edge emanated a chilling aura, causing everyone to freeze in their tracks, and no one dared to advance further. Fear had gripped them. In that moment, I felt a surge of confidence that I could intimidate them, and this would be the best resolution for the day. However, I had overlooked one individual, small and unassuming. The very one who had knocked me unconscious with a brick. He was the one I truly feared. Come on, I am right here. Come stab me, he said nonchalantly. At that instant, I found myself inexplicably envious of the ruffian. Admiring his audacity and the fierce brothers he had by his side, I swallowed hard, feeling a dryness in my throat, my legs weakening, my mind swirling in confusion, reminiscent of the dizziness one feels when smoking for the first time. Seeing me hesitate, the small man advanced a couple of steps. Didn't you say that if I moved another step, you'd stab me? Well, I just took 2 steps. What now? He was pressing me to act. Look at Qin Hao, and then look at yourselves, a bunch of cowards. I told you this kid wouldn't dare stab. He is merely bluffing. Hurry up and restrain him. The ruffian kicked one of his henchmen in frustration. It was the first time I heard that little man's name. Qin Hao, Qin Ritian. The remaining ruffians began to stir restlessly. I had been pushed to a dead end, with only one path left to choose. Make your move, otherwise I am finished. If they cripple my hands, I want to even have the chance to turn my life around. You brought this upon yourself? I shouted, making my first move. I noticed a flicker of panic cross Qin Hao's face. He had likely been gambling on my hesitation. That flicker quickly morphed into an even fiercer resolve, as he chose not to retreat but lunged at me instead. I did not wish to harm anyone, so my initial action was to kick. My foot struck Qin Hao squarely in the chest, sending him tumbling down. Without hesitation, I brought the knife down. I did not aim to stab. That would have been fatal. Instead, I slashed. The blade grazed his back, ripping through his cotton jacket and breaking the skin, blood oozing forth. I was careful not to inflict severe damage. At most, he would need a few stitches, merely a surface wound. However, the intimidation it invoked far exceeded the actual impact. Including the ruffian, several henchmen were immobilized by fear. They dared not approach the desperate version of me. Do you want trouble? I will make sure to end you. I roared, feigning an advance toward them. Clearly, my tactic worked. They began to scatter, abandoning Qin Hao to fend for himself. Chapter 19 Chapter 20 Why are you running? You wanted to cripple my hands, didn't you? Come at me, I yelled, releasing all my pent-up emotions as I observed the ruffians fleeing in disarray. In the blink of an eye, they had vanished, leaving only Qin Hao and me in the alley. I had to admit, this guy was a true warrior. Despite the wound, he rose from the ground, ready to confront me. From the depths of my heart, I admired such individuals. This feud was not truly between us, and it was unnecessary to continue this entanglement. Retrieving a box of cigarettes from my pocket, I offered him one, saying, "Have a smoke. They've all run off, and we have no real grudge." I lit one for myself and took a puff, placing my knife down to signal my lack of hostility. "Thank you," he replied, accepting the lighter with a polite yet indifferent tone. I was taken aback. I hadn't expected him to display such courtesy and seem unconcerned about the wound I had inflicted. Is your back wound all right? Do you need to go to the hospital for stitches? He shook his head, and his expression betrayed the pain he was enduring, yet he maintained a tough facade. It's nothing. Just a minor injury. Taking a deep drag from my cigarette, I pondered why he chose to associate with someone as treacherous as the ruffian. They left you behind. Do you still plan to stick with them? I asked, almost unconsciously. What else can I do? Chin Hao replied, casting a detached glance my way. A rural kid in the county, it's not easy to survive. I have no skills, and without following Huang Mao, I wouldn't know how to get by. Upon hearing Chin Hao's words, I felt a surge of empathy. However, I was struggling to ensure my own survival. How could I extend a helping hand? I understand. I too am a child from the countryside. Having come to the county as a teenager, I've been surviving for nearly a decade. Yet here I am in this predicament. Chin Hao's words resonated deeply within me. When one first arrives in a foreign environment, devoid of friends, work, or shelter, that solitude and desolation can be overwhelming. I had cried for an entire week when I first experienced it, just as we engaged in casual conversation. The sound of police sirens echoed in the distance. Moments later, a group of individuals rushed into the alley, comprised of several men in green uniforms, along with Chi Yao and a few others, including the ruffian. Officer, it's him. He is the one who harmed me, the ruffian claimed, initiating a preemptive accusation. Chi Yao immediately countered, that's nonsense. It was you who abducted Li Yanxiu. Even if Yanxiu resisted, it was self-defense. The officer in green scanned me and Chin Hao with evident impatience, stating, take them both in. We'll take statements first. Once at the county station, I recounted the events as they unfolded, placing the blame primarily on the ruffians while defending myself. However, the final verdict was that my statements lacked sufficient evidence to constitute self-defense. Consequently, I was charged with assault and taken into custody. Fortunately, Chin Hao did not pursue any claims against me nor demanded compensation. Thus, I would only need to remain there for 15 days before being released. Life inside was arduous. Winter brought insufficient heating. The nights were particularly brutal. Even clad in a cotton jacket and under a blanket, I would wake up frozen. The meals consisted solely of cabbage, soup, and steamed bread, devoid of any meat, leading me to suspect that there was no oil in their dishes. My room housed only 2 individuals. Besides me, there was a towering man, easily over 1.90 meters, standing at 1.83 meters. I found myself having to look up at him. Although we shared the same room, our experiences were worlds apart. He feasted on lavish meals daily and enjoyed cigarettes and alcohol, which left me envious. On the 3rd day, Chi Yao visited. Perhaps due to needing connections, she could only spare a few minutes with me. When she entered, she wore a smile, but as soon as she sat down, her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Chi Yao, why are you crying? Are you unhappy to see me? I teased. She quickly shook her head. No, I just feel guilty towards you. If it weren't for my father knowing Chi Yao was an emotional person who would cry endlessly if the topic arose. I promptly interrupted her. What does your father have to do with this? He is not just your father. He could be my future father-in-law. In response to my jest, Chi Yao feigned anger. Li Yanxiu, you've gone too far. This is all still in the air. Don't say such things when there are others around. Others? I glanced at the burly man sprawled on the bed, engrossed in a book. He completely ignored our conversation, as if we were invisible. Just as I was about to engage Chi Yao further, a voice from outside called, time is up, hurry up and come out. Chi Yao waved goodbye to me, reluctantly departing. Yanxiu, I will wait for your return. As I watched Chi Yao's silhouette fade from my view, a profound sense of melancholy enveloped me. I estimated that our next encounter would not occur for at least another 10 days. I wondered if my master would be concerned for me during this time, and I still had an outstanding debt to settle with Gaozi. I could only imagine how much interest would accrue over a fortnight. When tranquility resumed, the burly man suddenly sat up, casting a glance towards the door. Was that your girlfriend? Yes, I nodded, though my relationship with Chi Yao had yet to be formally acknowledged. It was merely a matter of verbal affirmation. Cherish her well. She seems genuinely sincere towards you, though not let her down. The burly man's words suggested he had a wealth of stories to share. My life, already tedious, had left me yearning for some excitement. Listening to his tales would be quite delightful, brother. You seem like a person with stories to tell. Perhaps the burly man, too, had grown weary of such a mundane existence, for he began to recount his experiences as if a floodgate had opened. His name was Long Kuan, a local of the city. Although he introduced himself vaguely, I gathered that he held considerable influence in the city, likely a figure of prominence, though I was uncertain how he compared to Yi Gu. Long Kuan, why are you not in the city? How did you end up here in Hengi County? I inquired, puzzled that I am hiding from disaster. His succinct statement left me bewildered. My life here felt like a disaster in itself. Yet he claimed to be fleeing from calamity. However, upon reflection, it made sense. He enjoyed good food and warmth, with electric blankets to boot, which hardly constituted a life of hardship. Tio escaped disaster and still indulge in such comforts was indeed impressive. Unsure how to continue the conversation, I could only commend him. It was truly remarkable that he, an outsider, could enjoy such privileges. He scoffed lightly, as if to say I was still too young. Yin-tsiu? In today's society, as long as you have money, there is nothing you cannot achieve. Chapter 20 Chapter 21 Release from detention to accomplish great things. 3 essential conditions are required. Money, money, and more money. Long Kuan appeared quite knowledgeable and I found his assertions quite compelling. With sufficient funds, my master would not have to suffer the loss of his hands. I would not need to borrow from Gaozi. And I could also win over Qin Hao9 short. The notion that money can move mountains is not a mere sea-liched eye. In the ensuing days, Long Kuan and I maintained a friendly rapport. Whenever he dined on meat and drank, he would invite me to join him. It is said that alcohol serves as a lubricant for social relations, particularly in the Northeast, where the culture of drinking is vividly expressed. Given his stature, I would likely have never crossed paths with him outside these circumstances, yet fate had brought us together as good friends. This period of confinement, though not without its challenges, bore unexpected rewards, perhaps a blessing in disguise. Days later, when my detention period concluded, Long Kuan left me his phone number, the last 5 digits being 9s, quite impressive. Xiao Chiu, this is my number. If you ever find yourself in the city, give me a call, and I will take care of you. Thank you, Long Kuan. Stepping out of the facility, the sun's fierce rays illuminated my face. Basking in its warmth and gazing at the sky, I realized how beautiful freedom truly is. Spotting Chiao waiting for me, I joyfully rushed over and enveloped her in my arms. Yao, I've missed you so much these past days. Her face flushed instantly, burying her head in my embrace. She whispered in a voice only we could hear. I missed you too. Oh, how sentimental, how nauseating. Oh, how I long for you. A familiar voice interrupted, and turning to look, I saw Lu Kai, accompanied by a chubby man clad in Li Ning's sportswear. Observing my surprise at seeing the chubby man was palpable, and I playfully punched his shoulder. Fatty, when did you return? The chubby man's real name was Zhang Jihong. He was a wealthy second-generation heir. And due to his size, we all called him Fatty. He and Lu Kai were middle school classmates and had previously played basketball together. We had shared camaraderie for several years, akin to brothers. 2 years prior, his father had invested a significant sum to send him to study in the bustling metropolis, and after that, we had lost touch. We wanted to surprise you, but when we arrived at the usual spot, we learned you had been detained, Fatty said with a hearty laugh. Recalling that Lu Kai had intended to meet me on the night of my arrest to discuss Yi Ji's interest in me, I realized Fatty must have returned around that time. How many days has it been since you last bathed, you reek, and yet you dare approach the young lady? Such audacity, Fatty, true to form, was as sharp-tongued as ever. Admittedly, after over 10 days without a wash or change of clothes, the odor was unbearable even to me. Let's walk and talk. First, accompany me to buy some new clothes. I truly need it, I replied. After purchasing new attire, the 3 of us indulged in a refreshing bath, finally ridding ourselves of the unpleasant odor. During this time, Chiao found an excuse to leave, and I understood she wished not to intrude upon our reunion. So I did not insist. We agreed to meet the following day. Fatty, how did you end up back in Hengi County during the holidays? I heard your family moved to the provincial capital? We conversed while dining at a restaurant. Fatty downed a hearty gulp of beer, a disgruntled expression crossing his face. Don't even mention it. I got expelled from school. What happened? I inquired. He succinctly recounted his tale of expulsion. And upon hearing it, I could only conclude. You had it coming. Skipping classes, sleeping during lectures, disrupting the classroom, and even teasing female teachers. If I were the principal, I would have expelled him long ago. What do you plan to do next? Lu Kai asked. Fatty casually gestured towards the distance. My father owns a stone quarry over there. Since I have nothing to do, I'll help him manage it. I couldn't help but feel a twinge of unfairness. He could drop out and become a boss, while I was left to be a hustler. By the way, what do you both think about Yi Gu wanting to recruit me? I posed the question. Liu Kai stroked his chin thoughtfully. I've been mulling over this matter. He likely recognizes your skills in gambling and intends for you to assist him in swindling. I believe joining Yi Gu could be beneficial. He is quite loyal and influential, a far better option than being alone and vulnerable. Lu Kai echoed my sentiments. I needed a powerful ally, one who could protect me in case of exposure. Preventing a fate as dire as my master S. And you? I turned to Fatty, curious about his perspective. What perspective could I have? Lu Yi merely needs a tool to help him win. Do you genuinely believe that if Yinsu follows Lu Yi, he would be safe even if caught cheating? Fatty looked at us incredulously. Seeing Lu Kai and me nod, he sighed in resignation, seemingly dumbfounded. Please don't think so simplistically. Gambling will undoubtedly occur in Lu Ye's territory, right? Again, Lu Kai and I nodded. Anyone caught cheating in Lu Ye's domain will be known to be acting under his orders. If Yinsu gets caught, do you think Lu Yi would protect him or prioritize his own reputation? His words struck a chord. Following Fatty's logic, if I were apprehended, Lu Yi would likely shift the blame onto me to preserve his own image. At that point, not only would he have my hands severed, but in his quest for self-justification, he might even seek my life. Upon returning home, I spotted my master from afar, seated on a stone in the courtyard, glancing around as if awaiting someone. When he saw me, he sprang to his feet, visibly agitated. Yinsu, you wretched child. Where have you been these past few days? Didn't you think to inform the family? You nearly drove me to despair before I even reached him. A barrage of scolding filled my ears. There was no anger, only concern. Master, I'm perfectly fine. I promise to be more mindful next time. I replied with a grin. Next time? You dare to speak of a next time? I'll kick you to the moon. Amid the scolding, my master and I entered the house. As soon as I stepped inside, I was met with my mistress's displeasure. She didn't even glance my way. Oh? So you decided to return? I thought you had perished outside. Xiaomei, how can you speak like that? Regardless, Yinsu is still a child. My master shot her a disapproving look before turning to me with genuine concern. Have you eaten? I have. Did you win any money these past few days? My mistress scrutinized me, likely assessing whether my pockets were bulging. Well, it seems you've been doing quite well. Even bought yourself new clothes. I was left speechless. I had earned her so much money, yet she never offered to buy me anything new, insisting I wear garments from years past. Now that I had purchased a new outfit myself, she chose to mock me instead. Yinsu, ignore her. Tell your master what you've been up to these days. Did anything happen? I recounted the events to my master, detailing everything that transpired at such a young age. You've already been detained? If you grow any older, you might even resort to murder. My mistress shot me a sidelong glance. I scoffed inwardly, my irritation towards her bubbling to the surface, prompting me to exclaim, if anyone were to be murdered, it would be you first. Chapter 21 Chapter 22 With my back to the south, losing seems endless. Although the voice was barely a whisper, it still reached the ears of my master's wife. How dare you? You ingrate, attempt to kill me? This is outrageous. Bang. Just as she was about to erupt in anger, the front door was kicked open. A swarm of figures rushed in. Is Brother Chiu home? That voice was familiar. It was Xiao Wei. It seems he has come to demand repayment. Given our relationship, there shouldn't be such a large entourage to collect a debt. After all, I am not refusing to pay. As this thought crossed my mind, an inexplicable fury ignited within me. Stepping into the courtyard, I glared at Xiao Wei and coldly remarked, Xiao Wei, surely this is unnecessary. Coming here to demand payment. Brother Chiu, a debt is a debt. I am merely conducting business. After all, it has been far too many days, Xiao Wei replied, maintaining a pleasant demeanor and a smile. The adage goes, one should not strike a smiling face, so I forced myself to soften my expression. Let us calculate. How much is the principal with interest? I will repay you the day after tomorrow. The principal plus interest, as of today, is 12,531. Xiao Wei produced a slip of paper and read the figure aloud. Upon hearing this number, I was utterly stunned. 3,000 had somehow ballooned to over 12,000 in just 15 days. Xiao Wei, are you joking? The interest is so exorbitant. It has quadrupled. I was at a loss. No joke. The calculations are accurate, Xiao Wei asserted firmly. Later, I calculated myself, and the sum was indeed correct. No wonder gamblers could lose everything. With such a compounding interest method, even the world's wealthiest could not endure beyond 6 months if they borrowed 3,000. This was my first personal encounter with the power of compound interest. Just as I pondered how to repay this debt, my master's wife burst out of the house. She pointed an accusatory finger at me and scolded. You, Li Yinxiu, have the audacity to incur such a debt outside. Get out of our house immediately. Do not tarnish our family's reputation. After saying this, she turned to Xiao Wei. This gentleman, Li Yinxiu, has no connection to my family. You can demand repayment from him. If he cannot pay, do as you wish, but my family bears no responsibility. With that, she seized a broom from the corner and swung it at me. Get out quickly. Do not let anyone misunderstand. We have no association with you. I will not repay even a single cent. What a swift betrayal. But this behavior was entirely in line with my master's wife's character. My master seized the broom from her and glared fiercely at her. You bring forth all the money you've saved over the years. I know you have plenty, and give it to Yinxiu to settle the debt. Have you lost your mind, you Chongqing? My master's wife screamed. You think you can take a single cent from me? Absolutely not. With a furious swing, she slammed the door and locked it, rendering it impervious to my master's attempts to pry it open. I held my master back. It's fine, master. I'll find a way. How much time can you give me at most? I asked Xiao Wei. Brother Chiu, the loan from the venue is a maximum of 7 days. And you have already exceeded that. If you don't pay today, I want to be able to explain to Yi Gu, Xiao Wei replied, visibly troubled. I hesitated for a moment and looked earnestly at Xiao Wei. Tomorrow. Can I repay you then? Xiao Wei immediately shook his head, his expression darkening. No, it must be today. We have our rules. Please understand, if you cannot produce the money today, we will have to come in and search. My brothers are quite rough-handed, and it would be unfortunate if anything were broken. I had thought he would grant me a favor. After all, I was only asking for a day's reprieve. To my dismay, Xiao Wei's demeanor shifted faster than turning a page in a book. Xiao Wei, how have I treated you? Can't you do me a favor? I attempted to salvage something. It was not merely about time, but rather the friendship between us. But ultimately, he was cut from the same cloth as the crew-cut man. They were moneylenders, and such individuals seldom regard friendship. Li Yinxiu, don't think this is just about you. Even if it were my father, he would have to repay today. I realized there was no opening to negotiate with him. The only person I could turn to now was Lu Yi. But I had no intention of seeking his help. I could guarantee that Xiao Wei's demand for repayment had reached him, and perhaps he had orchestrated this situation, waiting for me to plead with him, thereby dragging me deeper into trouble. Fine, I will repay you today. I bid farewell to my master, resolute in my decision, regardless of his attempts to dissuade me. Gambling was my only chance. I did not choose Lu Ye's gaming house. He would undoubtedly have people watching. Instead, I opted for a place I had previously scouted and visited a few times. Xiao Wei, if you're coming in with me, isn't that a bit too obvious? Don't worry, I want to run away. I will definitely have the money for you today. I stared coldly at Xiao Wei as they followed me into the gaming house. This time, Xiao Wei did not refuse. He wore an odd smile and gestured towards the interior. You go on in. We'll wait for you outside. Upon entering the gaming house, a beautiful waitress approached me enthusiastically. Hey there. What stakes are you looking to play? What game? I can recommend something. Having been here a few times, this was the first instance someone offered me a recommendation. This beauty seemed new, her enthusiasm for work evident. Nonetheless, their suggestions were more beneficial than my own search for a table, and without personnel recommendations, some high-stakes tables would not allow outsiders to play at ID like to play Nyo or Tractor. With bets around 50. Got it. Guided by the waitress, I entered a private room where they were playing Nyo. Brother, it's all on you. The waitress pulled up a chair for me. I took a 20 from my pile of cash and handed it to her as a tip. The stakes at this table ranged from 50 to 100, making it the largest game in the house. I insisted on cutting the cards in the first round, aiming to quickly secure a Nyojo hand. The rules here dictate that Nyo does not change the banker, but Nyojo does. Only when I am the banker can I swiftly rake in the winnings. As the cards were dealt, I stealthily slipped 2 cards into my sleeve, a jack and a king. The dealer revealed my hand. 7, 4, 2, 10, 3, and yo Lu. While that was already a decent hand, I resolutely exchanged the 4 and 3 for the Jack and King. I placed my bet of 50. According to the payout standard, I would receive double, totaling 100. I successfully became the banker. I took over shuffling the cards. Everything was going smoothly. There were 7 players at the table, and to avoid raising suspicion in the early rounds, I kept my play modest, winning and losing in equal measure. Each player's bet varied, with winners taking home 100 or 80, while losers lost a bit less. In average terms, each person wagered around 80, and even though I hadn't played any major hands yet, my principal had accumulated to around 3,000. However, this was merely a fraction of the interest. I deliberately dealt myself 2 hands without Nyo and 3 hands below Nyo C to create the illusion of bad luck. Why do I never get a good hand? The banker is on a losing streak. It's time for a change, one tattooed woman exclaimed. The banker sits south, and with that position, he's bound to lose. Chapter 22 Chapter 23 Entrapment. Everyone, raise your bets. The atmosphere reached a small crescendo as several players began to increase their wagers. Sensing the moment was ripe, I meticulously shuffled the cards. I'm going to cut the cards. The tattooed woman cut the cards once, but it did not hinder my technique. Once all the cards were dealt, I feigned an excited demeanor, nearly leaping from my chair. 5 small Nyos, 10 times the payout, as I revealed the cards. 8, 3, 3, 2. This single round earned me 7,000, and with the money I had, the repayment of my debt was within reach. In stark contrast to my excitement, everyone else wore expressions of dismay. Brother, you're amazing. The beautiful waitress cooed, showering me with compliments while kneading my shoulders and arms, her service exceptionally attentive. I couldn't tell if it was intentional or accidental, but she kept brushing her bosom against my shoulder, which was rather uncomfortable, though I had to admit it was quite soft. Taking a sip of water, I quickly redirected the conversation to avoid raising suspicion. Sister, your luck is fantastic. You cut me a 5 small Nyo. Instantly, the tattooed woman's face darkened. The others chimed in with complaints. The banker was already on a losing streak. Why did you have to cut the cards? Are you satisfied now? Exactly. What a terrible cut. However, the woman did not retort. At that moment, I felt no genuine pain of loss emanating from them. Perhaps they were not short on money. I continued to bet 100. Confident that she could not possibly produce another 5 small Nyo. I'll bet 100 as well, trying to recoup my losses. Another 100. Indeed, these individuals were genuinely unfazed by money, since they were intent on giving me their cash. I reluctantly accepted. After shuffling the cards, I intentionally placed them in front of the tattooed woman. Sister, want to cut again? She shot me a fierce glare and said nothing. Now, I was ready to use this round to complete my harvest for the night. The table was filled with 100 bets, and I was only 4,000 away from my target. One round of a 5-flower Nyo would easily settle everything. Just as I prepared to deal the cards, an elderly man reached out. Let me cut the cards this time. Fixing my gaze upon the old man's hand as he shuffled the cards, I felt an inexplicable quickening of my heartbeat. The elderly gentleman merely extracted a stack of cards and placed them upon the table, making no unusual movements, thus I did not pay it much heed. Grasping the remaining cards, I commenced dealing. Without a shadow of a doubt, I triumphed in this round with a hand of 5 flower cows, besting everyone at the table. My apologies, dear players, it seems I have struck gold. I collected the stakes from several players. Pondering what excuse to conjure for my escape, the tattooed woman's cold voice suddenly pierced through the air. Have you been cheating? I demand to inspect the cards. Inspect the cards? I was not afraid of such scrutiny. My sleight of hand had been executed through shuffling techniques, not by concealing cards. The beautiful waitress picked up the cards to verify them, but to my astonishment, one of the hearts, specifically the Jack of Hearts, was indeed missing. This was impossible. It could not possibly be true. As a professional cheat, I was acutely aware of the number and thickness of the cards. I could guarantee that there had been 54 cards prior to the cut, neither more nor less. But how could one suddenly be absent? The cut? Yes, the old man must have pilfered the Jack of Hearts. He was the one cheating. I sprang to my feet, slamming my hand on the table, and pointed at the old man, shouting. Yet, in that moment of standing, I was stunned. The Jack of Hearts fell from my person. How dare you accuse others when the card has just tumbled from you? No wonder you've won so much. It appears you are but a common cheat. Several voices erupted in a cacophony. Arrest the cheat! Arrest the cheat! In no time, the door swung open and a group of thugs charged in. P.S. The one cheating. Seize him. At the beautiful waitress's insistence, my upper body was forcefully pinned against the gambling table. However, I was bewildered by how the old man had managed to conceal the card upon my person after stealing it. This was utterly inconceivable. Even if the old man were a master of deception, he could not possess magic to make a card appear on me. Pressed against the table, my head immobilized, my vision was limited. With only the beautiful waitress recounting the events before me, suddenly, a scene flickered in my mind. While she had been massaging my shoulders, there was a subtle caress. It must have been then that she concealed the card on me. At that moment, my attention had been completely captivated by her ample bosom and the sensation of her touch. But what was her motive behind such actions? Even if she was colluding with the old man, it seemed excessive to target me, as I possessed little wealth. Yet, I understood that in this predicament, no amount of clever argumentation would avail me. No one would believe my claims. Kid, do you know the consequences of being caught cheating? A thug questioned, gripping my chin. With the situation solidified, I felt no fear. Are you going to chop off my hands? Come on. In that instant, I finally comprehended the feelings my master had once experienced. Accepting reality rendered me fearless. No, I still had a chance. Though reluctant to join Lu Yi, he was my sole savior now. I could not let stubbornness cost me a finger. Such folly was meant only for fools. Wait a moment, my brother is Yigu. Surely you will show him some respect. I was uncertain if invoking Yigu would bear any weight, but this was my final lifeline. Just then, Xiao Wei rushed in with his brothers. Stop. He is Yi Ji's little brother. You cannot harm him. I will take him away, and Yigu will address this matter. The thugs had no objections and promptly released me. I in a state of confusion. I found myself truly rescued. Though incredulous, the reality was undeniable. I followed Xiao Wei into a three-wheeled vehicle, my mind still in a daze. Where to? To the gaming room. Yigu is waiting for you. Xiao Wei replied. Why Yigu was waiting for me? It seemed he had already been informed. News must travel swiftly. This was not surprising, given that he possessed a mobile phone, which was far more convenient than a pager. As I sat in the vehicle, my mind struggled to piece together the events of the evening. I sensed something was amiss, yet I could not pinpoint the flaw. Whenever I frequented that gaming room, I had never encountered that beautiful waitress, nor had anyone guided me to her room. The sudden appearance of the waitress, a deliberate trap. The collusion between the waitress and the old man. What could their motives be? I felt as though I had overlooked something crucial. Just as I was lost in thought, on the verge of discovering the answer, the vehicle came to a halt. What are you pondering? Let us go. Xiao Wei urged as we entered the gaming room. He led me directly to a private room on the second floor, where only Yigu awaited. Come in and take a seat, Yigu said. Casting a glance at the chair across from him, I understood and took my place. Once I entered, Xiao Wei departed and closed the door. Why, Yigu? I must trouble you to intervene regarding tonight's events. Rest assured, I will repay the debts incurred in the establishment. As for the favors owed, whenever you need my assistance, just ask. I expressed my gratitude to Lu Yi, hoping he could grant me a few more days concerning Gaozi's matter. Xiao Qiu, the rules are set by me. If I, as the leader, am the first to break them, how can my subordinates adhere to them in the future? Lu Ye's words left me speechless. However, I currently had no means to repay him. The money I had managed to gather was now forfeited due to the cheating accusations, leaving me without even my principal. Even if I were to gamble, I had no capital to win back. Then what do you suggest, Yigu? As long as you refrain from causing a scene at my uncle's place, anything is acceptable. I resolutely stated I believed he would not harm me. Otherwise, he would not have come to my rescue. Lu Yi chuckled for several seconds. What do you think? I understood that he was attempting to recruit me into his ranks. At present, this was my only bargaining chip. Why, Yigu? I have considered your previous proposition, and I am willing to join you. Upon hearing this, Lu Yi smiled and gently shook his head. This matter is not urgent. Not urgent? For a moment, I felt bewildered. Had he gone to such lengths merely to recruit me? What was this situation? Noticing my confusion, Lu Yi leaned back in his chair, closing his eyes as if feigning sleep. As an impatient person by nature, Lu Ye's demeanor only intensified my anxiety. However, since he was not in a hurry, I too needed to remain composed. After all, it was he who sought me out, not the other way around. Thus, I kept my silence, and the atmosphere fell into a profound stillness. Time ticked by, and my impatience grew. I repeatedly opened my mouth to speak, only to close it again. Just as I could no longer contain my urge to speak, a crisp knock echoed at the door. "Knock, knock, knock, come in," Yigu replied. Opening his eyes, the door to the private room swung open, and the sound of high heels resonated rhythmically against the floor. Upon hearing the sound, I fell into silence. The visitor was none other than the beautiful waitress, the one who had brushed against my shoulder, and who had conspired with the old man to ensnare me. As expected, the old man sauntered in behind her. Lu Zong, they greeted Lu Yi, taking seats at the vacant spots. In that moment, everything clicked into place. I finally understood it all. Xiao Wei's mysterious smile, the waitress's warm reception, the gambler's indifference to their losses, the casino's leniency, and Lu Kai's earlier remark. Yigu doesn't frequent this place. He has other casinos. It dawned on me that from the very beginning, this was all a setup. That establishment must belong to Lu Yi, and such a grand scheme had been orchestrated. What could its purpose be? If it was to draw me in, why had he said it was not urgent moments ago? Yigu, weren't they the ones who caught the cheater earlier? Why are they here? I pondered. Realizing that while I had come to understand the situation, I should not let it show. As the saying goes, the wisest appear foolish. By disguising my understanding, I could ensure my safety. Just as in cheating, while technique is paramount, the most critical aspect is to shroud oneself in secrecy, to lower others' vigilance, and to cheat when they are not paying attention. If one is under scrutiny, even the most skilled cheat will inevitably reveal some telltale sign. Lu Ye's gaze bored into my soul. Why do you think they are here? You should have figured it out. I endeavored to maintain eye contact with Lu Yi, my gaze as sincere as possible. So much happened this evening. It is all a bit chaotic. I truly haven't pieced it together. Perhaps my earnest deception swayed him, for he averted his gaze, his fingers lightly tapping the table. In that case, allow me to introduce you. These two are my most skilled cheats. Everything that transpired today was merely a ruse to bring you into our fold. You must understand, after all, that talented cheats are hard to come by. Lu Yi laid bare the truth of the matter, intending to play an open game with me. Yet, the same question lingered. I had already agreed to join Lu Yi, so why had he hesitated moments ago? Yigu, I am in agreement to join you, I declared. Yet Lu Yi merely shook his head again. Yin Xiu, you have misunderstood my intention. What I seek are skilled cheats. Do you comprehend now? Now I understood. Lu Yi had been awaiting these two cheats. His purpose was to test me. If my skills did not meet his expectations, my fate would likely be grim. I realized that he intended for me to compete against them in a contest of cheating skills. Lu Yi nodded. Clever, if you defeat them, you shall keep your hands. As for Gaozi's interest, I shall absolve you of it. In truth, Lu Yi had more to say, but he left it unspoken, allowing his meaning to linger in the air without explicit declaration. I imagined that should I falter, my hand would be severed, and Gaozi would demand recompense. Very well, what shall we play? I remarked nonchalantly. The interplay of con artists relies solely on skill, rather than the games themselves. How about Nyonyo? I see you possess quite the prowess at it. The old man chuckled, proposing the game. Lu Yi lit a cigarette. Observing the three of us with keen interest, decide the game amongst yourselves, best of three, each person taking a turn as the dealer. Asian Org did not decline and commenced the game immediately. In the first round, the old man dealt, which was inherently unfair. The premise of a con artist's trickery is that no one is on guard. Now, with two seasoned con artists watching my every move, my chances were severely hindered. Moreover, I had but one opportunity to deal. Even if I triumphed in that round, my opponents had the advantage of 2 rounds. Regardless of numbers or probability, they surpassed me. As I watched the old man shuffle the cards, a sudden realization dawned upon me, and I grasped Lu Ye's intentions. The old man shuffled with skill, which I could discern. However, I, too, was a con artist, and I would not allow him to easily prevail. When it came time to cut the cards, I did not conceal any cards but rather disrupted the order in which the old man arranged them. The dealing proceeded normally, and I decided not to cheat this round. With 2 con artists observing, the opportunity for me to trick them was minimal. Their attempts to cheat under my watchful eye were similarly futile. Hence, This round would rely solely on luck. Yet, my fortune appeared to be lacking today. 8, 8, 8, 2, 3. No bull cards. No matter. I still had 2 more chances in the second round. I took the opportunity to shuffle the cards myself. With them in my hands, everything would be manageable. The table retained the 15 cards from the previous round, and as I collected the cards, I deliberately placed the visible jacks, kings, 2s, 8s, and 10s at the back. I knew they would scrutinize my shuffling technique, so before I shuffled, I seized my one opportunity to cheat. Pretending to shuffle, I stealthily concealed the specially reserved ñoño cards in my sleeve. Chapter 24 and 25. The skillful fat man. After hiding the cards, I began shuffling, keeping my gaze fixed on the 2 con artists. Their expressions revealed they had not detected any flaws in my actions. This was not surprising. My master had once remarked that my technique was the fastest he had ever witnessed, particularly in the art of sleeve tricks, which I had perfected to an effortless degree. Even if my master were to observe me cheat, he could only grasp at shadows. Before attempting my trick, I employed a strategy of diversion to mislead their attention. I utilized sleight of hand while shuffling to obscure my actions. And after the shuffle, I dealt myself a hand of 5 small bulls, while they ended up with no bulls, all under the precondition of their card cuts. Ha ha, 5 small bulls. Your shuffling technique may be commendable, but it still eludes my keen eye. Young man, you are still quite inexperienced, the old man chuckled, extending his hand to cut the cards. Internally, I cursed. You old fool, you are the one who is inexperienced. Yet I maintained a facade of exasperation, casting a fearful and pleading glance at Lu Yi, performing for the 2 con artists to perceive my trepidation at losing and my dread of reckoning with Yigu. After the old man cut the cards, I no longer knew what the current hand was. However, it mattered not, for I had already prepared my hand. Undoubtedly, this round would see me with the ñoño, while they would have a bull 3 and a bull 7. You're quite lucky, aren't you? The old man remarked, glancing at me. I scoffed softly. This was all the result of my own cleverness. Not luck, however. I allowed him to say whatever he wished. Yet, the woman's keen observation was sharp. She retorted at the old man. With age comes the need for humility. If you don't understand, refrain from speaking out of turn. Did you not notice his card numbers and suits were from the previous round? It was evident that this young man had cheated while we were oblivious. Upon hearing the woman's words, Lu Yi raised his eyebrows slightly, his gaze toward me now tinged with admiration. In the third round, the decisive one, the cards were dealt by the woman. Perhaps she understood that employing tricks would be of no avail. So she shuffled normally without any sleight of hand. Once the 3 hands were dealt, I feigned scrutiny of my cards while my eyes remained fixed on the woman's hands. Just as she placed the card pile on the table, I noticed that, in that fleeting moment, she secretly dropped a card. In reality, she should have had 6 cards, and if all went as expected, she would return the excess cards to the pile after quickly selecting. Thus, that moment before she returned the cards was the prime opportunity to catch her cheating. I flipped my cards. Damn it, another no bull. In truth, I held a bull 6, but I aimed to divert the woman's attention. As anticipated, her reflex was to glance my way. Seizing the moment, I swiftly grasped the woman's hand. I'm afraid you've cheated. A look of panic flashed across her face as she attempted to pull away. But I held her firmly. Lu Yi clapped his hands with a playful smile. Well done, Lana. Release her hand. I let go of Lana's hand, and she opened her palm, revealing the 6 cards. Now a disheveled mess, scattered about. Ultimately, victory belonged to me. Well done, Yin Xiu. You truly live up to being a disciple of Yu Chongqing. You have some skill, Yigu praised. Upon hearing the name Yu Chongqing, the old man displayed an expression of shock and astonishment. He is a disciple of Yu Chongqing? I nodded slightly, perplexed by the old man's reaction. Could it be that he knew my master? Given their similar ages and both being con artists, it was not unusual for them to be acquainted. Yet, why did he appear so astonished upon hearing my master's name? Before I could voice my inquiry, Lu Yi gestured for them to leave, and they understood, exiting the private room. Before departing, the old man patted my shoulder. No wonder I was left in a state of confusion, finding the old man peculiar. Before I could ponder further, Yigu suddenly said, The gaozi you borrowed in the establishment, the interest is waived, but the principal must be repaid. Come here tomorrow at noon to report to me. Very well. Leaving the gaming room, I was at a loss as to where to go. Given the current circumstances, returning home was not an option. The master's wife would surely object, and it was likely that the master would argue with her over it. Originally, Yufeng, my younger brother, was timid. Whenever the master and mistress quarreled, he would be frightened and unable to sleep until the early hours of the morning. Considering that the master had his first child at 40, this child had been frail from a young age, and with insufficient sleep, he was prone to illness. Weighing all of this, I decided against returning home to disturb them. Nonetheless, I needed to find a place to stay, but I had no money for a hotel. After much contemplation, I thought of the fat man. Since no one was home, it would be a reasonable plan to stay with him. I had visited the fat man's house before. It was a modest 2-story building in the center of the northern county. Arriving at his doorstep, I noted the bright lights within, indicating he had yet to retire for the night. I knocked heavily on the iron gate. After what felt like an eternity of waiting, just as despair began to set in, the fat man's irritated voice finally emerged from within. "Damn it. Who is it? Can't sleep at this hour. Are you trying to die?" "It's me, the fat man," I replied awkwardly. "Oh, it's Yinxiu. My apologies. I thought it was some drunken fool who had wandered in." The fat man opened the door, his expression one of regret at that moment. The fat man's appearance was indeed quite disheveled. He was poorly dressed, and his plump face bore traces of lipstick. "I hope I'm not interrupting anything," I said, scratching my head apologetically. Sensing my unusual gaze, he chuckled awkwardly. "Not at all, we're brothers. There's no need for formality. What brings you here so late?" I hesitated briefly before speaking. "Could I stay at your place for a few days?" Upon hearing this, the fat man pounded my shoulder with vigor. "We're brothers. My home is your home. Come in." He paused midway through his sentence, then wore a sheepish expression. Yinxiu, could you wait a moment while I tidy up?" "All right." Watching the fat man scurry away, I felt a surge of gratitude. After about 5 minutes, 2 elegantly dressed women emerged from the house, looking somewhat disheveled, with the fat man urging them along. "Hurry up. Let us go." This scene left me utterly astonished. The fat man truly was a man of the big city. He was living it up. Was one not enough? He had 2. Entering the fat man's home, the faint scent of perfume lingered in the air, and I gave him a thumbs up. "Impressive. You're quite the character." The fat man beamed as if he had scored a great victory. "Of course. Don't let my size fool you. I'm in great health, by the way. Yinxiu, do you want some too? I could arrange a few for you." Chapter 25 and 26, Lu Ye's influence. The following day, I first returned to my master's home to report my safety before heading to the gaming room. Lu Ye had summoned me for a noon meeting, but as a subordinate, I could not keep the leader waiting. Thus, I arrived at the gaming room early. The establishment was empty that morning, as gamblers typically frequented it in the afternoon or evening, resulting in only one attendant being present. Sitting in the game room, I waited for approximately 2 hours. The black Santana came to a halt in front of the entrance, and Lu Ye emerged from the driver's side. Today, he was not alone. Lan Na followed closely behind him, her demeanor rather flirtatious. Could it be that these two shared a deeper connection? This was my initial thought. Before 1 o'clock in the afternoon, for those who mingled on the streets, it was still considered morning. Given that they were together at this hour, it suggested they might have a relationship of sorts. However, whether or not they were involved was of no concern to me. Rising to greet Lu Ye, I respectfully said, "Brother Ye, you arrived quite early. You must have been waiting for a while." Lu Ye chuckled. "It's nothing, just the usual courtesy." After exchanging a few pleasantries, Lu Ye gestured towards Lan Na, introducing her. "This is Chiu Lan Na. She will be your partner from now on." This woman would be my partner. Lan Na was indeed quite beautiful, appearing to be in her mid-20s, slightly older than I. She exuded a mature charm and possessed a distinctly feminine allure. Reminiscent of Sister and I, though perhaps not quite as captivating. Contemplating my future, the thought of partnering with her daily filled me with mixed emotions. I was uncertain whether to feel pleased or reluctant. "What's the matter? Don't you want to be with your sister?" Lan Na teased, winking at me. "Of course, I do," I stammered. Lu Ye had commanded it, and what right did I have to refuse? Lu Ye observed us seriously, saying, "Old Qian, you must emphasize cooperation. From now on, you two are partners. Trust and rely on each other. Understood?" "Understood," Lan Na and I replied in unison. "You'll need these." Lu Ye handed us 2 mobile phones. Identical Nokia models. I have a spare house on Chungcheong Street. You two should move there. What? We're supposed to live together? I exclaimed in disbelief. Lan Na shot me a glance. What's wrong, little brother? Don't you want to live with your sister? But it's necessary for work. Collaborating with a woman might facilitate our tasks and draw less attention, yet for the sake of efficiency. Having a man and woman live together seemed inappropriate. Although Lan Na appeared unfazed, I was not. If Chiao learned that I was living with another woman, how could I even think of romance? Just as I prepared to protest, Lu Yi interrupted, Yan Xiao, this is necessary for work. Just cooperate. Besides, you won't be sharing a bed. There are 2 rooms. What's there to fear? 2 rooms made it more acceptable. I exhaled in relief and nodded in agreement. It was better this way. I couldn't keep imposing on Fatty's hospitality, though he wouldn't mind. It simply wasn't right. Brother Yi, what's the salary? I asked cautiously. Although Lu Yi didn't charge me interest, I still owed 3,000 in principal and had no money in my pocket. Even basic expenses were burdensome. Had I not borrowed a pack of cigarettes from Fatty yesterday? I wouldn't even have had that today. Lu Yi glanced at me with a resigned smile. You and your obsession with money. The base salary is 2,000. Winnings are split 7-3. Once Lu Yi departed, I looked at Lan Na and asked the question that had piqued my curiosity. Sister Na, how many venues does Brother Yi actually have? Lan Na shrugged. I'm not sure. It seemed Lu Yi's influence was quite enigmatic. Even Lan Na was unaware of the extent of his operations. However, when she uttered her next words, I realized my mistake. It wasn't Lu Yi's secrecy, but rather the sheer magnitude of his power. I knew precisely how many establishments he controlled. He monopolized all the gambling houses in the northern part of the county. Good grief! I exclaimed, astonished. Reflexively, I uttered a phrase of disbelief. So it turned out, all the venues I had scouted before belonged to Brother Yi. No wonder he was so aware of my activities. She looked at me with a condescending expression, as if I were a naive country bumpkin. Surprised? I nodded vigorously. Though the northern county wasn't large, it attracted many gamblers, not to mention villagers for miles around. Brother Yi not only monopolized gambling but also owned all the karaoke bars. In that moment, I felt Lu Yi driving a Santana was indeed understated. With such formidable influence and thriving enterprises, Lu Yi must be the wealthiest man in our county. At just 30 years of age, achieving such status marked him as a true figure of significance. Being ensnared in his schemes, didn't he seem so disgraceful after all? Have you eaten yet? Come have a meal with your sister. No, I have plans to meet a friend soon. Go be honest, I was hungry. When I left in the morning, Fatty was still asleep, and without any money, I had gone without food until now. However, I couldn't afford to be late for my appointment with Chiao. A girlfriend? Lan Na teased. Smiling at me, I nodded repeatedly, yes, a girlfriend. Even though Chiao wasn't officially my girlfriend yet, I wanted to deter any inappropriate thoughts Lan Na might have. Going out with a girlfriend without money in my pocket would be impossible. Just then, Lan Na pulled out a bundle of cash, totaling 10,000, and handed 5 notes to me. Take this, you'll need money for a room or such. I was deeply touched by her gesture. Despite her seemingly frivolous demeanor, she was quite understanding. Thank you, Sister Na, I said sincerely as I accepted the money. What are you thanking me for? This isn't my money. She waved the cash dismissively. This is public funds. Brother Yi provided us with capital for gambling. What a revelation. I realized this was public money. Did that mean I was misappropriating funds? It didn't matter. I would win it back tonight anyway. As long as Lan Na didn't mention it, how would Lu Yi ever find out? The saying goes, a penny can thwart a hero, and without money in my pocket, how could I venture out? I'll return this money tonight. You must keep my misappropriation of public funds a secret, I pleaded. Don't worry. I'm not a blabbermouth, Lan Na assured me, giving me a reassuring glance as she extended her pinky finger. Come on, let's make a pact. What a childish gesture. I silently cursed, yet I extended my finger, pinky swear. For 100 years, we shall not change. Whoever changes is a fool. Chapter 26, Chapter 27. The corruption of values. 15 days had passed. Yet my relationship with Chiao had not grown distant due to our prolonged separation. Rather, it had become even more intimate. Although we had yet to break through that invisible barrier, we occasionally held hands or embraced. engaging in activities typical of couples. It wasn't that I was shamelessly taking advantage of her without bestowing upon her the title of girlfriend. Rather, I was preparing for a romantic confession. Just like in the movies, I had meticulously planned the day of my declaration for half a month later, coinciding with the minor New Year celebration in the restaurant. I shared my experiences from the past 15 days, mentioning Long Kuan, an exceptionally interesting older brother. She reciprocated by sharing her recent life experiences, but it was noteworthy that Chi Wenlong had not learned from his previous mistakes. Within days, he returned to gambling. Chi Yao and her mother worried about him daily, yet they were powerless, as no one could monitor him 24 hours a day. It seemed the promise I made to Chi Yao needed to be fulfilled. When I first met her, I had vowed to help her father quit gambling to gain her attention. Chi Yao, is your uncle home? I inquired. Yes, I'll be going to your house shortly. Surprised by my sudden desire to visit her home, Chi Yao asked, what prompted this visit? I previously promised to help your uncle quit gambling. I believe it's time. She might have forgotten about this promise, or perhaps she dismissed it as a mere joke. But upon hearing the mention of quitting gambling, her expression was one of disbelief. It's futile. My dad will never quit in this lifetime. How can we know without trying? I replied. Having purchased several decks of cards, we returned to Chi Yao's house, intending to demonstrate to Chi Wenlong that for an ordinary person to win in a casino was utterly impossible. They could never escape the traps set by the house and the hustlers. Little did I know that my well-intentioned help would eventually lead to a painful price 6 months later. I could not fault my mentor for always advising me to keep my identity hidden as a hustler. But that was a tale for another time. Upon entering the house, we found Chi Wenlong napping on the Kong. Hearing the commotion, he stirred from his slumber, groggily calling out, Is that Chi Yao back? Hurry and make me lunch. I'm starving. Since Chi Yao's mother had to work, the duty of cooking fell to her. I couldn't fathom how someone so idle would manage during Chi Yao's time at university. Uncle, Chi Yao and I brought you takeout. Get up and have a bite. Chi Yao set the table while I unpacked the food. Despite his current state, he would eventually be my father-in-law, so I aimed to leave a good impression. You here. Thanks for what you did last time, Chi Wenlong remarked casually, glancing at me. His nonchalant attitude unsettled me. I had borrowed from Gaozi to help him repay his debts, and I was almost subjected to a severe consequence, leaving me with outstanding debts. Yet he remains utterly silent on the matter, not even uttering a word about repaying the money, despite the fact that I never intended to demand it. What brings me solace, however, is that during lunch, Chi Yao mentioned that her mother and she are willing to repay the debt, albeit requiring some time for consideration. One can only say that Chi Wenlong has indeed married a wonderful wife and fathered a remarkable daughter. You have come to see me. Surely it cannot be solely to bring me a meal. There must be other matters at hand, I surmise. After finishing our meal, Chi Wenlong wiped the grease from his mouth with his sleeve and remarked. I did not immediately challenge him to a gamble. Rather, I sought to glean some understanding of the situation through conversation. Uncle Chi, I inquired, given your previously esteemed position, revered by many, why did you feel the need to indulge in gambling? Upon hearing my question, Chi Wenlong remained remarkably calm and gestured towards the cabinet, saying, Young man, fetch me a toothpick. I was momentarily at a loss for words, but complied and handed him the toothpick box. As he picked his teeth, he replied, What else could it be? I fell in with the dubious crowd and was led astray. It seemed that Chi Wenlong had achieved a profound realization. He had recognized this truth long ago and accepted the reality of his circumstances, which rendered him particularly composed. If you were aware you were being led astray, why did you not withdraw promptly? I pressed that why you sought me out. Chi Wenlong retorted nonchalantly at that time. I wielded power, and those who came to gamble with me were factory owners, seeking my favor, deliberately losing to me over time. He became addicted to gambling and began venturing to the city to gamble. Where no one would indulge a mere town leader a single night, he lost a significant amount of money and borrowed extensively, gradually becoming ensnared in his current plight. Chi Yao, who had been listening, appeared visibly agitated and posed the question, Dad, why do you still gamble? With your abilities and knowledge, wouldn't it be better to find a job and start anew? My dear, given your father's reputation now, who would still employ me? Chi Wenlong responded with a self-deprecating smile. Moreover, I could never content myself with a meager monthly income. It wouldn't even suffice to cover a single gamble's winnings. Chi Yao struggled to comprehend her father's mindset. Yet as someone who had witnessed numerous similar cases in my own dealings, I understood Qi Wenlong. They exemplified individuals whose values had been irreparably shattered. For gamblers within the casino, money becomes akin to mere waste paper, squandered without a second thought. A single round may eclipse the earnings of a month's hard work, or even 6 months. At this juncture, the gambler's value system is thoroughly dismantled. They would not settle for a quiet, conventional job, for a month of exhausting labor pales in comparison to a single minute in the casino. The destruction of values is the core mechanism of the casino, driving gamblers deeper into madness until they resort to borrowing money, facing violent debt collectors, selling their homes, and even their loved ones, until the casino has drained every last ounce of their resources and worth. Correcting Qi Wenlong's values may prove challenging, yet enlightening him to the fact that gambling and deceit go hand in hand is rather simple. I shuffled the deck of cards and said, "Uncle Qi, gambling and deceit are inseparable. You have been lost in the hope of winning. Today, I intend to demonstrate to you through action that it is an impossibility." With that, I presented the freshly shuffled cards to Qi Wenlong. "Let us play for a while. If you manage to win a round, all this money shall be yours," I declared, revealing over 400 yuan from my pocket. "Are you serious?" Qi Wenlong's eyes brightened at the sight of the money. "Indeed. All right, I'll deal. Let us play a game of high-low." Qi Wenlong responded, taking the cards and beginning to shuffle and deal. Before handing him the cards, I had already concealed 3 cards in my hand, 2 nines. Qi Wenlong revealed his hand. My highest card was a jack, and through sleight of hand, I was confident he would not detect the switch. Even under his unwavering gaze, flush. Chapter 27, Chapter 28. Our home? Quite intriguing. I refuse to believe you can win every single round against me. Qi Wenlong continued to deal, never passing me a card. But that mattered not, for I was concealing cards. With 3 hidden cards against my 6, the odds were slim he could triumph in the following rounds. It was evident he lost every time. When it was my turn to deal, he had no chance to win at all. I in this round. After reviewing his cards, he scoffed, "Young man, this round may not be yours to win." He revealed his hand. A sequence of jack, queen, king, straight. Upon unveiling my own cards, his brow furrowed in dismay. For my hand was a 3, 4, 5, a straight, complemented by a flush of hearts, a steel trap hand. "Does this look familiar?" I asked with a grin. The last time I encountered Qi Wenlong, it was with this very hand that I had stripped him of his money. Qi Wenlong swallowed hard. "You're a hustler?" I chuckled, silently confirming his suspicion. "So you deliberately lost to me at the outset? That night, all my losses were part of your scheme?" Qi Wenlong pressed, relentless in his inquiries. I did not deny it. Given my connection to Qi Yao, there was no need for subterfuge, especially as I would not encounter him in future games. What else would you expect? Had I won outright, would you still have wagered against me? Upon hearing my candid admission, his expression shifted, as though a light had dawned upon him. "Uncle, gambling and deceit are intertwined. From the moment you entered the gaming hall, you were already marked. Even had I not won your money that night, that little chubby fellow would have cleaned you out." This time, he did not refute my assertion. Nodding vigorously in agreement, "Cease your gambling. You have no hope of recuperating your losses. You will only subject those who love you, your wife and daughter, to further suffering. They have borne far too much for you already." I cautioned earnestly. Qi Yao, in concert with my plea, began to weep as Qi Wenlong was overwhelmed by a torrent of emotions. With a resounding thud, she knelt before him, her voice quivering with distress. "Dad, please don't gamble anymore. Do you remember how, each time you left to gamble, Mom and I lay awake in worry? And even when we managed to sleep, it was plagued by nightmares. Do you have any notion of the harm caused by the creditors' visits? The beatings and the stares and whispers from classmates? Over the years, because of your gambling, I have endured 26 beatings, received 77 kicks, and been slapped 60 times. Mom, too, suffered a breakdown due to your gambling, succumbing to depression. Are you even aware of any of this? You do not know. For from the day you first dabbled in gambling, you ceased to be the father I once knew, the one who would buy me candy every day after work, tell me bedtime stories, and occasionally take me to the city park. Instead, you became a gambler, a madman, scorned by friends and family, leaving your wife and daughter in despair." Qi Yao's face was awash with tears. her emotions running high, rendering her countenance crimson as she vented years of pent-up grievances, hoping to touch her father's heart. "Dad, do you know how glorious you once were? How proud you made me. I used to think I was the happiest person in the world, but that happiness has long since been shattered by you." The sincerity of her words struck a chord even within me. An outsider, I felt that even a beast would be moved, let alone Qi Wanlong, the once passionate and loyal man. Indeed, Qi Wanlong trembled, tears streaming down his face. After a prolonged silence, he opened his mouth, his voice thick with bitterness and hoarseness. "Daughter, your father was wrong. I shall never gamble again. I promise you," he lamented. "I am no better than an animal. I have wronged both of you." In his remorse, Qi Wanlong struck his own face repeatedly, slapping himself with vigor. "Stop, uncle. As long as you truly repent, they will forgive you." I rushed to intervene. Yet Qi Wanlong continued, relentlessly punishing himself. "Qi Yao, please talk some sense into your father." I pleaded. Qi Yao, having regained her composure, suddenly threw herself into Qi Wanlong's embrace. "Dad, this is my final chance to forgive you." Witnessing the heart-wrenching scene of the father and daughter in tears, I quietly wiped away my own tears. I am inherently sentimental, and Qi Yao's heartfelt words nearly brought me to tears as well. I fervently hoped that Qi Wanlong would heed my words and resolve to quit gambling. After lingering outside for a while, I lit a cigarette to grant the father and daughter some privacy. Once I finished the cigarette, playing with the Nokia phone Lu Yi had given me, Qi Yao emerged from the room. "Thank you, Yin Xiao. It seems my father has truly awakened this time," she said as she approached me. "It is nothing. I only wish for your happiness," I replied, attempting to lighten the mood. Qi Yao gently rested her head on my shoulder. "Thank you. Having you by my side is a blessing." With those words from Qi Yao, I felt that all the efforts made that afternoon were worthwhile. Just then, as we leaned against one another, Qi Yao's mother returned. In a moment of panic, Qi Yao quickly stepped back, and I awkwardly straightened my posture, greeting her. "Hello, Auntie," I politely acknowledged her, directing my gaze toward Qi Yao, who was blushing furiously and looking down shyly. Qi Yao's mother appeared unfazed, as if she hadn't noticed anything amiss. "Yin Xiao, why not stay for dinner tonight? I just bought some groceries." "No, Auntie, I have matters to attend to," I politely declined. I had already spent too much time out in the afternoon and needed to return. I couldn't possibly let my first day of work be marred by being tardy. As the sudden chime of my phone echoed, I instinctively knew it was Lana calling. After all, no one else possessed the number to this particular device. "Sister Na, what's the matter?" I inquired, sensing urgency. "Hurry back. We have work to do tonight." After hanging up, I bid farewell to Qi Yao and her family, hastily making my way to the game room. I anticipated the thrill of gambling, for I was burdened with debts that I could only hope to settle through wagers. I hailed a three-wheeled taxi and sped towards the venue. Upon entering the game room, I spotted Sister Na leisurely sipping tea. Upon noticing my arrival, she gestured toward two large bags on the floor. "Xiao Qiu, help your sister carry these." Bewildered, I wondered if they contained money. What sort of gambling would require such a hefty sum? Curiosity piqued, I lifted one of the bags. It was heavy, but certainly not filled with cash. "What on earth is in here?" I asked, intrigued. "Of course, these are my personal belongings," Lana replied. "Come on, let's take them back to our home." At this proclamation, the eyes of everyone in the casino turned towards me, their expressions a mix of disbelief and astonishment. Our home? Chapter 28. Chapter 29. The opportunity had arrived. The accommodation arranged by Brother Yu was quite satisfactory. A rare apartment in our county. It consisted of 2 rooms and a bathroom, what we now refer to as a 2-bedroom apartment. Lana occupied the larger room, while I took the smaller one. After placing Lana's belongings in her room, I was out of breath. Although the building was not tall, the weight of the bags was considerable. "Yin Xiao, your physique seems lacking. Just this little bit has exhausted you. Perhaps in that regard, you are not quite up to par," Lana teased. Men can be called foolish or poor, but remarks about that particular aspect feel rather insulting. I retorted with a cold snort. Yet, as soon as the words left my mouth, I regretted them. The woman before me was no ordinary lady. She was far more liberated than I had anticipated. "Really? How about we find out right now?" Lana provocatively suggested, her hand brushing against me, sending a shiver down my spine. I quickly shook my head, apologizing. It was a joke. Don't take it seriously. Just teasing you. Look at how frightened you've become, Lana said, reclining on the bed and stretching. What would you like to eat? I'll treat you. Given that she was spending Lu Ye's money, which amounted to 10,000, we were hardly short on funds. Thus, I felt free to express my desires without reservation. I want to eat sauerkraut and blood sausage. Lana fell momentarily silent, presumably reluctant about my choice. I quickly added, anything is fine, Sister Na. You choose. Sauerkraut and blood sausage it is, but let me change my clothes first. All right. Are you not coming out? Ready to help your sister change? I promptly exited Lana's room, closing the door behind me. Approximately 10 minutes later, Lana emerged. Dinner will be delayed. The opportunity has arrived. We hailed another three-wheeled taxi and headed to a game room named Four Joys. To avoid drawing attention, Lana entered first. And I followed. A good 15 minutes later. I played a few rounds at other tables before finally joining Lana's table. Prior to our arrival, we had established that my primary objective tonight was to win, albeit with the ruse of losing the earnings to Lana and another individual in the venue. To maintain the illusion, I was uncertain about this other person, but we had a secret signal. He would tuck the cigarettes I offered into his pack. There were 7 players at the table, including me, 3 of whom were our allies. The other 4, unsuspecting players, were likely unaware of their impending doom. Taking an empty seat, I flashed a smile and said, Gentlemen, what are the stakes? Count me in. 50 to start. Let's play together. One of them replied impatiently. I took out a pack of cigarettes, offering one to each player before lighting up myself, surveying the table. Only a greasy middle-aged man tucked my cigarette into his pack. After taking a deep drag, he placed a $50 bet. The games we often played were the usual card games, 21, Ño-Ño, and Tractor. In our small town, Texas Hold'em was virtually unheard of, perhaps because many were still unfamiliar with it. However, I was well-versed, having learned it from my master long ago. Tonight's game was Tractor. Based on the current situation at the table, it appeared Lana was losing, likely to allay any suspicions. After the cards were dealt, the game proceeded through 3 rounds of hiding. The minimum bet for each player was 200, following the hiding phase. Players began to place their bets. Some chose to reveal their cards while others continued to play hiding. Through the manner of dealing, I discerned the values of the cards held by my opponents. Lana had the highest hand, while I possessed merely a red ace, which I was sure Lana could also see my hand was weak. Yet I had no intention of folding. After viewing my cards, I tossed 200 into the pot. Raise. Raising the stakes from 50 to 200 would leave the other players uncertain about the strength of my hand. Thus, the other 4 players deliberated before making their decisions. 3 opted to fold, while a bald man boldly tossed in 400. I'll call you. I'm not intimidated. Unsurprisingly, I lost. He had a straight 8, 2, 3. The stakes had been raised to 200, but Lana and the greasy uncle, still in hiding, only needed to bet 100 to stay in the game. Following several rounds of back and forth between the two, the pot continued to accumulate. I must admit, Lana's acting was quite impressive. After 2 rounds of tension, she feigned fear while glancing at her cards. She then proceeded to match the bald man's bet while the greasy uncle folded. When the pot reached over 4,000, the bald man, unable to contain himself, tossed in another 200 to reveal Lana's cards. Q, K, I, the highest straight die in this round. Lana emerged victorious. With Lana dealing, everything became simpler. I had a pair of 3s, which was the highest hand in this game. Hiding, I declared, determined to play aggressively. Money flew onto the table like scraps of paper, one bill after another. Perhaps due to previous losses, the bald man chose not to continue hiding. After glancing at his cards, he opted to fold. After several more rounds, while the bald man remained composed, the spirits of the other 3 players waned. Lana winked at me, and I understood. Previously, due to my debts, I had been overly eager to win back our losses, resulting in excessive victories. Although the others had not caught on to our cheating, if we continued at this pace, they would soon catch on. Cut the deck, the bald man interrupted. Cut the deck, I'm going all in. Observing the bald man's insistence, I decided to deal him a winning hand. My cards were strong, a flush, while a well-dressed man held a straight. I knew the well-dressed man was familiar with the bald man, as I had gleaned from our conversation. After 3 rounds of hiding, the well-dressed man, perhaps impatient, revealed his cards. Upon seeing them, I could tell he regretted his decision. Seasoned gamblers know how to maintain a stoic demeanor to avoid revealing their hands. 100, he declared that I responded with a $50 bet. After 3 rounds, Lana, the greasy uncle, and the other 2 players folded, leaving only the 3 of us. After another 6 or 7 rounds, the well-dressed man suddenly raised the stakes. 200. Sensing the moment was right, I glanced at my cards. I had already wagered over 1,000, and the pot had exceeded 5,000, a substantial sum. This hand is tricky, I feigned difficulty. Well, I've already bet so much. What's another 400? I'll call. I pulled out 400 and tossed it onto the table. Revealing the well-dressed man's cards, I lost this round. The remaining 2 familiar players exchanged glances, and the well-dressed man lamented, "Boss Lou, even if Lou's Bone Soup business is booming, you can't play so recklessly." The name Lou's Bone Soup rang a bell. It was a renowned restaurant in our county, especially crowded during dinner hours, with patrons constantly flipping tables. Given the wealth of this bald man, we were determined to feast lavishly at his expense tonight. Recognizing the stakes, Boss Lou assessed his cards with a meaningful expression, appearing somewhat disappointed as his gaze drifted between me and Lana. It seemed he was disheartened by our early folds. "All right then. Boss Lou, I'll call your bet." The well-dressed man withdrew 400 and revealed Boss Lou's cards. Q, K, F facing a pair of 7s, I in this round. The well-dressed man suffered a crushing defeat. What a miserable hand to lose. He lamented, scratching his head in frustration. In contrast, Boss Lou was triumphant, offering consolation. Gambling is like warfare. Victory and defeat are but part of the game. The charming dealer approached Boss Lou, her voice sweet and flirtatious. "You're fantastic. Boss Lou, I really admire your confident betting style." Delicate fingers pinched at Boss Lou's shoulder, occasionally grazing across his chest. "Ha ha ha, such sweet words." Boss Lou chuckled heartily, producing a 100 yuan note and slipping it into the alluring cleavage of the charming dealer. Taking the opportunity to fondle her a bit more. "How naughty." The enchanting demeanor of the dealer rendered Boss Lou positively beaming, his lewd grin widening. With luck on his side, it seemed that tonight, my funds would barely suffice to endure the losses. Lana performed an irresistibly seductive hair toss, casting a flirtatious glance at Boss Lou. The 2 beauties fawned over him simultaneously, and Boss Lou's radiant smile suggested he was utterly elated. In the subsequent rounds, I continued to let him win, allowing Boss Lou to gain a few more victories. At this point, he was riding high, the dealer now perched in his lap, their actions steeped in suggestive intimacy. In such establishments, with the right tips, one could easily slip into bed together. Boss Lou's sense of pride and confidence had soared to new heights. After a few consecutive wins, he had entered a euphoric state. No longer treating money as a tangible concern, I figured it was time to start reaping my rewards. After Boss Lou shuffled the cards, I called for a halt, cut a stack, and discreetly concealed one in my sleeve. After a few rounds of muddling, I decided to challenge Boss Lou. "Boss Lou, I'll call your bet. I refuse to believe your luck can hold out forever." Following the card exchange, my hand transformed into a flush. While Boss Lou held a mere pair. "Brother, enjoy a grape. We will definitely win the next round," I said. The dealer, nestled in Boss Lou's embrace, picked fruit from the table and fed it to him. Such trivial amounts of money held no significance for him. Boss Lou devoured the grape, smacking his lips, casting a lewd glance at the dealer's bosom. "This grape is quite sweet. I wonder if yours is as sweet." He. What a lecherous display. I silently cursed, though I had grown accustomed to such antics. I couldn't help but mutter under my breath. In this round, through subtle trickery, I emerged victorious. In the next round, I aimed to reclaim all the money he had previously won, plus interest. After dealing the cards, I granted Boss Lou a 5 of a kind, and Lana a 10 of a kind. In the earlier rounds, Lana had consistently muddled her cards, leaving a lasting impression of being an easy target for Boss Lou. Compared to me, she posed far less of a threat. Furthermore, Lana had been lavishing compliments on him and occasionally had a taste of his winnings, which had lulled him into a false sense of security. After a few more rounds, I examined my hand, which was quite decent, a pair of aces. Besides me, the well-dressed man and the greasy uncle had also seen their hands. But the latter folded, while the well-dressed man continued with a pair of queens. "Brother, I'll call your bet." At this point, The bet was 200 for those who had seen their cards and 100 for those who had not. I had seen my cards, raised the bet, tossing 400 yuan onto the table, easily surpassing the well-dressed man. After a brief hesitation, I chose to call Boss Lu's bet as well, and unsurprisingly, I lost. This maneuver was intended to demonstrate to Boss Lu that my hand was substantial, but his was even greater, boosting his confidence. Oh, it seems I am in for a big hand this time. Boss Lu immediately tossed 500 onto the table. Before him lay a significant pile of cash, and this 500 was of no concern to him. Little darling, after winning tonight, I'll treat you well. My little lucky star. His focus was entirely on seducing the dealer, indifferent to the game at hand. He matched whatever Lana staked. Another player, unable to sit still, glanced at his cards, realizing he held a flush but chose to fold. Now, only Boss Lu and Lana remained in the game. After a few more rounds, Lana's funds dwindled significantly. After reviewing her cards, her face fell, her hands running through her hair as she called over the dealer, "Bring me 10,000. After borrowing from the dealer, Lana continued to place her bets, her eyes slightly reddening, her jaw tense, betraying her frustration at losing. I must say, Lana's acting was truly impressive. Had I not been forewarned, I might have believed she was genuinely panicking over her losses. It appeared her hand was decent as well. Boss Lu pushed the dealer away, scrutinizing his cards with determination, a smile curling his lips. I want to win this round, but if I fold, my father would rise from his grave to kick me. Listen to me, fold, Boss Lu urged with sincerity. Lana huffed dismissively, continuing to match the bets, 1,000 at a time. Boss Lu, I don't believe you're so benevolent. On the gambling table, I trust no one. Lana was correct. At the gambling table, one should never trust anyone, as any statement could be a bluff. Wyminter once convinced a flush player to fold with mere words. While he held only a king, Boss Lu, clutching a strong hand, attempted to guide Lana, but his good intentions were mistaken for weakness, and he grew frustrated, silent as he placed his bets. Soon, the thick stack of cash before Boss Lu found its way onto the table. While Lana borrowed another 10,000 from the dealer, "Brother, lend me some money." Boss Lu took a puff from his cigarette, his expression revealing uncertainty. Yet, holding a strong hand, the odds of anyone beating him were slim. He borrowed another 5,000 from the well-dressed man, and they continued placing bets for 2 more rounds. "Boss Lu, you're wealthy and powerful. I can't keep up. I fold." Lana doubled her bet, calling Boss Lu's hand. They revealed their cards simultaneously, everything proceeding as planned. 5 of a kind against 10 of a kind. Collecting the money from the table, Lana repaid the dealer and stuffed the remaining cash into her bag. Her expression one of relief. Oh, that was terrifying. I thought Boss Lu had a leopard hand. In stark contrast, Boss Lu slumped in his chair, staring blankly at the playing cards before him for a long while. Chapter 30 Chapter 31 1. Must not overfeed a dog. Brother Lu, don't be disheartened. You'll surely win the money back. I believe in you. Keep it up. The dealer proffered a cigarette to Boss Lu, coaxing him sweetly. Typically, he would be easily swayed by such charms, but this time he reacted differently, knocking the cigarette from her hand and roughly shoving her away. "You jinx, get lost, stay away from me." The sudden shift from affection to fury seemed to be a familiar pattern for the dealer. This is the nature of humanity, and it is a sorrowful reality for those in service like her. Although she earned significant tips, having received several hundred yuan from Boss Lu in just a few hours, all of it was predicated on her sacrificing her dignity and body. When Boss Lu was in a good mood, she was treated as a plaything. When his mood soured, she became a mere outlet for his frustrations. "Boss Lu, are you still playing?" Lana asked with a slight smile, her face brimming with smugness and arrogance. Her intention was clear: to provoke Boss Lu, igniting his desire to win back his losses and strike back at Lana. "I won't let bad luck keep me down." With that, Boss Lu waved to the well-dressed man. "Brother Wang, bring me some cash. I just gave you some." "I have nothing left," Brother Wang replied, helpless. Hearing this, Boss Lu surveyed the room once more, finally fixing his gaze on the dealer, his expression indecisive. "Brother, need some money?" the dealer asked politely. After a moment's hesitation, Boss Lu grabbed his coat and strode towards the exit. "I don't need loan shark money. Boss Lu, let us continue tomorrow," Lana taunted behind him. Boss Lu turned, his face darkened. "Fine. Tomorrow, I'll make you return every penny you won today. After Boss Lu left, the game naturally dispersed. Upon returning home, Lana went directly to her room to report to Lu Yi. Sitting in the living room, I turned on the television, where CCTV1 was airing Journey to the West, specifically the episode featuring the Kingdom of Women, compared to the black and white television at my mentor's home. The color screen here felt much more comfortable. Just as I was engrossed in the show, Lana emerged from her room. Watching TV? I nodded, my gaze never leaving the screen. Lana approached me and placed 500 yuan on the table. Your commission? I stared at the 500, bewildered. I had won at least 20 to 30,000 today, so my commission should have been at least 2 to 3,000. Sensing my confusion, Lana explained, You owe money to the house? This clears it. After pocketing the money, I resumed watching the television. Shortly thereafter, Lana changed into her pajamas and sat beside me, a bag of fish skin snacks in hand. Fish skin snacks were a nostalgic treat from our childhood, and they were among my favorite snacks. I reached out without hesitation and grabbed a handful, munching contentedly. Lana shot me a fierce glare, teasingly saying, How shameless. Did I allow you to eat? We're partners. Being too polite might affect our bond. Oh, you're really annoying. After an hour of watching, fatigue washed over me. I bid Lana good night and retired to my room. The heating in the building was excellent, and my bed was right next to the radiator. So I didn't need to wear pajamas, especially since I didn't own any. I lost track of time until I was awakened by a pressing urge to relieve myself, opening my eyes to find it was still dark outside. Exiting my room, I heard Lana's laughter echoing through the living room. Glancing at the television, I saw that I Love My Family was playing. It really that amusing. I rubbed my eyes, why words captured Lana's attention. And as her gaze fell upon me, the laughter abruptly ceased, replaced by a peculiar stare directed at me. Well, that's quite firm. Isn't it? Huh? Instantly, a rush of warmth flooded my cheeks, prompting me to hastily jog into the restroom. Why be shy? My sister has seen it all before. Besides, I was merely wearing a pair of shorts, right? Ha ha ha. In the living room, Lana's laughter rang out, jarring to my ears. After a considerable wait for the laughter to subside, I finally emerged from the restroom. Lana glanced at me, wearing a rather inexplicable, lewd grin. Took you long enough. You didn't take care of it yourself in there, did you? If that's the case, you could just ask your sister. She is quite skilled at it. Ha ha. No need to be polite with me. As you said, we're partners, right? The following morning, with 500 from my bonus in hand, I hailed a rickshaw to my master's home. Although I had moved out, my belongings still resided there, and my master couldn't afford to be taken advantage of. This household still required my support, even if my master's wife treated me poorly. For the sake of my master and his brother Yufeng, I couldn't turn my back on them. Upon entering the house, I found my master and his family gathered around the breakfast table. Being winter, most families in the north typically have 2 meals a day, one around 9 in the morning and another between 2 and 3 in the afternoon, and my master's family was no exception. The first to spot me was Yufeng, who joyfully exclaimed, Brother Yinsu just came back. My master smiled warmly upon seeing me. Yinsu, come sit down and eat with us. Shumei, go fetch some bowls and chopsticks for the kids. My master said, casting a pointed glance at his wife. I'll get it myself, I quickly interjected. Without even looking up, she clinked her chopsticks against her bowl. Some people really have no shame, owing so much money and still having the audacity to return. If it were me, I'd rather die out there than come back. Damwai's steps faltered. Her merciless actions from that night had already left a bitter taste in my heart. Now, here I was, bringing her money, yet she still had the gall to mock me. I halted and glared at Zhang Xiaomei. While she was not unattractive and maintained a youthful appearance through skincare, at that moment, her face filled me with disgust. What are you staring at? Do you believe I'll gouge your eyes out? For some inexplicable reason, I found her comical demeanor utterly laughable. I retrieved the money from my pocket, placing 2 bills on the table. Master, please take this money. Zhang Xiaomei snatched the 200 from the table, pointing at the money in my hand. Hand it all over, and I might consider letting you back into this house. Back home? This was never truly my home. I would not return to stay here again. Master Yufeng, I'm here to bid you farewell, I solemnly declared. I will bring you money every week from now on. Zhang Xiaomei slammed her chopsticks onto the table, jabbing a finger at me. Li Yinsu, are you planning to beg with this money? I snatched the money from her hand and stuffed it into my pocket. An old saying goes, one should not feed a dog too well, nor be overly kind to a person. Had I not initially treated her too well and given her too much money? She wouldn't have become increasingly demanding. As I busied myself packing, ignoring the vitriol spewing from my master's wife, I acted as though I hadn't heard any of it. Once I hastily gathered my things, I bid my master farewell and exited through the door. La Yinxiu, you should have left long ago. Don't ever come back. Zhang Xiumei's insults echoed until I was well outside. My master came out and grasped my arm. Yinxiu, do you truly have a place to stay? Yes, I found a job that provides accommodation. I replied. I pressed 200 into my master's hand, instructing him, Master, keep this money. I'm not in a position to spare much right now. But rest assured, I'll continue to pay off the debt. Hearing that I had cleared over 10,000 in debts, my master expressed astonishment, then sighed, Yinxiu, you've ultimately followed my old path, haven't you? After a moment of hesitation, I lowered my head and replied solemnly, Master, I'm different. I'm working for the scene. I sit with Lu Yi. My master produced a cigarette and handed it to me. Yes, indeed, I confirmed. Accepting the cigarette, I placed it in my mouth and retrieved a pack of Furong Wong, offering it to my master. The entire northern county was Lu Ye's turf, so my master naturally deduced whom I was associating with. Hence, I was not surprised by his insight. You're not accustomed to such fine cigarettes, he remarked, patting my hand that held the cigarette. I inhaled the rich, raw flavor of the cigarette. An inexplicable sorrow washed over me in that moment. Though I was leaving my master, we still resided in the same county. We could meet if we wanted to. Yet at this moment, the feeling of leaving home for the first time surged within me. However, I was no longer the weak boy I had been years ago. Li Yinxiu had grown up. After silently finishing a cigarette, I slung my bag over my shoulder and stepped onto the street. Just as I took a couple of steps, my master called out to me, Yinxiu, you've grown up. I can't manage you any longer. But remember, in this world, especially in our line of work, trust no one, especially Lu Yi. I paused for a moment and waved my hand. All right, understood. As I sat in the rickshaw, observing the bustling crowd and the flow of traffic around me, my mind swirled with thoughts. My master's severed hand, Lu Yi's schemes, and my master's final warnings. Indeed, once one steps into the world, they become a person of thin fortune. Whom can they truly trust? Just as Fatty said, if one day I were caught cheating, would Lu Yi protect me? When my worth was drained, how would he treat me then? Long Kuan once said something quite profound. To achieve great things and seek success, one must have money. Earning money is the key. Thinking of Long Kuan, I realized I missed him a bit after not seeing him for a few days. Regardless, he has connections at the station, and with lunch approaching, I decided to buy some food and visit him. After stowing my bag at home, I noticed Lana was still asleep. I went to the farmer's market, where I purchased some cooked food and headed to the county station. What are you doing here? Planning to stay a few days? A rough officer at the entrance asked. I want to see Long Kuan. Looking for him? What did you bring? He cast a glance at the food in my hands. Understanding his intent, I quickly produced some of the food and placed it before him. Brother, it's almost lunchtime, still warm and fresh. I brought some for you. He accepted the food, revealing a satisfied smile. Long Kuan isn't here. He left yesterday. He left. Then why are you asking me for food? I silently cursed him as I maintained a courteous demeanor. Thank you, brother. Since Long Kuan isn't around, please share this with the other friends at the station. I appreciate your care these past few days. Li Yinxiu, you little rascal. You certainly know how to play the game. The officer chuckled, satisfied with the food. After exchanging a few pleasantries and offering him a cigarette, I took my leave. In our line of work, maintaining good relations is essential. Who knows when you might need a favor? Once outside the station, I pulled out my phone and dialed Long Kuan's number as he had provided. Beep. After a few rings, Long Kuan's impatient voice came through. Who is it? Long Kuan. It's me, Li Yinxiu. Upon hearing my name, Long Kuan's tone softened, and his signature hearty laughter resonated. Ha ha ha, little Chiao, you still remember to call your brother. I just went to the station to look for you. They said you were out, I replied honestly. Yes, the matter was resolved, so I left. It's not my home. I can't stay there forever. After exchanging some pleasantries, just as I was about to hang up, he hesitated and quickly added, Little Chiao. Don't hang up just yet. What is it? Are you at the station? Would it be convenient for you to help your brother with something? Long Kuren asked. Brother, just tell me what you need. I need you to help me deliver something. No problem. Where is it? What is it? Money. Long Kuen's joking demeanor vanished, replaced by a serious tone. Yin Xiu, you know my situation. This money is compensation, and you must ensure it reaches the recipient. Understood. Where do I pick up the money? I inquired, determined to assist Long Kuen, as he had placed his trust in me by handing over something so significant. I was currently unanchored, and having someone like Long Kuen as a connection was invaluable. He was my network and would serve as my support. Since he needed my help, it was an excellent opportunity to strengthen our bond. The money is at the Jiuzhou grain station in the south of the county. Go find Manager Yin. She'll give you the money and take you to the designated location. At that time, you just need to hand the money to Manager Hong. I'll send you their phone numbers via text. All right, after hanging up, I flagged down a rickshaw and headed towards the Jiuzhou grain station. Since my master's house was in the south of the county, I was quite familiar with the area. Jiuzhou grain station is the largest grain collection center in the southern county, quite formidable in its operations. Upon arriving at the station, I dialed Manager Yan's number. Hello, is this Mr. Yin? Yes, it is. A soft, melodious female voice floated through the phone. Quite enchanting, Brother Lungkowen asked me to come find you. Before I could finish my sentence, she interrupted me. I understand. Where are you? I'm right at the entrance of the Jiuzhou grain station. All right, please wait for me there. I will be out shortly. After approximately 5 minutes, the gate of the grain station opened, and a stunningly attractive woman emerged. When I laid eyes on her, I was momentarily stunned. Although I was not well acquainted with her, that face had been etched in my memory ever since that fateful night, and I knew I would remember it for a lifetime. Mr. Yin, she is Sister Nini. Chapter 32, Chapter 33 Familiar Faces and Photographs regarding Sister Nini. My impression of her was quite positive, as she had saved me. It was part of her job to apprehend my master. Yet ultimately it was because of her that my master had his hands severed at that moment. I believe that we could only remain as strangers. It's you? Sister Nini looked at me in surprise. I didn't expect Brother Kuen to send you over. Yes, thank you for what you did last time. Sister Nini, a name holds great significance in human nature. Being able to call someone by name after just one meeting conveys respect and importance. Upon hearing her name spoken, Sister Nini's professional smile softened with sincerity. It's all right. Had I known you were Brother Kuen's brother, that day's tragedy would not have occurred. I smiled silently. Let's go. Get in the car. I'll drive you there. Sister Nini gestured towards a white BMW parked in front of the grain station. I was astonished. I never expected Sister Nini to drive such an impressive car. While Lu Yi merely drove a Santana. Seated in the passenger seat of the BMW, my curiosity about Sister Nini intensified. What could her true identity be? A con artist? Or perhaps the owner of the grain station? Sister Nini, do you own this grain station? I asked tentatively. Although I knew a young woman in her 20s could hardly own such a large establishment, I asked merely to pry for information. Sister Nini was candid. The grain station belongs to Mr. Su, who is Brother Lungkowen's superior. He co-founded it with Lao Hu, but I am the nominal owner and hold a stake here at O. Given that the grain station is so profitable, why do you still pursue con artists? I questioned, voicing my curiosity. When it came to this topic, Sister Nini appeared somewhat helpless. Let us just say you all were rather unfortunate. That day, I was looking for Tang Chong and just happened to catch your uncle cheating. I never imagined he was Yu Chongqing. Otherwise, I would have let him go. A wave of disbelief washed over me, and I found myself half convinced by Sister Nini's words. She had mentioned twice that she would have let my master go. Yet the decisiveness with which she apprehended him lingered in my mind. The car sped across Hengi, reached the northern part of the county, and eventually halted before a 2-story building, its sign prominently displaying W District Chamber of Commerce. Exiting the vehicle, Sister Nini retrieved a large paper portfolio from the trunk. The portfolio was filled to the brim, and upon accepting it, I estimated it weighed at least several dozen pounds. Here is 200,000. Please deliver it inside. All right, that I was taken aback. I was now holding 200,000, a sum my parents would never earn in a lifetime of toil. In that instant, a fleeting thought of absconding with the money crossed my mind. But it lasted only a moment. I took out my phone and, following the message from Lungkowen, called Mr. Hong. Hello, who is this? A polite voice answered on the other end. I respectfully replied, Hello, are you Mr. Hong? I was sent by Brother Loncoin to deliver money to you. I am currently at the entrance of the W District Chamber of Commerce. Where are you? The voice on the other end responded with a nonchalant tone. Second floor? Left office. Please bring it in. After hanging up, I entered the W District Chamber of Commerce. Hello, how may I assist you? The receptionist inquired politely at the entrance. I am looking for Mr. Hong. I just spoke with him on the phone. I replied. Certainly, please follow me. Following the receptionist, I arrived at the left office on the second floor. Mr. Hong's office was quite spacious, easily spanning 100 or 200 square meters, adorned with solid wood furniture including a wine cabinet, tea table, and sofa. Upon entering, one could immediately tell that its owner was affluent. At the grand wooden desk sat a middle-aged man. He was not particularly striking in appearance, appearing rather unassuming and of short stature. Yet, he exuded an undeniable air of authority, with a formidable presence that was quite intimidating. Mr. Hong, someone is here to see you. After the receptionist greeted Mr. Hong, she exited. I placed the money on the wooden desk. Mr. Hong, this is the money from Brother Loncoin. Brother Loncoin had you, a mere child, deliver money to me. It lacks sincerity, Mr. Hong remarked with a knowing smile. My heart tightened, and in a moment of panic, I hurriedly explained, no. Brother Kuan originally intended to bring it himself, but was unable to due to other commitments. Hence he asked me to come. I gazed earnestly into Mr. Hong's eyes, telling a lie with the most genuine expression. He chuckled, seemingly amused. You are quite the interesting young lad. Clearly, he did not believe my words and saw through my ruse, yet I had no intention of elaborating further. As long as he accepted the money and did not return it, my task would be complete. If Mr. Hong has no further business, I shall not disturb you. He waved his hand dismissively. Letting out a sigh of relief, I turned to leave. Just as I was about to exit, my gaze caught a glimpse of a photograph hanging on the wall. Within it, I seemed to spot a familiar figure. Slowing my steps, I focused intently, and a chill ran down my spine. The photograph, taken several years prior, was in black and white, as color photos were not common then. There were 6 individuals in the photograph, with Mr. Hong positioned at the center, the others spaced around him, and among them was Lu Yi. Lu Yi appeared more youthful then, yet I recognized him immediately. Alongside Lu Yi was the buck-toothed one. An inexplicable sense of foreboding surged within me, leaving me disoriented. What am I thinking? Downstairs, Sister Nini was still waiting for me. Nothing much. Once in the car, Sister Nini drove me back home following my directions. After reflecting throughout the journey, I finally began to piece together some clues. My thoughts drifted back to the day I was bullied by the young man with yellow hair. And Lu Ye's vengeful rampage at the Bucktooth bathhouse. Aishingabi. Org the Bucktooth. Your underling broke the rules first by injuring a customer of mine. And even if this matter reaches Brother Ben, you must give me an explanation. I am giving you 2 options. 1. Hand over the young man. 2. I will smash your Jin Yuan Min. Lu Ye's words echoed repeatedly in my mind. Mr. Hong, Brother Ben. These 2 names brought to mind a singular individual and a tale of the rise of a figure in the northern county. The protagonist of this story, Hong Bin, in 1983, a young man, fresh to the workforce and seeking a livelihood in town, found employment as a factory worker. Though the living conditions were harsh, he held on to hope for the future. Due to his short stature and introverted nature, he was often overlooked and bullied, yet he endured, believing that one day his efforts would be recognized. 3 years swiftly passed, and the young man finally encountered his first opportunity, factory reforms. All employees with over 2 years of service would transition from temporary contract workers to formal positions, benefiting from favorable national policies. From a contract worker to a secure job, in the 1980s. Having a stable job signified that one had embarked on a proper career path. At that time, if a girl were to marry a man with a secure job, the neighbors would envy her greatly. Upon hearing the news, the young man was so excited that he couldn't sleep all night, believing it was divine favor. The following morning, he was summoned to the director's office. He entered with high hopes and enthusiasm. However, when he emerged from the office, he was devoid of his initial excitement. His demeanor was despondent, his eyes red-rimmed, and his hands stained with blood. Chapter 33 Chapter 34 The first step to raising pig society and fairness often leaned favorably towards the powerful. The position that rightfully belonged to the young man was usurped by a newcomer who couldn't even find the factory entrance, due to the demands of a leader's relative. The young man was given a ridiculous excuse for his dismissal. Misfortune does not come singly. Having just exited the factory, the young man was detained for 15 days for causing injury. His dreams of a promising future evaporated, and just as he prepared to return to his hometown to farm, he was robbed of his wallet at the station. Fortunately, the young man was quick-witted and caught the thief, administering a thorough beating. Thieves never work alone. In that era, they were part of organized syndicates. Thus, the young man faced retaliation from the thieves. Perhaps it was a twist of fate. The leader of the thieves took notice of him, believing that his unremarkable looks and short stature made him a natural fit for thievery. Thievery became the young man's new occupation, and he possessed a unique talent for it. Although he stole a decent amount of money each day, after the leader's deductions, he barely had enough to fill his stomach. On occasions when he failed to steal, he would be beaten. He had long grown weary of being bullied, and finally, one day, he decided to fight back. That day, the young man had stolen quite a bit of money but refused to hand it over. Igniting the wrath of the thief leader, a brutal beating was undoubtedly unavoidable. Yet no one anticipated that the young man, who was typically bullied and too timid to retort, would suddenly produce a knife from his sleeve. In a swift motion, he ended the life of the pickpocket leader with a single strike. Perhaps it was fate's intervention. The leader was armed, and some of the petty thieves, who harbored grievances against him, stepped forward to vouch for the young man. Consequently, he was deemed to have acted in self-defense and was found not guilty. From that moment on, the young man ascended to become the new leader of the thieves. By then, he was no longer the factory worker he once was. He had clawed his way up from the bottom and empathized with the struggles of his subordinates, winning their loyalty. Through his principled character, his ranks swelled with increasingly more ruffians, and his influence grew, earning him the title of the town's recognized boss. This town is now known as the northern part of Hengi County, and this individual is none other than Hong Bin. A certain photograph serves to confirm a singular truth: the close relationship between Hong Bin and Liu Yi. However, whether they are brothers or simply a leader and his subordinate remains uncertain. I suspect the latter is more likely. After contemplating all of this, I could not help but extend my thoughts to Long Kuen's entire family. Long Kuen had a tumultuous relationship with Hong Bin, and as Liu Ye's subordinate, I found myself confronting Hong Bin while posing as Long Kuen's brother. Should Hong Bin recognize me one day, I fear my fate would be dire. Nevertheless, for now, I must rely on Liu Yi. Praying to avoid any further encounters with Hong Bin, upon returning home, I found Lana already awake, sitting in the living room applying her makeup. As I entered, she shot me a flirtatious glance. "How do you like my makeup today?" "It looks great, really," I replied somewhat dismissively. "Oh? How does it compare to yesterday's look?" Faced with her probing, I continued to feign enthusiasm. "They're both lovely." It was not that I intended to brush her off. Rather, I genuinely could not discern any difference between her two-day makeup. Wasn't it merely a shade of red on her lips? She shot me a glance, resuming her makeup. "Did you go out with your little girlfriend?" "No." Suddenly, she flashed a mischievous smile and inquired, "Yin Xiu, have you two slept together?" I couldn't fathom what occupied her thoughts throughout the day. "No." "Did you at least kiss?" "No." "What a disaster. If you go out again, don't admit to knowing me. It would be embarrassing." After enduring Lana's teasing, I had little energy to argue. My mind was a jumble, and my body felt exhausted. Just as I was about to lie down for a moment's rest, Lana yanked me up. "Come on, let's grab a bite. We need to head to the venue." Regarding work, I had long wanted to ask Lana something. "Sister Na, about yesterday's poker game. You could have won so much more. Why did you play Lou Boss's hand?" To me, if Lana had not played Lou Boss's hand, he would have undoubtedly borrowed money at the venue to continue gambling with us. "You don't understand anything." Lana shot me a look of disbelief. "Do you really think that with Lou Boss's status, you could break him just from this one game?" I shook my head. Lou Boss was the owner of Lou's Braised Bones, a man of considerable means, so that was impossible. Now, if you were someone with Lou Boss's temperament, losing significantly, especially in a rare matchup like a pair of leopards, would you not lie awake at night, troubled by your thoughts? Would you continue to play with me the next day? I shook my head again, grasping Lana's point. People like Lou Boss require a gradual approach. You must slice away at him bit by bit. Different temperaments call for different strategies. Do you understand? I nodded vigorously. I understand. Take this 5,000. Your task today is to lose it all. Clear? Lana pulled out 5,000 from her bag. I accepted the money, comprehending Lana's intentions. This was merely the first step in our scheme. Nurturing the pig, I thought to myself, within a month, the people of Hengi County would no longer relish the exquisite Lou's braised bones. After sharing a meal with Lana, we proceeded to the venue from yesterday. We parted ways as we entered the game room, and I noticed Lou Boss was not present yet. He must not have arrived. I gestured to Lana and chose a table near the entrance, intending to play a few casual rounds, ensuring Lou Boss would see me the moment he walked in. This table was for blackjack. I did not cheat and managed to win a couple of hundred within half an hour. My luck seemed favorable. Just as I was engrossed in the game, the staff in the venue called out in unison, "Lou Boss." Turning to look, I saw Lou Boss enter through the door, his face brimming with pride, surprise, and a sense of achievement. I sighed inwardly. Tonight, Lou Boss would undoubtedly experience one of the finest moments of his life, marking the first step into his trap, an act of death by flattery. The first step in nurturing the pig is to instill in it a sense of belonging and pride towards the gambling den, thereby diminishing its wariness. Redirecting my gaze, I pretended not to notice Lou Boss and continued playing cards. I was waiting for him to approach me. If I rushed over to gamble the moment he entered, it would be all too obvious. Lana could do that since she had arranged it with him in advance, but I could not. I chose a conspicuous spot, ensuring Lou Boss would notice me. As expected, when Lou Boss walked by, he paused and patted my shoulder. "Come on, little brother, let's play a couple of rounds together." "Lou Goo, you're here." I heard someone call out Lou Boss earlier and I thought, who could command such an entrance? I said with a grin, but still politely declined. "I'm doing quite well here. My luck is good, so I'll pass. You all enjoy yourselves." I executed the tactic of feigned disinterest with finesse. "Little brother, after winning money yesterday, are you not playing today?" Lou Boss tried to provoke me. The young man behind him, Xiao Wang, chimed in. "Since Lou Boss has spoken, you ought to show him some respect, right?" Both their gazes fixed on me and I feigned helplessness. Of course, I must give Lou Boss face. "All right, but let me make it clear. When I come to Lou's braised bones for a meal, I expect 2 complimentary dishes and a discount." Upon hearing this, Lou Boss laughed heartily, wrapping an arm around my shoulder. "We are all brothers here. Is that even a concern? Ha ha ha." As we entered the private room, Lana had been waiting for us. Upon seeing the 3 of us together, she teased, "You 3 aren't plotting something against me out there, are you?" Though she appeared to jest, her words subtly aligned me with Lou Boss. "A psychological tactic, sister. What are you saying? Your Lou Goo and I are just playing a simple game of 50. Lou Boss found a seat. As he sat down, the dealer from yesterday eagerly approached. "Lou Goo? Allow me to take your coat." Lou Boss pinched her bottom and gave it a pat. I had already seen through the fate of such a man who craved both indulgence and face. After a few minutes, the head of the gaming room introduced 2 individuals, a man and a woman, who joined us at the table. They were arranged as accomplices, primarily to fill seats and create an atmosphere. We continued with the same card game as yesterday, with bets placed similarly. Since Lana indicated that today's objective was to ensure Lou Boss won, I allowed him to take the lead. After several rounds of play, there were wins and losses, but as long as the money in front of Lou Boss kept accumulating, the atmosphere thrived. "Lou Boss is on a lucky streak today. Could it be that the gambling god has possessed him?" Lana teased. Another woman chimed in. "Perhaps he wore red underwear before leaving home. Ha ha ha." Only I remained silently observing this scene, as Lou Boss, buoyed by their flattery, appeared elated, his round face aglow with satisfaction. After losing so much yesterday, it's about time I had my luck turn. The dealer beside him was even bolder, reaching into Lou Boss's trousers. "Let us see if you're really wearing red underwear." The sultry tone sent chills down my spine. Lou Boss seemed to revel in this attention, not stopping the dealer's advancing hand, even grinning as he said, "After we're done, I'll let you have a good look at what color it is." Ha ha ha. The game continued, and Lana's 5,000 dwindled to over 3,000, while she lost nearly 10,000 overall, all without a doubt pocketed by Lou Boss. Unbeknownst to us, 3 to 4 hours had passed, and the clock approached midnight. Sensing it was time, I yawned. I think I'll call it a night. I didn't sleep well last night, and I'm starting to struggle to keep my eyes open. Indeed, it's getting late. After losing so much, I've nearly reversed yesterday's winnings, Lana added in agreement. Lou Boss, reveling in his fortune, was far from satisfied. "Let us play a little longer. It's still early." Just one more hour, and I'll treat you all to some late-night snacks. Lou boss, you've been incredibly lucky today. I've lost all the money I brought, so I'm done for now. Tomorrow, we can continue, Lana baited. In truth, we were not tired at all. We could have easily played with Lou boss until dawn. Our reason for not continuing was to tantalize his appetite, ensuring he would be restless with thoughts of the game throughout the next day, fostering an addiction to gambling. After all, no matter how prosperous his braised bones business might be, he would not earn 10,000 in a day through hard labor. Here, he could indulge himself while winning money. What was not to love? Very well, let us meet here tomorrow evening at 6 o'clock, and we shall not part ways. With a sigh of dissatisfaction, Lou expressed his discontent but did not forget to remind us, make sure not to be late. All right, understood. I waved my hand dismissively, playfully gesturing towards the girl beside him. Lou, she seems rather impatient, doesn't she? The girl eagerly wrapped her arms around Lou's neck and planted a kiss on his cheek. Lou, do you simply adore gambling? Don't you desire her at all? Only then did Lou reveal a smile. My dear, why are you feeling jealous? Throughout this long night, I am entirely yours. As night fell, finding a tricycle was no easy task, but fortunately, the gaming hall was not far from our residence. Walking home in the biting cold of a winter night, the chill wind howled around us. Lana couldn't help but complain. Damn it, it's freezing. Tomorrow, we should ask Louie to arrange for a card. I thought to myself, this woman is truly delusional. Stop joking around. With that time, you could just walk a few steps. Couldn't you? I retorted. Joking? Lana scoffed. Do you not believe that if I suggested it, he would indeed provide me with a car? I shook my head decisively. Xiao Qiu, you really have not seen much of the world. Lana huffed lightly. Are we mere employees? We are con artists, the pillars of society. To be candid, my understanding of the con artist profession was rather superficial. I only knew about practicing techniques and market trends, but beyond that, I was at a loss. Are con artists truly in such high demand nowadays? Oh, my dear brother, do you genuinely believe that con artists are as plentiful as cabbages and potatoes? That they are so cheap? Lana slapped her forehead, amused by my naivety. To put it this way, Louis controls all the gambling houses in the northern county, with dozens of both legitimate and illicit establishments. Yet the only skilled con artists he has had before were just me and the crafty Zhang. Now, with Zhang aging, it has become just the two of you. As you understand. Those petty hustlers who can only perform a few tricks are not worthy of being called con artists. That would be an insult to our profession. At that moment, I had an epiphany. I had thought I was merely one of Liu Ye's many pawns. But after Lana's words, I realized my significance. It seemed I needed to reassess my position. No wonder Liu Yi could afford such a splendid residence for the two of us. I was indeed a rare talent. Yet, Xiao Qiu, I must remind you, although we may be important to Brother Yi, we must not let it lead to rebellion. We are merely a part of the profit-making machine. Recognizing our place is essential if we wish to navigate this shadowy path for the long haul and live to tell the tale. Chapter 35 Chapter 36 Ambition. One must always remain clear-headed and observe matters from an outsider's perspective. Lana was right. No matter how significant our roles may be, we are merely pawns in Liu Ye's hand. Akin to the thugs and hustlers within those establishments, just the difference between a rook and a pawn. However, when the day comes that we are threatened, both rook and pawn will meet the same fate. Never overestimate your own worth, unless you possess strength far beyond what others perceive. In the underdeveloped and imperfectly regulated 1990s, means and money are the true kings. I could not remain a con artist for a lifetime. Ending up like my master, people strive for higher ground, while water seeks lower levels. To achieve great things, one must have foresight. My path as a con artist is not a film. I cannot traverse the seas, conquering places like Macau and Las Vegas to be crowned the god of gambling. It is merely a stepping stone, providing me with the foundation and ability to build my own underground syndicate. That night, I remained awake, devising grand ambitions that belonged to me, Li Yinxiu. The next day, I awoke to Lana's enchanting voice calling out. The faint longing is written all over my face. The weight of parting rests heavily on my shoulders. She sang dreaming of Watertown with profound emotion and flavor. However, having been abruptly awakened from my slumber, I could hardly muster the mood to listen. After tossing and turning in bed, covering my ears with a pillow to no avail, I reluctantly crawled out of bed, dressed, and stepped out of the room. Good morning, Sister Na. Having greeted Lana, still bleary-eyed, I entered the bathroom. Xiao Qiu, how was my singing? Do you think I have the potential to debut? Just as I was enjoying my moment, Lana's voice suddenly rang out from the bathroom door, startling me and nearly causing an accident. Cursing inwardly, I still managed to sweeten my words. Sister Na, if you were to debut, Jiang Shan would have to step aside. Ha ha ha, I love hearing Xiao Qiu's words. You are such an honest child. Lana beamed, laughing heartily before breaking into song once more. After spending a few days with her, I found that aside from her eccentricity and unpredictability, she was genuinely a good person with a solid character, like an older sister. Sister Na, have you eaten yet? I asked, feeling the emptiness in my stomach as I exited the bathroom. Lana shot me a glance. I already finished. What time do you think it is? My meal times are very regular, I sighed in exasperation. Today, she had finally woken up early and was bragging about her discipline. After tidying up, I went downstairs for lunch, then hailed a tricycle heading to the fat guy's house. As I stepped out of the vehicle, I spotted the fat guy's corpulent figure emerging from the door. Flanked by two beautiful women, though not the same ones I had encountered last time. Fat guy, I called out, envious of his carefree demeanor. He turned to look at me, a radiant smile lighting up his face. Where have you been these past few days? You promised to stay at my place and then just vanished. After leaving the fat guy's house last time, I had not contacted him, but it seemed this hefty fellow had been thinking of me all along. Now that I had a phone, I could keep in touch. I waved my Nokia in the air. Wow, you've been making quite a bit recently, he teased, exchanging phone numbers with me. The fat guy, being a rich second generation, had a rather impressive phone number, not inferior to Lu Ye's, with 5 8s at the end, far superior to my chaotic number. Yinxiu, do you have any plans for this afternoon? The fat guy asked with a mischievous grin as he leaned closer. I replied straightforwardly, nothing much, just a few matters I'd like to discuss with you. Damn it, whenever you seek me out, it surely means trouble. The fat guy dragged me into his small yard. Come. I'll take you to my stone quarry. We can talk on the way. Upon entering the yard, I noticed a brand new Audi parked there. I thought to myself, this kid isn't just showing me the quarry. He wants to flaunt his new CR'd this the latest model Audi 100. It looks quite impressive, I complimented. Gift. The fat guy pointed at the large letters on the trunk. Brother, this is from 98. It's not an Audi 100. Pay attention. This is an Audi A6, A6. He kept tapping the A6 emblem to emphasize his point. Oh, so it's just a facelift of the Audi 100. Very nice. This is a government car. Isn't it? Should I start calling you Director Jiang or Secretary Jiang? All right, enough jokes. Let's get in the car. We drove towards the outskirts of the county. The fat guy's quarry was located in Dongshan Township, over 20 kilometers away from the county seat. On the way, I shared my plans from the previous night with the fat guy. The core idea was to cultivate an underground force that belonged to us brothers. And I intended to utilize the fat guy's quarry and reputation to do so, operating under the radar. Our main objective now was to recruit people and gather a crew. Yinxiu, I think your idea is feasible. In this society, without your own influence, it is truly difficult to make progress. If it weren't for my father's connections, my quarry would have been meddled with by those thugs. The fat guy empathized. But how can we cultivate our own force when the big shots in the county won't allow it? I'm worried that we might end up losing more than we gain and attract unwanted trouble. I had considered the fat guy's concerns. Whether in the county seat or the subordinate townships, there existed their own underground order and balance, and our emergence would undoubtedly disrupt that order, inviting a united crackdown. My suggestion is to initially disguise ourselves as quarry workers and start cultivating a small group before expanding when the opportunity arises. What we need are elites, not numbers, I proposed. Agreed. The fat guy nodded in approval. As a history enthusiast, I sought a force akin to Go Jian's 3,000 young soldiers, not the 100,000 armored troops of Wu. I already had suitable candidates in mind and was eager to enlist one particular formidable warrior. I hesitated, concerned for the fat guy. He was different from me. I was merely a reckless soul, while he was a wealthy second generation, with no need to take risks alongside me. Venturing into the underworld is a path fraught with peril. A truth we both understood. Fat guy, think it over carefully. Even if you refuse, I will harbor no resentment. Your family is rich and influential, unlike my situation. You must consider the consequences of stepping into this world. Seeing my serious demeanor, the fat guy maintained his nonchalant attitude, unconcerned. No need to think twice. I agree. However, let us be clear. I'm not skilled in fighting. I'm only responsible for the money and planning. Fine, no problem. The fat guy's avoidance of excessive involvement in underworld affairs was also my preference. Ensuring his safety, I already had a promising candidate in mind, a formidable ally, but the matter of recruiting would need to be handled by him. To win over Qin Hao has long been a notion I harbored. The fact that Xiao Huangmao could so casually cast him aside has already wounded his heart. Our conversation that evening unveiled some of his thoughts and circumstances. It would not be challenging to gain his allegiance. However, I cannot be the one to make the approach. I'm aligned with Lu Yi, while Huang Mao is associated with Bao Ya. Poaching a subordinate is a grave taboo in our world. If Huang Mao discovers that I have lured Qin Hao away, not only would Bao Ya seek retribution, but Lu Yi would undoubtedly not spare me either. Chapter 36, Chapter 37, An afternoon of heart racing in the afternoon. I took a moment to observe Fatty's stone yard and engaged in further conversation with him about Qin Hao. I relayed to Fatty Qin Hao's physical characteristics and the places he frequented. Leaving the rest to him. Yes, I had other matters to attend to that evening. I requested Fatty to return me early to the venue where Lu Kai was located. Sister Lana was already there waiting for me. Upon entering the game room, Lana approached with a mischievous grin. Well, Xiao Qiu, have you found yourself a wealthy patron? An Audi to whisk you around, no less. Seeing Lu Yi present, I felt a wave of embarrassment wash over me. Especially since Lu Yi only drove a Santana. I quickly clarified, it's a friend's car. He, Lu Kai, and I have been good friends for many years. Your friend seems quite affluent. Do introduce him to me? Lana jested. Lu Yi chimed in, teasing Lana, don't go ruining that young man's prospects. I offered a sheepish smile as I took a seat in the empty space of the lounge. Was that Fatty just now? Lu Kai descended from the second floor. I nodded in affirmation. That fellow has just acquired an Audi 100, sporting a government plate, it seems. Recalling Fatty's insistence, I playfully teased Lu Kai. Ah, but you must be mistaken. That is an Audi A6. As we discussed vehicles, Lana seized the opportunity to inquire, with a playful tone, Brother Yi, all these youngsters are driving Audis now. When will you upgrade your car? The Santana hardly befits your stature. I knew she had designs on the Santana, hoping Lu Yi would relent and give it to her once he acquired a new vehicle. Perhaps Fatty's Audi had ignited Lu Yi's vanity. As he lit a cigarette and mused, indeed, my car is somewhat dated. Even Bao Ya's fool is driving a Buick now. It's high time I made a change. I noticed a glimmer of excitement on Lana's face as she quickly seized the moment. Brother Yi, when you do get a new car, may I take the Santana off your hands? Xiao Qiu and I often work late and it's quite frigid out. We can never catch a ride. Lu Yi regarded her, then glanced at me. Well, so this is the true motive behind your urging me to change vehicles. Laughter filled the air as time slipped away, and soon it was nearly time for the appointment with Boss Lu. Sister Lana handed me 5,000 yuan, instructing me to go ahead and reminding me that today was about playing a war of attrition, to keep Boss Lu's emotions in a state of flux. I arrived at the 4 Happiness game room at 5:30. Upon entering the private room, Boss Lu and Xiao Wang were already there. The dealer girl was playfully engaging Boss Lu in a rather flirtatious game. Upon seeing me enter, Boss Lu greeted me warmly. Ah, little brother has arrived. Do take a seat. Lu Gu, you're here quite early. I replied with a smile. Oh, I had nothing pressing, so I thought I might as well come early, he said, rubbing his hands together with an impatient demeanor. Where are the others? Not sure. Perhaps they're on their way, I replied. Minutes later, a man and woman entered, the woman bringing some snacks for everyone. Exuding warmth, Boss Lu, these are homemade. Do try them and let me know how they taste. Quite delightful. If only my wife had such culinary skills, Boss Lu praised after sampling a bite. As the clock struck 6. Sister Lana had yet to arrive. Boss Lu grew increasingly anxious, glancing at his watch repeatedly. Feigning impatience, I suggested, shall we start without her? We can play while we wait. Let us hold on a bit longer. He insisted, adamant about waiting for Lana. I thought to myself, this fellow has clearly fallen into Lana's trap, still oblivious to her true intentions. It was quite concerning. In the ensuing minutes, Boss Lu became more restless, occasionally stepping outside to survey the entrance. Finally, just as his impatience peaked, Lana arrived, fashionably late. My apologies, everyone. I had to rush to buy a few garments for my husband this afternoon. He is quite particular. Only wears Jiliang's brand, And I only just returned from the city. Lana's performance was impeccable, complete with a bag emblazoned with the logo of Jinliang. Only I knew the truth, that she had no boyfriend at all. Upon hearing brother-in-law mentioned, someone remarked about the high standards of dress. Boss Lu complimented. Well, I suppose he must be quite the influential figure to be so particular about his attire. Lana chuckled lightly. It's nothing extraordinary. Without money and power, how could someone like me even take notice of him? With an air of charm, she added, everyone has been waiting. Let us get to the cards. Come on, we've all been waiting for you. They wanted to start without me, but I wouldn't allow it. Amidst the laughter, the game commenced. While the rounds progressed normally with wins and losses, the one whose heart raced the most was undoubtedly Boss Lu. Under Mai and Lana's careful orchestration, he lost approximately 20,000 yuan in the first 2 hours. His expression darkened, and the dealer girl ceased her attentiveness as he chain-smoked one cigarette after another. The day's objective was to provoke a thrill, ensuring he remained captivated by the adrenaline of gambling, rather than merely focused on winning his money. We would refrain from harvesting the rewards until he had fully relaxed his vigilance and developed a dependency on the allure of gambling's potential riches. After 3 to 4 hours of gradual release, he began to recoup his losses. 10, J, Q, a straight. Ha ha ha. After winning a hand, Boss Lu had transitioned from a state of deficit to profit. Compared to his earlier grim demeanor, he now appeared exuberant, as if possessed by the spirit of a gambling deity, feeling in control of the entire affair. And he even grew more talkative, just as he was enjoying the game. Lana, in a rather disheartening manner, announced her departure. Everyone, it's getting late. I must head home. My dear husband is waiting for me. Come on, sister. I've only just started, and you're leaving? How terribly disappointing. Boss Lu expressed his displeasure. Lu Gu, you must understand my predicament. If my husband grows impatient, I want to have the means to play with you anymore. Lana responded with an apologetic smile. You all continue. I shall take my leave. Upon her words, Boss Lu's expression softened somewhat, and he kindly replied, very well, it's not easy for you either. Let us continue tomorrow. Indeed, tonight, I'll strive to coax more funds from that dear husband of mine. Tomorrow, I'll play a few big hands with you, Lu Gu, Lana said with a flattering smile as she gathered her bag and exited the private room. All right, I shall await your return tomorrow. Not long after Sister Lana's departure, Xiao Wang also suggested leaving, thus concluding today's card game. Chapter 37, Chapter 38, all part of the game. In the days that followed, we maintained a similar approach, ensuring that Boss Lu remained in a heightened state of exhilaration. Each time, he would manage to win back a little, even if he had lost the night before, and often he would end up winning even more. Gradually, his bets increased from an initial 50 to 100. In the game of Tractor, 100 is considered quite substantial, especially in the year of 1998. As the stakes grew larger, so too did the winnings. Over the course of a few days, Boss Lu underwent a noticeable transformation. His demeanor, whenever he stepped into the casino, radiated an exuberance far surpassing his usual self. He carried himself as though the casino was his domain, and he, its master. With just 2 days until the small new year, today was the day to reap the rewards. I was certain that the small new year of 1998 would leave Boss Lu with unforgettable memories for the latter half of his life. Sister Lana and I arrived at the game room first. At 5:43, Boss Lu and Xiao Wang entered, accompanied by a man and woman, including the initially greasy uncle. Although today was meant for harvesting, we couldn't allow Boss Lu to lose right off the bat. For the first 2 hours, Boss Lu enjoyed a winning streak, while both Lana and I also came out ahead. The man and woman, along with Xiao Wang, remained relatively even. The greasy uncle, however, was the biggest loser, having already lost nearly 30,000 in 2 hours, while Boss Lu pocketed 2,000 of that. In this round, I served as the dealer. I tend to favor the role of dealer, particularly when I can distribute cards that lead to a lucrative hand. I dealt the greasy uncle a tractor with Q, K, and A, while Boss Lu received a tractor of 7, 8, and 9, all of the same suit. With 7 of us at the table, the base bet was 100, and each player closed for 3 rounds. At this point, there was already over 2,000 on the table. After several rounds of betting, the stakes rose, causing most to fold, except for the greasy uncle, who persisted. As the greasy uncle assessed his cards, Boss Lu remained closed. 1,000.500.1000. Boss Lu's bet was merely half of what the greasy uncle had wagered. I reclined with one leg over the other, lighting a cigarette, quietly watching the two of them as they placed their bets, thinking to myself, the show is about to begin. The greasy uncle's expression was one of confidence, which caused Boss Lou to falter momentarily. However, after examining his cards, Boss Lou's gaze grew resolute. The greasy uncle had likely placed over 10,000 in bets, and the 5,000 he had taken from the establishment had already been entirely wagered. Tonight, the pig must be slaughtered. The casino has already invested heavily in this endeavor. If the pig escapes, we would be hard-pressed to explain ourselves to Louis. I'm out of money, Boss Lou. I'll play your cards. Q. K. A. A tractor. The greasy uncle confidently revealed his hand. Boss Lou chuckled, slapping the dealer's backside with a forceful clap. Collect the money. Sorry, I'm on a steel bet. Lou Boss turned over his cards, revealing a flush of 7, 8, and 9 of clubs. Upon seeing this, the greasy uncle was completely stunned, slamming his hand on the table and pointing an accusatory finger at Boss Lou. You must have cheated. Someone call for help. There's cheating afoot. With the uncle's outcry, several thugs rushed in, encircling us, brandishing weapons, ready to resort to violence, their demeanor quite intimidating. The leader of this gaming establishment stepped forward. Who is the cheat? The greasy uncle pointed directly at Boss Lou. It's him. At that moment, Boss Lou wore a bewildered expression, his face marred by panic and anxiety. I didn't do anything. This reaction is typical for anyone falsely accused, even when they know they are innocent. The fear of being misunderstood often elicits a frantic response. Under threat to personal safety, few maintain their composure. It was evident that Boss Lou was not faring well at this moment, as a bead of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. I didn't cheat. It was him. He can't handle losing. You're the cheat. Today's your setup. You're all in cahoots. The scene devolved into chaos. Everyone, shut up, the leader shouted, silencing the greasy uncle. He pointed a finger at the uncle, demanding, do you have any evidence of Lou Boss cheating? The greasy uncle stammered, unable to respond. I quickly intervened to corroborate Boss Lou's innocence. It's just that he can't handle losing. Given Boss Lou's stature, why would he resort to cheating? Lana chimed in, addressing the leader. You're the one in charge here, right? What is going on? Why would you allow such a lowlife to play here? It's ruining my game. Several of the dealers echoed her sentiments, collectively defending Boss Lou. Exactly, who is Lou Boss? Why would he cheat you? If you gamble, you must accept the outcome. If you can't handle it, don't lash out like a dog. The leader, having heard enough, waved his hand at his men. Take this troublemaker out. Let him know the consequences of causing a scene in my establishment. The greasy uncle was dragged away by the thugs, and at that moment, Boss Lou's expression visibly relaxed. He exhaled deeply, surely feeling a sense of relief akin to surviving a life-threatening ordeal, and would likely remember those who came to his aid favorably. The leader offered an apologetic smile to Boss Lou. I'm sorry, Lou Boss, for disrupting your game. In response to the leader's genuine apology, Lou Boss patted him on the shoulder, unconcerned. No worries, as long as the truth is clear. Thank you for your understanding, Lou Boss. After expressing his gratitude, the leader commanded the dealer beside Lou Boss. Today, Lou Boss's fees are waived. Make sure to attend to him well. Once the leader departed, Lou Boss leaned back in his chair, quietly smoking a cigarette, likely still reeling from the earlier chaos. Today, Lou Boss is on fire. You've made that old man frantic, Lana praised. Indeed, Lou Boss is like a god of gambling today. With such luck, why would he need to cheat? I boasted, primarily to demonstrate my prowess to Lou Boss. Though in reality, I had no projects. I relied on deception when away from home. When a person experiences a significant emotional upheaval, especially the vindication of their innocence after being wronged, combined with the flattery of those around them and their inherent pride, it can lead to extreme arrogance. Lou Boss was currently in such a state. The next 2 rounds served as a setup, with Lou Boss winning modestly, designed to dissipate his post-crisis tension and enhance the atmosphere of worship fostered by the flattery, ultimately pushing Lou Boss into a state of blind, reckless confidence, dealing the cards, shuffling them. This round would be a slaughter. After 3 rounds of checking, Lana cooperatively raised the stakes. I'll raise 200. Call. After a few rounds, I lit a cigarette, continuing to bet, my demeanor nonchalant. The project funds just came in. I must check a few more rounds. Sister Na, don't run off too soon. I intentionally redirected the conversation toward Lana. Avoiding attention on Lu Boss, she responded with a light scoff. Run off? Oh please, you truly underestimate me. Continuing, Lana raised again. I'll raise 500. Are you scared, little brother? I've never known fear in my life. Lana and I were locked in a verbal duel, continually raising the stakes. As long as we placed bets, the other players had only the options to fold or call. After a few rounds, the couple, including Xiao Wang, looked at their cards and subsequently folded. The table was left with just me, Lana, and Lu Boss. Today, Lu Boss, having won money, showed no signs of intimidation, grinning as he placed his bets. Teasing us. You two are quite the young gamblers. Your betting is fierce, reminiscent of my younger days. Beside him, the dealer nestled against Lu Boss, provocatively inquired. Lu Gu, you're still as formidable as ever. Aren't you? The stakes on the table quickly escalated, with 5,000 to 6,000 in play within mere minutes. The base bet climbed from 500 to 1,000. Lana and I appear to be intoxicated by the game. Our stacks of cash continuously dwindling. Our aggressive betting was beginning to overwhelm Lu Boss. He had already wagered over 20,000. You are both big players. I'm just a small-time operator. I can't keep up with this. When Lu Boss looked at his cards, upon receiving the hand I had deliberately dealt him, I noticed his pupils contract sharply, his hand trembling involuntarily. A steel bet. Q. K. A. I had intentionally given him those. After placing his cards down silently, Lu Boss tossed 2,000 onto the table, casting a wary glance toward Lana and me. Observing this scene, I couldn't help but chuckle, yet outwardly maintained an air of ignorance, engaged in my verbal sparring with Lana. At this moment, Lu Boss's wager was double ours, and after a few more rounds, I feigned surprise. Lu Gu? Are you betting too much? The base bet is only 1,000. Lu Gu has seen the cards. Foolish one, Lana retorted sharply. Lu Boss attempted to clarify. Yes, I've seen the cards, haha, feigning a moment of revelation. He took a deep drag from his cigarette. I got a bit carried away. Didn't he notice you had seen the cards? Haha, it's normal, it's normal. The corners of Lu Boss's mouth twitched slightly. I recognized that he was worried I might bolt after seeing the cards, still hoping to win a bit more from me. Understanding his thoughts, I naturally aimed to put him at ease, pretending to hesitate over whether to look at the cards. However, Lana's teasing voice broke through. What's wrong, little brother? Thinking of looking at the cards? Getting scared? Provoked by Lana's mockery, my expression darkened, and I tossed 1,000 into the pot. Didn't you see Lu Gu has looked at the cards? I need to consider my options. Come on, today I'll go all out. Soon, Lu Boss's funds began to dwindle, yet he seemed unconcerned. He had brought 50,000 today, and combined with his previous winnings, his total bets had reached at least 80,000 to 90,000. I squinted, sighing, feeling the time was ripe. If I didn't look at the cards soon, it would seem disingenuous. We can't keep checking Lu Gu indefinitely. I should take a look. All good, all good. Lu Gu forced a smile, but I looked at the cards, and without a doubt, I had a 3 of a kind. Adopting a seemingly sincere tone, I advised Lu Boss. Lu Gu, my cards are quite strong today. If it's too much for you, you might as well fold. I primarily want to win against Sister Na. Before Lu Boss could respond, the dealer interjected. What are you saying? Do you really think my Lu Gu is someone to be intimidated? Exactly, with your amateur theatrics, you think you can scare Lu Gu? Dream on. I'll bet that Li Yinxiu's hand is definitely weak. He's just trying to intimidate. The surrounding dealers chimed in, coupled with the encouragement and seduction from the beautiful dealer, adding fuel to Lu Boss's already burning greed, arrogance, and vanity. Yet, this was still insufficient. Extreme arrogance may cloud judgment but does not lead to irrationality. Anger does. To incite anger in such an arrogant gambler, it suffices to undermine their sense of honor in the very area they take pride in. Lu Gu, you work tirelessly for meager profits. There's no need to keep betting. It's not as if we, in the construction business, can casually collect tens of thousands from a single project. The more I feigned concern, the angrier he would become. Because he knew that I was not jesting, but rather earnestly looked down upon him. The moment I uttered those words, it was palpable that Boss Lu's countenance darkened, revealing his discomfort. This was precisely the outcome I desired. What do you mean? My brother Lu's Sauced Bone restaurant is the largest establishment in Hengi County. Can we really be perturbed by such trifling amounts? Lu Gu, we cannot allow ourselves to be scorned by such individuals. It is truly disheartening how some people, having earned a meager sum for minor projects, forget their own surnames. I found Yinxio's words to be quite insightful. Running a restaurant and engaging in construction are incomparable. The former relies on one's own labor for profit, while the latter exploits the efforts of others, lacking any basis for comparison. The surrounding crowd buzzed with discussions, opinions diverging, some flattering while others rebutted. Further stirring Boss Lu's simmering anger, finally, he spoke. Young man, it would be wise not to be overly arrogant. I inwardly chuckled. Boss Lu was clearly incensed. He would not dare to reveal my cards. For the stakes were too high. He would not only lose money but also face humiliation. In the eyes of all those who idolized him, he would plummet from grace, becoming a laughingstock among those like me who scorned him. Although he believed that all of this was a carefully orchestrated atmosphere, an illusion we had crafted, after such prolonged and repeated portrayals, he had long since regarded that ephemeral feeling as a treasure. Boss Lu raised the stakes. He threw in 5,000 directly, intent on proving his vain status. Xiao Qiu, keep playing. I too did not back down, matching his wager. Midway, Sister Lana glanced at the cards, let out a soft hum, and discarded her hand. Oh my, such a small hand. Today was a high-stakes game, and I had deliberately brought extra money. However, Boss Lu was unprepared. The funds in his possession, including the 20,000 he borrowed from Xiao Wang, had all been wagered. Xiao Wang, do you still have any money? Boss Lu's eyes glimmered with a red sheen, already intoxicated by the game. Lu Gu? I only brought this much. Unable to borrow money but unwilling to forfeit this gamble, he turned to Lana. Sister, lend me some money, and I will pay you back shortly. Lana, however, categorically refused. Brother, it's not that I'm unwilling to lend. I'm also playing. The etiquette of gambling is quite stringent. Players are often superstitious. Asking fellow players for money at the table, unless they are close acquaintances, is generally considered a grave taboo, as it is believed to ruin one's luck. Manager, come here. Although Lana did not lend him money, she seized this opportunity to summon the person in charge, intending to dismantle Boss Lu's psychological defenses, making him believe that high-interest loans were not so daunting. The manager approached with a gentle and respectful smile. What can I do for you? Bring some money for Boss Lu. He might strike it rich today, Lana replied cheerfully. Boss Lu wished to refuse. His expression awkward. However, anyone chosen by Lu Yi to oversee the proceedings possesses keen insight into people's feelings. Before Boss Lu could speak, the manager preemptively stifled him. Oh, since it's for Boss Lu? I'll make an exception today. The interest is waived, as an apology for earlier. Given the circumstances, no one could reasonably refuse such a generous offer, especially in such a critical moment. The dealer's whispers aligned perfectly with the timing. Lu Gu? Once you win this hand, you can pay it back. It's no issue. All right, bring me 100,000. Hooked. The bets continued. Within a minute, the 100,000 Boss Lu had just borrowed was entirely wagered. Lend me another 100,000. Having lost all sense of reason, Boss Lu viewed the money in his possession as mere scraps of paper. Boss Lu, my authority only allows me to lend guests 50,000 at most. Today's already an exception. If you wish to borrow more, collateral is required, the manager politely stated. Without hesitation, Boss Lu replied. No problem, collateral it is. He retrieved his car keys from his pocket and tossed them into the manager's hands. I just bought a Peugeot for 150,000. This should suffice as collateral. The manager glanced at the keys, exchanged a knowing look, and handed Boss Lu another 100,000. The betting resumed. This time, Boss Lu was utterly out of options and could no longer borrow funds. I lit a cigarette, reclined in my chair. Boss Lu, are you still placing bets? After a moment's contemplation, Boss Lu glanced at the cash in his hand and tossed a stack onto the table. I'm all in. Boss Lu revealed his cards. Q, K, A of hearts, a straight flush. I sighed, deliberately toying with Boss Lu to provoke him, hoping he would return tomorrow for another game. That I first revealed 2 cards, a pair of jacks. Boss Lu, upon seeing them, was overjoyed. Yinxiu, you truly are audacious. A mere pair of jacks, and you dare to play so long. It's admirable for a young person to have courage, but one must also employ their intellect. As he spoke, Boss Lu's hand reached toward the pile of money. Hey, don't rush. I suddenly called out to him. He looked at me, a mix of confusion and worry in his eyes. I unveiled my final jack. Apologies. It's a three of a kind, not a paired eye. In an instant, I saw Boss Lou's expression turn to one of utter shock, his body swaying thrice before he collapsed onto the ground. By the time I had gathered the cash amounting to several $100,000. Boss Lou remained seated on the floor, murmuring, "This is impossible, it can't be." Subsequently, the manager placed 2 pre-prepared loan agreements before Boss Lou, compelling him to sign. However, the ordeal was far from over. The slaughter only began at that moment. $300,000, in comparison to the years of savings Boss Lou had accumulated and the bustling Sauced Bone restaurant, was but a trifling sum. If he could simply walk away now, he would only lose 2 years of effort. Yet, when a gambler truly loses a substantial amount, can they ever be content to walk away? How many can truly grasp the concept of taking and letting go? For someone like Boss Lou, already ensnared by the addiction to gambling, would he ever consider stopping? Did he ever think about it? I am certain he contemplated quitting. Every gambler has thought about stopping. Yet, they instill in themselves a notion and premise. I will stop once I recoup my principal, and I will never play again. Can they truly recover it? Absolutely not. They are merely consumed by their desires and vanity, deceived by self-comfort, and they will only delve deeper into the abyss until they lose everything. Indeed, what I just recounted is the ultimate fate of the pig, also Boss Lou's fate. Ironically, due to my benevolence and compassion, Boss Lou ultimately became a pig that bites, inflicting wounds upon me. But that is a story for another time. Tonight, Louis personally drove to pick us up. Goo, can you guess how much we won tonight? Lana eagerly bragged as soon as we got into the car. How much? 300,000. Lana held up 3 fingers. To be precise, we actually won over 300,000. Aside from Boss Lou's money, Xiao Wang's contributions were also lost to Boss Lou. Well done. Louis displayed a satisfied smile. Lana looked at me with a grin. Tonight, Xiao Qiu did most of the work. I didn't expect someone so young to have such a keen understanding of battle tactics. I chuckled in response. Although my master had always walked the world alone, the tricks and tales of con artists could always be gleaned from his drunken ramblings. You two have worked hard. Besides your deserved commissions, I'll reward each of you an additional 5,000 tonight. We're going to the city for some relaxation. Hearing Lu Ye's reward, Lana nearly jumped in excitement in the car. Yigu? You are brilliant. In the past, during festivals, I had visited the city a few times, but most of my activities were confined to a few large markets without truly experiencing the city's grandeur. It is somewhat embarrassing to admit that it was my first time using an elevator and my first encounter with a rotating high-end restaurant. Though it was the boss treating us, I didn't quite feel full from the meal. I was also unaccustomed to being served throughout the entire dining experience, almost as if I were being fed, which made me particularly self-conscious. Yinxiu, eat. Don't just stare. In truth, I wanted to eat, but I was utterly clueless about how to use the knife and fork. Perhaps Lana noticed my predicament. She called out loudly, "Waiter, bring us some chopsticks." Chapter 41. Absolutely no exceptions, I must say. Lana knows my thoughts the best, however. Her loud call drew curious glances from the surrounding tables, filled with mockery and derision, as if to say, "Look at this bunch of unsophisticated bumpkins." At that moment, I did not comprehend. I mistakenly thought the waiter's astonished expression was due to not hearing Lana clearly. So, I stood up foolishly and said to the waiter, "No need to trouble yourself. Where are the chopsticks? I can fetch them myself." This statement prompted a wave of laughter and pitying glances from the entire room. The waiter looked at me apologetically, suppressing a smile. "I'm sorry, sir, but this is a Western restaurant. We don't have chopsticks." At that moment, I finally understood what they were laughing at. Indeed, I was just a simpleton. However, an unexpected scene unfolded before me, as Yiji's assertive response offered me a semblance of comfort. If there aren't any, go by some dime. My brothers and I are accustomed to using chopsticks. It's not as if we can't afford to pay you. Yiji's bravado alleviated my embarrassment, and we became the only table that night dining on Western cuisine with chopsticks. After our meal, Yigu led us to a KTV establishment. The Huangqiao KTV was lavishly adorned, exuding an opulent ambience. I had previously thought that the decor at the Gaoya Min was impressive, but that paled in comparison to the grandeur of Huangqiao KTV. Upon entering, a manager-like figure promptly approached us, respectfully addressing Yigu. Yigu, you have arrived. I will arrange a private room for you right away. Lu Yi acknowledged, and under the manager's guidance, we proceeded to a private room on the third floor. Just as we settled in, the sound of high heels clicking on the floor grew increasingly near. Knock, knock, knock. The door was rapped 3 times before being pushed open. A large entourage of beautiful women entered the room, forming a neat line, each one more stunning than the last, clad in revealing outfits and figure-hugging dresses. Just as I was filled with bewilderment, they bowed respectfully. Hello, General Liu, my goodness. In that moment, my pride and sense of masculinity surged. I silently vowed to one day be the big brother, to receive such treatment, to command the respect of all, to have everyone bow before me and greet me with General Lit that moment. I seemed to understand why so many gamblers became ensnared in their vices. Beyond the allure of gambling itself, there existed a thrill in being elevated above others, akin to a star surrounded by admirers. Yinxiu, you've worked hard today. Feel free to choose. Lu Yi gestured towards the line of beauties. Inviting me to select one, I swiftly shook my head in refusal. No need, Yiga, did I confess, deep down, I was tempted to choose one. No man is immune to temptation, but for the sake of Qi Yao, I wished to preserve my innocence. Noticing my rejection, Lu Yi furrowed his brow. Not this batch. Come on, let us bring in another group. No, Yigu, it's not that, I just don't want to choose. I expressed my true feelings. Seeing my reluctance, Lana immediately selected the most beautiful one. Come here and accompany my brother. I glanced at Lana, conveying my helplessness. In truth, she was systematically breaking down my defenses. Among this line of beauties, the only one I found captivating was the one Lana had chosen. Lana leaned closer to me. We must give Yigu some face. Don't spoil the fun. Very well, as a man of the world, I could not be too aloof. Thus, I accepted the company of the drinking companion. Why, Yigu? I want a handsome guy too, Lana bluntly stated. Her words nearly caused me to spit my drink. Singing was not my forte. I spent the entire time listening to Lana, the karaoke queen. Meanwhile, like a robot, I found myself drinking shot after shot under the encouragement of the drinking companion. As the alcohol began to take effect, my hand, almost instinctively, began to roam across the companion's body until I encountered a soft spot, jolting me back to reality, and my thoughts were consumed by Qi Yao. I absolutely could not betray her trust. I stood up and walked to the restroom. Splashing cold water on my face, I sought to regain my clarity. After refreshing myself, I felt somewhat restored. Just as I was enjoying my moment of relief, the drinking companion unexpectedly barged in. Gu, why have you been in there so long? I've been missing you. Startled by her sudden entrance, I abruptly halted midstream and hastily pulled up my pants. You? How did you get in here? Of course, I came in to keep you company. As she advanced towards me, I fled the restroom, fully aware of her intentions. But for Qi Yao's sake, I had to remain virtuous. I rejected the drinking companion's advances in the restroom, and throughout the subsequent drinking session, I distanced myself from her, feigning drunkenness, at last, as Lana concluded the evening with a song, the end of the song and the dispersal of the crowd. Our gathering came to an end. Returning home, I was utterly exhausted, my head spinning as I collapsed onto the bed, drifting into a deep slumber. It was not until the following day, spurred by Lana's persistent calls, that I gradually awoke. Big brother, I thought you were dead asleep. Lana teased. Perched on the edge of my bed, I rubbed my bleary eyes. I overindulged yesterday. My head still aches as I gently shook my head. The throbbing pain reminded me of my vow to never drink so much again. What time is it? It's 1 o'clock, Lana replied. There's still time. I can sleep a little longer. There were still 4 hours until my gambling match with Boss Liu. But she retorted, time is of the essence. Your girlfriend is looking for you at the mahjong parlor. Yu Kai called, but you didn't answer. He even called me. Upon hearing that Qi Yao was seeking me, I sprang from the bed in a panic. After hastily washing up, I rushed to the mahjong parlor. Although it had only been 2 days since I last saw Qi Yao, it felt as if we had been separated for an eternity. Qi Yao, it's freezing. Why are you standing outside? Were you waiting for me? In the bitter cold, Qi Yao stood at the entrance of the parlor, glancing around. Yinxiu, you really know how to keep a girl waiting. I didn't look for you, yet here you are. Faced with Qi Yao's irritated demeanor, I pulled her into an embrace, I've been quite busy with work, I explained. Chi Yao huffed in response, breaking free from my hold. Busy? Busy with other women, I presume? I realized Chi Yao was feeling jealous, and suddenly everything made sense. I inwardly cursed Lu Kai for his loose lips, spilling everything. Yet, I still felt compelled to clarify the situation to Chi Yao. Explaining that it was purely work-related. Yao, although I shared a house with Sister Na, we had separate rooms, so you needn't worry. We didn't share a bed. In response to my explanation, Chi Yao seemed to miss the point entirely. Oh? So you're implying you wanted to share a bed with someone else? Chapter 41 Chapter 42 Shopping yesterday, Lu Yi generously bestowed upon me a sum of 50,000 yuan as commission and bonuses. With tomorrow marking the eve of the new year, I planned to confess my feelings to Chi Yao, and with money in hand, I contemplated purchasing a few gifts for her. Chi Yao, do you have any plans this afternoon? Would you accompany me to the city? The new year is fast approaching, and I wish to buy some new clothes. Knowing Chi Yao's personality, I understood that if I offered her gifts outright, she would likely decline. Thus, I resolved to surprise her in a different manner. I do have time, but the buses only leave in the morning, and there are no more rides to the city right now. Chi Yao replied. The transportation issue was easily resolved. Fatty had a car and plenty of free time, making the hour-and-a-half journey from the county to the city feasible. I'll arrange for the car. As long as you're available. Once Chi Yao agreed, I called Fatty. He immediately consented to my request, and about 10 minutes later, his Audi A6 arrived at the mahjong parlor. To my surprise, in addition to Fatty, there was another passenger in the front seat. Qin Hao. I marveled at Fatty's efficiency. In just a few days, he had managed to recruit Qin Hao, proving his prowess in the bustling city. Qiugu? Sister-in-law. Upon entering the car, Qin Hao turned around, greeting us. His call of sister-in-law caught me off guard, and I glanced at Chi Yao, who blushed slightly, appearing shy yet nodding in acknowledgement. My heart swelled with joy. It seemed Chi Yao had accepted this relationship, bolstering my confidence for tomorrow's confession. Qin Hao, when did you arrive? I inquired, subtly asking when he began associating with Fatty. I quit the gang with Huang Mao last night and reported to Brother Hong this morning. Qin Hao replied. Good, there's no future with that Huang Mao. I patted Fatty on the shoulder, joking. Zhang Jihong, you've got quite the charm, of course. Do you think I rely solely on money for my nightlife? It is all about charm. Fatty's excessively lewd demeanor prompted me to punch him playfully. Ahem, I cleared my throat, reminding him that there was a lady present. Yinxiu, is your throat bothering you? Chi Yao asked with concern, her hand already resting on my thigh, giving it a firm squeeze. Or have you been out partying too? No. I was unfamiliar with the city, but Fatty navigated it effortlessly, upon learning of my intention to buy clothes. He drove us straight to the city's department store. The mall boasted 6 or 7 floors, each dedicated to different wares, jewelry on the first floor, followed by men's and women's apparel, sports gear, and casual wear on the upper levels, distinctly organized. In my mind, this was the pinnacle of shopping. Upon entering the mall, we did not immediately ascend to browse for clothing. Let us first explore the first floor and check out some necklaces. I suggested. In Northeast China, gold necklaces have long been a coveted accessory for men of my generation. In the late 90s and early 2000s, a gold necklace was a symbol of a man's status. To gauge a man's wealth, one need only observe the thickness of his necklace. However, my primary objective was not to admire necklaces for myself, but rather to find a suitable gift for Chi Yao. After visiting several jewelry stores, Chi Yao's attention was suddenly captivated by a pearl necklace in one of the shops in the past. I grasped Chi Yao's hand and led her over. Upon noticing our approach, the salesgirl eagerly walked over to introduce the products. When she retrieved a pearl necklace from the counter, a spark ignited in Chi Yao's eyes, and she seemed utterly captivated. Do you like it? I inquired. Chi Yao nodded, only to immediately shake her head. Let's go upstairs to pick out clothes for you. It was evident that Chi Yao had a fondness for the necklace. However, the price tag was beyond her means. I refrained from suggesting I would gift it to her, as she would undoubtedly refuse. I mentally noted the name of the jewelry store as our group proceeded to the men's clothing section on the 3rd floor. After browsing extensively, I ultimately purchased 2 sets of clothing from Lilong for myself. Since tomorrow marks the little new year, I insisted on treating everyone today, declaring that each person must buy an outfit, with no room for refusal. I boldly proclaimed. Now, I consider myself somewhat of an elder brother. Although I have only one younger sibling, an elder brother ought to embody the role. since Gu arranged this. I felt no qualms about being generous, haha. Initially, Qin Hao and Qiao both declined, but with the chubby guy setting an example, coupled with my firm stance, they both selected their desired outfits. I even made a point to buy an ensemble for Lu Kai as well. Thank you, Gu witnessing me spend nearly 1,000 yuan. Qin Hao appeared quite touched and expressed his gratitude. It seems that little Huang Mao has never gifted him anything. Observing his moved expression, I realized my expenditure was not in vain. The stark contrast between my treatment of him and that of Huang Mao has undoubtedly earned my loyalty in his eyes. I threw an arm around Qin Hao's shoulder and jestingly scolded. Since you're mingling with us, we're brothers now. What is there to be polite about among brothers? Nearby, Qiao and the chubby guy playfully mimicked Qin Hao. Thank you. I found myself at a loss for words. As we exited the mall and saw them all getting into their cars, I feigned urgency. I need to use the restroom first. Please wait for me. Upon returning to the mall, I made my way back to the jewelry store, wrapped up the necklace that Qiao had admired, and concealed it within the bag containing the clothes before finally feeling satisfied as I got into the car. By the time we returned to the county town, it was already past 5. I stashed the items back home and hurriedly rushed to the Four Joys chess room. I arrived precisely at 6 o'clock. Stepping into the chess room, I headed straight to the private room where Boss Lu, Lana, and that pair of accomplices were already present, but Xiao Wang had not followed. Consequently, in this gambling affair, Boss Lu was the only one genuinely invested, while the rest were mere pawns. At that moment, Boss Lu was counting money, with the person in charge standing beside him, the table still bearing yesterday's IOU. 200,000. Precisely. Boss Lu placed neatly organized stacks of money on the table. The person in charge smiled as he collected the cash. Boss Lu? The first 100,000 is interest-free, but the second loan requires interest. Upon hearing this, Boss Lu's face darkened as he tossed another 10,000 to the person in charge. Today, Boss Lu's previous spirited demeanor was nowhere to be found. Instead, he bore a bitter expression, which was understandable. Who could remain in good spirits after losing so much money? You don't seem too energetic today, Lu Gu. Did you lose your cool yesterday? I teased, deliberately adding salt to his wounds, as I had already established the role of the villain and intended to see it through. Yesterday, you were just lucky. Today might not be the same. Chapter 42. Chapter 43. To be ruthless is a prerequisite. Slaughtering pigs is an art that requires mastery of timing. A pig that has sustained injuries still harbors the potential to escape, as long as Boss Lu has not resorted to borrowing money from everywhere to the point of being unable to repay his debts. He remains a wounded pig, not a dead one. For such pigs, it's essential to provide them with some hope of winning back their losses. Occasionally allowing them to win a little is acceptable, but it is absolutely impossible to let them win big or recover their losses. After playing for 2 hours, we, the insiders of the gambling house, were thoroughly enjoying ourselves, experiencing both substantial wins and losses. Only Boss Lu consistently experienced minor victories, never substantial ones. A few thousand yuan was merely a drop in the ocean compared to his 300,000 losses. At this point, Boss Lu was growing anxious, frequently raising the stakes. Yet, he still couldn't manage to win significant amounts. After winning a few rounds, he would lose them back under my covert manipulation. Around 9 o'clock in the evening, the door to the private room was abruptly pushed open, and a middle-aged woman, appearing to be in her 40s and somewhat greasy, walked in. As she entered, a strong odor of greasy meat wafted into my nostrils. Without question, this woman was likely Boss Lu's wife. Compared to Boss Lu's neat attire and lavish clothing, his wife seemed exceedingly ordinary, resembling a typical rural woman. How foul! What is that smell? It's suffocating. The nearby water attendant looked at the woman with disdain. What brings you here? Upon seeing his wife, Boss Lu instinctively released the water attendant from his embrace, his brow furrowing as he questioned. Lu Tianchun, if I don't come, this family will be ruined by you. One Tiet. The woman's eyes brimmed with tears, her tone agitated. Upon witnessing the stark contrast between this woman's plain appearance and Boss Lu's extravagant demeanor, I felt a pang of sadness within me. I'll ask you again. What brings you here? Boss Lu's tone was impatient, tinged with anger. The woman wiped her tears from the corner of her eyes. You've gambled away all the family's savings, including the money from the shop, haven't you? Upon hearing the woman's words, I noticed Lana's eyebrows raise slightly as she discreetly gestured to me with a hand signal indicating a harvest. I understood her meaning, for the woman's simple statement revealed a crucial piece of information. Boss Lou was out of money. He had exhausted all his liquid assets. Initially, we believed he had a substantial household with funds to last a few days, hence our concern about him escaping. However, upon closer inspection, it became evident that Boss Lou was financially depleted. Aside from fixed assets, he had only a few tens of thousands remaining after settling his debts. A pig without liquid assets is akin to a dead pig. All we needed to do was win all his money and then have him borrow a bit more from Gauzy, and the remaining fixed assets would be gradually devoured by the overwhelming interest. I had personally experienced the speed at which interest compounds. As long as Boss Lou could not quickly convert his assets to cash, even if he possessed a mountain of gold, it would eventually be consumed by the interest. Speak up. Seeing Boss Lou remain silent, the woman pressed him again. Boss Lou impatiently glared at her. It's all my money. I can spend it however I wish. What right do you have to criticize me? Upon hearing this, the woman could no longer hold back her tears. Lu Tianchun, you truly are something. I wake up at 5 every morning to take care of the kids, stock supplies, and prepare meat, working until 11 or 12 at night, only returning home when the last customer leaves. What am I doing all this for? Isn't it to ensure this family lives comfortably and that the children have a better life? Look at you. Have you ever managed the shop? You're either out drinking or gambling. Lu Tianchun, can't you listen to your conscience? Doesn't it hurt? With that, the woman stepped forward, forcefully pushing aside the water attendant, and grabbed Boss Lou, attempting to leave. Let us go home. The water attendant, shoved aside, exclaimed, Lu Gu, she pushed me. I couldn't help but feel a surge of disdain for the water attendant's demeanor as a bystander. Perhaps due to his long-standing contempt for this yellow-faced woman, Boss Lou unexpectedly raised his hand and slapped her. What do you want? If you can stay, stay. If you can't, then leave. Don't bother me here. Just get lost. Watching this scene unfold, my sense of justice and masculinity surged within me, making it unbearable to witness such a diligent woman, who had sacrificed so much for her family, being treated this way. I longed to stand up for her, to rush forward and deliver a powerful punch to Boss Lou's face. But I couldn't. When I chose this path, I had to be prepared to forsake my sense of justice, abandon kindness, and relinquish any emotions that might hinder my goals on this path. If I wished to rise above others, ruthlessness was a prerequisite. I lit a cigarette, inhaling deeply, savoring the sensation as it traveled from my throat to my lungs, and quietly closed my eyes. When I opened them again, the smoke was still curling in the air. The woman had already left, and Boss Lou sat in his chair, panting heavily, with the water attendant nestled beside him, her small hand trailing along his chest. Lu Gu, your wife is quite fierce. She scared me. How could such a woman be worthy of Lu Gu? With the water attendant's consolation, Boss Lu's mood gradually improved. Yes? If only she were half as good as you, I would be content. I secretly mocked Boss Lu's foolishness while maintaining a calm facade. As the saying goes, prostitutes are heartless and actors are ungrateful. I believed it wouldn't be long before Boss Lou would no longer appreciate the water attendant's worth. The card game resumed. With Boss Lou dealing, I soon noticed Lana making a move to switch cards. Her expression was grim, suggesting she was preparing to reap the rewards herself in the subsequent dozen rounds. Boss Lou would only achieve minor wins, followed by significant losses, gradually depleting the few tens of thousands he had left. It became increasingly apparent that Boss Lou was growing frantic. Lu Gu, why don't you stop playing? Your wife has already said there's no money left at home. This is your entire savings. You might as well return home and prepare the meat properly. I intentionally employed a provocation technique. Once again, I relied on yesterday's strategy. While I pressed down, the water attendant and the other pair began to counter my remarks, praising Boss Lou, attempting to pull him back with their words. How could Lu Gu possibly be out of money? That is a joke? Lu's meat shop is thriving. This amount is merely pocket change for Boss Lou. Indeed, an elderly woman, what wisdom could she possibly possess? The vehicle parked downstairs by Boss Lou is worth over 100,000. The surrounding crowd, each contributing their words, ignites the primal desires, sense of honor, and vanity inherent in human nature. At this moment, Boss Lou finds himself akin to an arrow drawn to its limit, compelled to release. Should he refrain, it would be tantamount to announcing to the world that Lu Tianchun, Boss Lou, has fallen into financial ruin, a veritable pauper. Ultimately, Boss Lou falters under the weight of human temptation and summons the lender. Manager, bring me another 100,000. Chapter 43. Chapter 44. Little New Year. When a gambler borrows from a loan shark at the casino, his demise is all but assured. I can already foresee Boss Lou's fate. The 100,000 he pledged as collateral for his vehicle vanished within the hour, lost in the game. He slumped in his chair and called for the manager once more. Lend me some more money. The manager handed him yet another 100,000, yet how could a pig already led to slaughter hope for a reprieve? Within half an hour, Boss Lou had squandered every last penny. Desperate to borrow again, he found himself unable to secure additional funds. His eyes reddened, his complexion paled. In that moment, I discerned a flicker of regret and despair etched upon his face. He placed his final glimmer of hope in the hands of the dealer. Darling, lend me some money. I promise to repay you by tomorrow at the latest. I have no money, Lou Gu. Don't joke with me, she retorted coldly. As the saying goes, a prostitute is devoid of compassion, and an actor lacks loyalty. To expect repayment from the dealer is a fool's errand. I've already tipped you nearly 10,000 over these past few days. Just lend me some. It's not like I want to return it. Boss Lou shouted in a fit of indignation. All he received in response was a derisive laugh and a scornful retort. If you're broke, then don't play, pauper. The dealer shrugged off Boss Lou's grasp and exited the private room without a backward glance, leaving him seething with rage. You wretched harlot, you certainly didn't have this attitude when you were taking my money. Just wait. I'll come back tomorrow with cash, and you won't have to serve me. The dealer's attitude undoubtedly pricked Boss Lou's fragile vanity. Observing his frenzied state, I couldn't help but chuckle quietly, muttering to myself, serves you right. In the wake of Boss Lou's outburst, several thugs from the casino entered, pinning him down and forcing him to affix his thumbprint to the loan agreement. Before departing, one of the thugs delivered a swift kick to Boss Lou. Shut your mouth. If you keep howling, I'll sew it shut for you. During this entire episode, the manager remained conspicuously absent, but one could easily deduce that everything had been orchestrated by him. This was merely a precaution to prevent Boss Lou from acquiring funds to gamble again, allowing everyone to save face. All right, everyone, it's clear today's game is over, though. I wasn't quite finished. The few of us exchanged banter as we exited the private room, leaving Boss Lou alone in the now desolate space. Compared to the warm attentiveness and flattery he received yesterday, today stood in stark contrast. This is the atmosphere that casinos deliberately cultivate, leading gamblers to believe that wealth is abundant here, making them desperate to acquire funds until they have exhausted all their resources, including friends and family. Upon returning home, after freshening up, I settled beside Sister Lana. Sister, do you think we will need to intervene tomorrow? Lana contemplated for a moment. I believe so. Based on my experience, I was certain that tonight, Boss Lou would attempt to borrow money from all his acquaintances and, come tomorrow, would repay the interest to the casino only to return and gamble again. This is the inherent flaw of gamblers, one that the loan sharks exploit. After listening to Lana's explanation, I nodded in understanding. Boss Lou now finds himself submerged in the mire of gambling, with only enough room to breathe, yet devoid of any capacity to resurface. The next morning, due to the Little New Year festivities, I rose early to attend the largest morning market in the county. I procured some meat, knowing my master had a penchant for beef tripe. So I bought extra, along with 30 pounds of sorghum liquor. After securing a 3-wheeled cart, I made my way to my master's home. I had previously declared I would not return to this store. Standing at the entrance, I called out for my master. Master, Master, Yu Changqin, Yu Changqin. After a few loud calls of my master's name, he emerged from within. Who is it, shouting like that? His face bore an expression of impatience. But upon seeing me, it transformed into a smile, and he playfully scolded. You little rascal, still daring to call me by my full name? I ought to kick you. As he approached, I gestured to the items on the ground. Today is Little New Year, so I brought you some treats. Knowing your fondness for beef tripe, I bought a few extra pounds, but I didn't get any mustard oil. You'll have to fetch that yourself later. As I spoke, I pulled out 500 yuan and pressed it into my master's hand. Master, take this money. Yes, not that I'm withholding from you. Even if I give you more, it won't end up in your hands. This was the truth. It wasn't that I was unwilling to spend money on my master, but rather because of my master's wife. No matter how much I gave, it would ultimately be taken away. Better to buy more of what my master enjoys. That feels more genuine. Come on, it's a freezing day. What are you standing at the door for? My master looked at me with a wry smile. I declined. Master, I want to go in. I still need to buy some things to take back to my parents, and my master seemed to sense my thoughts. Because of your master's wife? You truly don't intend to cross the threshold again? I've moved into a separate room from her. She is with you, Feng, and you can disregard her when you come here. I was about to refuse again when my master raised his severed hand. With so much to carry, are you certain you want to lend a hand? Seeing that hand, a pang of sorrow washed over me. Ever since it was severed, so many events had transpired. I picked up the items. All right, let us go inside. My master smiled and patted my shoulder. Let us go home. After placing the items down and sitting on the Kong, I chatted with my master about my recent circumstances and how I had made a bit of money. Just then, that voice I loathed pierced through the air. Oh, Yin Xiu has returned. Didn't you say you wouldn't come back? Master, I'll take my leave. Upon spotting that detestable woman, I immediately stood, bid my master farewell, and turned to leave. After departing from my master's home, I went to the agricultural market, purchased some items, and loaded them onto the bus headed for the countryside. Today marked the day I intended to confess my feelings to Chi Yao. Theo, craft a romantic confession. I had perused a number of love films, ultimately deciding to employ fireworks to set the mood. I invited Fatty and Lu Kai, and the three of us made our way to the fireworks shop. Ah, brother, your luck is incredible. You bought your city house just a few years ago, and now you're set to benefit from the demolition. Why can't I have such good fortune? Brother Wang has fortune written in his fate. This demolition will yield quite a sum. No? Not too shabby. I'll be getting 2 apartments and several $100,000. That is not too shabby. I know you only spent $20,000 on that house. As we stepped into the fireworks shop, we overheard a group discussing the demolition benefits, surrounding a small man. Hearing about such a windfall stirred envy in my heart. Upon noticing our entrance, the small man interrupted the flattery and approached us. Gentlemen, what can I assist you with today? Chapter 44, Chapter 45, New Goals Vegetables. I joked. Why come to a fireworks shop if not to buy fireworks? The small shopkeeper chuckled. Are you here for sparklers or firecrackers? Sparklers. Under his guidance, I purchased a plethora of sparklers, totaling over 400 yuan. I counted out 500 and tossed it onto the counter. No need for change. After settling the bill, I pointed to the Audi A6 outside. Boss, please load it into the car. Certainly. As they loaded the sparklers into the trunk, the small shopkeeper eyed the Audi with admiration. Is that the new Audi A6? Quite impressive. How much does it cost? I shot him a glance. Not too expensive, around 500,000. Upon hearing the price, his expression shifted to disappointment. Clearly, he had been planning to upgrade to an Audi once the demolition funds arrived. A bit pricey. You youngsters have such taste. You must come from a wealthy family. Fatty was about to boast about his own background, but I swiftly interrupted. It's not a big deal. I recently caught a fortunate wave and made a bit of money. Upon hearing fortunate wave, his eyes lit up. Brother, what business are you in? I merely chuckled. Just stick to selling your fireworks. Without capital, one cannot engage in engineering matters. Having said that, the three of us got into the car. Before departing, I glanced back at the small shopkeeper, noticing envy and yearning reflected in his eyes. My master once said that the easiest prey are those who rise to wealth overnight and overestimate themselves. Thus, this small man became my next target on the frozen river of Hengi. Thick ice covers the surface, and many adults often take their children to slide and play. Tonight, I plan to stage an elaborate confession on the ice, complete with a fireworks extravaganza. However, before confessing my feelings, I needed to make a trip to the chess and card room to settle a wager with Boss Liu. Arriving at the establishment at 5:30, I awaited his presence. After a brief interval, Lana and 2 acquaintances arrived. Yin Xiu, you seem to have come quite early, one remarked. Indeed, when have I ever been late? I replied. As time passed, each second felt like an eternity, yet Boss Liu remained conspicuously absent. To preempt his sudden arrival, we engaged in games while waiting, during which the manager introduced a few other gamblers. However, judging by their demeanor, none of them seemed capable of handling the stakes we were playing with. 2 fled in fright upon seeing our substantial bets. The remaining 1 played a couple of rounds with me, losing around $1,800 before deciding to leave. As the clock struck 7, We were contemplating wrapping up when the respectful greeting of a server echoed from downstairs. "Hello, Mr. Liu. Mr. Liu is here." Ascending to the second floor, we found Boss Liu smiling and acknowledging our presence. "Are you all still playing?" I nodded in response. "Come over, Liu." We greeted him in return. The room belonged to the previous dealer, and upon seeing Boss Liu arrive with a bag of money, she immediately rushed over. Lu Gu, I couldn't help but admire her audacity. It takes a certain skill to be so shameless. How could she muster the courage to approach him after her previous behavior? However, as she approached, Boss Lu's expression was far from the flirtatious demeanor of days past. Disgust was evident on his face. "Get away from me!" He brusquely pushed her aside and summoned the manager. "Replace her, or I won't play." The manager promptly brought in another attractive dealer, with a facade of flattery and grievance. The previous dealer clung to Boss Lu's arm. "Lu Gu, are you still angry?" "I was just joking yesterday," I let out a sigh, lighting a cigarette. I had seen shamelessness before, but never to this extent. It was no wonder she could earn over 10,000 from tips alone. She possessed a certain skill. Yet, Boss Lu showed her no kindness, shaking off her hand and retrieving several $100 bills from his pocket, which he directly handed to the new dealer. It seemed this new dealer had never encountered such a generous boss. She immediately expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, boss." I recognized that this was a deliberate act by Boss Lu, intended to humiliate the previous dealer and regain the dignity he had lost yesterday. Watching the money that rightfully belonged to her be given to another, her expression soured significantly. Boss Lu, reveling in his petty revenge, declared arrogantly, "Remember, you won't earn a single cent here in the future. Xiao Mei, hurry up and leave. Don't disturb Boss Lu's mood. If you offend him, I won't be able to protect you," the manager admonished the dealer. Observing this scene, I noted the unmistakable satisfaction on Boss Lu's face. He then produced $20,000, tossing it into the manager's hands. "This is the interest in the world of gambling. As long as a debtor can cover the interest, no one will pursue the principal." After receiving the interest, the manager withdrew, instructing the new dealer, "Make sure to serve Mr. Liu well. Do you understand?" "Yes, understood." Boss Liu then emptied his pockets, revealing approximately $60,000 to $70,000. His disheveled demeanor indicated this was likely the result of considerable effort to gather funds yesterday. In the 1990s, being able to borrow several tens of thousands through connections was impressive. Even today, many struggle to secure such amounts. Yet, these few tens of thousands were insufficient to settle Boss Lu's debts. He could only hope to redeem his unattainable fantasies through gambling. The prospect of recouping his losses appeared increasingly grim. There was no hint of leniency. Apart from a few minor wins, he was destined to lose. "Lu Gu, it seems you've been quite unlucky these past few days," I jested, revealing my hand, a red ace. While Boss Lu held a club ACE.AS, I gathered the money on the table. I felt no sympathy for this man. Gradually, from the original 60 to 70,000, only a little over 10,000 remained. Boss Lu, drenched in sweat and visibly anxious, reminded me of someone. Chi Yao's father, Chi Wanlong, a clear sign of a gambler's plight. Just as I thought the game was nearing its conclusion, a commotion erupted downstairs. A final wave of footsteps ascended towards us. "Gentlemen, whom are you looking for?" A server attempted to intervene but received no response. Suddenly, the door to our private room was kicked open. A group led by Xiao Wang stormed in, Boss Lu's wife among them. "How dare you, Lu Tianchun, borrow money from me and then come here to gamble?" Chapter 45 and 46. The poor woman pay up, hurry and pay. This large group surrounded us, all seemingly demanding money from Boss Lu. How was it possible that the money he had just borrowed less than a day ago was already being sought after? This situation was genuinely unexpected. However, upon reflection, especially noticing that Xiao Wang was the most aggressive among them, everything began to make sense. It must be that Boss Lu had failed to repay Xiao Wang previously, prompting him to publicize Boss Lu's gambling activities, resulting in the current predicament. "Lu boss, didn't you say the money was all deposited in the bank for a fixed term, and that you were going to ask us to chip in for goods? How come you're here gambling now? You've lost all credibility with this behavior. Hurry and pay." Faced with the pressure from the crowd, Boss Lu's face revealed a mixture of panic and fury. He pointed at Xiao Wang, shouting, "You son of a... Did you tell them about my gambling? Believe it or not, I'll buy my bones from someone else and never use your supplies again." At this moment, I finally understood the connection between Boss Lu and Xiao Wang. It turned out Boss Lu was Xiao Wang's supplier, and no wonder Xiao Wang had previously been so sycophantic, staying close to Boss Lu. Haha, whether you can pay back or not is uncertain. I've heard you borrowed hundreds of thousands at high interest. Even if you sold your braised bone shop, it wouldn't be enough to repay. The scene was indeed grim, but this was precisely the outcome the casino desired. The pig must dangle its legs in the air to be slaughtered. These people were like Boss Lu's legs. Only by alienating him could they achieve that state. Sensing the moment was ripe, I cleared my throat and stood up, admonishing. Is this place your home? We are still in the middle of a game. Upon hearing my rebuke, everyone fell silent, their gazes shifting towards me in astonishment at my audacity to intervene. Following Xiao Wang was a portly man clad in a meat seller's cloak, who approached and pointed at me. Mind your own business. With that, the hefty man swept the cards off the table, declaring, If you're playing, then play with this. Seeing the man's brazen demeanor made me laugh in disbelief. You've got some nerve. I retorted with a cold grin. Do you not realize there's a ruckus in the casino? Upon hearing my call, the manager finally arrived with a group of enforcers. The reason these individuals had not come earlier was to apply pressure on Boss Lu, pushing him to the brink of isolation. Dare to cause a disturbance in my establishment? Do you wish to die? The manager led a group of thugs armed with clubs into the room. Surveying the scattered playing cards, it seemed even the manager was taken aback. He pointed at the mess. Who did this? In response to his inquiry, no one spoke. I scoffed. I had thought the hefty man had some courage. Yet he was nothing but a coward. Is this fat one? My gaze fell upon the hefty man, whose face turned pale, desperately trying to deny it in the realm of those who manage such establishments. Mercy is not a trait they possess. The manager swung his iron rod directly at the hefty man's head, striking decisively. The hefty man clutched his head, crying out in pain. However, I could see that the manager had not struck with full force. The intention was intimidation, not to inflict serious harm. This was nothing compared to the brutality displayed by Lu Yi during his encounter with Xiao Huang Mao. I'll give you 1 minute to vacate my premises. Otherwise, don't expect to leave, the manager threatened. The group hurled a few more insults at Boss Lu before retreating, leaving only his wife behind. She maintained her simple appearance, yet in just 1 day, she seemed to have aged decades. Lu Tianchun, can you stop this madness? Come home with me. We can sell the house and land to repay the debt. Worst case, we start over. Her voice trembled with emotion. And even I, a mere observer, felt moved. Yet Boss Lu remained as unyielding as a slab of stone, his heart as cold as ice. Who the hell wants to start over with you? The biggest regret of my life is marrying you, the harbinger of misfortune. Hearing such callous words, the woman trembled with anger, struggling to regain her composure after a long pause. Lu Tianchun, even if you ignore me, you still have a child. Can't you think of Xiao Tian? Please, stop gambling. I sighed deeply. It was clear that today's game could not continue. I am a soft-hearted person, especially when it comes to witnessing a woman's pitiful pleas. Stepping out of the chess room, a biting cold wind pierced through my thin shirt, allowing my tumultuous emotions a moment of respite. Standing in the frigid breeze, I silently drew on a cigarette. It is said that fate is impartial, that good and evil eventually reap their consequences. Why, then, does such a wonderful wife suffer such dire treatment, while those shameless women of the night become the cherished objects of some? I lament this injustice on behalf of the woman, yet what can I truly do? Her current plight is, in part, my doing. Creak. The door of the chess room swung open, and I turned to see Lana emerging with my coat in hand. Big brother, it's over 20 degrees below zero. Are you trying to freeze yourself to death? She chided, draping the garment over my shoulders. Extinguishing my cigarette and donning my coat, I contemplated speaking, but ultimately kept my lips sealed. I could not allow others to witness my weakness. Xiao Qiu, that Lu boss is quite the scoundrel. How can he be so ungrateful with such a good wife? Lana initiated the conversation, sensing my thoughts. Indeed, a devoted and selfless woman like her is a rarity. I sighed in agreement. But, Lana, I have a few matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. The situation with Lu is now primarily for those in Gao Zi's circle to handle. It no longer concerns us. Are you off to rendezvous with a lovely lady tonight? Lana asked with a mischievous grin. No. I shook my head, still feeling low due to Lu's wife's circumstances, lacking the spirit for jest. Go on, then. The hefty fellow and Lu Kai had been waiting nearby. After confirming their location, the hefty fellow drove me to Chi Yao's house. Upon arriving at Chi Yao's residence, I entered alone. The lights were still on inside, and I leaned against the window, searching for her silhouette. Upon noticing my arrival, Chi Yao stepped out. Let's go. All right. We had made plans the day before, and she had prepared early. Before I could take a step, Chi Yao's mother hurried out. Hello, Auntie, I greeted, feeling a twinge of anxiety. Surely Chi Yao's mother wouldn't disallow her from going out at this late hour? That would jeopardize all my preparations for the day. Fortunately, Chi Yao's mother did not address her but instead fixed her gaze upon me. Child, here is 1,000 yuan. Please take it. The remaining 2,000 will certainly be given to you by Annie before the new year. Chapter 46 Chapter 47 The beginning of love. Seeing Chi Yao's mother extend a bundle of cash in a transparent plastic bag towards me, I hurriedly declined. Auntie, there's no need. You should keep this money. Your family needs it. However, Chi Yao's mother insisted, Child, even if my family is in difficulty, you have helped us. Auntie is not ungrateful. It's only right to repay a debt. Chi Yao's mother was the most principled woman I had ever encountered. A highly educated individual, far superior to my boorish teacher's wife. Auntie, this money was won from my uncle, and I am merely repaying him. When he earns again, he will return it to me. I firmly rejected Chi Yao's mother's money once more. After pushing the cash back into her hand, I quickly fled, knowing that lingering would only lead to an endless entanglement. Thank you, child. After you spoke to your uncle, he has stopped gambling. Once he finds work, he will repay you. All right then, Auntie, goodbye. I waved as we left her home, holding Chi Yao's hand as we hailed a tricycle to head to Hangyi, as for the hefty fellow and Lu Kai. They had gone ahead to set things up. Yin Xiu, why have you brought me to the riverside? Chi Yao inquired. Puzzled, I held her hand, leading her to our designated spot. You'll know when we get there. Sensing my mysterious demeanor, Chi Yao ceased her questioning. The headlights of an Audi S6 illuminated our path as I turned to her, saying earnestly, Chi Yao, do you remember our first meeting? Of course, I thought you were a creep. Following me around, she replied, her laughter leaving me momentarily speechless. Truthfully, I couldn't fathom why I had felt compelled to follow her that day. From the very first glance, I was captivated by her, fearing I might never encounter someone like her again. Worried that if I fell behind, she would vanish from my world forever. Upon hearing my heartfelt confession, Chi Yao covered her mouth, struggling to suppress her laughter, teasing me, Hengyi is so small. How could I possibly just disappear? In an instant, all my carefully cultivated emotions evaporated. Holding her hand, I found myself at a loss for words. Continue. Is that all you have prepared? Chi Yao leaned forward, peering at my face with a playful smile. I sighed, alas, everything I wished to say has been quashed by you. Her laughter rang like silver bells, delightful yet infuriating. Arriving at the front of the Audi S6, I noticed an exquisitely wrapped box resting on the hood. I lifted it and opened it to reveal the pearl necklace that Chi Yao had longed for. I held it aloft. Sparks soared into the sky, blossoming like fireworks, illuminating the entire night. Yin Xiu, look, fireworks! Chi Yao exclaimed, her attention drawn to the spectacle. When she turned back to me, I knelt on one knee, presenting the jewelry box to Chi Yao. I like you. Will you be my girlfriend? Chi Yao's eyes widened in disbelief and joy as she accepted the box and embraced me tightly. Yes. Seeing her acceptance, the weight on my heart lifted. Did you prepare all this? It's beautiful. She nestled against me, her gaze fixed on the dazzling fireworks, her eyes brimming with happiness. I nodded. Yes, do you like it? I do, but this much fireworks seems rather extravagant. Her expression, reminiscent of someone pained by a financial burden, made me chuckle. As long as it brings you joy, it is not wasted. I took the pearl necklace and said, Yao, try it on. See if it fits. You really bought it. Her large eyes blinked in astonishment, clearly moved by my thoughtful gesture. So, do you like it? To my surprise, she shook her head. This necklace is one my mother adores. That day, I only thought it would make her happy. Wait, that's quite the mix-up. I laughed, just teasing you. Now help me put it on. Chi Yao grinned. Lifting her hair, I exhaled in relief as I fastened the necklace around her neck. Do I look good? You look good in anything. I gazed deeply into Chi Yao's eyes, slowly leaning in closer, preparing for my first kiss. However, a voice pierced through the moment. It looks stunning. This necklace seems tailor-made for my sister-in-law. At that moment, the hefty fellow and Lu Kai returned, sending my heart into a frenzy as I silently cursed their lack of timing. They had arrived at the worst possible moment. To make matters worse, the hefty fellow, with his mischievous demeanor, leaned closer and said, "Xiao Gu, did we interrupt anything? Of course, you ruined everything." I shot him a glare, expressing my displeasure. "Are you going to continue?" The hefty fellow chuckled awkwardly. "Continue? You've got to be kidding." I couldn't help but exclaim in frustration. Though the hefty fellow and Lu Kai had spoiled my moment, I was grateful for their efforts today to this hour. Aside from barbecues, all other restaurants had closed. Speaking of barbecues, memories of my first encounter with Chi Yao flooded back. "Let us go. I'll treat you all to Longzi barbecue." Upon hearing the name, the hefty fellow couldn't resist teasing. "What kind of name is that? It sounds like the brainchild of a fool. Only a fool would choose to eat there. This barbecue joint is where Yin Xiao and I had our first meal together." Chi Yao explained, laughing as she recounted the embarrassing details of our first meeting, including my following her and the awkward opening lines. I hadn't realized how vividly she remembered our story. But I couldn't let my pride slip away. "Dio, I have no dignity?" I joked. "Ha ha, Li Yin Xiao. I never thought you were a stalker. Should we report him to the police?" Lu Kai suggested, raising eyebrows as we all looked at him in confusion. "Why? Of course, to have a case on file for Li Yin Xiao. If any single lady goes missing during the night, he'll be the prime suspect." They laughed heartily. Amid their raucous laughter, I felt my face burn with embarrassment. Looking out the window, I noticed snowflakes gently falling. The lights of the Longzi barbecue sign blinked rhythmically. This place had once been where my heart fluttered. Now, it marked the beginning of my love story. Chapter 47. Chapter 48. A Kiss. The world was blanketed in white, snow dusting our hair as we walked hand in hand. I hoped that Chi Yao and I could continue this journey together until we grew old. Time spent with her always flew by, and despite my efforts to linger, we eventually faced parting. At her doorstep, I reluctantly released her hand. "Yin Xiao, see you tomorrow." Chi Yao reluctantly waved her hand at me. "See you tomorrow." As I watched her slowly retreating figure, an inexplicable sense of loss welled up within me. After walking a short distance, Chi Yao halted. She turned around and hurriedly threw herself into my embrace. Her large eyes gazing at me, her voice tinged with a hint of pleading. "Yin Xiao, can you promise me one thing?" "What is it?" "You tell me," I inquired. "Just promise me first, okay?" Faced with Chi Yao's childish charm, I found myself entirely defenseless. All right. Could you perhaps refrain from gambling in the future and find a proper job instead? I won't mind how much you earn. I just fear you may end up following my father's path. I don't want to live my life in the shadow of gambling." Chi Yao's eyes brimmed with yearning and desperation. "Yet gambling is my profession. How could I possibly give it up?" "Chi Yao, I'm not gambling. This is my work." "Yin Xiao, I understand, but I just want a stable, ordinary life. I don't want to be on edge every day worrying about you. Do you know? Every time you gamble or cheat, I am terrified. I fear you'll get caught or worse." Chi Yao's seriousness and her pitiable demeanor tugged at my heartstrings. "I'm not afraid of hardship or exhaustion, as long as I can be with you. I am happy, but I want us to be blessed, to be someone my mother can feel at ease about. Do you understand what I mean?" I grasped Chi Yao's intent. I am a cheat? A profession that holds no honor, one that is reviled by society, profiting at the expense of others. I doubt any parent would wish for their daughter to marry a cheat, especially one who has endured the torment of gambling for half a lifetime. However, I could not simply acquiesce to Chi Yao now, for that would be akin to deceiving her. "Chi Yao, I have my goals and ideals. Being a cheat is not one of them. It is merely my means of survival. A transitional phase. I cannot promise you that at present." As I uttered these words, I noticed a clear sense of disappointment wash over Chi Yao's face. Yet my words were not yet finished. "I assure you, when you graduate from university, when we marry, by that time, I will no longer be a cheat and will have left the gambling industry." In that moment, Chi Yao's expression shifted from disappointment to surprise. "Really? Indeed, I have never lied to you." "All right, it's a promise." Chi Yao revealed a smile that captivated me entirely. "Yin Xiao, isn't there something missing?" Chi Yao said shyly. "Missing what?" I suddenly realized. "The necklace box is in Fatty's car. I'll bring it to you tomorrow." Upon hearing this, Chi Yao stood on her tiptoes, her nose almost touching mine. "Silly, What I'm missing is a kiss. Grasping Chi Yao's slender waist, I leaned in without hesitation. Our lips met, and a tingling sensation coursed through my entire being. In that moment, I was utterly immersed in bliss. I lost track of time as we kissed. It felt both prolonged and fleeting. Chi Yao's figure vanished from my sight, and I found myself alone on the journey home. In the following days, I spent most of my time with Chi Yao. During this period, we ventured into the city, where I purchased a mobile phone for her, ensuring our communication would be more convenient, even when she later attended university, enabling us to stay in touch daily. Since that night, I had not seen Boss Lu's presence in the casino. Those of us who engaged in such shady dealings did not have work every day. There were not always pigs to be slaughtered. Until we identified suitable targets in the casino, Lan Na and I remained in a state of idleness. Even casual gambling was strictly prohibited by Lu Yi, likely out of concern for our identities being exposed, given how small the entire Hengi County was. At 11 o'clock that morning, I was still lost in slumber when Lan Na woke me. "Get up. Yi Gu wants us to go somewhere." Groggily, I got dressed and hailed a tricycle, arriving at a place I was quite familiar with, under Lan Na's direction. I gazed upon the grand sign. My mind instantly cleared, and my nerves tightened. The 5th District Chamber of Commerce. Those 4 characters transported my thoughts back to the day I first met Hong Bin. Surely, he wouldn't know that I was Lu Ye's subordinate and was preparing to deal with me here. Just as this thought crossed my mind, I dismissed it. I was merely a small fry, hardly deserving of Hong Bin's attention. Could it be that Lu Yi intended to introduce me in Lan, not a Hong Bin? That possibility loomed large. However, I could roughly predict the consequences and circumstances of meeting Hong Bin. No, I cannot go in. But what excuse could I use to refuse? "Yinxiu, what are you thinking? Hurry inside. Yi Gu is waiting for us." Lan Na urged. That I hesitated for a moment. Najie, my stomach hurts. I need to use the restroom. Given the circumstances, this was the only excuse I could muster. Lan Na shot me a glance. "There's a restroom inside. Hurry up and come in, you lazy donkey." I was at a loss for words. It seemed I could not escape this predicament today. Following Lan Na, the receptionist appeared to recognize her and did not obstruct us, merely greeting us as we entered. However, we did not ascend to the 2nd floor. It seemed she was guiding me to the restroom, the right side on the 1st floor. We walked to the innermost room, where Lan Na knocked on the door. "Knock, knock, knock. Come in." A voice from inside belonged to Yi Gu, which surprised me. It turned out he was not in Hong Bin's office but here. Upon entering the room and scanning the surroundings, I was relieved to find no sign of Hong Bin. "What are you looking at? Aren't you here to use the restroom?" "There's one inside." Lan Na pointed to a small room nearby. "All right." After greeting Lu Yi, I pretended to use the restroom for a while before returning. "This is your first time in my office, right?" Lu Yi asked. I nodded, not realizing Lu Yi had an office here. "Yi Gu, your office is really beautiful." Lu Yi laughed heartily and gestured for me to sit. "The reason I called you two here is for one matter." Saying this, Lu Yi opened a drawer in his desk and took out 40,000 yuan. "You both did very well this time. Everything has concluded perfectly. Here is your bonus, 20,000 each." Chapter 48, Chapter 49. Good people thank you. Yi.to speak candidly, Lu Yi deserves his position as the boss. Compared to most bosses, he is indeed generous and treats his subordinates well, managing to secure their loyalty. Just from commissions and bonuses, Lu Yi had previously given Lan Na and me 70,000 each. With this additional 20,000, it totals 90,090,000 yuan. What a concept! My parents would have to toil for 10 years in the fields to save such an amount, and no wonder many envy those of us in the shady business. We can easily sustain ourselves for 3 years with just one operation. But is it truly worthy of envy? I recall a few years later, during a conversation with Hong Bin, he remarked that, if not forced to a dead end, he would never have taken this path. Who would willingly live in fear, teetering on the edge of life and law, constantly anxious about whether they would end up in a cell or on the road to the afterlife? I found much truth in his words. In the legendary Liangshan Marsh, among the 108 heroes who truly volunteered. With the bonus from Lu Yi in hand, Lan Na and I left the 5th District Chamber of Commerce. Just as we reached the entrance, a tiger-headed Benz pulled up in front of the chamber, and Hong Bin's figure slowly emerged from the vehicle. I quickly lowered my head to avoid his gaze. As I passed by him, I felt his eyes linger on me for a fleeting moment. Once aboard the tricycle and glancing back at the chamber's entrance, Hong Bin had already vanished from sight. And I let out a long sigh. "Do you know Hong Zong?" Lan Na looked at me with curiosity. I hurriedly shook my head, denying it. "I don't know him. If you don't know him, why did you seem so nervous?" Lan Na pressed on. "I had a bit of a stomach issue and was in a hurry." I fabricated an excuse to deflect her inquiry. Earlier, I had opened a savings account at the bank, depositing 20,000 yuan. Standing at the bank's entrance, I felt a sense of confusion. Just 2 streets away was Lu Ji's Braised Bones restaurant, and although it was in the opposite direction of my home, I couldn't help but control my feet to take a look. I wanted to see if that simple woman was still there, to see how she was faring with a nervous heart. I walked to the street directly across from Lu Ji's Braised Bones, gazing from a distance. Lu Ji's Braised Bones was still the same. However, there were no customers inside. A large sign was posted on the door, closed for 3 days. Outside, a few rough-looking men were smoking, and I could see shadows moving inside the restaurant through the glass. I approached to ascertain the situation. The sign closed was invisible. I was about to enter. Before I could step inside, one of the rough men blocked my path, scolding me. I glanced at him, and before I could speak, another man approached. This one I recognized as Shunzi, who watched over the 4 Happiness chess room. "This is Gu, a friend of the boss." I remembered Shunzi well. He was the one who had kicked Boss Lu in the casino, which made him memorable to me. "Shunzi, what is going on inside?" I offered him a cigarette. Shunzi pulled me aside and whispered, "Lu Tianchen owes money to the establishment. The interest has ballooned to over 600,000 yuan. He sold his car and house. But it still wasn't enough, and ultimately, he had to use the restaurant and secret recipe to settle the debt." I took a deep drag from my cigarette, realizing that all the resources available to Boss Lu had been thoroughly exploited. From this moment forth, Lu Ji's Braised Bones would remain Lu Ji's Braised Bones, retaining the same old flavor, but its proprietor would no longer be the former Lu Tianchun. Instead, it would now be Lu Yi. Just as I was listening to Shunzi recounting the situation regarding debt collection, a woman emerged from the restaurant, shouldering a glass bag full of items while cradling a basin containing some premium liquor. This woman was none other than Lu Tianchuan's wife, the very woman who evoked my sympathy. "Who gave you the right to take this liquor? This belongs to the restaurant, to our boss. Do you not realize that?" A thug had intercepted her, barking orders and snatching the liquor-laden basin from her grasp. Witnessing this scene ignited a surge of indignation within me, and I charged forward, forcefully pushing the thug aside. "What are you doing? Are you really going to pick on a woman?" I shouted at him, pulling out several hundred yuan from my pocket and tossing it into the thug's hands. "I'll buy this liquor." I snatched the basin back and handed it to the woman. "Thank you." She recognized me, yet there was no trace of resentment in her eyes for having lost all of Boss Lu's money. After forcing a smile through her wrinkled face, she departed alone. Watching her retreating figure, I felt compelled to follow. "Sister-in-law," I called softly, my voice lacking conviction. She turned her head, her gaze vacant. "What is it? Are you all right?" I questioned, bewildered as to why such a foolish inquiry escaped my lips. She let out a bitter laugh. "What do you think?" We walked together for a while in silence. Unsure of what to say, suddenly, she spoke first. "You're still young. Don't gamble, one can win forever. Gambling is truly harmful." Her words halted my steps, leaving me momentarily frozen. What a kind-hearted person she must be to utter such sentiments toward the one who stripped her of all her possessions. "Understood," I replied, halting her. "Sister-in-law, please wait for me. You must stay here." Without delay, I dashed toward the bank, withdrawing the 20,000 yuan I had deposited just the day before. When I returned, she had not left, and I immediately pressed the money into her hands. "Sister-in-law, take this for your expenses. Your child needs it for school. I can't accept this money. Please take it back." The woman refused, yet I insisted, forcibly placing the money into her hands. This amount was not merely an expression of my guilt towards her, but also a small atonement for my own inner turmoil. Ultimately, I am unlike those who exploit others. I still possess humanity and conscience, albeit driven by the need to survive and succeed. "Sister-in-law, please hide this money well. Never let Lu Gu see it again, or he will gamble it away," I advised her. "A gambler who receives money will never cease." She nodded vigorously. "Thank you. You are a good person." In that moment, I smiled. A good person? Perhaps, after parting ways with her, I refrained from seeking anyone else out, opting instead to buy a case of beer and drink alone at home, for only alcohol could alleviate the demons within me. She had become a knot in my heart. Had she been a boisterous woman? Like my teacher's wife, I would have felt no sympathy upon witnessing her downfall, but she was not. She was a good woman, a devoted mother, a loving wife, someone who made me feel guilty even in my dreams. The next day, I awoke with a throbbing head. Reeking of alcohol, I crawled out of bed and splashed cold water on my face, which helped considerably. Once I had dressed and was preparing to head out for a meal, Lana emerged from her room, clad in a revealing black nightgown. After such a heavy night of drinking, could she be upset over a breakup? Leaning against the doorframe, she struck a sultry pose. It's fine. If we've broken up, we can always get back together. If things become unbearable, you can always settle for your sister. I want mind. Her appearance was indeed striking, yet her words were rather unpalatable. No, can you please wish me some good fortune? I just started dating, and you're already hoping for a breakup, I retorted, somewhat exasperated. Oh, I was merely joking. Why so serious? Come on, let us go. She waved me off, and I exited the door. After breakfast, I arrived at the location I had arranged to meet Chi Yao. Due to the incident involving Boss Lu's wife, my spirits were inexplicably low. Only the sight of Chi Yao could temporarily lift this gloom. The little tyrant game console provided endless amusement, the sound of its joyful beeping filling the air. Unlike brothers, couples had fewer shared activities, especially in an era when the internet was undeveloped. Beverage shops were not yet popular, and cinemas did not screen films daily. The little tyrant game console became our cherished pastime. Naturally, we met at the home of Fatty, who had no elders around, and his television was particularly large, making for an excellent gaming experience. Fatty even made me a spare KEY. My favorite game was Contra, while she preferred to jump on mushrooms. However, we both delighted in playing Tank Battle. Yes, we cleared the level. Yinxiu, you're amazing. Now give me a kiss, just one. Just as we were celebrating our victory, my phone rang, displaying Lana's name. As soon as I answered, her anxious voice came through. Xiao Qiu, where are you? What's wrong, Lana? Is there something urgent? I inquired hastily, sensing that this usually carefree person was in a state of distress, indicating something serious was amiss. The Cixi chess room was smashed up. Yi Guo is furious. You need to come over immediately. The chess room was vandalized. My heart raced with alarm. Who would dare to attack Lu Ye's establishment in our territory? That would be akin to courting death. Yet, I was not a thug. What could I do about the vandalism? I decided to clarify the situation first. What happened, Lana? Who did it? It was Lu Tianchun who sent people to do it. In an instant, my mind went blank that I realized what was occurring. The horrific scene from the Jin Yuanmin bathhouse flashed through my memory. Why had Lu Tianchun, who had been so compliant all this time, suddenly turned rebellious? The answer was simple. He had transformed from a dead pig into a pig on the verge of revival. Killing a pig has always been a delicate art. It must be done just right. If a pig is completely dead, it is safe from scalding water. Regardless of how the casino treats it, they can butcher it at will. Such a pig yields no value to the casino. However, if the pig still has some strength, it harbors a desire for revenge against the casino. Previously, Boss Lu was a pig that had been perfectly slaughtered. Why did he suddenly resurrect? The reason was straightforward. It was due to the 20,000 yuan I had given him yesterday. The Cixi chess room's current predicament was entirely my doing, and it was certain that Lu Yi would connect the dots. After all, I had confronted Lu Tianchuan's wife in front of so many thugs. Anyone could deduce that the money was given by me. What's wrong? Why the long face? Chi Yao asked with concern. There's a situation at the venue. I need to go take care of it. I stood up, donned my clothes, and after bidding farewell to Chi Yao, I hurried to the Cixi chess room. Upon arriving, I found Lana anxiously waiting for me. The entrance of the chess room was shattered, with broken glass and furniture strewn about. Yinxiu, you finally made it. Lana pulled my hand and led me into a nearby alley, asking, Did you give money to Lu Tianchun yesterday? Yes, I felt pity for his wife. I confessed. Sigh, when Yi Guo gets angry, you must keep your cool and not throw a tantrum, okay? Lana advised. From the perspective of the casino, I had indeed made a mistake. Rationally, as a member of the casino, I should have known that such an incident could occur yet still chose to give money. I would accept the blame and any punishment without complaint. However, emotionally, I did not regret my actions. At least it alleviated some of the guilt in my heart. Following Lana into the casino, the scene was one of devastation. Broken tables, shattered glass, and even light bulbs lay in ruins. Several workers were already busy making repairs. As I walked through the second-floor corridor, I could hear groans of pain. Peering through the door, I saw several laborers lying on the ground, bloodied. Most likely hired by Lu Tianchun. Those who take money to do a job include not only thugs but also impoverished workers. In Hung County, I believe few thugs would dare to attack Lu Ye's establishment, but the laborers were different. They were undeterred by fear as long as they were compensated. Walking to the innermost private room, I found a gathering of individuals, including Lu Kai and the chess room's manager. The rest were unfamiliar faces, yet none appeared to be ordinary thugs. Yi Gu. I greeted him. Lu Yi was seated at the back. And upon seeing me enter, he beckoned me over. My heart raced with trepidation as I stepped forward. Yin Xiao. It was you who sent money to Lu Tianchun, correct? Faced with Lu Ye's inquiry, I did not deny it. Yes. You should understand the consequences of your actions, correct? I still did not deny it. Yes, I understand. Suddenly, he lifted his leg and kicked me in the stomach. Caught completely off guard. I stumbled and fell to the ground. You little brat, are you deliberately provoking me? Lu Yi shouted as he approached me, preparing to take action. Naturally, my good brother, Lu Kai, would not stand idly by. He stepped forward to persuade Lu Yi. However, before Lu Kai could utter a word, Lu Yi pointed his finger at Lu Kai's nose, saying, You want to plead for him? Are you planning to form a faction under my nose? Step back. Seeing that Lu Kai still intended to intervene, I did not wish to drag him into this mess. Moreover, even if he helped, it would be futile. Therefore, I hastily interjected, I merely felt pity for his wife. Sister Na has met his wife, and she is truly a good person. She even urged me to quit gambling. Chapter 50. The reluctant decision. Li Yinxiu, do you understand what industry you are currently involved in? You should be aware of the consequences of not adhering to the rules in this line of work. Lu Yi yelled at me. A chill ran through my heart at the mention of consequences. I certainly knew, but I had not anticipated that the 20,000 yuan would lead to such severe repercussions. I still vividly remembered the fate of that little yellow-haired boy from that night. It seemed he was prepared to turn his wrath on me. Lu Yi picked up the ashtray from the gambling table and placed it in front of me, saying, Xiao Qiu, do you remember this? Of course, I could never forget. It was this heavy glass ashtray that had smashed the hand of the little yellow-haired boy, leaving it bloodied and mangled, with broken bones, and to this day, he bore ghastly scars on his hand. According to Qin Hao, 2 of his fingers could not even bend fully. I understood that the consequences were dire, yet I felt helpless and made no plea for mercy. After all, if Lu Yi wanted to deal with me, begging for mercy would be futile. I had indeed made a mistake that caused losses and repercussions for the casino, and I should accept whatever punishment was deemed appropriate. Brother Yi, Xiao Qiu is just a novice. Give him a chance, Lu Kai interjected, blocking Lu Ye's path. Simultaneously, Sister Lan Na stepped forward to join in the persuasion. Brother Yi, Xiao Qiu is still young. Spare him this time, and he will surely learn. Boss, Lu Tianchuan's wife is indeed as Xiao Qiu described, such a good person. I used to dine at their restaurant, and she always served me complimentary dishes. Now that he has fallen into such dire circumstances, even I feel pity, let alone Xiao Qiu, who is just starting out. Oh, my surprise. The head of the Sihui chess room also unexpectedly spoke up on my behalf. When the former owner of Lu Ji's sauced bones was mentioned, the others present chimed in. Indeed, she was a wonderful woman. What a shame she ended up with Lu Tianchun, a worthless fellow. My heart raced furiously as my gaze lingered on the ashtray. Hoping that the pleas of so many would bear fruit, Lu Yi surveyed the crowd, a meaningful smile spreading across his face. All right, very well. Since they have all spoken up for you, your hands may be spared, but you will compensate for all the losses incurred by Sihui. Lu Yi pointed at my nose and scolded. Furthermore, starting tomorrow, you will begin working as a hound, including the high rollers. You will participate in every step. Do you understand? Understood, thank you, Brother Yi. I expressed my gratitude before standing up with Lu Kai's assistance. The term hound refers to those in the casino responsible for identifying potential victims, serving as the first step in the casino's common method of exploitation. Their task is to find suitable prey, fostering camaraderie through indulgence, allowing the prey to let down their guard before being led, or cleaned, into the pigsty of us hustlers, from nurturing to slaughter, as hustlers. The transition from raising pigs to slaughtering them is the second step. The high rollers are those who truly push the pigs into the abyss, completely destroying their lives and extracting all value from them. Which is the third step. Each of these steps tests human nature, particularly the first and third. The second step tests emotions and humanity, as one befriends the pigs, gaining their trust before betraying them. Shattering a harmonious family, it takes immense courage and a level of cruelty to commit such acts without remorse. Lu Yi was preparing to obliterate my compassion, transforming me into a heartless beast. Yet, I could not refuse. I had to comply. Even resigning or withdrawing was not an option. Once I entered this world, there was no turning back. Lu Yi would certainly not grant me an escape route. Everyone except Li Yanqiu, leave at once. At Lu Ye's command, everyone else exited. Only Lu Kai and Lan Na remained, hesitant to depart. I understood their concern. Lu Kai was my longtime brother, and I appreciated our brotherly bond. However, I was taken aback and touched that Lan Na would defy Lu Ye's orders on my behalf, indicating that in her eyes, I was more than just a partner. I was a friend. Noticing that they had not left, Lu Yi shot them an exasperated glance. Rest assured, I won't lay a hand on him again. After Lu Kai and Lan Na left, Lu Ye's expression calmed, and he gestured to the chair opposite him. Sit. Nervously, I took a seat across from him, uncertain of his intentions in keeping me alone, but at least he had assured me he would not resort to violence. Does it hurt? Lu Yi offered me a cigarette, inquiring a bit, I replied, feeling a dull ache in my abdomen. Accepting the cigarette, I lit it for Lu Yi first before lighting one for myself. The rich aroma of the tobacco filled my mouth. It was a uniquely Chinese flavor. He gently patted my shoulder, feigning difficulty, and said, Xiao Qiu, Brother Yi understands your feelings. At-14. I entered society and encountered many good people, including those warm-hearted elders from the countryside who would kneel and beg for their children and families. I felt their pain too. I am human, not a beast. I will never forget that moment. My heart ached even more than yours. However, we are in this world. This is our path to survival, and we must tread it. Sympathy for others is cruelty to oneself. Do you understand? Yes, I understand. I grasped Lu Ye's meaning. The path I had chosen must be followed, regardless of the obstacles. Lu Ye's willingness to share this with me lightened my spirits considerably, proving that he did not regard me as an outsider in this world. We must engage in the ways of the world. Even as the boss, many actions I took were out of necessity. To maintain the respect of my subordinates, I nodded earnestly. Lu Ye's words felt akin to an apology, stirring a small sense of gratitude within me. I could see that he did not genuinely wish to harm me today. Otherwise, with his decisiveness and ruthlessness, he would not have allowed others to intervene on my behalf. As long as you understand, there's nothing more to discuss. Just go back, Lu Yi said. I stood up, hesitating for a moment before asking anxiously, Brother Yi, how much will the losses to the chess room amount to? I can cover it. The damage to the chess room was significant. The renovations would surely cost thousands. While the renovations were minor expenses, if it could not operate today, the losses would be substantial, especially the revenue lost from the night's operations. Hearing my words, he waved his hand dismissively. Get lost. Do you think I'm in need of your meager funds? That's all for show to my subordinates. I suddenly understood, thanked him, and walked out of the private room. Chapter 51. A new direction outside the room. Lu Kai and Lan Na were eavesdropping by the door, clearly ready to rush in at a moment's notice to rescue me. So, what did Brother Yi say? Lan Na inquired with concern. Nothing. I shook my head. As I exited, I coincidentally encountered the workers who had just been released, each looking ragged and limping, evidently having endured quite a beating. However, I did not see Lu Tianshun among them. Could it be that he had been killed? He was merely a gambler, a victim of circumstance, and it was only natural to harbor a sense of vengeance. If he were to die because of this, I would feel guilt. Where's Lu Tianshun? I don't know. He's not among this group, Lan Na replied. I turned to Lu Kai, who had arrived earlier than us. After hiring people, Lu Tianshun fled and hasn't been found yet. Upon hearing this, I felt relieved. It seemed Lu Tianshun was not foolish and had the sense to escape once trouble arose. I just hoped those thugs would not trouble Lu Tianshun's family. Although they claimed his wife was a good person, when it came to action, those individuals were ruthless. Regardless, I could no longer meddle in matters that did not concern me. I was not a saint. Any help I offered would have to be under circumstances that did not threaten my personal safety and interests. Leaving the chess room, I stepped onto the street, flanked by Lu Kai and La Na. Curiously, I asked Lu Kai, what brings you here today? Given that everyone in the private room appeared to be Lu Ye's trusted subordinates, it was evident Lu Yi felt secure enough to publicly state my profession. Although Lu Kai had a good relationship with Lu Yi and had worked in this place for several years, he still held the position of a mere collector. Upon hearing my question, he grinned. Brother Yi has promoted me to the manager of the establishment. That place is now under my control. It appears he has been promoted, which indicates he has completely earned Lu Ye's trust. That is indeed a positive development, I nodded, feeling happy for him. However, seeing the admiration in his eyes when he mentioned Lu Yi left me somewhat uncomfortable. It was inevitable that I would part ways with Lu Yi. At the moment of my departure, the chances of having friends would be slim, while the possibility of acquiring enemies would be greater. I worried about whether Lu Kai would choose to follow me or continue alongside Lu Yi. Until now, I had not broached the subject of my plans to develop my own influence with Lu Kai, fearing he might speak out of turn. Given the current situation, it would be even more prudent to withhold that information from him. Lest it become a burden, I reached the main street. I bid farewell to Lana and Lu Kai. Sister Na, Kaizi, I must take my leave. Chi Yao has been waiting for me and has called multiple times. All right, do take care on your way. Upon returning to Fatty's home, I noticed an Audi A6 parked at the entrance, indicating Fatty's return. Upon entering the house, I found Chi Yao anxiously pacing back and forth, with Fatty trying to console her. The moment she saw me, Chi Yao rushed into my arms, tears streaming down her face. Yin Xiu, where have you been? Why didn't you answer your phone? I was nearly frantic, thinking something had happened to you. I was in a meeting with Yigu and had to turn off my phone. I fabricated an excuse to alleviate her worries. See, sister-in-law, I told you not to fret, Fatty interjected. After soothing Chi Yao for a while, she finally calmed down. Due to the circumstances surrounding Chi Wenlong, she is particularly insecure, especially since I am involved in an industry that causes her great concern. Therefore, I exercise considerable patience with her. We played a few rounds of video games together before sharing dinner. After the meal, I escorted Chi Yao back home, while Fatty and I headed to his stone quarry. What's wrong? You seem a bit off today, Fatty inquired during the drive. I recounted the day's events to him and solemnly added, I believe we should expedite our plans to recruit underlings. During my one-on-one conversation with Lu Yi, his words deeply moved me while also serving as a wake-up call. He is the elder brother, yet he must maintain balance and uphold the rules. Even if my relationship with him is strong, should I ever breach those rules again, my fate would be far worse than that of Xiao Huangmao. This necessity on his part as a leader is something I, as a subordinate, should be vigilant about. Upon arriving at the stone quarry, Fatty, Qin Hao, and I convened a meeting. Although Qin Hao joined us later, he is a veteran member and one of the pioneers of our small group. Having spent some time with him, I can attest to his loyalty. We differ from Lu Yi, who has established roots, a venue, and a reputation that draws eager subordinates. We are merely a group of nameless small fry. Most leaders rise through the support of their predecessors, at the very least establishing their own influence before breaking away. Yet, we must start from scratch. While I have been associated with Lu Yi, my profession and identity are unique. From Lu Ye's perspective, I have no need to recruit underlings, nor do I possess the qualifications to do so. Lu Kai now has his own venue, and I understand his character. Lu Yi treats him well, and he would never betray Lu Wide. As we contemplated our predicament, the very first step of recruiting underlings seemed to pose a significant challenge. I have an idea, Fatty exclaimed suddenly, slapping his thigh. He has always been the most astute among us, possessing a comprehensive view of matters. From the very first day I started associating with Lu Yi, he warned me about the potential fallout of a falling out with him. What is it? Speak quickly, I urged, eager for his insight. Schools, he declared. After mulling it over, I gave Fatty a thumbs up. Almost every junior high and high school has a group of mischievous children, much like the video game players. They often neglect their studies, engaging in fights, and occasionally teaming up with outsiders or older students. This is a common phenomenon and perfectly suited for our group. Having once been a rebellious youth myself, I understand the mindset of these adolescents. All right, let's assign this task to Qin Hao, I proposed. Although Qin Hao is somewhat short in stature, he possesses a fierce aura that neither Fatty nor I have. Additionally, he bears a shoulder tattoo of a tiger, which often captivates the attention of impressionable youths. What young and naive boy wouldn't he want a brother like that to boast about? Chapter 52 Chapter 53 Becoming bait for the pigs with the direction set? The location still required deliberation. Hengi County wouldn't he do? At least the northern part of the county would certainly not work, as Qin Hao's target would be easily exposed. Setting aside Liu Ye's influence, Qin Hao was once a subordinate of Huang Mao and a subordinate of the Bucktooth. If he were discovered, his fate would undoubtedly be dire. I suggested that we should focus on the surrounding towns. I expressed my concerns to both of them, and they concurred with my viewpoint. However, the major issue is that the nearby towns only have junior high schools and no high schools, Fatty pointed out. 8th graders are about right. I've been fighting since elementary school. Let's start with 8th graders. They are relatively more mature and will soon graduate, meaning a large number of troublemakers will be entering society. I confirmed. Once everything was settled, Fatty and I departed from the stone quarry. From here on out, most of the work would be coordinated between Fatty and Qin Hao. The next day, I was assigned to work at Lu Kai's venue, primarily responsible for learning from someone named Pong, a hound, how to find prey. I had heard about the profession of hounds from my master before and had a general understanding of how they locate their targets. That evening, I found myself seated at a low-stakes blackjack table, playing out of boredom. Pong sat across from me, informing me that prey often lurked among these ordinary patrons. I could not dispute this. The vast majority of gamblers progress from small stakes to larger ones, including Boss Liu, who initially played for 10 yuan. Boss Wang, your luck is quite remarkable today. Playing such small stakes is a waste of your fortune. Why not join me for a round of higher stakes? This is rather dull. Peng flattered one of the winning small-time bosses. No, playing cards is just for entertainment. The small-time boss decisively declined Peng's invitation. Watching Peng's absurd tactics left me astonished. Furthermore, he employed this same line with nearly every winner. This scattershot approach to fishing for frogs was indeed impressive. Initially, I thought he might possess some exceptional skills. But after 2 days of observing him, I found nothing particularly noteworthy to learn. It seems that in order to find pigs, one must rely on oneself. Following my farewell to Lu Kai, I exited the gaming room and suggested to him, Kai Zi, you should let Peng go. He is clearly unfit for this industry. After leaving the gaming room, I glanced at the time. Just past 6 in the evening, my master would still be awake. So I decided to seek his counsel. Given his wealth of experience in the gambling world, I stopped at a store to buy a few items before heading to my master's house. Carefully entering, I found my master in the east room, while Yu Feng's room was located in the west, separated by a wall. Since my master and his wife now slept apart, I figured that as long as I kept my voice down, she would not notice my presence. Xiao Qiu, what brings you here so late? My master greeted me with a radiant smile upon seeing me. I placed my purchases on the Kong. I haven't seen you for a few days, so I thought I would come by to visit. Why would you buy things? You shouldn't be so formal. My master chided lightly. I smiled and chatted with him for a while. Master, I would like to consult you about something. After some casual conversation, I revealed the main purpose of my visit. What is it? I want to understand how hounds find and lure pigs, I replied candidly. You came here today to see me, but primarily to ask this, right? My master inquired, to which I nodded. Not concealing my intentions, I recounted the entire affair to him. Since you wish to know, I will share what I can, though my assistance is limited now, my master lamented before continuing. I need not elaborate on finding pigs. Every individual possesses the potential to be a pig. The key lies in identifying whether the pig in question is the one you need. His words left me somewhat bewildered. Yet upon careful consideration, I began to grasp the essence. The true role of a hound is to bait pigs, enticing a suitable fat pig into the trap of the gambling scene. Baiting is a skill. Akin to fishing, it requires bait, a specific type of pig, and a specific lure. I nodded, understanding my master's implication. To cater to their preferences? Precisely, my master affirmed my insight. However, the best bait is yourself. Bait is oneself? This notion perplexed me, prompting a quiet murmur of uncertainty. Allow the pig to discover the value it seeks within you, enabling it to approach you willingly and cater to your desires. Do you understand? The master's profound and enigmatic explanation left me somewhat bewildered, still struggling to grasp its full meaning. Sensing my confusion, he chuckled helplessly. Take your time to comprehend it. After engaging in further conversation with the master, I realized that the time was nearing for him to retire for the night. and I took my leave. Upon returning home, I found Lana lounging on the sofa, indulging in snacks while engrossed in a television drama. Laughing heartily, seemingly oblivious to my arrival, I stepped in front of the television, obstructing her view entirely. "Get up, can't you see I'm watching something interesting?" Lana shot me an irritated glance, urging me to move aside. "Sister Na, I need to ask you something," I said earnestly. To my disappointment, Lana dismissed my concerns. "Move aside and wait until I finish watching." Disheartened, I retreated to my room, lying on the bed and contemplating the master's words, "Allow the pig to find value in me. Let it bait itself." Just as I was deep in thought, Lana barged in, perched at the head of my bed, playfully tilting my chin with her finger. "What's wrong, little Chi? Are you puzzled? Allow me to enlighten you." I was at a loss for words. Had she been watching too much of my fair princess? I quickly retorted, "Don't disturb my thoughts." Her interruption had muddled my previously clear ideas. "How bold, little Chi. Who granted you the audacity to speak to me in such a manner? Beware, I might just castrate you." Faced with this woman, I had no choice but to speak earnestly. "Sister Na, I have a question." "Call me Your Highness." "Your Highness, may I inquire about the meaning of allowing the pig to discover the value it seeks within you, prompting it to approach you and cater to your desires? What does that mean?" I'm not quite following. Noticing that Lana also didn't understand, I reiterated the master's words. "How could a hunting dog entice a pig to approach me, to recognize the value I possess, thereby flattering me and willingly stepping into my carefully laid trap?" After explaining again, I felt I had grasped the essence. It's quite simple. It means making the pig believe that you can provide it with what it desires. Do you understand? This principle aligns with the current popular saying, "A sophisticated hunter often presents themselves as prey." With just 2 days until New Year's Eve, the plan to lure pigs would have to be postponed. Lu Yi had arranged for me to act as the hunting dog under the condition that there were no pigs present at the casino. However, just before and after the New Year, the casino would be bustling with activity. Thus, in the coming days, except for the first day of the New Year, I would be in a state of constant busyness, dressed in a Caesar leather coat, with a shirt and pants from Lilong, and holding a Nokia phone. My appearance undoubtedly exuded that of a businessman. Beside me, Lana clung to my arm, adorned in a fox fur coat, her wavy hair cascading elegantly, complemented by her unique aura of sophistication. Everyone around us, we appeared to be a wealthy and cultured couple. The task assigned to us by Lu Yi during the new year was merely to reap the rewards, without the need to release any winnings. After all, the New Year period is a rare golden opportunity, and spending days raising pigs would be an unwise endeavor. Surprisingly, the venue for our harvesting was not at the northern casino, but rather in the southern county, in someone else's establishment, showcasing Lu Ye's ingenuity. As Lana and I entered the gaming room, the server assessed our attire and promptly welcomed us. "Please, come in, as affluent patrons." We engaged in high-stakes games, which indicated that the house's commission would be substantial. Therefore, we were considered valued customers. Following the server's recommendation, I was directed to a mahjong table where 3 players were already seated. "Needing one more for a game of 20. Mr. Dong, this is Mr. Lee," the server introduced, having previously inquired about my surname. Feigning familiarity, I ensured that the other players would not be put off. After exchanging greetings with my fellow players, I apologized with a smile. "I must confess, I'm not well versed in mahjong. Please allow my wife to join you. I'll take my leave to play some poker." I arranged for Lana to join the mahjong game and exited the room. My reason for not playing with him was not due to a lack of skill in mahjong or unfamiliarity with the techniques of cheating. Rather, I simply did not enjoy it. Compared to mahjong, poker was truly my forte. I requested the server to arrange a table for Nyo. The private room housed about 8 or 9 individuals, and the server pulled out a chair for me to sit. The minimum bet was 50, with a maximum of 500. I casually tossed in 100, opting to observe the proceedings before attempting any deceit. The dealer was a well-built man with a strong masculine presence, who greeted me with a magnetic voice as I settled in. From the conversations of those nearby, I learned his name was Ma Dong. My initial impression of him was quite favorable, but as he began to shuffle and deal, I narrowed my eyes slightly. Fake shuffle, slanting 2 cards. He was cheating, however. His shuffling speed was impressive, and his dealing appeared normal, making it no wonder the house's commission collector failed to notice. Yet, while he might evade the collector. He could not deceive me, an experienced cheat. If my suspicions were correct, his hand should consist of a ño-ño. Ño-ño, my apologies, everyone. It's a complete victory. Observing his confident demeanor, I couldn't help but smile. His technique was evidently lacking, merely allowing him to deal himself specific cards. He likely only knew how to fake shuffle, find cards, and deal two at a time. These methods would suffice to win against ordinary players. But against me, they stood no chance. I considered exposing his cheating but eventually concluded it unnecessary. They were winning the players' money, not the house's. Even if they did win from the house, it had no bearing on me. I neither owned the casino nor did Lu Yi. Acting impulsively to expose his tactics would only reveal my carefully concealed identity. Weighing the pros and cons, I found it unjustifiable. With ample time today, I refrained from even cutting the deck to prevent raising his suspicions. Losing a few rounds held no significance. After playing a dozen games, I finally drew a ño-9. Taking down the dealer, I became the new dealer, ready to showcase what true skill entailed. His fake shuffle was child's play, while I could manipulate the cards through collecting, shuffling, and arranging to achieve my desired outcomes. Although I couldn't guarantee every player's score would be predetermined, I could certainly ensure that the player I intended to target would have their cards align with my strategy. After shuffling the deck, I dealt and ordered I in the first round. I dealt myself a ño-ño. Sweeping the table cleaned I in the following rounds. Players fluctuated between wins and losses, but under my orchestration, Ma Dong consistently lost. Today, if he won, I wouldn't win against anyone else. What if I continued to win against other players and they all walked away? Just as I was enjoying the game and had already pocketed the winnings Ma Dong had previously acquired through cheating, I heard a woman's voice from the next room. "What are you doing?" That voice was all too familiar. It was Lana. "You all keep playing. I have something to attend to," I stated briefly, swiftly making my way to the room where Lana was before I even entered. I heard Dong's insufferable voice say, "You've won so much money. A little hand-touching isn't excessive, is it? Unbelievably shameless old fool." Bursting into the room, I saw Dong finally release Lana's hand upon my entrance. "What are you doing?" I demanded, and to my astonishment, Dong feigned indifference. "It's nothing. Isn't it normal for hands to brush together while playing mahjong?" Back in '98, when mahjong machines were not yet popular, players would often handle the tiles manually, providing ample opportunity for lecherous individuals to take advantage of the situation. It was easy to envision how Dong had treated Lana just moments ago. That was not merely a brush. "I've warned you several times." Lana exclaimed angrily. "You're making a big deal out of nothing." Dong dismissed her, showing no intention of apologizing or explaining, even in my presence. Although Lana was not my true girlfriend, she was my partner. And regardless, she had been subjected to mistreatment, which compelled me to intervene. Chapter 54 Chapter 55 The influence of Hengi. It was inevitable that I would confront Dong. Lana was not only my partner, but also an older sister figure in my life. Moreover, today, Lana was presented as my girlfriend, and to everyone else, she appeared as such. If my girlfriend was bullied and I did not stand up for her, would I not become a laughingstock? "You old fool," I shouted, advancing towards Dong, seizing his collar and delivering a powerful punch to his cheek. "You dare to touch my woman? Do you seek death?" With another forceful blow, I struck Dong again, this time with no restraint. It seemed he never anticipated my sudden aggression, leaving him defenseless as he slumped into the chair. Just as I prepared to strike once more, I was pulled back by two fellow players and Lana. "Don't act impulsively." Lana grasped my arm, yet I discerned a glimmer of emotion in her eyes. It seemed she was touched by my gallant act of rescue. Under normal circumstances, I would have teased her a bit, given her frequent claims of being an emotionless woman. However, this was not the appropriate moment. After all, we were not in Lu Ye's domain. Even though I was in the right, causing a commotion here would undoubtedly lead to complications. "You little brat, do you know who I am? How dare you hit me?" Director Dong bellowed from his chair, pointing at me. I have never been one to shy away from trouble, so how could I possibly be intimidated by him? "It matters not who you are. If you dare to bully my woman, you shall pay the price." I flexed my wrist, feigning an intention to strike him. Just then, the casino staff arrived. "What's going on here?" A bald man entered, flanked by 4 or 5 thugs, immediately questioning us. Director Dong pointed at me, fuming. "This little brat assaulted me." He continued his accusations, turning his head to reveal the half of his face that I had bruised. "Look how vicious he is. I was attacked in your establishment. You must give me an explanation, or I will never return." Upon witnessing this, Lana hurriedly stepped forward to clarify. "It was this lecher who first assaulted me. My husband merely defended me." "What's wrong with touching you? With that revealing outfit, you deserve it," Director Dong shouted indiscriminately. This reignited my fury, and I charged at him, delivering a kick to his face that sent both him and his chair tumbling. "Dare to utter another word, and I shall make you regret it. If you think you can bully me in this territory, just wait until I make a call to have you dealt with." Director Dong lay sprawled on the ground, looking utterly disheveled, yet he continued to shout threats. He belonged to that type who would bluster loudly without making any attempt to retaliate. The commotion in our room attracted the attention of other gamblers. But the casino staff hesitated to intervene. We were not just casual players betting a few dollars. Whether we were winners or losers, our stakes were in the thousands, proving we were not ordinary individuals. Thus, until they understood our backgrounds, they would refrain from taking action. Enough commotion. "Follow me to the office," the bald man gestured before turning to leave. The thugs led us, the instigators of the disturbance, to an office. Although referred to as an office, it was merely a larger storage room filled with clutter. The bald man sat down, lit a cigarette, and slowly remarked, "You both know whose territory this is, and you understand the consequences of causing trouble here. You have 5 minutes to make your calls." His meaning was clear. He wanted us to call for backup, probing into our backgrounds. If our connections were strong enough, the casino would likely refrain from further interference, potentially aiding one side against the other. "You little brat, just wait," Director Dong threatened, pulling out his phone to make a call. He explained the situation to the other end, threatening to have them send someone over to deal with me. Before handing the phone to the bald man, observing the bald man's demeanor while conversing with the other party, I surmised that Director Dong's connections were not particularly strong, as the bald man spoke to him as one would to a peer, even exhibiting signs of impatience. Nonetheless, he still afforded him some respect. "What about you two?" After hanging up, the bald man turned his attention to Lana and me. "Just a moment." Lana delayed, then leaned in to whisper, "Should we call Yi Gu?" I shook my head that I needed to cultivate my own influence, so my brothers and I had meticulously researched the power dynamics in Hong County. Unsurprisingly, the northern region was ruled by Hong Bin. After thorough investigation, I admired his leadership abilities. His success was not by chance, but rather a matter of inevitability. It was clear why his company was named the 5-District Chamber of Commerce. He had divided most of his enterprises into 5 sectors, each managed by capable subordinates. Just the willingness to distribute profits illustrated his grand vision, explaining why his followers were particularly loyal. The 5-District Chamber of Commerce, the 1st District, involving casinos and KTV businesses, was overseen by Liu Yi. The 2nd District, which included bathhouses and hair salons, was managed by the buck-toothed fellow. The 3rd District, monopolizing fruits and grains, was under Dai Shan's purview. The 4th District, dealing with wineries, was handled by Jin Yong. The 5th District focused on oversight and accounting, managed by Hong Bin himself. As for the southern region, the tiger reigned supreme. His influence dominated the entirety of the southern county, but he ruled with an iron fist, controlling all enterprises through a few trusted subordinates. The tiger and Hong Bin have always been adversaries, each harboring intentions of swallowing the other to dominate Hong County. Liu Yi held sway in the north, while we were in the south, and this was the tiger's territory. If Liu Yi intervened, a conflict would be unavoidable. I doubted Liu Yi would compromise with the tiger or risk a confrontation on our behalf. Before we ventured into the southern county, Liu Yi had already cautioned us to be vigilant, stating that he would not intervene should any issues arise. "What shall we do?" Lana glanced nervously at the tiger and his men, asking timidly. Meanwhile, Director Dong erupted again. "You little brat, do you lack any connections? Trying to act tough here, huh? You dared to hit me. Even if the casino doesn't deal with you, my people will." I ignored his bluster. Soon enough, the truth of who was acting tough would be revealed. From the very beginning, I had already made my plans and thought of a person whose involvement would ensure even the tiger would show deference. And that person would undoubtedly step in. Chapter 55, Chapter 56. Kneeling and apologizing under the gaze of the crowd, I dialed Long Kuen's number. Beep dot beep dot beep. After 3 rings, Long Kuen answered, "Xiao Qiu, you little brat. It's been ages since you contacted me. Finally remembered your big brother." His boisterous voice greeted me as soon as the call connected, making me feel somewhat awkward. Indeed, it had been a while since I last reached out to Long Kuan, and now I was calling him only because I needed something, giving me the impression of being a fair-weather friend. However, in this urgent moment, I couldn't afford to dwell on such thoughts. Kuan-gu? Are you busy? I inquired. Sensing my unease, Long Kuan's tone shifted to a more serious one. What's the matter? Do you need something? If there's something to say, then say it. Don't beat around the bush, he urged, his tone implying impatience. Kuan-gu, here's the situation. I proceeded to summarize the events to Long Kuan. After listening, he comforted me. No worries, Xiao Qiu. These are trivial matters. I can settle it with just one call. Long Kuan hung up, and I tucked my phone away, awaiting his response. Finished? The bald man inquired. Yes, I nodded. What now? He pressed further. I found his intelligence lacking. What else could I do but wait? Just wait a bit. I replied as he glanced at his watch. 5 minutes are almost up, and the place is busy. I can't wait for you too long. Director Dong, meanwhile, grew increasingly arrogant, sporting an irritatingly smug expression. Trying to stall, are you? You clearly have no connections. Stop pretending. I paid him no mind. Once Long Kuan returned my call, my strength would be evident. I glanced at Lana, whose face was etched with worry, but she refrained from questioning me. Adhering to a sense of partnership, I patted her shoulder reassuringly. Don't worry, it will all be resolved. She responded with a soft affirmation, remaining silent thereafter. Perhaps driven by resentment from my earlier blow, Director Dong sought to provoke me further. Beauty, you should steer clear of such men. He has all bark and no bite. Look at me, one call and the issue is easily resolved. In fact, I should inform you that my brother is on his way here. Once you step outside the casino, you'll be dealt with. Director Dong's eyes gleamed with a predatory glint. You see, letting me touch your hand won't cost you anything. Why create trouble for yourself? But if you want me to spare you, just agree to sleep with me. The lecherous look in Director Dong's eyes made me wish to deliver him another beating. However, it was not the right moment. Long Kuan's call had yet to come. If I acted now, the bald man's thugs would certainly come to Director Dong's aid. You won't be able to gloat for long. We shall see, I retorted. Currently, the situation was not in my favor, and I could only bide my time. Acting rashly would not be bravery but rather foolishness. Are you trying to fool me? How come the people you called haven't arrived yet? They should have crawled here by now, especially since it was just a phone call. The bald man was growing impatient. Indeed, the wait had dragged on. It had been at least a dozen minutes since my call with Long Kuan. Had I not mentioned that my contact was acquainted with the tiger, he would have likely taken action against me by now. Just as I was about to continue my pretense, the bald man's phone suddenly rang. Big brother, he answered respectfully. There was no doubt that the big brother in question was the tiger himself. It was evident that Long Kuan had contacted the tiger, prompting this call. Its alias cousin. I cast a provocative glance towards Director Dong, who, upon hearing the bald man refer to him as Eli's cousin, visibly tensed up. It seemed that Director Dong was indeed the cousin of Eli. I understood. On the other end of the phone, it appeared as though instructions were being given, and the bald man nodded continuously. After hanging up, the look he directed towards me transformed from one of hostility to warmth and amiability. So, he was a brother of Boss Long. My apologies. Had you mentioned your connection to Boss Long earlier, this misunderstanding could have been avoided. A cold chuckle bubbled up within me. Even had I disclosed my acquaintance with Long Kuan, he would still have insisted on a phone call for confirmation. Such was merely the pretense of politeness, and I regarded it as nothing more than idle chatter. He claimed that all of this was to curry favor with Long Kuan. Besides, how was I to know that he was merely a venue supervisor, capable of knowing Long Kuan? Brother, did Brother Tiger say anything regarding this matter? I inquired. Brother Tiger was a figure of considerable stature. A veritable powerhouse in the southern county, on par with Hong Bin. My gaze flickered towards Director Dong, who was now a picture of anxiety, fear, and worry etched across his face. He must indeed have anticipated my substantial connections to warrant Brother Tiger's personal involvement. Brother Tiger had remarked that your minor disturbance at the venue was inconsequential, and he had specifically instructed me to punish those who bullied his sister-in-law. I was to take care of the subsequent matters. Please extend my gratitude to Brother Tiger. After uttering the pleasantries, I turned my attention back to Director Dong, who had now become utterly dazed, his expression filled with panic. "You just asked someone to sleep with you? Didn't he you?" I probed. Director Dong, startled, trembled visibly, his legs giving way as he knelt before us, leaving me utterly astonished. In my understanding, men should kneel to the heavens, to the earth, and to their parents. How could one so easily kneel before another? This only deepened my disdain for him. He quivered as he looked up at me, apologizing. "Young sir, I was merely jesting. Please do not take it to heart." He then turned to Lan Na. "Sister, I apologize. I made a mistake earlier. Please forgive my folly." Such apologies would not be accepted. His sincerity was lacking, driven solely by the circumstances. My inclination was to strike him, yet in such a situation, taking further action would compromise my dignity. I smiled at the bald man. "Brother, I shall leave the ensuing matters in your capable hands." The bald man responded with a grin. "Of course, Brother Tiger has also instructed me." He signaled to several ruffians, who, understanding the cue, advanced towards Director Dong. "I am Ali's cousin. Surely, you must show Ali some respect." Director Dong still clung to a glimmer of hope. "When the time comes, you can have Ali seek justice from Brother Tiger." The bald man scoffed, as Director Dong's cries of anguish echoed. Lan Na and I exited the office. Beside me, Lan Na twisted my waist and teasingly remarked, "Oh, Li Yinxiu, you're quite something, knowing so many influential figures." In truth, I wished to keep my background and connections concealed from Lan Na. Revealing them to Lu Yi would be detrimental to me. However, the circumstances had forced my hand. Chapter 56. Chapter 57. Welfare. Long Kuan was a big brother I met during my time in prison. I never anticipated that he would be of use at a critical moment. I chuckled and pulled Lan Na aside. "Sister Na, you must not mention tonight's events to Yi Gu," I urged. "No, I intend to." Lan Na turned her head away, refusing to look at me. Hearing this, I grew anxious. If Lu Yi learned of my relationship with Long Kuan, the consequences would be dire. I grabbed Lan Na, pinning her against the wall. Gazing earnestly into her eyes as I stated, "Chiu Lan Na, I am not jesting with you." In that moment, I noticed a blush creeping onto Lan Na's face. Perhaps I had inadvertently angered her. But I couldn't dwell on that now. I jested, retaining my wits. Lan Na appeared tense, her eyes darting downward. "Could you please let me go?" It was then that I realized our positioning was rather intimate. To put it in contemporary terms, I had her cornered. Embarrassed, I released my grip, apologizing. "My apologies, I was hasty." "Humph, you just called me by my name. I ought to smack you." Though Lan Na was often carefree and unrefined, she was meticulous when it came to her work, fully aware of what could and couldn't be said. Even if she did speak out, there was little I could do. I couldn't resort to silencing her permanently. I had to trust in her discretion. "Let us go, there is still time for a few more rounds." We returned to the gambling table. Upon assessing the situation, I noticed that since my departure, Ma Dong had been on a winning streak, raking in quite a sum. "Still playing?" I greeted, taking a seat at an open spot. Upon seeing me return, Ma Dong's face fell, a clear sign of displeasure. After placing my bet, he dealt the cards. I observed him stack a 5-flower bowl for himself, clearly preparing to make a substantial win and exit. "Brother, your skills are quite impressive," I remarked as he dealt, deliberately elongating the word skills. His hand faltered momentarily at my words, and he flashed me a smile before resuming the normal dealing. He employed a technique of dealing 2 cards, keeping the cards he desired at the top, while distributing the others to the players. This method, known as dealing in twos, was often executed with finesse, either through slanted, flat, or angle pushes. Ma Dong's slanted push was the most easily detectable by seasoned players, while my flat push, though more difficult, was much harder to notice. In this round, he failed to achieve a 5-flower bowl, and in subsequent rounds, he refrained from his earlier trickery. However, I differed from him. I had confidence that he wouldn't catch on to my methods. Had he been observant, he would have detected my trickery from the outset. The table had already been largely emptied by Ma Dong's wins, and after just a few rounds of me being the dealer, most had departed, leading to the conclusion of the game. I had hoped to win some money from Ma Dong, but since I took on the role of dealer, he had not placed any significant bets. With this round concluded, I chose not to join another table but instead took Lan Na to a different casino. Given the chaos that had just unfolded, the revelation of my connection to Long Kuan could attract unwanted attention. My unique position as both a friend of Long Kuan and a subordinate of Liu Yi meant that any slip could complicate matters for Long Kuan. Liu Yi had tasked me with winning money, and at the new gaming room, Lan Na and I wasted no time. In just one evening, we amassed a total of 50 to 60,000, attracting some notice, yet with our skills, they could not pinpoint our tactics or catch us. As for caution, we planned not to return to this location, embodying the principle of shooting once and changing locations. Time flew, and soon it was New Year's Eve. The chubby guy had left for Guangzhou 2 days prior, as his parents had purchased a home there, citing favorable weather for the new year. Naturally, his Audi had come into my possession. The chubby guy's car was automatic, and with my cleverness, I quickly learned to drive it. As for a driver's license, it was a time when no one checked, and one could easily purchase one without the need for testing. Today, Liu Yi granted us a holiday, and after delivering some items to our master, I picked up Qi Yao and headed to the stone yard. The stone yard was a necessary stop on the way to the city, and as the elder brother, I had to provide benefits to my employees during the festive season. Prior to arriving, I had already coordinated with Qin Hao, and his group was waiting for me. As I drove into the stone yard, Qin Hao, accompanied by a few younger brothers, had been waiting for some time. Upon seeing Qi Yao and me enter, they quickly stood up. Brother Qiu, hello? Sister, greetings. Happy New Year, Brother Qiu. In total, there were 8 of them, all young lads around 16 or 17 years old, fresh out of school. I was familiar with them and had a good rapport. Having shared drinks and conversations, I nodded and stepped into their midst, declaring loudly, I have called you all here today for a reason. With the new year approaching and having spent some time together, since you have chosen to follow me, Li Yinxiu, and acknowledge me as your elder brother, you are now my brothers. What does it mean to be brothers? We share fortunes and hardships, we are loyal, and we stand by each other. Though we are just beginning and must humble ourselves in the stone yard, we cannot afford to be complacent. We must be like arrows, poised and ready to seize opportunities. You are all passionate young men with aspirations. My ambitions extend far beyond this. In the future, I want our brotherhood to resonate throughout Hung County. We shall become the Hung Hing Gang of Hung County. A respected name in the city, the kind of elder brother who commands respect wherever he goes. Do you have confidence in this? I spoke passionately, mimicking the grandiose speeches of leaders on television. We have confidence. Although only 8 voices responded, they echoed with the fervor of 80 dem. Why straightforward words succeeded in stirring the hearts of these young men. However, what followed was a necessary tangible token to further win their loyalty. Taking out 10,000 yuan from my pocket, I distributed 1,000 to each person. The new year is upon us, and I wish to extend a token of goodwill to all my brothers and their families, wishing them a joyous new year. However, as time passes, words of encouragement can easily become mere platitudes, especially if not accompanied by financial support. Without money, they may even be perceived as nothing more than empty rhetoric. In my perspective, money is an indispensable means of winning hearts, though the manner of giving varies according to the recipient. If one lacks financial resources, no matter how eloquent the delivery, it amounts to nothing. Thank you, Brother Qiu. Observing the joyful expressions of my brothers, I am convinced that today's words and the stack of cash were well worth it. Chapter 57, Chapter 58. After distributing the benefits, I drove with Qi Yao towards the city. The new year brings with it a fresh atmosphere, and naturally, new clothing is in order. In addition to purchasing garments for Qi Yao, I also intend to buy some for my parents. Although I rarely return home to visit them, it is customary to do so during the new year, fulfilling my duty as a son. Furthermore, my visit to the city serves another purpose: to pay a visit to Long Kuan. During festive seasons, it is customary in the Northeast to exchange gifts among good brothers and friends. Moreover, considering Long Kuan had recently rendered me significant assistance, I felt it necessary to express my gratitude. Brotherhood is cultivated through both effort and interaction. Even the closest relationships can grow distant without engagement. Given that my bond with Long Kuan is still developing, it requires nurturing. Arriving at the department store where I had been previously, I made my way to the first floor, specifically the gold and jewelry section. With a balance of over 100,000 in my account, I considered myself reasonably affluent, and acquiring a gold necklace is a necessity, an essential accessory for a man from the Northeast. The gold price stands at 78 per gram, and I purchased a necklace weighing over 140 grams. Once adorned with the necklace, my demeanor instantly transformed, embodying the essence of a true Northeast gentleman. After an hour of shopping, I completed all my purchases, yet I found myself perplexed regarding the gift for Long Kuan. I seldom give gifts, particularly to someone who seemingly has everything. This would be my first time doing so. Fortunately, Long Kuan is not a picky individual. Yin Xiao, I know exactly what to get him. Just as I was hesitating, Qiao pointed towards the distant tobacco and liquor section. Gifting tobacco and liquor? That could indeed be a splendid idea, though it feels somewhat lacking in sentiment. During my school days, I had heard from a roommate that wealthy individuals often indulge in mitai. Perhaps I should buy a few bottles for brother Long Kuan. Qiao suggested. What a brilliant notion. The name Mutai had frequently crossed my ears, especially from Fatty's lips, and anything deemed worthy by him is undoubtedly of high quality. 200 yuan per bottle. I purchased 4 cases of Mutai, along with 2 boxes of Zhonghua cigarettes. Fine liquor serves not only as a gift but also for my father and master to savor. The waiter assisted in loading the liquor into my car. After confirming Long Kuan's location via phone, I made my way over. Arriving at the Jinding Hotel, I parked my vehicle in the lot. Soon, a security guard approached, directing me as I backed up my car and opened the door for me. Providing attentive service. Good day, sir. Please, come inside. He guided me towards the entrance of the hotel. You go ahead. I'll wait for someone. I lifted my phone and dialed Long Kuan's number. Before long, even before he arrived, I heard his hearty voice. Haha, Xiao Qiao, it has been a while. Indeed, it has been a while. Kuan Gu. I approached him and introduced Qiao, saying, this is brother Long Kuan. Kuan Gu. Qiao greeted him softly. Long Kuan patted my shoulder and flashed a cheeky grin. Your sister-in-law is quite beautiful. You truly are a flower growing in cow dung. I was at a loss for words and retorted. Cow dung is excellent fertilizer. Putting it on flowers would only suffocate them. After exchanging a few jests, I pointed towards the car. Kuan Gu, since it's the new year, I wanted to stop by and bring you some gifts. They re in the trunk. Could you find someone to help carry them? Why be so polite among brothers? He replied, gesturing to a nearby security guard. Have him move the items to my car. Yes, Mr. Long. I handed the mutai and cigarettes to the guard to carry. Tea wasn't tea that I was putting on airs. Instinctively, I wanted to help, however, as a friend of Long Kuan, who was the hotel owner. My involvement in such tasks could diminish his stature. Let us go, Xiao Qiao. We can chat in my office. Walking through the opulent corridors of the Jinding Hotel, greeted by the staff salutations, I felt an undeniable sense of pride. I particularly enjoy the feeling of being treated with deference. Perhaps it stemmed from my impoverished childhood and the humility I experienced. Long Kuan's office was no less impressive than Hong Bin's, though it boasted a different decor style. In comparison, Long Kuan's office was more minimalist and modern, whereas Hong Bin's was entirely extravagant. Seated in Long Kuan's office, a beautiful waitress poured us some red tea. I took a sip. It was delightful, rich and aromatic. How is it, Xiao Qiao? Tasty? Long Kuan inquired. Indeed, Kuan Gu, what kind of tea is this? I asked, curious, as my master usually drinks jasmine tea, which pales in comparison to this one. Da Hong Pao. And I mentally noted the name. This was my first encounter with Da Hong Pao, and from that day forth, it became my favorite tea. After a leisurely chat with brother Long Kuan, he suddenly instructed the waitress. The hotel has desserts. Please take my sister-in-law to try some. Sister-in-law, those pastries were made by a pastry chef I brought back from Shanghai. You must try them. Even I, who typically shuns such treats, can't resist indulging in a few large pieces. No need. Thank you. Kuan got. Qiao politely declined Long Kuan's kind offer. However, Qiao did not grasp Long Kuan's intention. I understood that he likely wished to discuss something privately. If I couldn't discern this, I would hardly deserve to be seated here. Yao, Kuan Guo is like an older brother to me. There's no need for formality in his hotel. Go ahead and take whatever you fancy. Upon hearing my encouragement, Qiao seemed to comprehend and nodded, following the waitress away. Kuan Gu, not bad. You have a personal attendant. I teased Long Kuan, recalling the waitress's long legs. Long Kuan scoffed, you don't know anything. That's called a secretary. After a light-hearted jest, I candidly asked, Brother Long Kuan, do you have other matters to discuss? Xiao Qiao, I'm planning to open a casino. Would you be interested in partnering with me? Long Kuan stated plainly. Given the situation, he must have learned of my identity as a card cheat, which surprised me. Although I had never confided in him, upon reflection, it seemed only logical for him to know. After all, my master had been apprehended by Yin and I had recently reappeared at a casino. Combining these two pieces of information, even the dimmest individual could deduce my skills in card manipulation. let alone someone as astute as Long Kuan. But isn't there in I? I replied directly. She is unable to assist. She has responsibilities at the grain station, and besides, she isn't mine. If she departs, it would create a significant mess. Do you understand? Oh, I see. I nodded, though I didn't fully grasp it. I was aware that the grain station was not under Long Kuan's control. Yin and I had mentioned that it was a joint venture between Boss Su and Tiger, of which they merely possessed a minor stake. Boss Su is Long Kuan's superior, suggesting that Long Kuan, like Yin and I, is likely under Boss Su's influence. Kuringu, you know the rules of the underworld, and I've grown accustomed to life in the county now. I politely declined. He fell silent for a moment. Xiaoqiu, I'm not in a rush. In the casino business, aside from people like Lu Yi who are utterly ruthless, very few make a profit through card tricks. I merely see potential in you. Someone like you shouldn't just be a card cheat. Chapter 58 Chapter 59 Brother Long Kuan, you flatter me. I'm just a small figure who must tread carefully. I have my plans, yet I cannot divulge them to him. Regardless of our outward camaraderie, I ultimately cannot place my trust in him. Those who easily trust others are often the first to fall in the treacherous world of the underbelly. After I once again declined his proposal, Long Kuan did not appear offended. His face bore no signs of displeasure. He maintained a sincere smile, saying, You young lad, let me offer you a word of caution. Keep a wary eye on Lu Yi. This was the second time I had heard someone advise me to be cautious of Lu Yi. I was curious about what sort of tale surrounded him that warranted such warnings. But I would certainly pay closer attention. All right, Kuan Gu, although I want to join you, should you need anything, just say the word and I will be there. I stated earnestly. My feelings towards Long Kuan differ from those I harbor for Lu Yi. With Long Kuan, there exists a sense of stability and reassurance. Moreover, Long Kuan is currently my strongest ally. In Han County. If you encounter any trouble, feel free to reach out to me or I. She is a good person, and getting to know her will be beneficial for you, Long Kuan advised. Understood. As the time drew near, I declined Long Kuan's invitation for dinner and took Chi Yao back to Han County. After dropping Chi Yao at home, she gave me a kiss before reluctantly exiting the car. Yin Xiao, in this new year, I wish for you to love me a little more. Absolutely. I drove Fatty's Audi towards our village. Upon returning, I noticed the envious gazes of the villagers and overheard their murmurs. I slowed down the car. It wasn't that I intended to show off. The car wasn't even mine. And I had no need for ostentation. The primary reason for my slower pace was that the village roads, unlike the city's concrete pathways, were unpaved and still covered in snow, making it easy to skid if I drove too fast. My family resides on the eastern edge of the village, while the road leading into the village is situated to the west, necessitating a passage through the village's main thoroughfare. Shops and various establishments line the roadside. From a considerable distance, I caught sight of my second aunt's figure, parked my vehicle beside her, and lowered the window to greet her. Upon recognizing me, my second aunt expressed her surprise. Oh my? It's Xiaoqiu back. It hasn't been long, yet you've acquired such a fine car. In my recollection, my second aunt is a commendable woman. However, my second uncle and her son, my cousin, are far from admirable. My second uncle is a drunkard, often resorting to violence against my second aunt when intoxicated. During my childhood, when my parents were farming and there was no one to prepare lunch, I would often scrounge meals at my second aunt's house, only to be met with derision from my uncle and cousin, who would mock me for being born of a mother yet raised without one, claiming I couldn't even afford to eat, a truly hurtful taunt. Though my accomplishments are modest, they far surpass those of my cousin. Naturally, having achieved even a smidgen of success, I found myself yearning to flaunt it, particularly before those who once looked down upon me. This is a common human inclination. Aunt, hop in. I'll drive you home, I offered. I stepped out of the car, opened the door, and ushered her inside. While boasting was tempting, I refrained from provoking them, especially since it was the new year and acquiring some provisions was unavoidable. The fine liquor I purchased was certainly not for my uncle, who was unworthy of it. Instead, I bought some milk and fruits at a shop and drove toward my second aunt's house. Upon entering, I found my uncle and cousin engrossed in watching television. Damn it, I asked you to bring something. I thought you had died on the way, dawdling. As soon as I stepped inside, my uncle's harsh words echoed through the room. His insults were harsh, but that was his nature. He possessed no decorum in speech. He was the type who appeared meek outside yet was a tyrant at home. A classic bully though. Look who it is. Xiao Qiu has returned, my second aunt explained in a subdued tone. That little brat, Li Yin Xiu, is back? My uncle cursed, finally fixing his gaze upon me. He scrutinized me from head to toe, disbelief etched across his face. So? The county has not been in vain for you, has it? You're all dressed up, sporting a nice chain. Faded, isn't it? Pure gold doesn't tarnish, I responded coolly, placing my purchases on the floor. It's the new year. I brought you some things. That moment, my cousin also turned his attention toward me. On New Year's, you come back and bring only this worthless stuff. These are good things. You are not worthy of them. I retorted. Hearing my sardonic remark, both of them visibly bristled, but I was unbothered. You two remain unchanged, cousin. How has your farming been these past 2 years? Still smoking Harbin cigarettes, I see. It seems your harvest is mediocre. As I spoke, I took out a Furongwang cigarette, lighting one and tossing the rest of the nearly full pack onto the Kong. My cousin picked up the Furongwang, entirely oblivious to the notion of charity, and lit it for himself. What a pitiful fellow. My uncle swatted the cigarette from my cousin's hand, cursing once more. Observing their displeasure brought me immense satisfaction. Aunt, I must take my leave now. My parents are waiting for me. Feeling content, I bid them farewell. Just as I stepped outside, I overheard my uncle's loud cursing. What a piece of work. Just because you've made some money, you think you're a big boss now? I've seen many big bosses, but none could match your pretentiousness. Wang Laosan returned yesterday, thriving in Shenzhen, driving a Chevrolet. When he saw me, he still had to call me brother. What makes you think you're anything special? Clearly, my earlier display had not sufficiently humbled them. I turned back into the house, addressing my second aunt. Aunt, I bought a case of mutai, and since your husband enjoys drinking, you should fetch a bottle for him from my Audi's trunk. You're just boasting. Do you really drive an Audi? My cousin shot me a skeptical glance. Xiao Qiu truly drives an Audi? My second aunt interjected in my defense. Without looking back, I exited the house, my aunt's family trailing behind me. Upon seeing my Audi, I noticed the expressions of my uncle and cousin turn green with envy. A cold smirk crept upon my face. Though it wasn't my car, it brought me joy to flaunt it. I firmly believe that through my efforts, owning an Audi in the future will not be a challenge. Xiao Qiu, is this truly your car? My uncle's tone had shifted from arrogance to a more subdued manner. Indeed, I replied, pressing the unlock button on the key fob to open the trunk. I retrieved a bottle from a case of mutai. Handing it to my second aunt, if she were to drink, I wouldn't mind giving her a few cases, but for my despicable uncle, I wouldn't spare a single bottle. Were it not for my aunt's willingness to stay with him, I would have considered arranging for her to find a different husband. Xiao Qiu, what business are you involved in now? Can you take your cousin along? We're all family here. Yes, cousin, I happen to have some free time. I can assist you, my cousin chimed in. Family? You certainly didn't treat me as family before. Faced with the sudden shift in their demeanor, I scoffed softly and climbed into the car. Not a chance. Upon returning home, my parents greeted me with radiant smiles. Our eldest son is back. Come in quickly. Mother has prepared all your favorite dishes. My mother unloaded the clothes I had bought for them from the car while I carried in 2 boxes of liquor. For the elderly, nothing brings greater joy than the reunion with their children, especially during festive seasons. A true embodiment of the saying, every festive occasion deepens the yearning for family. It had been nearly a year since my last visit home, and it seemed I had been faring well lately. My father, eyes twinkling with joy, maintained a serious facade. You know, it takes just 2 hours by bus from Hung County to our village. If you have nothing to do, come and check on your mother from time to time. She frets over you daily, and I've grown quite weary of hearing her lamentations. I understand. Dad, I will make sure to visit frequently from now on. This was indeed my fault. The county was not far from home, yet I had seldom returned throughout the year. The main reason was my lack of funds. I couldn't afford the trip nor the shame of returning empty-handed. However, from now on, I would make it a point to visit more often. Wash your hands. It's time to eat, my mother called from the kitchen. After washing up, I gazed at the spread of my mother's cooking. My mouth watering. My mother is an extraordinary cook, particularly when it comes to braised fish. Even now that I have money and dine at restaurants frequently, I have yet to encounter a dish that surpasses her braised fish. Our family enjoyed a warm and harmonious meal together, and I opened a bottle of mutai for my father. Xiao Qiu, have a drink with your dad. Sure. Although the liquor was expensive, I must admit, I was somewhat unaccustomed to it. Compared to strong-flavored liquor, I preferred sorghum liquor. Nevertheless, my father seemed to enjoy it. Good liquor. I'm not quite used to it, Dad. Here, you take it, I'll grab a bottle of beer instead. Perhaps due to my youth, I found myself struggling with the taste of the white liquor. I poured the liquor into my father's glass and began sipping my beer, sitting on the warm kong and savoring my mother's home-cooked meals. I felt utterly content. Just as our family of three was enjoying a cozy moment, the door swung open. My uncle's vexatious voice rang out. Sister-in-law, look who has returned. It's Yin Xiao. We came over specially to see him. My uncle carried a few items, and upon closer inspection, I nearly burst into laughter. Wasn't that the very stuff I had brought for their family? And now they were returning it. They were even missing an item. Ah, Chang Lin has come. Take a seat. We're just about to eat. My father gestured to an empty chair, inviting him to join us. The initially warm atmosphere turned awkward and somber with my uncle's arrival. However, this time, my uncle exhibited none of his usual arrogance towards my family. Instead, he seemed to adopt a more humble demeanor. Even when my mother served him food, he refrained from taking it himself. My parents were surprised by this change in my uncle, but I understood the reason. I now had money, and he likely believed there might come a day when he could benefit from me. Where's my sister and my eldest nephew? My mother inquired first. They're at home, just finished eating, so they didn't come, my uncle replied. As the meal continued and the drinks flowed, I hadn't consumed much. But the atmosphere grew tense following my uncle's arrival, making it difficult to enjoy. Yet my father and uncle were not shy about drinking. The alcohol loosened my uncle's tongue, and he unveiled the reason for his visit. Xiao Qiu, why don't you drive your Audi and take your uncle to the fried skewers shop? I told them you drove an Audi back, but they didn't believe it. You could help me save face? All right. I had little interest in this request and was about to decline, but my father swiftly agreed. Xiao Qiu, since your uncle has asked, you should go. I nodded in understanding. My father wished to showcase my success to the village, to elevate our family's stature in the eyes of others. After our meal, we rested for half an hour, and under my uncle's persistent urging, I finally drove him to the fried skewers shop. The shop bustled with life. Children played outside while inside. People enjoyed their meals and the fried skewers. My uncle led me into the back room. Wang Lao-san, I've brought Xiao Qiu for you. Upon entering the back room, I found a group of people gambling. Hearing my uncle's call, they paused their game, their attention shifting toward me. Wow, it's been years since we last saw Xiao Qiu. And he has grown so tall. Seems like you're doing well, all decked out in brand name attire. That gold chain looks substantial. You must be thriving. I heard Xiao Qiu drove an Audi back. Clearly, he has struck it rich. A number of individuals greeted me as if they were reuniting with long-lost relatives, drawing closer and feigning familiarity, yet in truth, I was oblivious to their identities. I nodded at them with a smile, observing their demeanor, which suggested that the situation was perhaps not as simple as my second uncle had described. Just as I was preparing to make my exit, the door swung open. Wang Lao-san? Your fried skewers are ready. A young man entered, balancing a platter of fried delights. He bore a certain foolish charm, and I recognized him as Yang Yu, a childhood companion of mine, albeit 2 years my junior. He had always been somewhat simple-minded yet fiercely protective. Whenever I found myself in a scuffle, he would come to my aid, proving that even the young could possess considerable strength, as the saying goes. The bold fear the ruthless fear the reckless, and the reckless fear the ones who disregard their lives. Yang Yu was a quintessential example of the latter. Your father must call me San Gu? You little rascal, Wang Laosan scolded. Yang Yu retorted, my dad even calls you a bastard, and I haven't called you that. I couldn't help but chuckle at his antics. He was still the same brash character from our youth. Yang Yu's reputation was well known, and Wang Laosan, nearing 50, was not inclined to take offense as Yang Yu approached. I suddenly called out to him, Yang Yu. He looked at me, pondering for a moment before asking rather rudely, Who are you? I am Li Yinxiu, I replied, tapping my forehead in exasperation at his lack of recognition. Ah, so you are Li Yinxiu. I truly didn't recognize you after all these years. Yang Yu laughed heartily. I pulled out a pack of Furong Wang cigarettes and handed it to him. He had been a smoker since childhood, often getting into trouble for pilfering his father's cigarettes. After taking a puff, he exclaimed, This is good stuff, much better than my usual. Take it, I've got more in the car, I said, shoving an entire box into his hands. He accepted it without hesitation, thanking me with a casual, "Thanks, man. Yongyu, what are you doing? Get back to your skewers," I urged as I patted his shoulder. Hearing someone call for Yongyu from the front, I encouraged him, "Go on. There's an opportunity for a drink later." Chapter 60. Chapter 61. Want to win some money from me? As Yongyu left, I was about to step away when my second uncle grabbed my arm. "Xiaoqiu, since you're here, why not sit for a while?" I glanced at the others, who wore insincere smiles, and took a seat, curious about their intentions for the day. "Xiaoqiu, it's the new year. Relax a bit and play some poker with us," Wang Laosan bluntly stated his purpose. "I'm not very good," I replied dismissively, realizing they had summoned me with the intention of winning my money. Just as I suspected, it was the proverbial weasel wishing the chicken a happy new year. And since that was the case, I decided to play along with their game. I knew they wouldn't easily relent after a single refusal. Sure enough, my second uncle began to persuade me. "Xiaoqiu, we live in the same village, it's just for fun, and it gets dull with so few of us." The others chimed in, echoing my second uncle's sentiments. "Fine, on account of my second uncle, I'll join you for a bit," I conceded, pulling out some cash. Having withdrawn 20,000 to give to my mother, I still had around 4,000 to 5,000 left. Let us be clear, I'll only play with this amount, and once it's gone, I'm out. Upon hearing my agreement, their faces lit up with delight. "What are we playing?" I inquired. "Tractor, of course." I nodded and settled at the poker table. The minimum bet was 20. In the initial rounds, I opted not to play conservatively, showing my cards even for a pair, discarding them instead. I was gambling against 6 players, and it was apparent that they, including my second uncle, intended to collaborate to outsmart me. After several rounds of play, my consistent folding began to dampen their spirits. Even when I folded, they feigned engagement, dragging out the rounds to compare hands. Wang Laosan, growing impatient, remarked, "Xiaoqiu, there's no point in playing like this. You have to take risks, it's all about mindset." Indeed, Xiaoqiu, just last round, I managed to scare them off with a mere small pair. It is all about maintaining the right attitude. My second uncle imparted his so-called wisdom. "Oh, I'm not very skilled." I scratched my head, signaling for them to deal the cards. Wang Laosan dealt, and before he began, I requested to shuffle the deck. As I did so, I cleverly concealed 3 cards in my sleeve. If they wanted to test me, I was determined to prove that my 6 cards could outplay their 3. Now this is how the game should be played, I thought. As I continued to fold, a satisfied smile crept onto Wang Laosan's face. But just wait. Soon enough, he wouldn't be smiling. After several rounds of play, the pot swelled to over 1,000. Although I was 1 against 6, the odds were still 1 to 6, presenting a high-risk, high-reward scenario. After a few more rounds, some of them began to lose their composure and started looking at their cards. Sensing an opportunity, I decided to peek at mine as well. On him, my original hand featured a pair of 7s and a king, and among the 3 concealed cards in my sleeve, I had another 7. I swapped out the king and, in a swift motion, laid down the pair of 7s, a full house. Let us see who can beat that. Upon revealing my hand, their expressions turned pallid as they realized I had indeed secured a pair of 7s. Some among them held higher cards, and Wang Laosan wore a look of regret, muttering, "Had I known, I would have challenged you." "Haha, your teaching has been quite beneficial," I chuckled, organizing my desired hand. Since they had come to take advantage of me, I saw no reason to hold back. They were eyeing my money, and I intended to show them just how hard-earned my wealth was. I pretended to let them win a few rounds. But when it came time for me to be the dealer again, I had prepared a winning hand. I held a full house of 8s, while Wang Laosan had 6s, and my second uncle displayed a tractor. The remaining players also had respectable hands. After 3 rounds of play, my second uncle glanced at his cards, and it was evident he regretted his earlier moves. Yet, he continued to play cautiously, feigning a weak hand. This time, I was determined to keep my cards close to my chest, so I refrained from looking. After several more rounds, only Wang Laosan, my second uncle, and I remained at the table. "It seems like it's just the 2 of us against your second uncle," I teased Wang Laosan, a knowing smile on my face. He laughed heartily. "This old fellow has certainly made quite a profit today. Let us pressure him a bit, he likely has a modest hand." With unwavering confidence, Wang Laosan spoke, attempting to persuade me into believing his narrative. If I were a novice, I might have fallen for his trickery. Since he offered me an opening, I decided to seize the moment. All right? I'll trust your judgment, San Shu. I'll follow your lead. Upon hearing my words, Wang Laosan wore a cunning smile, exchanging glances with my second uncle as if they were watching a performance. I couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Within a minute, my second uncle's stack of cash had dwindled to nothing. He picked up the cards and jokingly declared, 1 card equals 100. Using cards as currency in a legitimate poker game is frowned upon, yet given our familiarity, no one paid it any mind. When we played, one family would bet 50, and he would raise 100. Sensing the moment was right, I placed all my remaining cash on the table and began to imitate my second uncle in counting the cards. What are you all doing? Why are you using playing cards? Wang Laosan asked, visibly displeased. Don't worry. I'm not short on cash. If I lose, I'll make good on it, I assured them, placing the keys to my Audi on the table as a show of confidence. That's more like it. Chapter 61. Chapter 62. A fearsome competitor. Let us see your cards. I suspect you all intend to win my Audi for me. I picked up my hand and grinned, surveying the situation with amusement. Bao, as expected, after reviewing the cards, I feigned a bluff and even raised the stakes. This round, my hand is quite good. I'll match 200. Seeing that I had also looked at my cards, Wang Laosan could no longer play it cool. His intention was to draw me in, encouraging me to bet more and keep the game going. I watched him with a smile, observing his furtive movements and expressions. His sneaky demeanor perfectly portrayed. Chung Lin, stop counting cards and let me take you on. Wang Laosan compared hands with my second uncle. Dismayed by Wang Laosan's superior hand, my second uncle seemed devoid of any lament, his eyes betraying uncontainable excitement. It appeared he believed victory was assured this round. I continued to wager against Wang Laosan until he had staked all his money. I sighed. This round is getting a bit hefty. Ive already stated that if I lost those few thousand, I wouldn't play again. But now I must bet 10,000. Third uncle, let me take you on. Upon seeing my intent, he appeared somewhat troubled, feeling that winning against me would yield too little. Yet, he revealed his cards. A full house. As the cards were laid bare, he held exactly the 6 of a kind I had already prepared. I too have a full house. Apologies, but I have a pair of 8s. The moment I displayed my cards, everyone was rendered speechless. Their eyes were filled with disbelief, reluctance to accept reality, resentment, anger, regret, a myriad of emotions flickering across their faces. As they stood in stunned silence, I swiftly began gathering the money, collecting every last bit. I didn't care about the others, but I knew my second uncle would never convert the poker chips he had staked into cash. If I didn't act quickly, I feared he might seize my winnings. It wasn't that I intended to belittle him. He was simply that type of person in my memory. Just as I was hurriedly collecting the money, suddenly, someone pressed down on my hand. I thought it was my second uncle, but when I looked up, it was Wang Laosan who had seized my hand. Third uncle, what's the matter? I regarded him warily. It's nothing. This round doesn't count. You used poker to wager. That's just an empty-handed trick. This round is void. Wang Laosan declared with righteous indignation. I staked my Audi. You agreed to all of this earlier. Now you're trying to backtrack. Isn't that a bit childish? I forcefully shook off his hand, pocketing the money. Yinchio, don't push your luck. I said this round doesn't count. Can't you understand? His demeanor suggested he was ready to rob me outright. What do you intend to do? I coldly questioned, fixing him with a gaze. He pointed at the money in my pocket. You can take your stake? But the rest is off limits. Indeed, it was clear he was preparing for a blatant robbery. This is my winnings. Why should I not take it? Are you planning to steal from me? I retorted, the flames of indignation flaring within me. Stop wasting breath with him, one of them interjected. Seeing this, several people quickly surrounded me. 2 gripped my arms, intent on snatching the money from my pocket. As for my second uncle, although he did not intervene, he showed no inclination to assist. However, this was entirely within my expectations. Wang Laosan, can't you handle losing? You live in the same village. Do you have no shame? I shouted, hoping that the crowd at the skewered meat stall would intervene, even if just to witness the commotion and tarnish their reputation. Just as my voice rang out, Yang Yu burst in, wielding a kitchen knife. Who's planning a robbery? Get out. Upon seeing Yang Yu enter, Wang Laosan immediately cursed, but Yang Yu remained unfazed, advancing toward us with the knife raised. Everyone, let go. What are you doing? Despite young U.S. youth, he had a fierce demeanor that made people hesitant to confront him. Fearing his temper, I told you to get out. Are you deaf? Wang Laosan shouted, pointing at Yang Yu. Yang Yu scoffed, cursing back. You bastard! Who do you think you are? Let go of Chiu Gu, or I want to hold back. With that exclamation, Yang Yu brandished the knife, preparing to charge. To hell with you. Wang Laosan hurled a plastic stool at Yang Yu. I told you to get out. Can't you hear? Yang Yu, undeterred, felt provoked by Wang Laosan's actions and charged forward with the knife. Wang Laosan clearly hadn't anticipated Yang Yu would dare to use it, hastily trying to dodge, but Yang Yu's knife still left a cut on Wang Laosan's arm. Oh no, he is killing me, Wang Laosan wailed. The others, witnessing Yang Yu's ferocity, quickly released their grip on me. However, Yang Yu had no intentions of letting Wang Laosan off the hook and lunged to strike again. At that moment, Yang Yu's father rushed in, snatching the knife from Yang Yu's hand, and kicked him hard. Yang Yu, you little brat, calm down. This matter isn't over without 10,000. Wang Laosan shouted, pointing at his injury. Brother San, my kid is just spirited. Don't hold it against him. 10,000 is the trivial amount. Aren't you trying to extort? Yang Yu's father wore a defeated expression. I don't care. If I don't get 10,000 today, I'll call the police and have your son locked up. Wang Laosan insisted relentlessly. Yang Yu, hurry and apologize to your third uncle. You little rascal are driving me mad. Despite his father's scolding, Yang Yu remained defiant, standing his ground. He was the one trying to rob me and even hit me. Observing the unfolding situation, I stepped forward. Yang Yu had stood up for me, and I had to resolve this matter. Moreover, I admired Yang Yu's fierce attitude. He was indeed a valiant ally, with a resolve to win him over. I approached Yang Yu and patted his shoulder. Well done. Don't worry. Chiu Gu will handle this. He glanced at me but remained silent. I turned to Wang Laosan. Yang Yu struck you? And I'll return the money you lost today as compensation. How does that sound? Today, they collectively lost over 10,000. Wang Laosan alone had lost 7 or 8,000. In a way, you owe me my losses. Plus an additional 10,000. Otherwise, I'll ensure you're spending the new year in jail. Wang Laosan boasted arrogantly. I sneered. Dealing with a rogue required a rogue's methods. Very well. I counted out 5,000 and slapped it on the table. This 5,000 will be your compensation. Do you accept it? Chapter 62, Chapter 63. Qi Yao's text message. I lost more than 5,000. What do you mean? Are you trying to insult me? Wang Laosan shouted angrily. Yang Yu's knife wasn't T-sharp. And Wang Laosan had dodged. In reality, his injury wasn't T-deep at all, requiring only a few stitches, making 5,000 an exorbitant sum. However, since Yang Yu's family still lived in the village, giving Wang Laosan a little more would quell the issue, but I hadn't anticipated he would become so greedy. 4,000. I pulled out another 10 bills. What are you implying? Wang Laosan yelled, pointing at me. 3,000. I pulled out another 10 bills. This time, Wang Laosan didn't waste words, snatching the 3,000 from the table. I lost a total of 8,000. You're giving me 5,000 more? And this matter will be settled. Earlier, when I suggested returning his losses, he had refused. Now, he still wanted more. Too late. I coldly rejected him. Do you think I want to call the police right now? Wang Laosan threatened, glaring at Yang Yu's father. If you don't want your son to go in, you better make him pay. Stop scaring honest folks. I stood up, meeting Wang Laosan's gaze. Third uncle. It's just 3,000. Take it or leave it. Fine, you've got guts. Just wait. With that, Wang Laosan rose to leave. I seized him. If I let him walk away now, my 3,000 would be as good as lost. He would definitely call the police. Have you come to your senses? Hurry up and pay. No more pointless chatter. Wang Laosan glared at me. Observing his furious demeanor, I smiled faintly. Wang Laosan, I'm calling you uncle out of respect. Otherwise, you're nothing. Why money? Li Yinxiu. Isn't so easily taken. If you don't deliver, think carefully about the consequences. After saying that, I turned away, putting my arm around Yang Yu's shoulder as we headed toward the door. Yang Yu? From now on, stick with me. In Hengyi County, I'll ensure you live well. All right, Chiu Gu. I'll follow you from now on. Just don't deceive me. Rest assured, Chiu Gu never deceives. On New Year's Eve, my mother prepared a lavish feast. We turned on the television to watch the Spring Festival Gala, listening to the sounds of fireworks outside. As midnight struck, The new year officially began. My phone buzzed just in time. Picking it up, I saw a message. It was a long text from Chi Yao. Yin Xiao, Happy New Year. Have you missed me? I've missed you a bit. I hope the day of our graduation from college comes soon so I can wear a wedding dress and marry you. Then I can spend New Year's with your family, and you can't complain. Just right, in the next 2 years, I'll practice my cooking skills. If I can't cook when I marry, it'll be a hassle if my mother-in-law disapproves. Hot, don't forget what you promised me. Quit gambling, quit gambling, quit gambling. The text message from Chi Yao stirred a whirlwind of emotions within me. In just a year and a half, she will graduate from university, while my career is only beginning to take shape. Li took a decade to reach his current position. How long will it take me to achieve something similar? Though anxiety fills my heart, all I can do is put forth my best efforts and leave the rest to fate. As long as I strive diligently, I believe destiny will not forsake me. Happy New Year, Yao. I miss you too. Rest assured, my mother is not one to meddle. After replying to Chi Yao, my father leaned in, peering at my phone. Xiao Qiu, are you in a relationship? I nodded. After the new year, I will be 22 years old. In the countryside, many at my age are already married, so there is no need for me to hide it. Look at Xiao Chong from the Zhang family. He is your age and already married. You should hurry up. Your mother and I can help you with the children, my father urged. My mother chimed in. Yes, while I'm still young, I can help you for a few more years, allowing you and your wife some private space. All right, I understand that we'll marry after she graduates, I replied dismissively. Wow, a university student. Who would have thought that someone like you, who didn't even finish middle school, could find a university girl? My father's tone and expression conveyed surprise, as if my relationship with Chi Yao was akin to a stroke of incredible fortune. I remained silent, masking my embarrassment with a smile. You must bring her home to meet your mother. Sure. Louis granted us a single day off for the new year. On the first day of the lunar calendar, I had to rush back to Hengyi County. As anticipated, my threats bore fruit. Wang Laosan did not report anything, and Yang Yu was safe. As for the money I won from my second aunt's husband, I returned it all to her. This farewell did not carry the weight of sorrow as in previous years, for I knew I would be returning frequently. This time, I did not bring Yang Yu with me. Although there were dormitories at the stone quarry, the employees had yet to return to work, making it difficult for him to eat there. Bringing him to the county would also be inconvenient for me, so I decided to let him stay home for a few days. Once Fatty returned and the quarry officially opened, I would bring him over. The following days, until the 7th day of the new year, Lana and I thoroughly swept through the various gambling establishments in the northern part of the county. The only place we avoided was the casino where my master had lost a hand. These past few days have been tough on you. You didn't get a proper break during the new year? Lu Yi said, seated in his boss's chair, as he pulled out 50,000 yuan and divided it between us. Thank you, Yi Gu. Here are 3 days off for you. Consider it compensation for the holiday. Make sure to enjoy yourselves, whether in the city or back home. Upon hearing about the break, Lana's eyes sparkled with excitement, her joy surpassing that of receiving a bonus. Yay, time off, thank you, boss. Seeing Lana's exuberance, both Lu Yi and I couldn't help but share a knowing smile. Just then, the doors swung open. What is going on? Why so cheerful? A deep, resonant voice called from the entrance. Turning around, my smile froze upon seeing that it was none other than Hong Bin. I quickly averted my gaze, ensuring he couldn't see my face. Bin Gu has arrived. Let me introduce you. These are my capable associates, Zhou Lana and Li Yinxiu. Louis introduced us to Hong Bin. Lana immediately stood up, and I followed suit, respectfully greeting him with a Bin Gu. Throughout, I kept my head lowered. When I slightly raised my eyes, I noticed Hong Bin was staring at me. Upon seeing me looking back, he flashed a knowing smile that sent chills down my spine. I realized he recognized me, yet he chose not to expose me in front of others, redirecting his attention back to Lu Yi. Let us go? Everyone else has arrived. Exiting the 5-district chamber of commerce, a bone-chilling cold enveloped me, with Hong Bin's knowing smile echoing in my mind. That smile felt like a sharp blade, scraping against my fragile heart. He would not keep this secret, of that I was certain. Therefore, after tonight, my fate would take a pivotal turn. I could not fathom whether Lu Yi would come looking for me, or what the consequences would be. The thought was too daunting to entertain. Lying on my bed, I was so lost in thought that I didn't even eat dinner. Lana, sensing my despondency, also skipped dinner and accompanied me home. What is wrong, Yinxiu? Why do you always look like this after seeing General Hong? Do you know him? Lana inquired, having pushed open my bedroom door and seated herself beside me. I don't know him. I shook my head. But he knows about my connection with Long Kuan. The last time, Long Kuan had me deliver money to him. I spoke candidly, as my relationship with Long Kuan had already been revealed to Lana during the incident at the Southern County S game room. Thus, I had no fear of her learning the truth. The fact that this news had not reached Lu Ye's ears after all this time indicated that Lana was indeed trustworthy. Upon hearing this, she fell into contemplation, and after a prolonged silence, she comforted me. It's all right. General Hong didn't expose you today. He might not have recognized you. Moreover, you are just a minor character. He is a big boss. No offense, but you don't even qualify to be a joke in his eyes. Why would he bother with your trivial matters? Listening to her words, though they lacked comfort, I could only hope that it was indeed the case. Lying in bed, I reflected on the arduous journey I had taken thus far. Considering my achievements and the few brothers under my wing, I pondered how the news would reach Lu Yi. Would he react with fury or calmness? Would he seek a long conversation with me? Or would he gather a few brothers to pressure me into a confession? After much deliberation, I decided to return to the village that very night to bring Yang Yu back. After all, expanding our ranks, even slightly, would provide us with added strength, bringing me some measure of reassurance. I called Fatty, who said he would wait for me downstairs in 10 minutes. I dressed quickly, splashed cold water on my face to stay alert, and headed downstairs. Fatty's Audi was already parked outside my building. I took the passenger seat and recounted the events of the afternoon to him. Fatty remained silent, although he was intelligent and adept at analysis. His limited interactions with Lu Yi meant he didn't fully grasp his character. Analysis must be grounded in an understanding of personalities. Each individual's behavior is shaped by their unique traits. Over an hour later, we arrived at the door of Yang Yu's skewer shop. It was just past 8 in the evening, a prime time for the shop to be bustling, yet the doors were shut, though lights still glimmered inside. Closed already? I wondered aloud as I knocked on the door. Within a minute, Yang Yu's father emerged, casting me a sideways glance. What do you want? He asked brusquely. I'm looking for Yang Yu. I stated plainly, he is not here. Yang Yu's father retorted sharply, slamming the door shut. Sensing something was amiss, I thought it odd that even if Yang Yu were not home, he wouldn't treat me with such hostility. I made my way around to the back courtyard, intending to peek through the window. From the rear, I saw Yang Yu's father sitting angrily on a stool, engaged in a heated discussion with Yang Yu, who was lounging on the bed watching television. I was perplexed. What did this mean? Even if he didn't want Yang Yu to accompany me to the county, this attitude seemed excessive, bordering on deceit. I returned to the front yard and knocked firmly on the door once more. Yang Yu's father opened it again, exclaiming, "How many times do I have to say it? Yang Yu is not here." Unfazed by his objections, I insisted on entering to find out the truth. I pushed past him into the house. Upon seeing me, Yang Yu grinned foolishly. "Hey, it's Chiu Gu. Yang Yu, you're here. Why did your dad say you weren't?" I queried directly, glancing at his father. "I just don't want you to see Yang Yu." "What is it to you?" Yang Yu's father blocked my path, speaking in a domineering manner. From my pocket, I placed all the several thousand yuan I had on the Kong. "You keep this for now. I will handle Wang Laosan's matter." After addressing Yang Yu's father, I turned to glance at Yang Yu. "How badly are you hurt?" "It's nothing, just a minor injury," he replied foolishly. "Nothing?" "The doctor said it was close to injuring the tendons," Yang Yu's father retorted. "Close is still good. Since the tendons weren't damaged, it signifies there are no serious issues. With some proper rest, he should be fine. Yang Yu, I will help you exact revenge. In a bit, I will take you to the best hospital in the county. We must avoid any infections, or it will be troublesome." After this admonition, I stepped outside and got into the car. The chubby man looked at me with an expression filled with anger and quickly inquired, "What's wrong?" "Go back to the stone yard. Gather Chin Hao and call a few brothers. We have something to take care of tonight," I commanded. Seeing my serious demeanor, the chubby man nodded in agreement. Understood. As the chubby man's Audi gradually disappeared from view, I suppressed the fury within me. My life of mischief had commenced, but my true journey in the underworld would officially begin tonight. Chapter 64. Chapter 65. Revenge. Returning to the skewered meat shop, I sat on the Kong at this moment. Yang Yu's father had managed to suppress his emotions, and his attitude towards me was no longer so frosty. "Uncle Yang, when did this happen?" I inquired, noticing that Yang Yu's wounds were already bandaged, indicating it was not a recent incident. Yesterday, Yang Yu's father replied. Rest assured, Uncle Yang. I will surely avenge Yang Yu, and this time, I guarantee Wang Laosen will not have the courage to retaliate, I assured him. Yang Yu's father remained silent, merely letting out a soft grunt. This cannot have been the doing of Wang Laosen alone. Who else was involved? I asked. With just Wang Laosen, he definitely lacks the audacity and strength. Yang Yu's combat prowess, coupled with his innate tenacity, means that a mere Wang Laosen cannot possibly be his match. I have never seen him. He is a young man, tall, but I don't know him. Yang Yu said, his face still showing great indignation at the memory. Damn it, if he hadn't ambushed me, I would have smashed his head. Uncle, do you know him? Although Yang Yu might not recognize him. I believe Yang Yu's father should. He is Wang Laoda's son, Wang Caizhe. Yang Yu's father accepted the cigarette I offered, lighting it as he spoke. This kid is doing quite well in town now. He is a big shot, quite influential. We should let this matter slide and consider ourselves unfortunate. No worries, uncle. Leave this to me, I sneered. The figures I am acquainted with are all big shots from the city and county. What can a mere townie like him do? In our Hengi County, there are truly many big shots. Anyone can easily rise to prominence in the town. Moreover, our village is part of Qinglin Town, and we previously investigated the surrounding powers of Hengi County. There is only one big shot in Qinglin Town, known as Lao Go, surname Zhao, who owns AKTV.as for Wang Caizhe. I have never heard of such a figure. Is Wang Caizhe in the village? I inquired. If Wang Caizhe were present, it would be efficient to settle this matter today and avoid future complications. He should be. I saw him pass by with Wang Laosen last night. From their conversation, they seemed to be heading to Wang Laoda's place for drinks. Upon hearing this, I silently calculated the time. It takes over an hour to travel from the village to the county. But the stone yard is situated midway. It may take over an hour to reach the stone yard from the village, but the chubby man's Audi only requires about 40 minutes. Uncle, take me to Wang Laoda's place. I need to familiarize myself with the route. After that, you can leave it to me, I stated. Upon hearing my intent for revenge, he agreed. All right, I will accompany you. If someone dares to harm my son, I must ensure he receives 2 cuts in return. Naturally, Yang Yu's father was deeply pained by his son's injury and harbored resentment, wanting to avenge him, but I could not agree. Observing his eagerness for retribution, I shook my head. Uncle, you need not accompany me. Just guide me there and return. Yang Yu still needs your care. Unlike Yang Yu's father, I possessed far greater strength and was unafraid of retaliation. However, if he were involved, once we departed, he would face the Wang family's wrath and a potential fallout. After all, he still needed to live in this village. Following Yang Yu's father's lead, we traversed a sloped path until we arrived at a large courtyard. The place was brightly lit, and upon sensing our arrival, the dogs at the entrance began to bark furiously. After confirming the location, we departed. I needed to wait for the chubby man and the others to arrive. Returning to the skewered meat shop, we waited for several more minutes until the bright high beams of the Audi appeared. I recognized the chubby man had arrived, and as I stepped outside, I noticed that, in addition to the chubby man's Audi, a van was following behind. I was familiar with this vehicle. It was the public transport from their stone yard, and it was packed with people. It seemed the chubby man had mobilized all our forces. Taking the passenger seat in the Audi, I looked at the chubby man. Everyone is here? Yes, I feared we might not have enough manpower. It feels a bit over the top, the chubby man replied, puzzled. Including myself and the chubby man, our small group consisted of only 10 individuals. How could that be considered over the top? Under my guidance, both vehicles parked in front of Wang Laoda's residence. Make sure everyone is armed, I instructed. Our group disembarked from the car, and the barking within the courtyard grew even more intense. We kicked the door open and marched in boldly. As we entered, 6 or 7 people were gathered around a table, drinking, including 2 women. Wang Laosen was among them. Wang Laosen, do you know why I am here? I asked, pointing a finger at him. The others, seeing our group armed and aggressive, clearly began to feel unsettled. Before Wang Laosen could respond, one of the young men grabbed a bottle and pointed it at me. Who the hell are you? This young man must be Wang Caizhe. Before I could reply, Qin Hao swung a metal pipe down, smashing it onto the young man's hand and shattering the bottle. The iron pipe in Qin Hao's hand was welded together. Termed Pipe of Death. Removing the outer tube revealed a dagger inside, and the detached half of the iron pipe could be screwed onto the bottom of the handle, extending its length. It was a true weapon. With a total length of over a meter, its function was akin to a butcher's knife, designed for stabbing, unlike a cleaver meant for chopping. Although it's a slight difference, stabbing and chopping are entirely different concepts. The former is lethal, while the latter is merely injurious. Xiao Qiu, why are you here? Seeing our imposing group, Wang Laosan spoke with a hint of trepidation. In truth, although I came to avenge Yang Yu, I had no intention of escalating things too far. After all, we lived in the same village and bore no deep-seated enmity. Otherwise, I would have simply led my brothers in without a word and gone straight to the cutting. I overturned the table with a forceful shove, sending food scattering everywhere. Do you not know why I am here? Damn it, do you even know who I am? Seeing Wang Caizhe still acting arrogant, I kicked him in the stomach, sending him sprawling to the ground. What are you even worth? After that, I raised my hand and slapped Wang Laosan across the face. Was it you who harmed Yang Yu? Wang Laosan quickly shook his head, his eyes filled with fear. No, it wasn't me. It was him. I turned my gaze to Wang Caizhe. Today, not only would I seek revenge, but I would also establish my authority in front of all his subordinates, ensuring they recognized my position as the leader and respected my methods. In that moment, a scene flashed in my mind. Jane Yuanmin, Lu Yi smashing Huang Mao. Chapter 65. Chapter 66. Ought to earn the allegiance of my subordinates. I needed not only the capital to attract them but also the means to instill fear. Only then could I cultivate genuinely devoted followers. In the world of the underworld, if one cannot command respect from their subordinates, they will never earn their true reverence. One day, if capital fails to satisfy their ambitions, there may be greater temptations, and they will inevitably depart. I delivered another kick to Wang Caizhe's head as he attempted to rise, knocking him back down. Searching around, I found no ashtray, but I could improvise with something else. As I approached Wang Caizhe, I crouched down and coldly asked, "Which hand did you use to harm Yang Yu?" "What do you want?" Wang Caizhe retorted, glaring at me. "Not willing to speak? Then I will disable both your hands." I let out a cold laugh. Just ahead of me lay a large shard from the plate that had broken when I flipped the table. One hand picked up the shard while the other pressed down on Wang Caizhe's right hand, narrowing my eyes and gritting my teeth. Wang Caizhe fiercely attempted to pull away his right hand, but at that moment, I had already made up my mind. Without hesitation, the sharp edge of the plate shard plunged into Wang Caizhe's tightly clenched fist. Upon impact, I felt pain radiating from my fingers. I knew the shard was injuring Wang Caizhe while also cutting my own hand. Yet, I could not afford to focus on the pain. This was the first time I had struck so brutally, and at this moment, my heart felt like it was about to leap from my chest. My teeth were chattering slightly, and despite my utmost efforts to control myself, I could not alleviate the tremors. The piercing scream echoed through the air, causing Wang Caizhe, who had been fervently resisting, to cease his struggles, his trembling arm falling limp. I cast a fleeting glance at his wound, blood oozing forth and dripping from the jagged edges. I noticed shards embedded in his palm, a consequence of his clenched fist, which had prevented them from penetrating deeper. However, that was inconsequential. Today, I sought vengeance for Yang Yu and aimed to instill a sense of intimidation before my brothers. Though my intention was never to maim him irreparably, releasing the shards from my grasp, I examined my fingers. Save for my thumb, the other four bore minor cuts, shallow yet stinging. Caizhe. The two women within the room shrieked in unison. I directed my gaze towards them, and under my scrutinizing stare, their faces turned as pale as paper. "Silence," I commanded, and at my rebuke, the two women clasped their mouths, quelling their voices. The men present, including Wang Laosan, dared not utter a word. I shifted my attention to the younger brothers trailing behind me. Aside from Qin Hao, whose expression remained impassive, others exhibited a range of reactions. Some grinned, while others stared vacantly at me, confirming that my display of intimidation had achieved its purpose. I retrieved a cigarette from my pocket, my hand trembling as I did so. Lighting it, I inhaled deeply, exhaling a thick cloud of smoke. The act momentarily calmed my anxious and exhilarated heart, even tinged with a hint of fear. It seemed this hand hadn't been the one to deliver the blow. I let out a derisive snort. Locking my eyes onto Wang Tsaija as I reached for his hand, I feigned a demeanor of nonchalance, indifference, and aloofness, accompanied by a smile. Though I could hardly envision my own expression, I surmised it must resemble that of a monster, diabolical in nature. Wang Tsaija, his face awash with terror, croaked, "Brother, I was wrong. Please spare me." In response to his pleas, I offered a faint smile. "So, you are Wang Tsaija, are you? Associating with the old dog?" At my inquiry, he nodded fervently. "Yes, I'm with Dog Gu, for his sake. Please let me go." He was nothing but a mere trifle in my eyes. His importance was non-existent. If one is to boast, let it be done fully. Half-hearted bravado is utterly pointless. I bent down, retrieving another shard of the broken plate. "This matter originates from Wang Laosan. Though you wish to evade responsibility?" Wang Laosan trembled at my words, surely shaken by the ferocity of my previous actions. To my astonishment, he suddenly fell to his knees before me. "Xiao Qiu, I was wrong. I swear I won't do it again. I deserve this. We're from the same village, and I've known your father for many years. Please, grant me mercy." As he spoke, he raised his hand and struck his own face several times, the slaps resounding loudly, leaving his cheek reddened and swollen. Sensing the moment was ripe, I turned to the rotund figure beside me. "Fatty, how do you propose we handle this situation?" With his astute mind, Fatty grasped my intention, seeking a graceful exit from this predicament. "Xiao Qiu, I believe we've reached a conclusion. Since you don't reside in the village, and your parents are still there, let us leave some goodwill for future encounters, lest it become awkward," he suggested, providing a suitable rationale for retreat. Wang Laosan hastily concurred. "What this young brother says is correct. I shared decades of camaraderie with your parents. One must consider the Buddha when looking at the monk." I nodded, redirecting my gaze to Wang Tsaija. "You appear somewhat unconvinced." "Convinced, brother? I am convinced," he replied, though his eyes betrayed a deep-seated defiance. "If you are unconvinced, call your elder brother. Let us see if he dares to seek vengeance on your behalf." Upon hearing my words, a flicker of surprise crossed his pained features. "Are you serious?" I produced my phone. "State the number." "I shall call him. 138. I dialed the number, placing the call on speaker. "Hello? Who is this?" The voice on the other end was breathless, laced with irritation, with faint sounds of a woman's playful protests in the background. "Boss, it's me, Tsaija," he said, wincing occasionally from the pain. "What the hell do you want, calling me at this hour? Don't you know I'm busy with important matters?" The old dog barked, full of exasperation. I couldn't contain my laughter, especially upon witnessing Wang Tsaija's expression, which resembled someone who had just consumed something foul. "Boss, save me," Wang Tsaija pleaded, prompting the old dog to cease his tirade. "What is going on?" he inquired. I seized the phone, suppressing my amusement. "Old dog, your little brother has harmed my man, and I've rendered him incapable of using one hand. You have no objections, I trust?" Upon hearing my voice, the other party paused momentarily, then replied coldly, "If you dare to touch Tsaija, be aware of the consequences of crossing my people in Qinglin town. I merely intended to inform you. The damage is done, and your man was not compliant." "Who granted you such audacity in this town?" I retorted indifferently. The line fell silent for a few seconds, likely due to my intimidation. "Who are you?" the old dog inquired. "From the city. I am one of Boss Su's men," I stated frankly, thinking, why not inflate the cow if we are to push it? After a brief silence, he timidly asked, "Who is Boss Su?" Chapter 66. Chapter 67. There are no rooms left. Upon hearing this question, I was rendered speechless. He, after all, was supposed to be a prominent figure in the town, yet he was unaware of who Boss Su was. However, upon reflection, I realized I didn't know either, leaving me at a loss for an answer. Though I was unaware, I had to maintain my facade. It's truly bewildering how you managed to attain the position of the town's leader in this remote place." I taunted him coldly, knowing that the more audacious I was, the more he would fear me. He remained oblivious to the extent of my background and influence. Should I show even a hint of humility now? He might perceive a weakness. "You must be familiar with the Golden Ding Hotel in Longkuan, yes?" Upon mentioning Longkuan, he quickly inquired, his tone subdued, "Are you with Longkuan?" "Ha!" I chuckled lightly. "Fool. I stated I am with Boss Su. Longkuan is as well. Do you understand now?" Faced with my brazen declaration, The old dog was thoroughly intimidated. "Brother, how did Saija offend you?" he asked, his voice trembling. "He harmed my brother from the same village." Upon hearing this, the line fell silent for a moment. "Brother, Saija has already lost a hand at your hands. Please, for my sake, let us call it even. We hail from the same village. I had no intention of making things difficult for him. I merely wished to gauge his defiance and to see the extent of your influence, old dog." "Ha ha ha," I replied with a light chuckle, my words laced with arrogance and mockery, all of which were deliberately feigned. Given that I lacked the capabilities of significant figures like Boss Su or Hong Bin, I could not afford to be modest. I had to pretend to be a young upstart, dismissing his status as the town's leader. Yes, thank you for your understanding, brother. Whenever you come to town, I'll arrange a meal for you. Let us consider it a case of not knowing each other before," the old dog offered with a forced smile. "Exchanging pleasantries, damn. We'll discuss it another time," I responded curtly before hanging up. As I looked at Wang Saija, his face a mask of bitterness, I smiled, relishing the resolution of the matter and reveling in my own psychological breakthrough. I had finally steeled myself to take decisive action. Turning, I waved my hand, leading everyone out of Wang Laosan's abode. Upon returning to the skewer shop, I picked up Yang Yu and we proceeded to the county hospital. Though his injuries were not severe, I insisted on his hospitalization. The hospital's environment was undeniably superior to that of the stone quarry, reducing the risk of infection and facilitating treatment. The hospital. I also took the opportunity to remove the remaining glass shards from my finger wounds and disinfected them. Once everything was attended to, it was already past midnight. Upon arriving home, I found Lana lounging on the sofa. Engrossed in a television program, she glanced at me and remarked, "You're back? What have you been up to? You look utterly drained." Indeed, the events of the evening had drained my spirit, leaving me feeling particularly fatigued. "I didn't do much. Oh," Lana responded, pulling me onto the sofa, her large eyes brimming with curiosity as she asked, "Yuanchio, what are your plans for the 3-day holiday? Play?" I hadn't thought about it. I replied candidly, "You can't be that dull, can you?" She sighed, offering her analysis. "Look at you. You've got money in your pocket now, and holidays are rare. It would be wonderful to go out and have some fun. Just imagine, you and your girlfriend enjoying food and entertainment together. How delightful that would be, wouldn't it?" After reflecting on Lana's suggestions, I found her reasoning compelling. It would indeed be a splendid idea to take advantage of Chi Yao's break from school to enjoy some leisure time together. "Sister Na, where do you plan to go?" I inquired. "What do you mean by I? Of course, I'll be tagging along with you." Lana grinned mischievously. "Rest assured, I won't hinder your plans. Rather, I'll be your greatest ally." While I yearned to share a private world with Chi Yao, I felt unable to refuse Lana's request. "All right." Seeing my agreement, Lana's face lit up with joy. "Okay, it's a deal. Get some rest." We'll set off tomorrow. Lying on the bed, I found myself deep in contemplation, feeling that it was rather precarious to have this light bulb with me. Yet, casting her aside felt equally unbearable. After much hesitation, I resolved to find her a companion. The plump fellow seemed to be an apt choice. The following morning, I called both Chi Yao and the plump guy, and they expressed no objections. Lana, having risen early today, thoughtfully brought me breakfast, likely aware of our plans for an outing, which made her quite cheerful. The four of us made our way to the city. Clearly, Lana possessed a greater understanding of the city's recreational facilities than any of us. Given that it was winter, we opted for indoor activities, starting with a game of billiards. Billiards was quite the craze in the 1990s, and apart from Chi Yao, we all knew how to play. We spent the morning playing billiards, the afternoon skating, and concluded the day with a movie. Our first day was thoroughly planned. Throughout the day, we four were immensely joyful, yet I, at times, felt a twinge of worry. I occasionally glanced at my phone, hoping for a call from Lu Yi. Fortunately, he did not reach out all day, suggesting that Hong Bin had not mentioned this matter to him. After watching the movie, it was already past 9 in the evening. Instead of returning home, we opted to stay at a hotel in the city. "I'll check us in. You all wait here," Lana said, and without waiting for our responses, she hurried to the front desk. The three of us exchanged amused glances as we settled onto the sofa to wait for her return. Shortly after, Lana returned with 3 room keys. "Only 3 rooms available. It's a holiday, and they're all fully booked." Observing the 3 keys in her hand, I understood her intention, but since Chi Yao and I were not yet married, I felt it was somewhat inappropriate. despite my lack of concern. After all, Chi Yao is still an unmarried young woman. Since there are no rooms left, how about this? The plump guy and I will share one, and you two can have a room each? I suggested directly. Upon hearing my straightforwardness, Lana slapped her forehead and sighed. Oh, I don't mind. Just when I thought the room arrangements would proceed smoothly, the plump fellow countered. I'm not sharing a room with you. I've already made plans with someone else, so don't disturb me. He flashed me a grin, and I realized this rascal had found two others. How about I share a room with Sister Na? Chi Yao proposed, glancing at Lana for her approval. Sister Na, you don't mind, do you? I do mind, of course. Lana promptly rejected Chi Yao's suggestion. There are people nearby. It would be hard to sleep. Sorry, Chi Yao, besides, you two are preparing for marriage. What's the big deal about sharing a room? Chapter 67 Chapter 68 The first night next, under Lana's insistence, Chi Yao and I were ushered into one room. You two can sleep here. No one else wants to share a room with you? Lana's voice echoed from outside the door, prompting a wry smile from Chi Yao and me. I recognized that Lana meant well, which warmed my heart, yet I felt embarrassed. I called for a service attendant and requested an extra blanket, then laid out a makeshift bed on the floor. I'll sleep on the floor, and you take the bed. Are you sure you don't want to sleep in the bed? We have 2 blankets after all. The floor is so cold, Chi Yao said shyly. It's fine. Young men can handle a bit of cold. I am not worried, I replied dismissively. After washing up, she lay on the bed, turning on the hotel-provided television and casually flipping through the channels. Meanwhile, I lay on my makeshift bed, pulling out my phone to play the popular mobile game. Snake. Time trickled by. Since there was no underfloor heating at that time, and this hotel, in pursuit of elegance, had opted for trendy and sophisticated tiles instead of traditional flooring, the tiles did not retain heat like wooden floors. My blanket served half as a mattress and half as a cover, and after a while, it indeed felt a bit chilly at that moment. I regretted my earlier decision to act tough. How blissful it would have been to share the bed. I shivered under the covers, occasionally inhaling sharply from the cold. However, much of my discomfort was feigned, as I hoped to attract Chi Yao's attention so she might invite me to the bed. After all, a person of my modesty could hardly crawl under the covers uninvited. Yankee, are you cold? Chi Yao asked with concern. Not too bad, I replied. As long as you're not cold, let us sleep then. Good night. Seeing Chi Yao turn away again made me wish to slap myself. She had offered an opportunity, and here I was, pretending. It is a little cold. The tiles are different from the floor. They are quite chilly. I muttered awkwardly. Then why don't you come to bed? After all, we have 2 blankets. Given that Chi Yao had extended an olive branch, I readily agreed. All right. Lying on the bed, the atmosphere felt somewhat awkward, and I was wide awake. The seconds ticked by as we lay there uncomfortably. Chi Yao, are you asleep? I ventured to break the silence, knowing full well she wasn't. Not yet. Let us chat for a bit. Okay. What began as an awkward silence transformed into a lively conversation, returning us to our usual dynamic. We spoke of the past and the future. Chi Yao, do you prefer boys or girls? I casually asked. As we delved into the topic of marriage, my parents have been urging me this year. They're at an age where many of their friends have already become grandparents, and they're anxious. As for me, I plan to have 2 children, 1 boy and 1 girl, because I like both. But it ultimately depends on fate, Chi Yao said, gazing at the ceiling with a smile. She then turned to face me, her eyes sparkling. Yankee, what about you? Do you prefer boys or girls? I would love whichever child is mine, boy or girl, I answered. How cheeky. Are you saying if you had a child with someone else, you wouldn't love them? Children are innocent. Chi Yao teased. I could never have a child with another woman, I replied firmly, providing Chi Yao with satisfactory reassurance. Upon hearing this, she smiled and planted a gentle kiss on my cheek. I've even thought of names for our children, I said. Chi Yao's curiosity piqued. She immediately inquired, what are they? If you give me another kiss, I'll tell you, I teased. Chi Yao playfully pinched my arm. Stop being annoying. Just tell me. If you don't, I won't listen. Confronted with Chi Yao's playful threat, I relented. I've decided. If it's a boy, he'll be namely Shi Chi, and if it's a girl, she'll be namely Ai Yao. What do you think? Nice names? Upon hearing the names I had chosen, she burst into laughter, which I interpreted as mockery. What a corny name. I can understand Li Ai Yao. But Li Shi Chi. What's that? She means happiness, and Chi is your surname, I explained, realizing the name did sound a bit off. Not nice, not nice, she dismissed my choice. What do you think sounds better? I asked. Genuinely curious to see what names a university student might suggest. If it's a boy, let us call him Li Mingyao, with Yao meaning distant, hoping he has far-reaching dreams. One must have grand aspirations to break free from the status quo and strive towards greater heights. For a girl, she'll be named Li Yao, with Yao symbolizing elegance, wishing for her to be a graceful lady. I don't expect my daughter to have a career. I just hope she marries a good husband when her time comes. Chi Yao articulated with depth. Indeed, those who have attended university possess a different perspective. Their choices carry profound meaning. I applauded her. In response to my praise, she leaned closer. I hope you will always love me. Whether in reality or in dreams, you cannot be without me. Chi Yao, I love you, I said sincerely, bringing my lips closer to hers. I love you too. Embracing her gently, I kissed her lips, from a soft kiss to a passionate embrace. Two lovers intertwined, each holding dreams of a shared future. As emotions peaked, we naturally lost our inhibitions. Self-justification is often the greatest hindrance to self-discipline. Children, play today, study diligently tomorrow, and come tomorrow, the children will think. Let us play just one more day. There's still plenty of vacation left. Gambler, just one more round. If I win, I'll stop. Yet even if they win, they will ponder playing one more time, hoping for luck, only to find themselves caught in a cycle of consolation. In truth, Chi Yao and I were no different, comforting ourselves. We will marry eventually. It's merely a question of timing. So why not take the plunge tonight? After the fervor, she lay in my arms, tears glistening in her eyes. I was uncertain how much pain she had endured for her first time. All I could do was hold her tightly and comfort her. It's all right. It won't hurt next time. Though those words slipped from my lips, I felt an inexplicable sense of shame, particularly at the mention of next time. With tear-filled eyes, she looked at me. Yankee you? I love you. I want to give you my all, and I have no regrets. But can you promise me to stop gambling? Seeing her pitiful expression, I gently kissed her forehead. Don't worry. By the time you graduate, I will have left the gambling world for good. All right? You already have savings that many can only dream of. That money is enough for you to open a small shop and start a little business. Why not stop now? Chi Yao pleaded. Gazing into Chi Yao's eyes, our gazes locked, I resolutely declined. Chi Yao, now is not the right time. You have stated that one must harbor grand dreams, distant aspirations, to transcend the current state and forge ahead step by step toward greater heights. Naturally, I too aspire to ascend to loftier realms. She responded softly. Closing her eyes, I surmised that she must be disappointed with my answer. Chapter 68, Chapter 69, Suitable candidates. 3 days slipped by quietly. Upon returning to Hengi County, dusk had already settled. Lu Yi had specifically arranged a welcoming banquet for us. Oh, my surprise. Both the chubby friend and Chi Yao were invited. Along with Lu Kai, gathering my small circle of acquaintances, I could not fathom Lu Ye's intentions, yet during the meal, he merely suggested that we get to know one another without delving into anything further. Even the identity concerns that troubled me were left unmentioned. Everything was serene and harmonious, with camaraderie among brothers. However, the more tranquil it became, the more I sensed an undercurrent of threat and conspiracy. I have always possessed an unusually keen perception of others' emotions, and I felt that this entire fade was a deliberate act orchestrated by Lu Yi. Behind it all, I suspected a greater scheme was at play. The following day, my holiday ended. The entire county still retained traces of the festive atmosphere, with people lingering in the languorousness of the holiday. Yet life resumed its usual pace. Why work as a hound was set to begin in earnest. During this time, I had already identified a suitable candidate for my quarry, a small-time firecracker vendor, a genuine demolition household. After escorting the chubby friend to the stone quarry, I drove his Audi A6 to the fireworks shop. At that moment, the shop's front was already plastered with signs indicating it was for rent or sale, yet thankfully, it was still operational inside. Upon entering, I found the diminutive owner lounging carelessly in a chair, smoking a cigarette. Compared to our first meeting, although his demeanor had not changed, still the same shabby, downtrodden appearance. His image had undergone a remarkable transformation. Clad in a full set of gold lion attire and puffing on a Chinese brand cigarette, even his hairstyle had shifted to a rather fashionable crew cut, shaved on the sides and slightly pointed on top. Boss, how much for 10,000 firecrackers? I inquired. surveying the merchandise. 35, he replied, lifting his gaze slightly to glance at me. Upon recognizing me, he quickly stood up. You've come. I nodded slightly. I'll take 10, knowing I would see him today. I had prepared a handbag, from which I produced 400 yuan and placed it on the counter. You don't need that much, just 300 will suffice. The small owner returned me 100 yuan with a cheeky grin. What are you doing with so many firecrackers? He asked, probing cautiously. Understanding his intentions, I recalled his previous hints about wanting to venture into business and projects, so I played along, saying, with the new year just passed, the factory is reopening. As he assisted in placing the firecrackers in my trunk. He continued to inquire, boss, what kind of project are you working on? I haven't heard of any demolition or construction projects in Hengi County. He was testing me, seeking to uncover my true nature. To which I merely smiled in silence. Who says a project must be related to real estate? I retorted. He was momentarily at a loss for words, awkwardly scratching his head. Noticing his discomfort, I chuckled. Hee, I've just acquired a stone quarry here. A stone quarry? There's only one in Huaxiang, Hengi County, right? He pondered for a moment before asking incredulously, is it Boss Jiang's quarry? Exactly, you know Boss Jiang. His awareness of the Jiang family's enterprise genuinely surprised me. Previously, I had worked under Boss Jiang, and I was fairly acquainted with the family, known as the wealthiest in our county. The small owner sighed, then continued, the quarry was Jiang's most profitable business. I heard he liquidated all his enterprises during the relocation. Yet he retained the quarry. Why is it up for sale now? Boss Jiang needs funds for his business in Guangdong, so he turned the quarry into a joint stock venture. I've acquired 70% of the shares, while 30% remains with his son, Jiang Jihong. Though I was fabricating the details, I had already contemplated and reasoned through my narrative multiple times before coming here. The quarry is a lucrative venture. I mused, it's a pity that I was unaware of the joint stock arrangement. The small owner appeared frustrated and regretful. Feigning curiosity and confusion, I countered. What? Are you interested in investing in the quarry? Hearing my question, the small owner nodded vigorously. Yes, the city just completed a demolition, and I have some idle cash. I was planning to invest in a business. It's such a pity I missed the opportunity to invest in such a promising quarry. Observing his regretful demeanor, I internally chuckled. Maintaining an outwardly calm demeanor, I elaborated, the quarry indeed presents a splendid opportunity. IT inherently belongs to the mining resource sector, and Boss Jiang has not fully developed it. This acquisition will be accompanied by a more refined team, and I've even hired foreign experts. We anticipate that revenue will double in the latter half of the year. I presented myself as a seasoned investor, meticulously analyzing the quarry's industrial prospects. After my discourse, the small owner appeared utterly taken aback. As the firecrackers were nearly loaded, I gently patted his shoulder. You've worked hard. With that, I took my place in the driver's seat. Preparing to depart, I lingered for a moment, starting the engine and waiting for the small owner to approach and obstruct my exit. Just as I was ready to accelerate away, fortune favored my patience. The small owner gently tapped on the driver's window. Lowering the window, I feigned confusion. What's the matter? The small owner stammered for quite some time, yet failed to articulate his thoughts. If there's nothing else, I'll be on my way, I urged. Well, I wanted to ask if the shares of the quarry are still available. I wouldn't mind paying extra. Could you sell me a portion? He asked timidly. I pretended to contemplate, and he offered me a cigarette. After lighting it, I took a puff and slowly responded, I am a businessman, and more so, a financial investor. For me, long-term investments are not as crucial as cash flow. The shares of the quarry do tie up a substantial amount of my funds, and I am considering selling some at a premium. If you leave me your phone number and name, I will consider it. From the Audi's glove compartment, I retrieved a pen and paper, handing them to the small owner. After he jotted down his phone number, he handed it back to me, saying, Boss, when you decide to sell shares, please be sure to call me first. I glanced at the note. Aside from a jumbled phone number, there was a name, Zhu Shijuan. Rest assured, I will contemplate this matter. Under Zhu Shijuan's hopeful gaze, I drove away from the fireworks shop. From the moment he expressed interest in the quarry, he had already fallen into the snare I had set. Chapter 69, Chapter 70, the quarry bait. In the following 3 days, I did not reach out to Zhu Shijuan. However, I was far from idle during this time. Qi Yao, a university student majoring in Chinese, eventually yielded to my persistent persuasion and assisted me in drafting a proposal for the quarry's planning. I also spent 150 yuan a day in the city to hire a finance student to enhance the proposal with greater professionalism. Armed with this polished document, I admired its contents. It exuded professionalism and sophistication, which, despite my limited understanding, I recognized as impressive and formidable in the city. I also hired a few actors and engaged a beautiful university student as a lecturer. Daily rehearsals took place at the quarry, training the lecturer to memorize the drafted proposal and narrate specific stories at designated spots. After 3 days of preparation, everything felt nearly ready, and I initiated the pig-catching operation. Since I was working for Liu Yi, all expenses were covered by him, and I was quite unreserved, even renting 2 vehicles from the city, a Lexus sedan and a Benz VA at 10 in the morning, seated in the quarry's office. I instructed the beautiful lecturer to dial Zhu Shijuan's number. "Hello, is this Mr. Zhu Shijuan?" The lecturer's sweet voice inquired. "Yes, I am Zhu Shijuan." "Who are you?" He responded that I am the secretary of General Li. General Li mentioned that you are quite interested in the transfer of the quarry shares. He has arranged a share distribution meeting at 1 o'clock this afternoon and specifically requested that I call you to see if you are available, the beautiful lecturer explained. The position of secretary was something I had deliberately arranged. Last time, Long Kuan mentioned that a certain beauty was his secretary, and now that I was masquerading as a big boss, it was only fitting I had my own secretary. General Li? Is he the one driving the Audi? Zhu Shijuan inquired. Indeed, our General Li drives an Audi A6, the beautiful lecturer replied with a cheerful tone. Great, I'm available at any time. After confirming the arrangement, Zhu Shijuan's tone was filled with excitement and eagerness. I nodded slightly at the beautiful lecturer, who promptly replied, "Very well, at 12:30. Our company's special vehicle will pick you up. I hope you can prepare in advance. Thank you." After hanging up the phone, I smiled faintly. The moment of opportunity was drawing ever closer. However, the nearer I approached this moment, the more cautious I needed to be, for it was indeed the most critical juncture. If I could convince Zhu Shijuan that I could offer him boundless value, I would become the object of his admiration, and he would be at my mercy. Walking through the vast stone quarry, observing the diligent workers and the expansive grounds, I felt a surge of confidence. Over the past 3 days, aside from finding a few connections, I had purchased suits for my 8 brothers. Though modestly priced from the underground market, it was merely to maintain appearances in films. The big boss is always accompanied by well-dressed bodyguards. To play the part convincingly, I gathered them neatly in a row. I must admit, once attired uniformly, these young men indeed exuded a certain charisma. I assigned 2 to stand watch at the entrance, and another 2 to open the car doors when the Mercedes-Benz arrived. The remaining 4 were designated as security bodyguards, following closely behind the big boss I had hired. The purpose was to instill a sense of pressure in Zhu Shijuan, to make him feel the true essence of a boss, to evoke his envy and admiration, and to allow him to fantasize about such a lifestyle. This way, when he sat at the gambling table, his yearning for substantial winnings would be intensified. With all arrangements complete, the hefty fellow approached me and sighed. If my dad ever finds out I sold his stake in the quarry, he might just kill me. Haha, isn't that just a bit of a ruse? I chuckled. It was amusing how, unbeknownst to me, I was playing the part of a beleaguered minor shareholder in a stone quarry. At 11:50, the Mercedes-Benz departed from the quarry. As we drew near, the vehicle slowly approached. Standing by the office window, I watched as Zhu Shijuan opened the car door himself, stepping out before my underlings could assist him, with the support of my subordinates. He made his way towards the office area, his awkward and nervous demeanor eliciting a quiet chuckle from me. It seemed he had never experienced such treatment, making him appear particularly stiff. I finally understood why. During the last dinner invitation from Liu Yi, many had smiles in their eyes. Now, seeing Zhu Shijuan, it all made sense. As he entered the office, much like a star surrounded by admirers, I extended my hand, gesturing for him to take a seat. "Mr. Zhu, please, have a seat." "Hee, all right," he replied, taking a seat with an air of extreme reserve. I signaled to the beautiful lecturer, who, aside from being a lecturer, also served as my secretary, to pour tea. Under my direction, she respectfully brewed a pot of Dahong Pao, pouring half a cup for Zhu Shijuan. "I can serve myself. No need for such formality," he insisted, unexpectedly grabbing the teapot from the lecturer's hands and pouring himself a full cup. Throughout the encounter, Zhu Shijuan appeared exceedingly awkward, and seeing his overflowing cup made me feel slightly uncomfortable. As the saying goes, a full cup of wine a half cup of tea, which carries significant meaning. I teased him with a smile. Mr. Zhu, being a millionaire, you should become accustomed to some new experiences. Hee hee, I'm not a millionaire. The demolition only granted me over 500,000 in cash. The 2 apartments I was allocated haven't even come through yet. Zhu Shijuan explained, and I smiled quietly, having intended to gauge his financial status through that exchange. Mr. Li, I heard this young lady mention there's a stock meeting this afternoon. Why hasn't it started yet? Zhu Shijuan pressed. Glancing at the time, I took a sip of tea. Patience, Mr. Zhu. Let us enjoy some tea first. 2 other bosses are on their way to discuss the quarry shares. Hearing that others were coming, Zhu Shijuan's expression dimmed slightly, a manifestation of his insecurity. Although I had not studied psychology, I recognized many expressions and feelings that I had experienced myself, allowing me to empathize with his perspective. This habit of considering others' viewpoints had been ingrained in me since entering society. I believed it was essential for understanding the crux of our interactions. His insecurity would only deepen when the others arrived. And it was precisely this feeling I sought to exploit, creating a stark contrast that could ignite a sense of frenzy and excitement within him. 10 minutes later, my phone rang. After feigning a few murmurs, I stood and addressed Mr. Zhu. Mr. Zhu, Mr. Ming has arrived. Let us proceed. All right, he replied timidly, following closely behind me. At the entrance. Shortly thereafter, Alexis approached. My subordinates promptly assisted in opening the gates, bowing respectfully. The Lexus rolled in and stopped. In stark contrast to Zhu Shijuan's eager descent earlier, this moment was marked by a significant disparity with the Lexus and its occupants. As the vehicle halted, one of my underlings swiftly exited the front passenger seat and opened the rear door, gesturing to prevent any mishaps. The beautiful lecturer mirrored this action, opening the left door of the front passenger seat. Point 2, middle-aged gentleman leisurely stepped out of the car. Point 1 was attired in a Zhongshan suit, while the other donned a Western suit. Their appearance and demeanor starkly contrasted with Zhu Shijuan's provincial aura, resembling heaven and hell. I stole a glance at Zhu Shijuan. His expression was awkward, his fingers fidgeting. Maintaining a smile that betrayed his uncertainty, I approached the gentleman in the Zhongshan suit who had exited from the right rear seat, extending my hand firmly. Mr. Ming, long time no see. I hope your journey was pleasant. Ha ha ha, Mr. Li, you flatter me. With such a promising business, I couldn't resist bringing along old friends. I owe you a great deal, Mr. Ming replied with a hearty laugh as we stood together. I took the opportunity to introduce Zhu Shijuan to Mr. Ming and the others. The atmosphere was palpably distinct, highlighting the disparity in gravitas. Although Mr. Ming was merely an actor I had hired, he exuded an aura of seasoned authority far superior to Zhu Shijuan's rural demeanor. Zhu Shijuan's internal belief of inferiority naturally diminished his confidence. As we engaged in casual conversation, the hefty fellow joined us, and I introduced him to Mr. Ming, reinforcing the connections. I'm also an old friend of your father, Mr. Jiang. We were once partners in business. It's incredible to see how much your family has grown, Mr. Ming remarked with a smile. The hefty fellow readily agreed, cultivating a close rapport with Mr. Ming while inadvertently sidelining Zhu Shijuan. This dynamic served to emphasize the disparity in status, deepening Zhu Shijuan's feelings of inadequacy. Mr. Ming, your Lexus is quite impressive. Is it the latest model? The hefty fellow inquired enviously. It's all right. A friend mentioned the performance is decent, so I decided to pick it up for fun. Just 100,000 or so, Mr. Ming casually replied, effortlessly piling on the psychological pressure for Zhu Shijuan. Mr. Ming and the hefty fellow engaged enthusiastically, all part of the meticulously crafted script I had devised. I then leaned toward Zhu Shijuan and whispered, Mr. Zhu, let us go take a look at the quarry. All right, he replied. Mr. Ming, the time for the stock distribution meeting is approaching. I have guests awaiting us, so perhaps you could catch up later? I suggested tentatively. Sure, let us get started, Mr. Ming gestured, signaling the beginning of our proceedings. As we arrived at the quarry's extraction area, I exchanged a glance with the beautiful lecturer, indicating her to commence her presentation. Allow me to introduce our quarry. Before you lies our extraction zone. The lecturer began articulating her prepared speech, detailing the quality of the stone, varieties, output, price per ton, market trends, annual yields, profit margins, and future plans, including dealers, processed products, and annual dividends. In essence, she clearly delineated everything from governmental support policies to corporate strategies and profitability forecasts, ensuring that Mr. Zhu would be utterly captivated, filled with hope. believing that acquiring shares in this quarry would allow him to live a carefree life solely on dividends. Once the presentation concluded, I turned my gaze to Zhu Shijuan, whose eyes were brimming with longing and aspiration. Albeit tinged with trepidation and disappointment, it seemed he feared that such an opportunity would inevitably slip into Mr. Ming's hands, leaving him, with his modest assets, overshadowed. Mr. Ming immediately inquired, "Mr. Li, when shall we sign the contract?" "Contract?" I feigned confusion as I responded. At that moment, Zhu Shijuan's body tensed slightly, his nerves palpable as he gazed at me anxiously, his fingers incessantly fidgeting, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. "Of course. It is the share transfer agreement, 600,000 to acquire 30% of your shares. What do you think?" Mr. Ming stated. I shook my head. 600,000 for 30% of the shares seems inappropriate to me. 600,000 is not a trivial sum, but the young lady's presentation was merely a proposal. No matter how grandiose the planning sounds, it remains just that, a proposal. After all, the current value of 30% of the quarry's shares does not equate to such an amount. Moreover, I am aware of the price at which you acquired the quarry shares, and as Zhiheng recently mentioned, you have already doubled your investment, which should suffice. Mr. Ming replied with a broad smile. Mr. Li, you have been in the business world for many years. You must understand that the feasibility of those plans and their potential to exceed this valuation is something you are well aware of. Besides, as a businessman, I am only concerned with future profits. Even though I have doubled my earnings, the value of these shares has yet to reach its rightful worth, I retorted. Our exchange was a competitive dance, aimed at bolstering Zhu Shijuan's confidence in the quarry's prospects. With a seasoned tycoon like Mr. Ming as a witness, Zhu Shijuan would naturally be inclined to trust the quarry's plans. Mr. Li, what price would be suitable for you? Mr. Ming countered. How about 600,000 for 20% of the shares? I proposed. So that would be 31,000 per share. I will offer 900,000 for 30% instead, Mr. Ming responded. Throughout this discourse, Zhu Shijuan remained silent. I shook my head. Mr. Ming, I believe I need to contemplate this further. Please take some time to consider as well. Mr. Li, let us discuss this further. The price is still negotiable. Mr. Ming insisted. I believe I must reflect on this again. My apologies, Mr. Ming. I signaled the lovely lecturer to escort them out. Please see them out. Humped up, Mr. Ming slammed his teacup down and, flanked by a group led by a portly individual, stormed out of the office, leaving a bewildered Zhu Shijuan, who still could not comprehend what had transpired. Mr. Li, what just happened? Chapter 71. Mr. Li, what just happened? Observing Zhu Shijuan's perplexed expression, my countenance darkened. I maintained eye contact with him for a few moments until he averted his gaze. At which point I revealed a faint, somewhat sardonic smile. Mr. Zhu, do you not grasp Mr. Ming's intentions? Huh? Zhu Shijuan paused for a moment, tentatively asking, doesn't Mr. Ming simply wish to purchase your shares? He seemed quite sincere. Is it that you are dissatisfied with the price he offered? Upon hearing this, I shook my head. The price is quite reasonable. Then why is that? Zhu Shijuan, even more bewildered upon hearing the price was reasonable, pressed on with his inquiries. I hold 70% of the quarry's shares. You are aware of this, correct? I queried. Yes, he replied. If I were to transfer 30% of my shares to him, who do you think would hold the power in this matter? Who would be the decision maker? I inquired. He pondered for a moment, his expression resembling that of someone counting on their fingers. If you transfer 30% to him, you would still have 40%, and he and Mr. Zhang's son would each hold 30%. You would still be the majority shareholder, so it would be your call, Zhu Shijuan concluded confidently. No, and I smiled faintly and prompted, now, do you believe Mr. Ming shares a closer relationship with me or with Mr. Zhang? Are you suggesting that if the two of them joined forces, they would surpass your shareholding? Zhu Shijuan, not entirely dim-witted, finally grasped this point after my hint. Exactly. While I may need liquidity, I must ensure that my shares are transferred to someone I trust. At the very least, they must not align with Mr. Zhang's camp. Losing absolute control of the company could very well lead to my ousting. He nodded earnestly, as if seizing an opportunity, and quickly stood up, vowing, Mr. Li, if you sell the shares to me, rest assured I will stand by your side. You tell me to go east, I will go east. You tell me to chase dogs, I will not catch chickens. I can offer 450,000 for 15% of the shares and can pay immediately. What do you think? Seeing his eagerness, I chuckled and gestured for him to sit. Mr. Zhu, do not be so hasty. Selling you the shares is not an issue, but I need to conduct due diligence. You know I am a businessman, and I must evaluate all aspects. Moreover, our relationship is still quite new, and you are still an old employee of Mr. Jiang." Upon hearing my words, Zhu Shijuan became anxious. "Mr. Li, you can trust me. I, old Zhu, am the most honest person and would never deceive you. Besides, I was merely a laborer under Mr. Jiang. He was the big boss, and we hardly conversed. I will need to consider this further," I replied, glancing at the time. "Mr. Zhu, it is getting late. I will have my driver take you home. I have been busy all day and have yet to eat." Upon hearing this, Zhu Shijuan hastily responded, "Mr. Li, do you have any plans for tonight? Would it be convenient for me to treat you to a meal? I still have some questions regarding the quarry. Perhaps another time." "Mr. Zhu, I will grab a quick bite and need to hurry back to the city later," I declined, yet I left an opening for him to continue inviting me. He picked up on this and persisted, "Mr. Li, we can just have a quick meal. I know of a particularly authentic beef restaurant that guarantees you will be hooked after just one meal." After a moment of contemplation, I nodded, "Very well, then, I shall graciously accept your invitation." I drove my Audi, following Zhu Shijuan's directions to a beef restaurant, where we enjoyed a meal. Throughout the dinner, he pledged his loyalty, saying flattering things. "Mr. Li, rest assured, I will always stand by your side, as long as you are willing to sell me the shares. We can draft a contract and engage a professional lawyer to handle it. I will cover the costs and guarantee I will not interfere with the quarry's operations." Observing Zhu Shijuan's earnest demeanor, I inwardly smiled and readily agreed, "Very well, Mr. Zhu, you seem to be a decent fellow, and I can see your sincerity. Thus, I agree to sell you the shares, but you must prepare the funds. However, I still need to think about how many shares to transfer. I will give you my answer tomorrow afternoon. How does that sound?" "Great. Thank you, Mr. Li. I, old Zhu, truly feel fortunate to have encountered a benefactor like you. It is an honor to know you." After dinner, I returned Zhu Shijuan to the fireworks shop and then called Lana. After confirming her location, I drove over. "Yin Xiu's brother is here." Walking into the second floor of the casino where Lu Kai was, I saw Lana waving at me. The office was empty except for her. During her free time, she often stayed here since this casino was the closest to her home, and Lu Kai was the casino manager she was most familiar with. "Sister Na, I've caught the pig. We will slaughter it tomorrow," I said, taking a sip of water. "Tomorrow? Isn't that a bit hasty?" Lana inquired, surprised. "Indeed, it is somewhat rushed, but I've thought this through. This time slaughtering is different from the usual. Zhu Shijuan does not require cultivating a gambling addiction, for the shares of the quarry serve as his gambling vice. Thus, there is no need to raise the pig. This type only requires swift action to cut through the chaos. If we can make him lose a substantial sum tomorrow, leaving him without enough funds to purchase the shares, I can simply continue to apply pressure, and he will develop a desire to recoup his losses. The emergence of that desire will mark the beginning and end of his complete downfall. Tomorrow's slaughtering relies entirely on the atmosphere created, along with the embellishment of Zhu Shijuan's gambling talents and luck. Often, such individuals who suddenly acquire wealth have a tenuous grasp on the concept of spending money. For them, money comes easily, and spending it is equally effortless. It is akin to those who win the lottery, only to squander it all within a few years, even falling into debt, precisely because they have never truly spent significant amounts of money. Moreover, those who receive substantial unexpected wealth tend to develop an inflated sense of self-worth, believing themselves to be favored by fate, which makes them more susceptible to manipulation than ordinary individuals. Sister Na, I have devised a rough plan and came here to discuss the specifics of tomorrow's scheme and the arrangements for the distractions. Thereafter, the two of us began to formulate a detailed plan to gradually lead Zhu Shijuan into the gambling trap. Guiding him into the abyss, I provided only a preliminary macro plan, while Lana filled in the specifics, as she possessed greater expertise in the methods of slaughtering the pig. After all, she had been in the casino business much longer than I. Well-versed and experienced. Once everything was finalized, I also informed Lu Yi. The gambling event would not take place within the casino but in the most luxurious suite of the highest-end hotel in the county. Hangzhou County is neither Macau, Monaco, nor Las Vegas. Here, the casinos are often located in obscure alleys, quite inconspicuous. In contrast, hotel suites are far more upscale than these casinos, aligning much better with the identity I have set for myself. Chapter 72. Step by step, the trap was laid. For this gambling event, Lu Yi arranged 4 distractions, 4 beautiful waitresses, and a person responsible for service, all under Lu Kai's supervision and execution. As for Lana, She would not participate in the gambling, but instead assume a special role, the dealer. Amidst the four accomplices, I am familiar with two of them, having previously collaborated during an endeavor to deceive Boss Liu. The male participant is named Zhou Jia, while the female is Wang Di. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Lana and I entered the presidential suite. Greetings, Mr. Li. The four beautiful waitresses greeted us with a graceful 45-degree bow. Each of them possessed long, alluring legs, dressed in revealing attire that exuded sensuality. Surveying the overall arrangement, I nodded in satisfaction and praised, Lu Kai, you've done remarkably well. Haha, it's all thanks to Mr. Li's arrangements. Naturally, we had to elevate the sophistication. Lu Kai replied with a straight face, attempting humor. Get lost. I jestingly retorted as Lana and I took our seats at the gambling table. Today, only cash was in play. Louis had produced 500,000 to facilitate our charade. There were 5 players at the table, myself included, with Lana tasked as the dealer. Everyone present was an accomplice, all intent on deceiving Zhu Shijuan. Ding, ding, ding. At 2 o'clock, my phone rang, displaying Zhu Shijuan's name. After 3 rings, I ended the call. Approximately a minute later, Zhu Shijuan called again. This time, I neither answered nor rejected the call. I had promised to return his call this afternoon, but I chose not to, deliberately ignoring him to provoke a sense of urgency and anxiety within him, prompting his mind to wander. Whether he speculated that I was unwilling to sell him shares, that I had sold them at a premium to someone else, or that I was simply occupied. Any such thoughts would undoubtedly agitate him. This anxiety would render him exceptionally restless, disrupting his composure. When I finally answered his call, easing his worries, that sense of relief would only intensify his urgency regarding our share transaction, exactly what I aimed to achieve. Before long, a message from Zhu Shijuan arrived. Mr. Li, are you busy? Is it convenient for you to take a call? Moments later, my phone rang again, and this time, I answered, Hello, Boss Zhu? I feigned a lack of enthusiasm. Speaking in a deep tone, upon hearing my voice, Zhu Shijuan appeared exceedingly excited. Oh, Mr. Li, you finally answered. I've prepared the money. Yesterday you mentioned discussing the sale of shares and signing the contract today. Before he could finish, I interrupted. Boss Zhu, I'm aware of that, but I'm a bit busy right now. Please call me back later. After saying this, I hung up. That I intentionally said, please call me back later, rather than I'll call you back later. Though both phrases pertain to the same call, they evoke entirely different emotional responses in Zhu Shijuan. The latter would leave him anxiously awaiting my return call, while the former would instill a sense of unease, tension, and anxiety, especially as time passed, leading him to increasingly doubt when he should call me back, thus amplifying his negative emotions. Ding, ding, ding. At precisely 5 o'clock, my phone rang again. I was surprised that he preferred to call at the hour. The ringtone persisted for over 20 seconds before I answered. Mr. Li, are you finished with your work? Zhu Shijuan timidly inquired. I responded, stretching lazily and speaking in a tone laden with lethargy. Almost done. You can meet me at the Shermao Hotel in the county. Mid-sentence, I glanced at the beautiful waitress, asking, what room number is it? 606, the waitress replied in a sweet voice. The room number is 606. Please wait for me there. Knowing my exact location, Zhu Shijuan eagerly replied. All right, Mr. Li, I'll be there shortly. After hanging up, we commenced the official card game to foster an appropriate atmosphere. The game remained the same. Tractored I in this era, in this backward little county, the profession of dealer was scarcely known. And chips were something few had ever seen. As for games like Baccarat and Texas Hold'em, they were utterly foreign to the locals. In the minds of the majority here, the only familiar gambling game that allowed for quick winnings and multiple bets was indeed the tractor. My mission today was not to cheat and win, but to lure the unsuspecting into the gambling den, allowing them to walk step by step into the slaughterhouse of the gaming world. The true butcher, of course, would be Lana, the dealer. About half an hour passed, and the atmosphere at the gambling table was already ablaze with excitement. Knock, knock, knock. The beautiful waitress opened the door, and Zhu Shijuan entered. Carrying a large backpack, Boss Zhu, I beckoned him over. He hurried to my side. Mr. Li, I've brought the money. When shall we sign the contract? I forced a wry smile, adopting a visage of lament for my losses. Boss Zhu? Please be patient. Wait for me a moment. All right, he nodded, standing beside me to observe the game. The attentive waitress brought him a chair and opened a bottle of drink for him. He watched as I lost several rounds. Having wagered significantly, with a base bet of 500, resulting in losses totaling 2 to 3 tens of thousands. Lighting a cigarette, I took a deep drag, closing my eyes and embodying the demeanor of a gambler suffering defeat. Mr. Li, your luck seems rather poor today, Zhou Jie teased. Exhaling smoke, I rested my arm on the gambling table, propping my chin on my hand, expressing fatigue and resignation. Indeed, I've lost nearly 20,000 this afternoon. After playing another round and folding after 3 hands, I stretched and turned my gaze to Zhu Shijuan. Boss Zhu, do you know how to play tractor? A little, Zhu Shijuan replied. Let us switch seats. You can observe a few hands for me. At this, Zhu Shijuan quickly declined. Mr. Li, you're betting too high. What if I lose? No worries, any losses are on me, I insisted, standing up and swapping seats with him, leaving him no room for refusal. Once seated, a new round began. Boss Zhu, your luck is splendid. Your home just underwent demolition, bringing you unexpected fortune. I'll take a few rounds to muddle the game, I remarked while placing my bets. The accomplices joined in, muddling the rounds together. After several rounds, the betting amounts increased, with 4 to 5 tens of thousands in cash on the table. Wang Di doubled her bet and placed it on the table. Mr. Li, I'll raise you. I want to see how lucky your friend really is. Chapter 73, Chapter 74. The moment is ripe. Wang Di revealed my cards, and under Lana the dealer's judgment, it was evident that Wang Di had lost. Following her defeat, the others also revealed their cards, discarding them one after another, leaving only Zhou Jie in the game. Mr. Li, do you need to see the cards? Zhu Shijuan inquired. Just a glance. Since everyone had revealed their cards, there was no need to continue muddling. Zhu Shijuan unveiled his hand. 10, J, Q of tractor. From Zhu Shijuan's demeanor, it was apparent he frequented small gambling circles and was adept at feigning confidence. His expression, however, hinted at a lack of substantial cards. I later learned from Lana that I sat in a position behind Zhu Shijuan, unable to see his face clearly. Continuing to call, the stakes had risen from 500 to 2,000. After 5 more rounds, Zhou Jia opted to reveal his cards. He had a flush of spades, while I held the tractor. This round, I won. Boss Zhu, your luck is truly remarkable, I quipped. He beamed with delight. And when I encouraged him to collect his winnings, the rush of cash enveloping him within minutes brought him an exhilarating thrill. Such individuals, having unexpectedly gained wealth, would become intoxicated by the ease of winning. I casually took a handful of cash, approximately 1,000 or so, and handed it to Zhu Shijuan. Boss Zhu, here's a little something. Your fortune is indeed remarkable. You are blessed with unexpected wealth. No need for that, Mr. Li. I cannot accept this money. Zhu Shijuan declined my gesture. However, upon hearing my compliment, his expression grew even more smug, his spirits soaring. Indeed, I've always had a knack for gambling. I seldom lose when playing cards. I chuckled, nodding in agreement, surprised by his self-awareness. Before we could flatter him further, he had already begun to boast about himself. In the subsequent rounds, whenever Zhu Shijuan revealed his cards, they were always of high value. Sweeping the table clean, Mr. Li, is your friend perhaps possessed by the spirit of a gambling god? His luck is extraordinary. It's only been a few rounds, yet he's already reclaimed all your previous losses. Wang Di remarked, appearing disheartened. Zhou Jie concurred. If we let him continue, he might just win everything from us. Such luck, having gambled numerous times, I had seldom come across someone so formidable. The surrounding individual showered Zhu Shijuan with praise, and his expression grew increasingly smug amidst the flattery. Yet, his demeanor, while proud, also bore a hint of forced joy and unmistakable solitude. Observing this expression brought me immense satisfaction. I understood his subtle thoughts. The money he earned was merely assisting me, not his own victory. One is inherently altruistic. Envy and jealousy inevitably arise. Such emotions would only heighten his desire. By the way, Mr. Li, what contract was your friend referring to earlier? Have you recently invested in any major ventures? Zhou Jie inquired. I nodded, simultaneously stuffing the money on the table into the leather suitcase, and cheerfully remarked, recently, I've taken a fancy to a project in the provincial capital. But my funds are rather tight. I'm considering liquidating a portion of my shares in Huaxiang Stone Quarry to meet my immediate needs. Huaxiang Stone Quarry, that's a splendid project. I've heard that the government offers subsidies to resource enterprises. Selling such valuable shares would be a tremendous loss, Zhou Jie replied, his words clearly revealing his interest in the quarry. This was a script we had concocted from the outset to perform for Zhu Shijuan. As a businessman, I am acutely aware of the importance of return on investment and the payback period. The quarry is suited for long-term holding, being an enterprise that allows one to live a carefree life solely on annual dividends. Yet for me, its return period is excessively lengthy. My professional jargon left Zhu Boss in a state of confusion. I knew he hadn't grasped my point, but I deliberately turned to him and asked, "What do you think, Zhu Boss?" Indeed, this quarry is perfect for ordinary folks like us, allowing us to sustain ourselves through dividends, while it is ill-suited for big tycoons like you. Your capital should be employed in grander ventures. Zhu Shijuan's response amused me. His statement stemmed from his fear of Zhou Jie encroaching on his business. The lines I had arranged for Zhou Jie were meant to create competition. General Managerly, since the quarry is selling shares, why not sell them to me? I can offer 10% more than anyone else if you agree. I can provide a 50% deposit at any moment. Zhou Jie stated candidly, his gaze flicking to the leather suitcase behind him, subtly signaling us that money was indeed present within. However, that suitcase was empty. It was merely a performance, and no one would dare to inspect its contents. As Zhou Jie spoke, I glanced over at Zhu Shijuan, who was assisting me with the cards. His face had turned pale, likely cursing Zhou Jie's ancestors in his mind. I silently chuckled and interrupted Zhou Jie. "Let us not discuss work at the gambling table. We can negotiate later." My conversation with Zhou Jie was entirely intended to apply pressure on Zhu Shijuan. I wanted him to realize that the hundreds of thousands he brought were but trifles. By not rejecting Zhou Jie, I was proving to Zhu Shijuan that I am a businessman, where the highest bidder prevails. I aimed to incite his desire to win, as the money he brought was insignificant compared to the deposit Zhou Jie mentioned. Coupled with his luck of drawing high cards and the flattery from those around, it would lead him to entertain the thought of winning big through gambling. After Zhu Shijuan had helped me win a few rounds, a beautiful woman voiced her discontent. "General Managerly, you can't play like this. Your friend is not only skilled but also lucky. He has made others lose a lot. You should come play yourself. Let him bring his own money." "Yes, General Managerly, having someone else play is rather anticlimactic." Wang Di chimed in. I patted Zhu Shijuan's shoulder and shrugged helplessly. "Zhu Boss, let me take over." They seemed displeased. Returning to my seat, the dealer, Lana, politely inquired, "Does this esteemed gentleman require cards?" Upon hearing this, I noticed Zhu Shijuan's eagerness to pull out money to place a bet, yet he hesitated, looking to me as if seeking my approval. "Zhu Boss, your luck is splendid. Why not play a couple of rounds?" I invited. With my encouragement, Zhu Shijuan immediately consented. "All right, I'll heed General Manager Lie's suggestion and join in for a few rounds." The more, the merrier. In truth, I had sensed Zhu Shijuan's desire to play alone long before. After all, in just 1 hour, he had helped me win over 300,000, which was equivalent to 10% of the quarry's shares. Who wouldn't be tempted? However, I had refrained from offering him an out to keep him intrigued, and now the moment was ripe. Chapter 74, Chapter 75. A game within a game. Everyone placed their initial bets, and dealer Lana began to deal the cards, all eyes fixed on her. We had previously agreed that whoever the thumb of the dealer pointed towards while dealing would possess the highest card of the round. In this instance, Zhou Jie held the highest card. Although Zhu Shijuan had played several rounds, this was his first time betting on his own. The first round was crucial for what was to be a slaughterhouse of a game. After 3 rounds of hiding the cards, everyone continued to hide as Zhu Shijuan had helped me in many rounds. Thus he had adapted to this high-stakes game. He no longer felt the tension and caution that plagued a newcomer betting thousands at the table. He exuded confidence and control over the game, which was precisely why I initially did not invite him to play, but rather had him assist me. During that hour of assistance, he had acclimatized to the stakes and developed a blind confidence in his luck and skills. Simultaneously, he began to crave the piles of cash on the table, the thrill of winning, and the intoxicating allure of gambling. The amounts on the table quickly escalated after multiple rounds of betting. 20,000, 30,000, 50,000, 80,000. The initial bet of 500 soared to 2,000. After a few rounds, several players checked their hands and folded. I was curious to see if this boss would remain fortunate. Wang Di glanced at his cards and raised his bet from 2,000 to 4,000. Now, as we prepared to reveal Zhu Shijuan's cards, we would double the stakes again, tossing 8,000 onto the table. Wang Di pointed at Zhu Shijuan and said to Lana, "I'll reveal his cards." "Very well." Lana smiled slightly, moving in front of Zhu Shijuan to sneak a peek at his cards. then glancing at Wang Di's hand before discarding Wang Di's cards into the pile. What the? My cards? Wang Di exclaimed, abruptly silencing himself. Several people, including Zhu Shijuan, cast fierce glares at Wang Di. This entire display was a performance, sending a clear signal to Zhu Shijuan that his hand was strong. It seems Zhu boss possesses quite the hand, I chuckled, glancing at my own cards. They were not insignificant either. 2, 3. Small trios. I smacked my lips and rubbed my hands together, continuing to bet 4,000. I won't fold. I must stay in. Hearing that I wouldn't fold, Zhu Shijuan visibly relaxed. After checking my cards, Zhou Jie still hadn't looked at his hand. Generally, everyone is playing big. Let us see what you have. At this moment, only Zhou Jie, Zhu Shijuan, and I remained at the table. I had seen my cards. Yet they were still hiding, which meant I had no authority to reveal anyone's hand, only the option to call or fold. Zhu Shijuan and Zhou Jie continued to hide. In less than a minute, several rounds passed silently, and I placed another bet of 40,000. At this moment, the total amount on the table exceeded 200,000. With nearly 100,000 of that being my own bets, Zhu Shijuan and Zhou Jie each had around 50 to 60,000, while the others had folded early and hadn't wagered much. You guys are really putting me in a tough spot. It's clear that Zhu boss has a strong hand. Why are you so eager? I shot a glance at Zhou Jie, wearing a displeased expression. Zhou Jie looked at me and burst into laughter. Oh, generally, why the long face? This is how gambling goes. All right, I'll take a look. After pretending to glance at his cards, he continued, I can't fold either. Generally, if you can't fold, then let's keep playing. I huffed, raising my bet. Zhu Shijuan was unable to contain himself any longer. After all, he had only deduced that he had a strong hand through analysis, but had yet to see it with his own eyes. For most, only what they can see feels secure. The things deduced through analysis often lack validation, resulting in insecurity. Zhu Shijuan checked his cards and quietly pulled out 4,000 to continue. Damn it, 4,000 and still checking money. This is tedious. Since we're all in, let us go big. Whatever the cap may be. I tossed a stack of 10,000 onto the table. 10,000. Haha, this game is exhilarating. I'll match you. Zhou Jie boldly matched with another stack of 10,000. Zhu Shijuan maintained a semblance of calm, tossing in 20,000, and grinned at me. Generally, I'll reveal your cards. After we both revealed our hands, my expression darkened, and I feigned a bitter smile, inserting my cards back into the pile. He had a 3 of a kind, 5 of a kind, at this moment. The game had boiled down to a showdown between Zhou Jie and Zhu Shijuan. Zhu Shijuan aimed for a 15% stake in the quarry, bringing along 450,000. After several rounds, however, that sum dwindled to less than 300,000. The money on the table was strewn across the expansive gambling table. Zhou Jie had wagered all his money, and Lu Yi had entrusted me with 500,000 in funds. Although the money on the table didn't amount to 500,000 without Zhu boss's contribution, I couldn't hand over my cash to Zhou Jie. That would be far too conspicuous. Just as I was grappling with this conundrum, the door swung open. Lu Kai entered, dragging a suitcase. Mr. Zhou, your funds have arrived. This young man is quite the character. It was no wonder Lu Kai had left suddenly earlier. He had gone to fetch the money. It was also clear why Lu Yi had promoted him to a manager. He had some insight. The funds Lu Kai brought alleviated our immediate crisis. As he opened the suitcase, neat stacks of cash lay quietly inside. Upon witnessing the substantial sum of money, I discerned a palpable glint of avarice in Zhu Shijuan's eyes. The game continued, and after several more rounds, his initial fortune of 450,000 dwindled to a meager sum of merely a little over 100,000. When Zhou Jie opted to call again, Zhu's movements faltered. What's the matter, boss Zhu? I inquired, observing his hesitation as I offered him a cigarette. He fell silent for a moment, his bloodshot eyes meeting mine. Swallowing hard without uttering a word, 2,000 into the pot. Mr. Zhou, I raise you, he declared. To my surprise, Zhu Shijuan exhibited a degree of caution. Most individuals, oblivious to the deception at play, would have clung desperately to a hand of triplets. Given the rarity of such a combination, as the cards were revealed, Zhu displayed a triplet of 5s, while Zhou revealed a triplet of 7s, winning by a narrow margin. My apologies, boss Zhu, Zhou Jie said with a smile, waving his hand dismissively. Several beautiful waitresses began gathering the money, watching as stacks of cash were removed from the table and placed into other suitcases. Zhu Shijuan slumped in his chair, his expression rigid, eyes shut tight. This moment, even the cigarette dangling from his lips lost some of its flame, while laughter and camaraderie thrived around him, leaving his position shrouded in an unusual chill. Smoke swirled upward, ash falling onto Zhu's golden shirt. In the span of a minute, he transformed from an impassioned player into a mere shell of a gambler, with the stakes being wealth and the gamble being fate. Perhaps in Zhu Shijuan's eyes, this was merely gambling. However, I deemed it more akin to plunder. Plundering wealth and seizing lives. To be candid, I felt a twinge of reluctance to proceed. Taking 2 deep drags from my cigarette, I sought to quell the guilt and complexity of my emotions. Zhu Shijuan was a decent man. Despite his diminutive stature and somewhat rugged appearance, he possessed an innate rustic innocence. He had always treated me with utmost respect, often going out of his way to cover the bill during meals, his ever-present smile now marred by the weight of my orchestrations. Ahem. Lana coughed lightly, drawing my attention. I recognized that she had sensed my turmoil and was subtly urging me to regain my composure. Reluctance notwithstanding, I could not afford to repeat the mistakes I had made with Boss Liu. Having chosen this path of no return, my conscience and humanity had to take a back seat. I was no different from the gamblers. My stakes were merely my conscience and humanity while I sought to reclaim my elder brother's position. A path leading into the abyss, yet one where power and wealth could be grasped. I believed that one day, when I reached the pinnacle of success, it would also herald my redemption. Unlike them, who gambled their fortunes and destinies, only to win endless regret and the resentment of those around them. With Chiao graduating in a year and a half, I had to employ every means necessary in this time frame to achieve success and fulfill my promised in comparison. An acquaintance of merely a few days seemed inconsequential. I consoled myself with this thought, forcing a smile as I brushed the ash from Zhu Shijuan's shirt. "What troubles you, Boss Zhu?" I gently inquired. He opened his eyes, his bloodshot gaze fixed on me. Managing a strained smile, "It's nothing." He actually smiled at me again, that familiar smile sending a tremor through my heart, evoking a desire to weep. Yet, I had to remain strong. I was, after all, a purveyor of the underworld. "Shall we continue?" I ventured tentatively. The onlookers began to encourage him. "Come on, Boss Zhu, keep playing." Zhu Shijuan's fortune seemed to fluctuate, drawing high cards in every round, but alas, this time, Mr. Zhou's luck surpassed his, such is the nature of the game. A single stroke of fortune could reclaim it all, yet, Zhu's face revealed his inner conflict and hesitation, his gaze lingering on me, while I dared not meet his eyes again. Mr. Li. Zhu Shijuan hesitated, his words hanging in the air. I stared blankly ahead, my gaze vacant, unsure of what I was even looking at, as I wrestled with my own inner turmoil. "Boss Zhu, I have the contract for the 15% share transfer. If you're feeling unwell, you can sign it and leave," I stated flatly, my eyes never leaving the ground. "Mr. Li, can the money wait a few days?" Zhu Shijuan probed cautiously. "What do you think?" I countered. Nearby, Zhou Jie seized the moment, patting the bulging cash in his suitcase. "Mr. Li, the contract is here, so let's proceed with the signing and cash transfer." The atmosphere fell into a heavy silence. After a few seconds, Zhu Shijuan broke the stillness. "Let us continue playing cards. We can discuss other matters later." Under the pressure of my words, Zhu reluctantly rejoined the game, hoping to reclaim his dwindling funds. The outcome was all too predictable. His aspirations were but a pipe dream. Once he entertained the notion of recovering his principal, he would only become further ensnared. The next 2 rounds yielded him small victories, yet not enough to alter the overall outcome, designed to soften his vigilance and inflate his hopes of recovering his losses. In this round, Lana dealt another professional killing hand. As the cards were distributed, I recognized my role as the ace, while Zhu was merely a common player. This time, Lana intended for me to execute the killing blow personally. The game commenced, and after 3 rounds of dormancy, I revealed my cards. Upon seeing the ace, I maintained a stoic demeanor and slid my cards back into the deck, opting to fold them. Why decision startled the others, as they knew from Lana's gestures that my hand was indeed the strongest, yet I had chosen to forfeit, leaving them astonished, including Lana, whose brow furrowed in dismay. Nevertheless, I resolutely discarded my cards, lit a cigarette, and leaned back in my chair. I could play the game. but to personally take down Zhu Shijuan was something I could not bear, why folding allowed Zhu Shijuan to snatch victory once more. Yet it could not halt his inevitable losses. The following round presented another killing hand, this time in the capable hands of Zhou Jia. After a few rounds of dormancy, I glanced at my cards and folded once again. "I'm stepping out for a moment. You all continue," I said apologetically, making my way to the restroom. Standing before the mirror, I felt increasingly alien to myself. The events had progressed seamlessly. With 450,000 at stake, my commission alone would amount to nearly 70,000 in just a few days. I had managed to amass 70,000, and the prospect of my inaugural venture as a hunter approaching a successful conclusion should have been a cause for celebration. Yet, I found myself unable to summon any joy, my spirits instead plummeting. I dialed Qi Yao's number, and hearing her voice brought a modicum of tranquility, warmth flooding through me as I inhaled deeply, striving to maintain my composure. After exchanging a few pleasantries with her, everything seemed to revert to normalcy as I exited the restroom. Upon returning to the gambling table, I discovered that Zhu Shijuan had placed all his money into the pot and was preparing to sign a loan agreement with Lu Kai. The interest from Lu Kai was exorbitant. Should Zhu borrow from him, it would spell the end of his life as he knew it. Yet, this was none of my concern, nor did I possess the capacity to intervene. I feigned ignorance, engaging in idle chatter with the waitresses to divert my attention. However, I could not escape the inevitable. Upon catching sight of me, Zhu Shijuan called out, "Mr. Li," the first time. I pretended not to hear. Continuing my conversation with the waitresses, "Mr. Li," he called again. I knew I could no longer evade him. Turning my gaze toward him, I asked, "What is it, Boss Zhu?" "Mr. Li, their interest rates are exorbitant. Could you lend me some money? I promise to repay you within 3 days. Would that be acceptable?" Zhu Shijuan asked tentatively. Seeing his pitiful demeanor, I felt a surge of compassion and found myself nodding in agreement without hesitation. It was only after I acquiesced that I sensed something was amiss. At that moment, everyone, including Lu Kai and Lana, regarded me with bewilderment. Lana, in particular, was giving me frantic signals, her eyes filled with concern. Yet, a spoken word is akin to spilled water. Under the scrutiny of their perplexed gazes, I returned to my seat. My own funds were dwindling. I had incurred significant losses in the first killing round, and the subsequent rounds yielded little success. I glanced at the cash I had brought, estimating around 70 to 80,000 remaining. I extracted 50,000 and placed it before Zhu Shijuan. "Why apologies? Boss Zhu, I have lost nearly all of my money today, but I can offer you this 50,000. Is that sufficient?" Accepting the money from my hands, Zhu Shijuan expressed profound gratitude. "Thank you, Mr. Li. I'll draft a loan agreement shortly." I had intended to refuse, but Lana continued to cast imploring glances in my direction. Though I was puzzled, I could not deny what I saw. If I persisted in my obstinacy, I knew I would face her wrath upon returning home. "Boss Zhu, it's not a matter of trust. You know I'm a businessman, and we deal only in black and white." I replied I would be immensely grateful if you could lend me this amount. Zhu Shijuan responded, his gaze brimming with appreciation. With the money in hand, he resumed the game, and the 50,000 vanished into the pot in no time. However, Zhu Shijuan showed no intention of backing down. It seemed he was determined to use this round to recover all the money he had previously lost. Thus, he once again borrowed a substantial sum from Lu Kai. I sighed silently, having given him a chance that he unfortunately squandered. Sitting on the chair, I closed my eyes, awaiting the anticipated outcome to unfold once again, bracing myself for Zhu Shijuan's inevitable repetition of past mistakes. Time slipped away, second by second. After smoking 2 cigarettes, the game finally concluded. Undoubtedly, Zhu Shijuan had suffered a catastrophic defeat, losing every last penny and his very composure. The end of this game also signified the conclusion of today's slaughterhouse affair. With the slaughter done, I was supposed to report to Lu Yi tonight, but due to his social commitments, it was postponed until tomorrow. Upon returning home, I collapsed onto the sofa, turned on the television, and mindlessly flipped through channels, unsure of what I was watching. After freshening up, Lana sat beside me. Since leaving the hotel, she had not acknowledged me, indicating her displeasure. "Li Dashin, have you found your compassion again today?" Lana teased. I nodded, not denying it. "You'll get used to it. But I must say a word to you about today's events. Work is work. Since you've chosen this industry, no matter how difficult or moving it may be, you must endure. Lana admonished. I understood her perspective, yet human nature is complex. Special circumstances, unique locations, and particular events can elicit varying emotions. That is simply human. Who can genuinely maintain extreme self-discipline, standing perpetually on the rational side? Manipulating events with an observer's gaze. Perhaps noticing my nonchalant demeanor, she pinched me hard, causing me to yelp in pain. Eliencio, do you not realize the seriousness of the situation? Are you truly oblivious to the implications of your actions? Faced with Lana's inquiry, I was taken aback, shaking my head in confusion. You made a mistake today. Although this incident did not result in any loss, its nature is severe. If it weren't for considering you as a brother, I wouldn't be saying this. Think it over. After speaking, Lana turned and walked back to her room. I understood that my actions today mirrored the previous incident with Lu's wife. Both being taboo, I was aware this matter would undoubtedly reach Lu Ye's ears. Even if I remained silent, Lana and Lu Kai would not. Every individual at the gambling table tonight was Lu Ye's associate. Although Lu Ye was not present, all circumstances and details would be conveyed to him. But it mattered little. The outcome would remain the same. I had not caused any loss to the casino, and since I had brought the pig, it seemed the merits and demerits would balance each other out, making it unlikely for Lu Ye to hold it against me. What was done was done. The inevitable would come to pass, and I saw no reason to dwell on it or allow it to trouble my mind. After watching television for a while, I retreated to my room, exchanged a few messages with Chi Yao, and soon fell asleep. The following day, after breakfast, I headed to Lu Ye's office with Lana. I recounted the previous day's events to Lu Ye. And judging by his expression, he likely already knew. Yinxiu, you performed admirably this time. It can be considered a significant contribution, Lu Ye remarked, looking at me with a meaningful gaze. Brother Yi, you jest, I replied awkwardly. Lu Ye lightly tapped his fingers on the table, saying, I must admit, Li Yinxiu, you truly possess a natural talent for the gambling industry. You are born to be a hustler. My master often said similar things. But I understood Lu Ye was not complimenting me. He was laying the groundwork for something, so I refrained from interjecting. Li Yinxiu, it would be even better if you could avoid making mistakes, Lu Ye scoffed. Not issuing a harsh reprimand, he opened a drawer and retrieved a bundle of money, totaling 100,000. This is the commission for both of you. Yinxiu, for bringing in the pig, there's an additional reward of 10,000. As he spoke, he untied the bundle, dividing it into 70,000 and 30,000. Take your share. Lana and I approached. I understood that the 30,000 was mine, while the 70,000 belonged to Lana. Indeed, as soon as my hand grazed the 30,000, a promissory note landed atop my winnings. This is another 50,000. The note was unmistakably a debt acknowledgement from Zhu Shijuan. Folding the note, I slipped it into my pocket, feeling a mix of emotions. 50,000 was not an insurmountable loss. I could consider it a profit of 30,000 from this venture. Perhaps sensing my thoughts, Lu Ye's cold voice suddenly interjected. Li Yinxiu, do you recall what I said last time at the CC chess room? I grant you only one opportunity. Had it not been for this promissory note, I would have taken one of your hands today. That is the rule. My body trembled. I understood Lu Ye's implication. It was only at that moment that I truly grasped the gravity of the situation. Coming to terms with Lana's words from yesterday. So, you should know what to do next, he added. Chapter 77, Chapter 78. Pressing forward, Brother Yi. I understand what I need to do next. Previously, Lu Yi had already granted me a chance. Now, having erred once more, following the standard protocol would mean that even if my hand were spared, a thorough beating was inevitable. With this promissory note, it was akin to me privately lending money to Zhu Shijuan, which was fundamentally different from the previous incident with Lu's wife. This was a step down the path Lu Yi had laid before me. As long as I could retrieve the 50,000, everything could be overlooked as if it had never happened. If I failed to reclaim the money, the nature of the situation would be indistinguishable from the last, marking me as a repeat offender. I shuddered to think of the consequences of such a transgression, which would surely be far worse than that of the previous incident. Yinxiu, I'm not trying to make things difficult for you. You understand the rules, so you must retrieve this money yourself. The establishment will not provide you with any assistance, understood? But it's fortuitous. As I mentioned before, you must both hunt the dog and play the high stakes. This time, you can accomplish both. All right, I nodded in agreement. Lu Yi was forcing my hand, compelling me to tread a path I was reluctant to take. urging me to use unscrupulous means to demand payment from Zhu Shijuan. But I had no choice. Having embarked on this journey and joined Liu Ye's ranks, many matters were now beyond my control. Stepping out of the 5-district Chamber of Commerce, I inhaled the crisp air. At this juncture, Zhu Shijuan had already plunged into the abyss. Who had pushed him the final step, and what was there to be concerned about? I walked to a nearby bank, deposited 20,000, and intentionally set aside 10,000, knowing I had subordinates to support. This money would be given to Fatty for distribution. With the number of subordinates increasing, expenses also rose, and it seemed time to find them a more stable refuge. Staying in the stone yard was not a long-term solution. Hailing a cab, I headed alone to Lu Kai's chess room. In the private room of the chess hall, Lu Kai handed me a cigarette and inquired, "Brother Yi just called me and shared everything with me. When do you plan to collect the debt?" "I'll wait 3 days. I promised Zhu Shijuan to give him 3 days. After that, I'll go," I replied. Collecting the debt was certain, but when borrowing money yesterday, Zhu Shijuan had stated he would return it within 3 days. I granted him this time. If he voluntarily repaid me within that period, it would save me a hassle. If he failed to do so, he could not blame me for being merciless. Liu Kai responded, hesitating to say more. It was evident he wished to assist me but seemed to have been warned. "Where did you get the money for Zhou Jie yesterday?" I looked up at Lu Kai. I was puzzled by how he managed to gather several 100,000 in just a few minutes. "Even if he called Lu Yi, there wouldn't have been enough time that I got it from Yonggu," Lu Kai replied, showing no hesitation in sharing this with me. "Yonggu?" I questioned, having never heard of him before. Suddenly, I thought of a person who was likely the source of the money. Jin Yong from the 5-district Chamber of Commerce. Is it Jin Yong? Yes, the hotel belongs to Yonggu. Taking a silent drag from my cigarette, I sighed inwardly. It seemed Hong Bin's influence was far-reaching, and we had not fully investigated in the future. If I were to oppose such a figure, what resources did I possess? Even though things were going well on Qin Hao's side, with numerous subordinates recruited, they paled in comparison to Hong Bin or Lao Hu, akin to a drop in the ocean. To carve out my own place in Hong County was akin to scaling the heavens. Yet I could not afford to give up. After sharing lunch with Lu Kai, I left the chess room. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, I had not received Zhu Shijuan's repayment, nor even a phone call from him. My disappointment in him had reached its peak. I called Qin Hao, instructing him to prepare personnel. It was time for them to lend a hand. Boarding the bus at the stone yard, our group set off for the fireworks shop where Zhu Shijuan was located. I did not allow Qin Hao and the others to follow me inside, clinging to the last shred of hope regarding Zhu Shijuan, and ventured in alone. Upon entering the fireworks shop, Zhu Shijuan's face lit up with a peculiar smile upon seeing me. "Mr. Li, you've come?" I responded with a slight nod, approaching him and taking a seat. "Boss Zhu, 3 days have passed. When will you repay the money?" I asked directly. Zhu Shijuan maintained his affable smile, though it was tinged with embarrassment. Mr. Li, could you grant me a few more days? A delay? I yearn for a moment of respite, or perhaps even to forego it entirely, yet I find myself ensnared in circumstances beyond my control. Boss Zhu, do you truly believe I possess the luxury of time to pursue you for repayment on a daily basis? I inquired coldly. He was momentarily rendered speechless by my retort, pausing before resuming his pleading demeanor. "Generally, could you grant me just 1 more week? After a week, I might have some prospects regarding the properties in the city." Having prospects does not guarantee successful transactions, does it? And achieving a sale does not ensure that the deal will be profitable, correct? I scoffed, adopting an aggressive stance. This display was not born from my innermost sentiments. For I was not the only one present. 2 of Liu Ye's lackeys were observing, serving as the eyes for those lending at exorbitant rates, to prevent borrowers from absconding in the presence of Liu Ye's men. If I were to relent, the repercussions would inevitably fall upon me. I recalled that you had received a compensation of 500,000 from the demolition funds, didn't you? You lost 45,000 that night. What has become of the remaining 50,000? I pressed him. He slapped his thigh, adopting a woeful expression. It was because I borrowed at high interest that night. You are well aware of how steep their rates are. I used the remaining 50,000, along with over 20,000 I had saved, to repay them. Boss Zhu gestured towards the 2 thugs beside him, lamenting, "It is all my fault for losing control that night and getting carried away." That evening, he had borrowed 50,000 from me and taken another 150,000 from Lu Kai, all of which he gambled away. Boss Zhu, do you think their money is negotiable? Do you believe my funds are exempt from repayment? You think me more easily intimidated than them, do you? Faced with my interrogation, Zhu Shijuan appeared on the verge of tears. Generally, you are unjustly accusing me. If I do not repay them, they will smash my store and demolish my house. I am merely a victim of circumstance. I patted his shoulder, speaking with significant undertones. So, because my attitude toward you has been gracious. You feel entitled to default on your debts, correct? Boss Zhu, you know well that money can wield tremendous influence. I am a businessman. Should I choose to, I can employ countless individuals as ruthless as those lending you money to assist me in collecting debts. You must comprehend this, right? I scoffed, my words dripping with menace, ensuring he understood the gravity of the situation. His countenance fell instantaneously, adopting a pitiful expression. Generally, you cannot do this to me. We are friends. After all, you cannot strike me while I am down. Friends? I questioned, for in my heart, even if I did not regard him as a friend, he was merely an acquaintance. Yet the current circumstances allowed for no such leniency. Boss Zhu, I have stated that I am a businessman. From a business perspective, profit reigns supreme, while all else is secondary. Moreover, you are not my friend. You are merely someone who nearly became a partner in my enterprise. Upon hearing my words, Boss Zhu's face was entirely devoid of hope, his eyes reflecting resentment, and the smile on his lips had frozen. Can you repay me today? I pressed once more. This time, he responded without hesitation, resolutely asserting, I cannot. Compared to his earlier attempts at flattery and supplication, I preferred this attitude. At least witnessing his demeanor hardened my resolve. In that moment, I longed to summon Qin Hao and the others to deliver a severe lesson to Zhu Shijuan. However, with those two spies present, I could not afford to reveal my power to Lu Yi. Just then, the door to the fireworks shop swung open, and Lu Kai entered with several subordinates. Generally, Lu Kai greeted me respectfully as he stepped inside. Yet, although the slaughter of the pig had been completed, the charade must continue. Should Zhu Shijuan discover that we were intentionally scheming against him, not only would he refuse to repay the debt, but he might even retaliate. I glanced at Lu Kai, curious as to why he had arrived at this hour. From the look in his eyes, it was clear that his presence was not coincidental. He bore no expression of surprise, suggesting that he had anticipated my visit to demand repayment and had come to lend me his support. Boss Zhu, as a businessman yourself, you should understand that a true businessman devises solutions. Lacking funds is no excuse. Shouldn't you be brainstorming ways to gather the necessary capital? I asked him nonchalantly. Generally, I truly have no other options. If it comes to that, I shall pledge this fireworks shop to you. Zhu Shijuan's tone carried an air of desperation. I chuckled coldly. Had I not orchestrated this predicament for him, I might have felt a twinge of guilt. However, hearing his words only fueled my desire to slap him. Boss Zhu, you should be well aware of the worth of your shop. I lent you 50,000 in cash. Real money. That night, you not only lost your own funds, but mine as well. My intention in lending you money was to prevent you from borrowing at exorbitant rates. Furthermore, you promised to repay me within 3 days, and I refrained from pressing you during that time. Could it be that my goodwill has birthed an adversary? Zhu Shijuan recognized his untenable position and did not argue further. He merely continued to lament. It is not that I refuse to repay you. I genuinely have no means. The only asset of value I possess is this fireworks shop. In no matter, I have a solution. You have properties in the city that can be directly pledged to me. I stated plainly I am confident that Zhu Shijuan lacks cash, yet he still possesses fixed assets, which are excellent for liquidation. Upon hearing my proposal, it seems that the lenders had pressured him to the brink over the past 3 days, and he reluctantly agreed. Based on the city's property prices, my residence in Nanjing district is valued at approximately 1,700 per square meter. My unit is 110 square meters, worth around 180,000. Generally, I shall pledge a property to you. I still owe 80,000 to the lenders. If you help me settle that, I will need an additional 50,000 from you. What do you think? Although he agreed to the property pledge, Zhu Shijuan's terms were rather unreasonable. Before I could voice my objections, Lu Kai interjected. Adding in the interest for the 3 days, the total debt amounts to 120,000. Not 80,000, Zhu Shijuan sighed, appearing pained. Then I shall pledge a property to you. You can divide it amongst yourselves, all right? This demeanor was simply laughable. Dividing what? The money you owe the lenders is distinct from what you owe me. Do not conflate the two. Either repay me now or pledge a property as collateral. Otherwise, do not blame me for being merciless. I admonished coldly. Liu Kai chimed in from the side. Boss Zhu, I advise you to pledge a property and repay the lenders first. If you delay any longer, that property may no longer suffice. Having collaborated for an extended period, once Liu Kai finished speaking, several thugs surrounded Zhu Shijuan, with some even playfully poking him. Brother, could you give me a few more days? My property is worth much more than this. Zhu Shijuan's tone was markedly different when addressing Liu Kai, exhibiting a softer demeanor. Yet before he could complete his plea, smack! Liu Kai struck him across the face. Enough with the nonsense. I ask you again, will you pledge or not? Die. Just as Zhu Shijuan hesitated, Liu Kai kicked him down to the ground without mercy. Destroy it. At Liu Kai's command, several subordinates began to wreak havoc within the fireworks shop, while others brandished paint, inscribing the words, repayment for lives taken. Debts must be settled in bold strokes both inside and outside the store. The acrid smell of paint invaded my nostrils as I stood by, observing the scene unfold. This paint is notoriously difficult to clean, and it seems that after today's destruction, this fireworks shop is destined for closure. Kai, I understand the need for debt repayment, but what does repayment for lives taken signify? I approached Liu Kai, offering him a cigarette as I inquired. Perplexed? After all, Zhu Shijuan merely borrowed their money. He has not taken any lives. Liu Kai chuckled, unabashed, and even spoke louder. How do you know he hasn't taken a life? While he may not have done so previously, once I finish writing these words, whether he has or has not, he shall be deemed a murderer. This is akin to having yellow mud in one's pants. It may not be feces, but it is still feces. I nodded, understanding that the intent was to exert pressure on Zhu Shijuan. The phrase debts must be settled lacks the gravitas of repayment for lives taken. Passers-by will be unaware of whether the fireworks shop owner has indeed taken a life. But when the news circulates, all will assume Zhu Shijuan is a murderer. Good news seldom travels, but bad news spreads far and wide. This is the principle. The labels of murderer and deadbeat are worlds apart. Nevertheless, despite this, Zhu Shijuan appeared utterly dazed, with a ghastly expression, showing no inclination to repay the debt. He had already put up the shop for rent, indicating that it held no significance for him. Liu Kai noticed this as well and ordered all subordinates to cease their actions. Damn it, hold him down. At Liu Kai's command, several thugs firmly restrained Zhu Shijuan on the ground. Liu Kai approached, delivering one kick after another to Zhu Shijuan's face. Zhu Shijuan cried out in agony. Yet, Liu Kai showed no signs of stopping. After delivering several kicks, he seemed to have an epiphany, moving toward the counter and retrieving a pair of pliers. You think you're tough, huh? Liu Kai crouched before Zhu Shijuan, gripping his chin and pressing the pliers against his lips. I will ask you one last time. Will you pledge the property or not? In this moment, Liu Kai's fierce demeanor felt somewhat alien to me. The aura he exuded and his methods of operation revealed a shadow of Liu Yi within him, which explained Liu Ye's high regard for him. It turns out that I am not the only one undergoing transformation. Unbeknownst to me, Liu Kai has changed as well. Press, I will press. This time, without hesitation, I readily agreed. After breaking free, Zhu Shijuan, still shaken, gasped for air. Upon Zhu Shijuan's consent, Liu Kai waved his hand, and a subordinate handed him a contract. These professionals in debt collection are far more adept than I. The contracts and agreements are all crafted by skilled lawyers. Sign here. In the thunderous wake of Liu Kai's authoritative actions, Zhu Shijuan was compelled to sign the mortgage transfer contract. Observing Zhu Shijuan's ashen face, I spoke slowly. They have repaid their debts. What about mine? In response to my inquiry, he cast a sidelong glance at me. I have no money. The stark contrast in treatment compared to Liu Kai left me feeling quite unsettled. A surge of unnamed fury ignited within me. Burning fiercely, Liu Kai possessed the means to intimidate, as he was a figure of the underworld who commanded respect. Hence he was feared and repaid his debts. Yet, lacking Liu Kai's ruthless tactics, my money remained unrecoverable. Zhu Shijuan's attitude reminded me of the scorn and differential treatment I had endured since childhood, evoking memories of my teacher's wife and my second uncle. Zhu Shijuan, their money can be returned? Yet mine cannot, I retorted with a sarcastic smile. Zhu Shijuan, refusing to meet my gaze, stated, I have told you, I have no money. How can I repay? Very well. Since you have no money, I shall claim your remaining apartment. I declared. You dare not repay Li Zong's money? Do you truly believe that Li Zong attained his position solely through his privileged background? Lu Kai assisted me by threatening him, although he could not directly aid my collection efforts. As that was strictly prohibited by Lu Yi, his intimidation lent weight to my words, thereby facilitating my pursuit. Zhu Shijuan's eyes reflected both trepidation and a glimmer of cunning. It was evident he believed that since I had come alone, he could easily evade me, preparing to stubbornly refuse repayment. Kaizi, your money will be collected soon. You should leave. I can handle this minor issue myself, I suggested to Lu Kai, hoping he would take his men away so I could summon Qin Hao and his crew for assistance. After a moment of hesitation, Lu Kai nodded. All right, this one is on you. He handed me a mortgage transfer agreement, which I perused. I must admit, those who operate in the world of high-interest lending not only possess a ruthless disposition but also employ various other strategies. This document was evidently prepared specifically for me prior to Lu Kai's arrival. It detailed the neighborhood name, project number, building number, unit number, and door number of Zhu Shijuan's relocated property, meticulously recorded. It was no wonder Zhu Shijuan's expression was so peculiar during the signing. They had clearly conducted thorough investigations beforehand. Thank you. I smiled at Lu Kai. He had significantly aided me. Although the contract I drafted was valid, it was fraught with disputes and paled in comparison to Lu Kai's agreement. Only a meticulously detailed mortgage contract could wield substantial influence and ensure rigor. Once Lu Kai and his entourage had departed, Zhu Shijuan cast a disdainful glance my way. Li Zong, I advise you not to waste your time here. I will not sign this contract. I let out a cold laugh, disregarding him entirely. I dialed Qin Hao's number, instructing, bring the team inside. Sensing something amiss, Zhu Shijuan attempted to flee. I knew that if he escaped now, it would likely be impossible to apprehend him later. I pursued him, delivering a kick to his lower back, sending him tumbling to the ground. He quickly regained his footing and retaliated. How dare he strike back? A man who had borrowed money and refused to repay. My fury blazed within as I retaliated with forceful blows. His slight frame rendered him disadvantaged against me, and his intent to flee weakened his resolve. Combined with my aggressive fighting style, I had him thoroughly dominated. Moments later, Qin Hao and his crew stormed in, overpowering Zhu Shijuan and pinning him to the ground. Qin Hao's strikes were more brutal, and the young subordinates he had recently recruited lacked restraint. Zhu Shijuan could only curl into a ball, knees to chest, arms shielding his head, enduring blow after blow. Stop, at my command. Everyone ceased their assault. Zhu Shijuan, I am not one of those ruthless lenders. I am reasonable. Therefore, I will compensate you for the house. However, since your apartment is a relocation property, its price cannot be compared to that of ordinary apartments. I will additionally offer you 50,000. Now, will you sign the contract? Upon hearing my words, Zhu Shijuan spat out a mouthful of blood and sneered. You're dreaming. The money I sought was far more challenging to obtain than that of Lu Kai and his associates. After all, Lu Kai had already claimed one property, leaving Zhu Shijuan with another as a fallback. I sought his last remaining asset, his entirety. With differing mindsets, the determination to resist was also divergent. You little brat. If you dare, kill me today. I will never sign that contract. Zhu Shijuan shut his eyes, resigned to whatever fate awaited him. The traits of a deadbeat were fully manifested at that moment. Boss, let me handle this. Qin Hao volunteered, picking up the pliers Lu Kai had used earlier. Employing the same method, he pried Zhu Shijuan's mouth open. Zhu Shijuan tightly shut his eyes, tears streaming down his cheeks. Yet, this time, he did not plead for mercy. He was determined to endure. Under my watchful gaze, Qin Hao thrust the pliers into Zhu Shijuan's mouth, gripping his teeth. Stop. Just as Qin Hao prepared to exert force, I called out to him. I could no longer bear to witness the scene, especially as Zhu Shijuan's bloodied saliva dripped onto Qin Hao's hands, truly repulsive. Zhu Shijuan's tightly furrowed brows relaxed slightly. He believed he had weathered the storm. However, that was not the case. Qin Hao, this method is a bit distasteful, and it seems ineffective. I chuckled, instructing, hold him down. After saying this, I approached the shelf and began rummaging through the items. The shelves were adorned with various types of firecrackers, none of which were what I sought. Ultimately, from a corner, I unearthed a bundle of firecrackers. Holding the firecrackers in one hand, I lit a cigarette, inhaled deeply, and approached Zhu Shijuan. Zhu boss, I will ask you once more. Will you mortgage the house or not? Zhu Shijuan remained silent, teeth clenched, resolute in his defiance. However, his gaze fixated on the firecrackers in my hand, and he began to struggle violently. It seemed I no longer needed to waste words. Placing the cigarette between my lips, I grasped Zhu Shijuan's trousers with one hand and with the other, inserted the firecracker through the gap created by his waistband. So you won't repay? Huh. You think I lack methods and am easy to bully? Do you? Fine. Today, I shall give you a demonstration of a firecracker bombardment. As the principal party involved, Zhu Shijuan watched in horror as I inserted the firecracker, his struggles intensifying. Hold him down. Don't let him move. I commanded loudly. Several subordinates tightened their grips on Zhu Shijuan, ensuring he could not budge an inch despite his frantic thrashing. I pulled the firecracker's outer casing down, leaving only a long fuse connecting to the explosive within his pants. Zhu Shijuan, allow me to show you the methods of a businessman. I grinned at him, removing the cigarette from my mouth, and ignited the fuse. The flame devoured the wick, a fiery serpent darting toward Zhu Shijuan's trousers with astonishing speed. At this sight, Zhu Shijuan was utterly terrified, crying out in desperation, brother, I will mortgage it. I will mortgage it. Please, put out the fire. You miserable wretch, only when faced with the prospect of calamity do you plead. I cursed, pinching the fuse to extinguish the flame. As the fire snake consumed the last segment of the fuse, it was instantly extinguished. I let the ash from my cigarette drift down into the air. Qin Hao, present him with the contract for his signature. At my command, Qin Hao handed the contract and pen to Zhu Shijuan, whose hands trembled as he signed, tears streaming down his face, his expression reminiscent of one mourning a great loss. The transformation from the man I had first encountered was staggering. I turned my back on Zhu Shijuan, stating, Zhu boss, once all procedures for the house are completed, I will deliver the funds to you. With that, I exited the room. Though I am a person of the underworld, I cannot entirely forsake my conscience, for I am still human. Thus, in my dealings, I prefer not to be excessively ruthless. I always leave room for others to breathe. I am not superstitious, but I believe in the law of cause and effect. Clutching the mortgage contract, I made my way to Lu Ye's office. Upon entering, I found Lu Kai and Xiao Wei from the high-interest lending crew present. Xiao Wei, having developed a close relationship with Lu Kai, naturally transitioned from a lowly thug to the person responsible for high-interest operations at the gaming establishment since Lu Kai assumed leadership. I greeted them upon my arrival, and they ceased their conversation upon noticing my entrance. Please, take a seat, said Yigu, glancing at the chair before him and gesturing for me to sit down. He then turned to Lu Kai and the other individual, instructing, you two step outside for a moment. I need to have a private discussion with Yin Xiao. Understood, Yigu, Lu Kai replied, and they both exited the office. Seated before Lu Yi, I placed the contract on the desk and slid it toward him. Yigu, Zhu Shijuan is unable to provide the funds. He intends to leverage the property. Xiao Qiu, that is indeed the correct approach. Since you have embarked on this path, it is imperative that you adhere to the rules, Lu Yi remarked, his gaze never straying from my face and not once falling upon the contract. Yes, I shall certainly abide by the rules, I acknowledged. Upon hearing this, he smiled faintly. I, Lu Yi, pride myself on being loyal to my brothers, as long as those who follow me are capable of enjoying the fruits of their labor. I shall ensure they do not merely partake of the broth. However, the rules I have established must be respected. Those who violate them will find me to be merciless, he continued, to be frank. I hold you in high regard. Set aside your cautious thoughts, work diligently alongside me, and I shall guarantee you a life of luxury. Understood, Yigu, I will indeed work hard, I affirmed with a nod. While Lu Ye's words seemed sweet, aimed at winning hearts, I discerned the underlying message. He was aware of my cautious intentions. Yet, to what extent had he perceived? Was it the entirety of my thoughts or merely fragments? What were the specifics of his understanding? I could not know, and I dared not inquire. The funds you lent out are yours to reclaim. This property rightfully belongs to you. Take it back, and in the afternoon, you and Lu Kai can proceed to the city for notarization and renaming, he asserted, pushing the contract back toward me and summoning Lu Kai back into the room. Lu Kai, this afternoon, accompany Xiao Qiu to the city to finalize the property matters. Yes, As we departed the office, Lu Kai and I rode the company vehicle towards the city, the atmosphere heavy with silence. It wasn't until we had traversed a considerable distance that Lu Kai broke the silence. Yanxiu? After all these years, I hadn't realized you possessed such prowess, managing to secure Zhu Shijuan's signature all on your own. Sensing a hidden meaning in Lu Kai's words, I feigned ignorance. It's not too difficult. One must be resolute with such individuals. You two have shown tenacity, considering your plan to use pliers to break his teeth. We are all evolving. Without a fierce disposition, I would not have ascended to a position of responsibility. Lu Kai replied. His statement held merit. Indeed, we were all changing, which was a natural aspect of life. It is evident that Lu Yi holds you in high esteem. Perhaps one day, his mantle may be passed to you. I jested. His lips curled slightly, a semblance of a smile gracing his face. Li Yanxiu, do you still regard me as a brother? Taken aback by Lu Kai's sudden inquiry, I hesitated before responding. Of course, you and Fatty are my closest brothers. Is that so? Did you seek the funds on your own today? Lu Kai's gaze turned piercing, filled with skepticism, causing my heart to race with unease. He continued, his tone charged with disbelief. Why have both you and Fatty kept this from me? Don't try to tell me that the van parked in front of the fireworks shop wasn't filled with your people. I remained silent, acutely aware that the van was indeed filled with my associates, and Lu Kai had encountered these individuals previously at Fatty's stone yard, albeit under the pretense of them being mere employees. Li Yanxiu, I had no idea you were so capable. The leader of that group must be one of the former underlings of the kid with the yellow hair, Lu Kai stated. His tone accusatory. I nodded in acknowledgement, not denying it. You've orchestrated all of this, yet I remain oblivious. You truly consider me a brother? Lu Kai's agitation was palpable, and the vehicle's speed increased as a reflection of his rising emotions. I had once believed that if Lu Kai discovered this matter, I would be flustered and at a loss. However, today, I faced the situation with an unusual calmness. I retrieved a cigarette, lit it, and took a steadying puff. Gazing out at the scenery rushing by, Lu Yi treats you well. The bond between you two transcends that of a mere younger brother to an elder. However, you and I have been brothers for nearly a decade. Therefore, I pose this question. If one day I were to fall out with Lu Yi, to whom would your loyalty lie? Upon hearing my calm inquiry, Lu Kai, who had been brimming with anger, suddenly fell silent, struck by the gravity of my words. I understood his character well. This was a question he could not answer, nor did I require an answer. Now do you comprehend why Fatty and I chose to keep this from you? As your brothers, we wish to spare you from any predicament. Chapter 81. Chapter 82. The casino plan. The vehicle fell into a tranquil silence until we crossed the Jiang Bridge, the city skyline coming into view. Prompting Lu Kai to speak once more. Xiaoqiu, Lu Yi treats you quite well. Why do you believe you will inevitably clash with him? You've only been with him for a few months. And you already possess both a house and money. Is that not sufficient? Because I cannot resign myself to a lifetime as a cheat, nor am I willing to forever dwell in someone else's shadow. I confessed, revealing my innermost thoughts. With only Lu Kai as my companion in the vehicle, I felt no need for discretion. I trusted in our brotherly bond, believing he would not betray me or divulge these matters to Lu Yi. Kaizi, I too do not wish to fall out with Lu Yi. But if the day comes when I seek independence, will he allow me to do so? Faced with my probing question, Lu Kai lapsed into silence once more. Having been in the underworld longer than I, he was well aware of the implications of my words. Yanxiu, you possess the qualities of a leader. May you succeed in your endeavors, Lu Kai remarked, his expression revealing a hint of admiration. I forced a smile, albeit a strained one. That is all in the future. For now, Lu Yi remains my elder brother. And you, Lu Kai, will always be my brother. This is my heartfelt truth. Regardless of how my relationship with Lu Yi may evolve, Lu Kai will eternally be my brother. I understood his sentiment. In the matter of Lu Yi and myself, he would choose Lu Yi. I bore him no resentment. I had anticipated this outcome long before, which is why I had chosen to conceal the truth from him. However, from this day forward, a subtle rift would form in the fabric of our brotherhood. Brothers remain brothers, forever bonded. Yet, brothers are no longer merely brothers. Throughout the afternoon, we successfully transferred the titles of 2 resettlement houses belonging to Zhu Shijuan. Thanks to the intermediary we engaged and an additional 2,000 in fees, We merely provided the mortgage contract and completed the transfer with ease. Once all was settled, Lu Kai insisted on taking me to view the property. The address was located in the Nanjing New District, a newly developed area where much of the region was still under construction, with a portion actively undergoing demolition. After crossing the Nanjing Bridge, we arrived at a row of buildings that had reached completion, their yellow exteriors being painted. "Yin Xiao, this is it," Lu Kai exclaimed, gesturing toward the structures. As we disembarked from the vehicle and surveyed the surroundings, my attention was drawn not to the buildings, but rather to the area slated for demolition. Given that this region was preparing for redevelopment, the residents would not only receive resettlement housing but also substantial compensation, akin to that of Zhu Shijuan. Having benefited from the windfall of the nouveau riche, I began to calculate how I might profit further. If I could establish a casino here, it would surely be a lucrative venture. Yet, opening a casino is not as simple as merely deciding to do so. It is not solely contingent upon financial resources. Upon entering the underworld, I realized that certain enterprises were not suited for ordinary individuals. Even with my own subordinates and financial backing, I still required a robust network. Enlisting Lu Yi to spearhead this endeavor was impractical. As a leader of a county, his audacity to venture into the city's business landscape would likely lead to his demise at the hands of urban power brokers. Moreover, he was under the command of Hong Bin, whose relations with Long Kuan and Boss Su were tenuous at best. Thus, the only viable candidate to partake in this venture and share in the profits was Long Kuan. Previously, he had extended an olive branch, proposing a partnership for a casino, and now presented an opportune moment to reconnect. After discreetly inspecting the property, I returned with Lu Kai to Hong County. Upon leaving the casino, I sent Long Kuan a text message. "Are you busy, Brother Kuan?" Ringing. Approximately 2 minutes later, Long Kuan returned my call. "What is up, Xiao Qiu? Seeking your brother's assistance?" He teased. I chuckled awkwardly. "Yes, I do have a matter to discuss." "Damn it, you wouldn't be calling me without a reason," Long Kuan jested. "What's on your mind? Speak up, Brother Kuan. Regarding the casino you mentioned last time, have you opened it yet?" I inquired tentatively. "Not yet. Why do you ask? Have you come to a decision?" He countered. "Yes," I confirmed, sharing my thoughts. "Brother Kuan, I wish to establish a gaming room in the Nanjing New District." Upon hearing my proposal, Long Kuan expressed initial skepticism, followed by a dismissive tone. "A casino in the Nanjing New District? You're bound to lose your shirt in that godforsaken place." In response, I elaborated on my reasoning. "I visited the Nanjing New District today, and the majority of the residents there are from demolition sites. The newly affluent are the easiest to deceive in a gambling setting, and many of them have received substantial demolition compensation. I believe opening a casino there could yield significant profits." After a brief silence on the other end, Long Kuan finally replied, "All right, come by tonight, and we will discuss this in detail." "Okay." I nodded in agreement. "Indeed, bring your younger siblings along. Our hotel has recently introduced several exquisite Cantonese dishes, all tailored for the ladies. I would love for her to come and savor them." Long Kuan's warmth has never given me the impression of insincerity, which is why I readily agreed. I have always felt a warm fondness for Long Kuan. In contrast to Lu Yi, who is nominally my elder brother, I have an inexplicable sense that Long Kuan is more reliable. Chi Yao's parents hold me in high regard, and there is a growing inclination towards discussing marriage. Particularly, Chi Yao's mother holds me in great esteem due to my assistance. Therefore, when they learned that Chi Yao was going out with me, they felt quite at ease. Within the private dining room of the Golden Ding Hotel, we indulged in delightful delicacies. Observing Chi Yao's expression of wanting to eat yet feeling shy was particularly amusing. After serving her some dishes, I said, "Yao, please do not be polite. Treat this as your own home. There are no outsiders here." Being with Long Kuan did not evoke any sense of restraint or pressure. It felt as if we were merely good friends. "Ha ha ha, yes, dear sister-in-law, this money was specifically for you. Had Xiao Qiu come alone today, I would have let him dine on the staff meal," Long Kuan exclaimed with a hearty laugh. "So, does that mean I have benefited from you?" I replied jokingly. Long Kuan showed no mercy. "What do you think?" Amidst the laughter, we enjoyed a sumptuous dinner. After the meal, Long Kuan sent his personal secretary to accompany Chi Yao to sample desserts and cold drinks. While he and I proceeded to his office, I shared all my thoughts with Long Kuan. "Xiao Qiu, your ideas are quite commendable, but they require execution. After all, the casino you mentioned falls under the category of illegal gambling. It is not merely about collecting a commission. It necessitates the cooperation of professionals, and finding skilled con artists in this day and age is no easy task. Chapter 82 Chapter 83 Personnel Issues. Are you planning to take charge and abandon your responsibilities over there? Long Kuan inquired. I immediately shook my head. I still needed to work with Lu Yi, and now is not the time to discuss withdrawal. Brother Kuan, while I may not be able to come, I can certainly find a way regarding the con artists. Oh? Do you have other suitable candidates in mind? Long Kuan asked, looking at me with a hint of curiosity. Currently, although I do have a potential candidate, whether I can locate him is another matter entirely, and even if I find him, whether he can come is yet another issue. However, I should at least agree to it. If necessary, I can ask my master for assistance. He has traversed the underworld for many years and knows quite a few con artists. Yes, I can manage the con artist situation, I assured Long Kuan confidently. After pondering for a moment, Long Kuan asked, I can provide funds and a venue, but all personnel will need to come from you. Can you manage that? Absolutely, I nodded, but I was still puzzled. Brother Kuan, does that include the people overseeing the venue and the ones facilitating the games? Yes, I was somewhat perplexed. With so many subordinates at his disposal, surely some could be spared. Sensing my confusion, Long Kuan explained, I consider you a brother, so I shall not conceal the truth. I do not wish for others to be aware that this establishment is mine. Do you understand? Upon hearing this, I nodded in comprehension. His reasons for wanting to keep it a secret were not my concern. Such matters do not require further inquiry. Knowing too much is not necessarily advantageous. Besides, my subordinates have been idling about, so it is an opportune moment for them to gain some experience. Brother Kuan, I do have one concern. My greatest worry is, before I could finish, Long Kuan waved his hand to interrupt. Rest assured, whether in the underworld or in public, I guarantee the safety of the casino. As for the other matters, that will be your responsibility. Long Kuan is indeed a wise man. He understands my underlying concerns and addresses them preemptively. With his assurance, I felt completely at ease. As long as he can ensure the casino is not disturbed by other unsavory characters from the underworld or investigated by law enforcement, I can handle everything else. Regarding the operation and management of a casino, I have gained considerable insight over the years. After finishing my discussion with Long Kuan, I intended to take my leave, but he pulled me back with a mischievous grin. Xiao Qiu, do not leave tonight. I've arranged a room for you upstairs. Take your siblings there to stay. As he spoke, he raised his eyebrows suggestively, appearing rather lewd. Ever since our last holiday when Qi Yao and I had spent the night together at the hotel, we had not progressed further. As a man, one always yearns for intimacy with the woman he cherishes, especially being a vigorous young man in my 20s. As the saying goes, a young man sleeps on a cold bed, relying solely on his vigor, and I certainly need an outlet for my ardor. Thus, I accepted Long Kuan's kindness. As for Qi Yao, she initially refused, but after much coaxing and persuasion on my part, she reluctantly agreed. With only a week left before Qi Yao's school begins, I took her shopping for clothes and daily necessities while we were in the city. By the time we returned to Hengyi County, it was already afternoon. As I was about to leave after dropping Qi Yao off at her home, she suddenly called out to me. Yin Xiu, wait a moment. I turned around, looking at her in confusion, playfully teasing. What is the matter? Are you going to miss me? Yes, she replied softly. Nodding her head, I walked over, embraced her, and gently kissed her. Since you'll miss me, how about we stay at the hotel tonight? Ouch, that hurts. As soon as I spoke, I felt a sharp pain in my waist, nearly causing me to jump up. I could tell she had pinched me hard enough to leave a mark. Get lost, don't be lewd, she scolded me, her face flushed with embarrassment. She then pulled something from her handbag and handed it to me. Yin Xiu, this is a gift for you. Upon receiving the small box and opening it, I found a gold ring inside. Although the weight appeared modest, I wondered how Qi Yao could afford such an item given her financial situation. Where did you get this money, Qi Yao? I asked. Puzzled, she smiled at me. I saved up for a long time. Dio, you like it? Looking at her sweet smile, I felt quite touched. I like it. Try it on. See if it fits. I quickly slipped the ring onto my finger. It fit perfectly. As long as it fits, that's all that matters. In a week, I'll be starting school, so you better not go fooling around, or I'll have to strangle you. When you miss me, just look at the ring. It's a reminder of me, Qi Yao said, beaming brightly. With such a wonderful partner, what more could one wish for? I nodded emphatically, assuring her, don't worry, I'll only fool around with you. Haha. Yin Xiao, you better scram. After bidding farewell to Qi Yao, I made my way to the stone yard. I discussed my plans for opening a casino with Fatty and Qin Hao. Fatty wholeheartedly agreed with my vision. Yin Xiao, this is not merely about making money. Once this casino opens, it will be our first step out of Huaxiang and into the city. Once we take that first step, every subsequent step will be much simpler. Qualitative change and quantitative change are entirely different concepts. My conversational skills may not be the best, and I am not entirely clear on the nuances of such changes. However, Fatty was right. As long as we take that initial step and establish a foothold in the city, further developments will indeed become much easier. The venue, funds, and protection will all come from Long Kuan. We only need to provide the personnel. We have no issue with manpower. Many of the younger brothers are currently idle. About 30 to 40 of them are just lounging around. So it's high time we give them some work, Qin Hao remarked. Recently, the number of younger brothers has been increasing. We no longer need to scout for new recruits among the surrounding campuses. Most of the current recruits were introduced by our previous subordinates. Besides these personnel, we also need additional support staff, hunting dogs for the games, and skilled con artists. These are my primary concerns. The support staff can be found with money. It's just a matter of the channels and training to deal with the gamblers. While I may not fully understand the hunting dogs concept, I assume they can be trained quickly. However, finding a skilled con artist is rather challenging. Fatty was also perplexed. In fact, I do have a suitable candidate for a con artist. Ma Dong, the individual I caught cheating during the new year at the casino. Unfortunately, I do not have his contact information and can only hope to run into him at the previous casino. Chapter 83. Chapter 84. Enlisting my master. The purpose of my visit to the stone yard was to discuss the opening of the gaming room with Fatty and to ensure he prepares the younger brothers on the rules of the casino. As for finding a con artist, that is a task I must handle myself. Fatty, regarding training the younger brothers on how to oversee the games and manage the operations, you can consult Lu Kai. He will teach you. Upon hearing this, Fatty's expression changed. Does he know about our plans? Yes. Qin Hao and the others were seen at the fireworks shop by Lu Kai. I replied. Fatty sighed deeply. So he has chosen Lu Yi. Then, I nodded in affirmation. When arranging for the casino staff training, do not involve Yang Yu. Let him remain here quietly. I instructed. Yang Yu's brash personality is unsuitable for serving others. Even in interactions, he displays certain personality flaws. His temperament is unpredictable. No one can tell what might provoke him, and he may lash out. During my time at the stone quarry, I have lost count of the internal conflicts that have arisen because of him. Whenever Yang Yu is mentioned, the chubby man wears an expression of mild exasperation. Yes, I had similar thoughts. This person is truly a double-edged sword. After leaving the quarry, I purchased a few items and headed to my master's home. I visit my master's house once a week to deliver some living expenses. Recently, the attitude of my master's wife has also undergone a transformation. She has become more amiable towards me. After all, I no longer reside in her home and still contribute financially each week. Who wouldn't he appreciate that? However, I maintain a lukewarm demeanor towards her. I cannot afford to show kindness to someone so opportunistic. At dinner, my master brought out the mitai I had purchased for him and insisted on sharing a drink. Master, I cannot handle strong liquor. Would it suffice if I accompany you with beer? Yet, my master was adamant about having white liquor. Xiao Qiu, you're no longer a child. You ought to drink some white liquor. When you find yourself in various social situations and encounter leaders, you cannot simply offer them beer. He poured a small cup for me, and the two of us drank facing each other. Has everything been going smoothly lately? My master inquired after taking a sip of his drink and picking up some food. I too took a small sip, feeling a fiery sensation as the liquor went down, which made me furrow my brow. It's been all right, quite smooth. Xiao Qiu, come often. It was wrong of my wife in the past. Do not take it to heart, my master said. My master's wife raised her glass and toasted to me as an apology. In just a few short months, returning to this home felt like being treated as a guest. Indeed, I have now become a guest in this household. My return this time was not merely to deliver money and drink. I had a favor to ask of my master. Oh, be precise. I wished for him to come out of retirement. Asking for assistance was merely a last resort. Master, I have a matter I wish to seek your help with. I began. I did not intentionally avoid mentioning my master's wife, for her presence would serve as a significant leverage in persuading my master to emerge from his seclusion. To be honest, I had a few tricks up my sleeve regarding my master's inclinations. However, I had no choice. Otherwise, my master, with his reclusive nature, would surely decline my request. Moreover, I believe that his involvement would yield a mutually beneficial outcome. What is it? You need not be so polite with me. My master directly asked. My master's wife chimed in from the side. Yes, Xiao Qiu, just say it. We can consider anything except borrowing money. Upon hearing this, both my master and I turned our gazes towards her, making her visibly uncomfortable. Master, my friends and I are planning to open a casino in the city, and I would like your assistance. Upon hearing my intentions, my master's brows furrowed slightly, but before he could respond, my master's wife hastily interjected with a refusal. Absolutely not. To leave our family in the county while you go off to the city is out of the question. That is utterly unacceptable. After saying this, she turned to my master with a threatening tone. You Chongqing, I warn you, if you dare go, I will divorce you. Seeing this, I remained calm. I understood her character all too well. Soon, her attitude would shift. I sighed. I initially thought, considering my master's years of kindness towards me, that I would allocate 20% of the shares to him, ensuring that your family could live comfortably and enjoy a better life. But if my master's wife is opposed, then I shall seek alternative means. Upon hearing this, my master's wife's eyes darted around, and she forced a smile, cautiously asking, 20% of the shares. How much would that be? It could easily amount to 100,000 a year. Upon hearing this figure, her face lit up with surprise. Really? Xiao Qiu, you must not be pulling our leg. Indeed, and the dividends will only increase. I assured her that I promise, Xiao Qiu, your master will certainly go. With my affirmation, my master's wife's demeanor underwent a dramatic transformation. I tell you, you Chongqing, if you dare refuse, I will leave with Xiao Feng and you will never see us again. My master shot her an irritated glance and then turned to me, his tone slightly exasperated. Yuan Xiu, you have learned to play tricks on your master. However, I had little choice. My master's wife wielded considerable influence, especially when using Xiao Feng as leverage, leaving my master with no recourse. And my master, having been blessed with a son later in life, was outwardly strict with Xiao Feng but cherished him deeply, given that he was their only beloved child. With my master's wife being so formidable, her threats were not mere bluster. They could very well come to pass. Master, I do not require you to cheat. I only ask that you assist me in training some hounds and introduce a few reliable card sharks. You need not concern yourself with anything else. Besides, Xiao Feng will soon be entering middle school. An education in the county cannot compare to that in the city, can it? I earnestly persuaded him. Although my master hesitated, he still remained silent. Observing this, my master's wife became displeased. You Chongqing, do you treat my words as mere wind passing by? I swear, if you do not heed me, you will wake up tomorrow to find your wife and son missing. After all, I control the finances. My son and I will not starve without you. My master sighed in resignation and nodded in agreement. However, Xiao Qiu, there is one more thing. What is it, master? 20% of the shares is too much. This casino is a partnership between you and others, and your stake is already minimal. 10% would suffice. After my master finished speaking, my master's wife's expression fell immediately, preparing to erupt in anger. Thus, I quickly interjected before she could. Master, it must be 20%. You have nurtured and cared for me, and this is the least I can do in return. I hold 50% of the casino, and allocating 20% to you was my intention from the start. It is a matter of gratitude. Moreover, my future income will certainly exceed this modest casino. Master, do you know any reliable card sharks? We are aware that the operation of our casino will differ from that of a conventional one. The card sharks are crucial. Having secured my master's agreement, there was no longer a need to conceal any details. Upon hearing this, my master nodded. Yes, there is someone you know. Did a card shark I know? The first name that sprang to mind was Ma Dong, but even if my master knew him, he would not be aware of our acquaintance. Thus, it likely wasn't him. After pondering, I realized I had no other card sharks in mind. Surely it couldn't be sister and I. Seeing my struggle, my master slowly revealed, Jajun. Hearing that name left me somewhat incredulous. I was well acquainted with him. He often played cards with my master and was quite friendly towards us, occasionally sharing good cigarettes or drinks. However, I never imagined he was a card shark, as I had never seen him cheat at the table. I never would have guessed he was a card shark. I remarked in astonishment. My master chuckled lightly. He has never cheated in your presence, which is why you are unaware. His skills are only marginally acceptable. In my presence, he would not dare to show off, and I would ensure he received a few good hands. My master's words were not mere boasting. While I was yet to ascertain the full extent of his prowess, I had heard stories of his remarkable skills during drunken tales. Furthermore, from the astonished reactions and evaluations from Sister and the old card shark under Lu Yi, it was evident that my master had a remarkable past. His capture by Sister and I was due to his advancing age and slower reflexes compared to the younger crowd. "Master, could you assist me in contacting Uncle Jia? Will he be able to come?" I inquired. I was not preparing for a grand gambling tournament. I merely needed someone whose skills were sufficient to evade the notice of ordinary people. "Rest assured, I will handle things with Jia Jun," my master assured me, which put me at ease. There was no need to rush. Selecting the location, venue, decor, and arranging connections would take time. I merely needed to await my master's and Long Kuan's responses. In the following days, I resumed a tranquil life. Even when matters arose, they were handled via phone, as I had to be cautious. Lu Yi had already warned me last time, and I would undoubtedly be a focal point of his scrutiny. Since Lu Kai had seen the minions outside the fireworks shop, others would certainly notice as well. The only difference was that they did not observe as keenly as Lu Kai and had yet to visit the stone quarry. "Hey, why have you been so well behaved these past few days? Not out causing trouble?" Lana teased. Her remarks left me utterly speechless. What did she mean by causing trouble? That I merely noticed that Sister Na seems a bit lonely lately. "So I wanted to keep you company," I replied, attempting to ingratiate myself. Upon hearing this, Lana shot me a sidelong glance. "Don't flatter yourself. I know your ulterior motives." She showed me no mercy. "Since you have nothing better to do, come ice skating with me tonight," she suggested. I nodded in agreement. As I sat in the game room's office, I passed the time playing Snake Die. In the midst of our lively engagement, Lana received a phone call. After responding a few times, she rose and beckoned me with a wave. "Stop playing, we're leaving. It's time for business." Upon hearing the mention of business, I perked up, for business meant money. It seemed that watching a movie that evening was out of the question. I lamented. "What is the point of watching? Earning is far more crucial." Together with Lana, we drove Lu Ye's Santana to another gaming establishment. Lu Ye kept his word. After the new year, he had indeed changed cars and had given his Santana to Lana. Upon arriving at the gaming house, we were greeted at the entrance. "Sister Chiu, Brother Li, you've come." The person in charge led us through the back door of the establishment. Exiting through this door, we entered the inner courtyard of a residential complex, where he guided us into one of the apartment buildings. Along the way, he introduced us to today's key players. The two protagonists were managers from the credit union. Although their salaries were modest, there were always some unscrupulous individuals seeking loans, unable to secure them through legitimate channels. Such individuals, in need of loans, resorted to exorbitant interest rates and offering bribes to the leaders of the credit union. Navigating through connections to secure funding. Naturally, the larger the loan, the more substantial the bribe. Thus, while the position of credit union manager might not be highly paid, it certainly had its lucrative perks. I was certain these two had accumulated considerable savings over the years. More importantly, they wielded power. Should the pig be slaughtered well, they would undoubtedly follow the path of Qi Wenlong, ultimately resorting to unscrupulous means to amass wealth. Their methods of acquiring money were often much simpler. Given their roles within the credit union, as we entered the room, for individuals were already seated. 3 men and 1 woman. Upon seeing the person in charge escorting us in, one of the men in work attire scrutinized us for a moment before addressing the person in charge. "Old Sue, who are these two? I've never seen them before." Although he didn't state it outright, his tone implied he was questioning our credibility. After all, their positions were sensitive. "These are General Chiu and General Li. Rest assured, Wang, they are both esteemed regulars," the person in charge assured, albeit somewhat clumsily. Hearing this, their skeptical gazes lingered on us for a few moments, yet they remained silent. I understood their wariness. They were still assessing us. But we couldn't afford to appear foolishly passive. Only by exhibiting the arrogance of regular consumers could we ultimately gain entry into this gambling arena, so I decided to turn the tables. "Old Sue, they don't seem particularly welcoming. If that is the case, let us forget it. General Chiu and I are merely here for some leisure. We could just play a small game downstairs to pass the time." With that, I took Lana's hand and started heading for the door. Brother Li and General Wang have no such intentions. The person in charge, Old Sue, urgently grasped my arm and I shot him a sidelong glance. I was perplexed as to why someone in his position would pull me aside. He should wait for General Wang to summon me. Now, with him holding me back, I found myself in a dilemma about whether to stay or leave. Chapter 85 Chapter 86 Fabricating Identities. My apologies, everyone. Brotherly is from a wealthy family and has a bit of a fiery temperament. I hope you'll understand, Lana interjected, offering an apologetic smile to the individuals at the card table. Upon hearing her words, General Wang also smiled and invited us. It's all right, I was a bit abrupt earlier. Please don't take offense, Dio, sit down. With that, General Wang rose and ushered us to available seats. Since they extended an olive branch, it would be impolite for me to maintain my aloof demeanor. I naturally had to seize the opportunity. Once seated, I retrieved the cash from my bag and casually placed it before me. Shall we begin? In response to my inquiry, the others nodded. Yes, let us start. The game was, as usual, a version of Landlord.in. Our circle of high-stakes tables. The predominant game from the 1990s was indeed Landlord. My primary targets today were General Wang and a rotund man, whose girth suggested he weighed over 200 pounds. Everyone referred to him as General Wu, though I felt Fat General would be more fitting. To us, these credit union managers were akin to fat pigs, both lucrative and tricky. Their principal income stemmed not from salaries, but rather from windfalls that came swiftly and easily. However, unlike Zhu Shijuan, who was a nouveau riche, having stumbled upon unexpected wealth that he could not grasp, both General Wu and General Wang had acquired their fortunes through their own means, possessing control and understanding of their wealth, thus making them less susceptible to deception. As the game commenced with a minimum bet of 50, General Wang dealt the cards. Both Lana and I, in perfect synchrony, refrained from touching our cards. The initial rounds were meant for gauging the situation. Where do you two hail from? I don't believe I've seen you in Hengi County before, General Wang inquired, probing. His skepticism towards our identities was evident. Yet, it wasn't that he suspected us of being cheats. Rather, in their high-stakes positions, they were wary of the many who might covet their roles. If someone with ulterior motives were to uncover any incriminating evidence, it could lead to their downfall. After all, on their salaries, it was implausible for them to participate at such a high-stakes table. We all knew where the money came from, but it was wealth that lacked legal protection and could not be displayed openly. The Zhengxin Group, Lana replied casually. Oh? I've never heard of Zhengxin Group. General Wang continued his inquiry. I rolled my eyes, somewhat irritated, and replied, Old brother, you're unaware of many things, but soon enough, you'll find out. After my retort, General Wang's expression shifted slightly, but he maintained a smile. What do you mean? Our Zhengxin Group has developed a property in Hengi County, and we just secured the bid. In due time, once construction begins, you will be informed, Lana explained. She then offered an apologetic smile to General Wang. Brotherly is the project manager, assigned by Chairman Li, so he can be a bit temperamental. I hope you won't take offense. Though her words seemed disjointed, they were, in fact, a subtle introduction of my identity, hinting that I was the chairman's son responsible for overseeing investments in Hengi County. Naturally, the credit union managers would treat someone of my stature with the utmost respect. Investment, construction, and the need for loans meant they would find lucrative opportunities and performance metrics in such endeavors. Haha, how wonderful! Investment and construction are indeed beneficial to the people. Sure enough, after Lana divulged my identity, General Wang's gaze toward me shifted from suspicion to amiability. Brotherly, should there be any loan-related matters? Feel free to approach me. I will do my utmost to assist. Faced with General Wang's overtures, I could no longer maintain my aloof facade. I would appreciate your help. Not a trouble at all. While conversation flowed, the game continued. Both General Wang and General Wu enjoyed favorable luck and played exceptionally well. Without us cheating, they genuinely managed to secure some small wins. After several rounds, Lana and I had collectively lost over 10,000. This round, after 3 cycles of pass, we alternated passing several times. During this time, the couple opted to fold after viewing their cards. Brotherly, I'm calling your hand, General Wu announced after assessing his cards. Upon seeing mine, he sighed and discarded his cards. I discerned that his hand must have been quite strong. Otherwise, he wouldn't have called me. I hadn't cheated in this round, so I remained unaware of my own hand. But judging by General Wu's expression, I surmised my cards must be substantial. After General Wu called my hand, both Lana and General Wang examined their cards. However, Lana folded while General Wang remained in the game. As he was looking at his cards, I was passing, meaning his bet was double mine. Hence, I felt no urgency to reveal my cards, intending to pass for a few more rounds. After 5 rounds, the minimum bet had escalated to 300, and several thousand lay on the table. I sensed the moment was ripe and took a glance at my cards. Upon seeing them, I felt a wave of frustration wash over me. I had only an ace. However, if I only held an ace, then General Wu's hand must be weaker. What could he possibly be using to call my hand? General Wu was playing strategically. I chuckled softly, opting to fold. Clearly, he was attempting to confuse me. However, I had also underestimated him. With that in mind, I resolved not to hold back any longer. After General Wang shuffled the cards, I requested a cut. While cutting, I discreetly concealed one card in my palm. Throughout this round, I maintained my pass. As long as General Wu didn't look at his cards, I wouldn't look at mine. I was concerned that if he looked at his cards and then called me, I would no longer have the option to switch cards. Just as I anticipated, they had clearly coordinated beforehand. Once General Wu examined his cards, he announced, "Brotherly, I'm calling you." All right, I picked up my cards. Glancing at them first, 5, 9, 7. The hidden card was a 6. After viewing my cards, I placed them back on the table, maintaining a facade of composure. "Brotherly, I'm calling you," General Wu reiterated. "Oh, right, my apologies. I forgot." I feigned realization, quickly picking up my cards again. I wasn't genuinely forgetful. Rather, I was subtly swapping my cards while appearing to be in a moment of confusion. As I picked up the cards, I allowed him a fleeting glimpse of my hand. Upon noticing that I had a straight, he promptly discarded his cards and adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses. It seemed that I was quite invested in this round. So much so that he had forgotten his usual composure, eliciting a hearty laugh from me. After Mr. Wu discarded his cards, Mr. Wang, with a cheerful demeanor, took a glance at his own hand before discarding it as well. In this round, there was no doubt. I emerged victorious. Chapter 86. Chapter 87. Outwitted by the swine. When it was my turn to shuffle the deck, the ensuing round was undoubtedly in my favor. Rather than dealing myself a strong hand, I ensured that Lana received a flush. The remaining players could at best manage a pair. I employed my usual strategy of keeping my cards concealed, maintaining an air of mystery. After all, even if I were to lose, it would be to Lana, my ally. The amount she lost would not concern me. In this round, it was not Mr. Wu who initiated, but rather the woman who had been smiling throughout. Upon seeing my cards, she sighed and discarded her hand. Clearly, I held a formidable hand, and I warned the others to take heed. After placing our bets, I boldly proclaimed that my hand was indeed substantial. In truth, I was aware that my hand was not as strong as I led them to believe. It was merely an illusion created by the woman's reaction. Yet, I decided to play along, confident that Lana would triumph in this round. We played a few more hands with everyone keeping their cards close to their chests, until Mr. Wu finally declared, "Miss, I'll reveal your hand." This time, he chose not to confront me directly, but instead compared his hand with Lana's. After inspecting her cards, he set his down, but not without a subtle gesture. He scratched his chin. I had observed a similar action from another gentleman earlier. After he had viewed my cards, and I had also held a flush in that round. Such seemingly innocuous gestures often go unnoticed in a formal game, yet I was no ordinary gambler. I was a con artist with a keen eye for detail. That chin scratch was undoubtedly a signal to his accomplices, indicating that Lana had a flush as well as for the earlier sigh. It mirrored the one he had let out when I was caught off guard in the previous round. It seemed that my current hand was also a low one. I glanced at my cards, and, as expected, I held a solitary king. It became evident that these individuals had conspired to play as a team, orchestrating a scheme against us, the two con artists. Since they opted for underhanded tactics, I saw no reason to play fair in return. Once I confirmed that both Lana and I held strong cards, Mr. Wang, after a token 2 rounds of play, finally examined his hand and subsequently discarded it. I must admit, their teamwork was remarkably seamless. Not every round did Mr. Wang take the lead. They often exchanged roles, communicating through subtle gestures. Today, it appeared that I was set to deceive him, though in reality, they were the ones ensnaring us. It was unrealistic for Lana and me to consistently deal ourselves winning hands. Such a strategy would be too conspicuous. However, whenever we did manage to draw strong cards, they adeptly avoided confrontation. In summary, it was a rather humiliating revelation that the group from the credit union had outsmarted us. two seasoned con artists, in what could only be described as a farcical turn of events. As the hours slipped by, we played for 3 or 4 hours until I stifled a yawn and declared, "I'm done. This is rather trivial and uninteresting. I'm off to bed." Upon hearing my disdain for the stakes, Mr. Wong perked up, aware that his group had successfully won a considerable sum from Lana and me. "Mr. Lee, shall we raise the stakes a bit?" he inquired tentatively. "How much are we talking?" I replied with a smile. "Playing along. Perhaps 100? Mr. Wong suggested. Is there really any difference in a game like this? Merely raising the stakes by 100 or 80? I jabbed, mocking his lack of ambition. It was clear that my words had struck a nerve. As he chuckled awkwardly, "Then what do you think would be appropriate, Mr. Lee?" "How about 500? I replied earnestly, though I was merely teasing them. Upon mentioning the 500, they hesitated visibly. Noticing their silence, I burst into laughter. "I am just kidding. After all, you're all on the public payroll. You can't compare with those of us in business. 50 would suffice." My words dripped with sarcasm, implying that they lacked the financial means to engage in higher stakes. To my surprise, Mr. Wong readily agreed. However, even with his consent, it was clear that tonight was not the right time, as I needed to prepare adequately to counter their collusion. "Mr. Wong, let us postpone until tomorrow. I don't have enough cash on hand." I gestured towards my pile of chips. Lana and I had collectively lost over 20,000 today. They exchanged glances, nodding in agreement. "All right, tomorrow at the same time." "We'll meet again." "Sounds good," I replied dismissively, then wrapped an arm around Lana's shoulders. "Mr. Chiu, why don't you come over tonight? We should discuss the project in depth." My lewd demeanor mimicked that of certain high-ranking officials, as I attempted to portray the image of a wealthy heir grasping at power. Seeing my antics, Lana slyly wrapped her arms around my waist and pinched me, causing me to almost yelp in pain. "Mr. Lee, if I'm putting in overtime, won't there be extra pay?" Lana's voice, laced with flirtation, sent shivers down my spine. "Of course there will be," I replied, glancing at Mr. Wong and the others, who were all avoiding eye contact. "All right, we're off then. Don't forget our meeting tomorrow." Lana waved at them. "Take care, and remember not to forget, tomorrow at the same time." Mr. Wong called after us, appearing almost regretful, as if they hadn't won enough from us and feared we might slip away. In truth, our sentiments mirrored one another. They were anxious about our potential departure, just as we were wary of theirs. After all, for two con artists to be outwitted in a scheme where we were supposed to be the predators would be a monumental embarrassment. After bidding them farewell, our flirtatious exchange continued until we were out of their sight. Once I was certain they could no longer see us, I finally released my hold. "You, Li Yinxiu, have taken advantage of me. Just wait until I tell Chi Yao." Lana glared at me, threateningly. "Feel free." "I doubt Chi Yao would mind," I retorted. With an impish grin, she leaned closer. "Little Chiu, you're in danger." "What is the matter? Can't you stop with the theatrics?" I asked, perplexed by her antics. She was undeniably attractive, yet her eccentricity was perplexing. "Lana, you're the type of woman who could easily rely on her looks, yet you insist on playing the jester. If we're engaging in such flirtatious behavior and Chi Yao doesn't mind, it could mean she may not love you anymore." Lana's serious tone was almost laughable, making me want to give her a good-natured shove. "Go away." I waved her off, irritated. Chapter 87. Chapter 88. The plan. Upon returning home, we settled in the living room to discuss how we would confront Mr. Wong and his associates the following day. Simply employing deceit would not suffice against their collaborative tactics. They always had two players observing our cards, relaying information through subtle signals. If we held weak hands, they would follow suit. If we had strong cards, they would fold. While this method was rather rudimentary, it proved effective, and we had no means to expose their collusion. Even if we did reveal their scheme, it would be of little consequence, as they were not engaging in outright cheating. Without tangible evidence, we would be helpless. Sister Lana, they're playing as a team and preparing to be unscrupulous. We should turn the tables on them. Let us catch them off guard and win big. After mulling it over, I concluded that the only strategy was to bait them with a weak hand, allowing them to send false signals, and just before revealing the cards, I would switch to a strong hand, ensuring a decisive victory. Even if they caught on to our deception, as long as they could not prove it, we could continue to play the role of the unscrupulous. With such persistent con artists, only a more cunning approach could prevail. "How do we execute this?" Lana asked, her brow furrowed in confusion. I explained my plan to her, and after listening intently, she nodded seriously. If we must resort to such tactics, then we have no other choice. However, we should discuss this with Brother Yi beforehand to secure his approval. It would simplify matters if any disputes arise. This approach undoubtedly revealed our identities as con artists. Winning through such means would likely lead to conflict, and if the underground elements intervened, we might not even be able to keep our winnings. Then you should contact Brother Yi and gauge his thoughts. I instructed Lana. Throughout this ordeal, I had maintained a degree of wariness towards Lu Yi. I did not wish to grow too close, as I knew that eventually I would seek independence from his control. After hearing my suggestion, Lana retrieved her phone and dialed Lu Yi's number. Though she did not use the speakerphone, I could faintly discern his inebriated voice on the other end. Brother Yi wants to meet with us to discuss this further. Once she hung up, she grabbed her coat and car keys. I too donned my attire and followed her to the office of Lu Yi on the first floor of the W District Chamber of Commerce. Upon entering the office, I observed that while Lu Yi's complexion and demeanor appeared as usual, his gaze was unfocused and his movements erratic, suggesting he had indulged quite liberally the previous night. Unlike me, who blushes after drinking, he showed no visible signs of intoxication. "What is going on?" he inquired as soon as Lana and I settled in. "Well, here's the situation." Lana then recounted the events of the evening. "Damn it, who has the audacity to play cards in my casino? They're truly courting death," Lu Yi exclaimed, visibly agitated. It was two managers from the credit union, one surnamed Wang and the other Wu. "Do you know them, Yi Gu?" Lana ventured cautiously. Logically, Lu Yi should be familiar with them, as although the W District Chamber of Commerce is affluent, certain projects remain intertwined with the credit union. When loans are involved, one cannot escape the influence of these two individuals. Son of a gun, it's them. Lu Yi cursed vehemently. "Do you know them?" I asked, intrigued, sensing his palpable disdain for the pair. "Of course I know them. All too well. I've known them for ages." The mere mention of these two seemed to ignite Lu Yi's fury. Normally, he could temper his emotions, but in his inebriated state, he was losing control. I was among the first in the W District Chamber of Commerce to know them. Even Ben Gu and Baoya got acquainted through me. Who would have thought these two rascals would go behind my back and contact Baoya to transfer the debt collection business to him? Do they think I'm weaker than Baoya? As he spoke of this betrayal, Lu Yi's eyes blazed with fury, revealing the depth of his indignation. It was no wonder that despite being brothers in arms under Hong Bin, with both having joined at the same time, rumors suggested a rift between him and Baoya had arisen from this very incident. These two scoundrels are truly despicable. "Why, Igu? This time we must take our revenge," Lana declared, hands on her hips, her mouth pouting defiantly. As an outsider, merely listening to Lu Yi's account, it was evident that Wang and Wu were indeed contemptible, and Baoya's actions were infuriating. Bypassing intermediaries to make direct contact, whether in friendship or business, has long been a taboo. Many recent news stories highlight the repercussions faced by those who attempt to circumvent intermediaries, a lesson that Baoya, as Lu Yi's comrade and a figure of authority, should certainly understand. Yet Baoya's choice to proceed in this manner indicated that aiding the credit union in loan collections must be a lucrative endeavor. Lucrative enough to betray a brother. "What are your plans?" Lu Yi asked, regaining his composure as he turned his gaze towards us, his eyes glinting with malice. Lana outlined our strategy for cheating, and Lu Yi nodded in agreement without hesitation. "All right, let us do it. Make sure you win back every penny from them, understood?" "Understood," we replied in unison. In terms of personnel, we couldn't afford to expose ourselves, as business must continue, but I would have Lu Kai take some people over. "Rest assured, just focus on winning back their money," Lu Yi instructed, pulling out his phone to call Lu Kai. "I need you to handle this." He relayed all the necessary details over the phone, instructing Lu Kai to coordinate with me on the specifics. With everything settled, Lana and I escorted the inebriated Lu Yi to his car, a brand new Lexus. I took the wheel while Lana followed closely behind, ensuring Lu Yi reached home safely. After handing him the keys, we took our leave. Compared to the portly man's Audi A6, I found this Lexus far more comfortable, boasting impressive power and a striking aesthetic, truly the vehicle a man should possess. Looking at it now, I felt the disparity between Lu Yi and myself remained considerable, despite my efforts. The following afternoon, Lana and I arrived punctually at the residential building behind the card room. Guided by old Sue, we entered the room where Wang and Wu, along with their entourage, awaited us, their faces beaming with welcoming smiles. "Mr. Li, Ms. Chiu, please have a seat. We've been waiting for you," Wang said with great politeness. "Apologies for the delay," I replied as I settled into a chair, playfully inquiring, "What stakes are we playing for today?" "Since Li wishes to play for 500, then we shall play for 500. Wang responded with enthusiasm. "Wang, you're feeling quite generous today," I teased, casting my gaze around the room. Following my glance, Wang began to survey the surroundings but found nothing unusual, prompting him to ask, "Mr. Li, are you looking for something?" "I am looking for money," I replied candidly. At this, Lana couldn't help but chuckle as she grasped my intent. "Mr. Li, you are quite the jokester." Wang and his associates remained perplexed, asking, "What money? Did Li leave money here yesterday?" I shook my head. "I'm looking for your money." With that, I opened the suitcase I had brought, revealing neatly stacked bundles of cash. "Playing for such high stakes, you wouldn't come unprepared, would you? Are you trying to con me?" Wang's facial muscles twitched awkwardly, struggling to maintain a smile. "Thank you for the reminder, Mr. Li. The money is in the car. I simply forgot, haha. I'll go get it." He tossed the car keys to another man. "Xiao Hai, go fetch it from the car." After about 5 minutes, Xiao Hai returned, carrying a large bag. It appeared they had indeed prepared the money in advance, but had not intended to bring it here initially. Wang eagerly opened the bag. "Let us verify the goods. Mr. Li. 500,000. Not a cent less. 500,000. I was taken aback. A credit union manager with a meager salary could easily conjure such a sum. It was clear he had engaged in considerable embezzlement. However, the source of his funds was of no concern to me. I knew that soon. All this money would belong to me. Let us begin. Wang. I skillfully shuffled a new deck of cards and scattered them across the table. Each player drew a card, comparing values. Lana drew the highest card, making her the dealer for the first round. Lana and I communicated far more seamlessly than the others. A mere glance sufficed for us to understand each other's intentions. In this round, Lana dealt me the highest card. Now this is how the game should be played. Exciting. I wagered 500, joking, "Let us see what you got." After 3 rounds of betting, the woman at the table glanced at her cards and, after assessing her hand, declared, "I'll raise you, beauty." Her card was evidently superior to Lana's. Catching her off guard, meanwhile, I assessed my hand. 2, 3. A low straight. "Ms. Li, I'll raise you. Your luck seems impeccable, and I'm curious to see your hand." After another round of betting, the woman raised me once more. After I lost to her, I fixed my gaze on Wang, though my primary focus remained on the woman. She made a gesture as if rubbing her eyes, indicating their old trick was still in play. Yesterday, Wu had adjusted his glasses, while this woman, lacking spectacles, opted for the eye-rubbing signal. It was clear she was indicating my hand was likely strong. Wang chuckled, glanced at his cards, and discarded them, while the others followed suit. Tossing their cards into the pile. As we continued testing the waters, their predictable tactics became apparent. However, they hadn't won a single round yet. In fact, they had lost some. With 4 against 2, their betting amounts were double ours. After about an hour, their growing frustration was evident as they failed to win any money from us. Luck was on our side today. Even without cheating, we could win simply by chance. Moreover, their signals not only hinted at their partners but also revealed their strategies to us. Whenever one of them sighed after revealing their cards, Lana and I knew the round was weak, signaling a single card. Yet, to maintain our ruse, we would occasionally bluff and discard our cards. Regardless, I remained in a winning position, albeit not by a large margin. Today is indeed fortunate. "It's time to celebrate," I exclaimed, laughing heartily as I tipped the dealer 500. "Thank you, Mr. Li," the dealer replied with utmost respect. Although our room is discreetly nestled within a residential building, it is indeed a casino. Given this reality, it must be equipped with a croupier, for a casino thrives on the house edge. However, here we have a male croupier, rather than a female one, which diminishes his presence somewhat. Moreover, our mutual objective is aligned. Both parties are intent on winning each other's money, rendering the croupier largely ignored. Aside from quenching thirst and indulging in cigarettes, he receives scant tips, as I prepare to cheat in the next round. It is essential to give the croupier a little something, for having him as a witness will facilitate my plans. I won the previous round. Thus it is my turn to deal. While shuffling, I managed to arrange a hand of J, Q, 7, all in spades, and discreetly retained a spade K hidden in my sleeve. When dealing, I bestowed upon Mr. Wong a hand of Q, K, A, the highest possible combination. Albeit scattered. The game commenced, and Lana and I continually played our cards face down. If luck favors me, I shall raise the stakes. I boldly tossed in 1,000. Though my surprise, Mr. Wong was the first to reveal his cards, suggesting he was prepared to make a significant move. However, upon seeing his hand, he coolly followed with a further 2,000. Next, Mr. Wu glanced at his cards and, grinning, remarked, "I am quite curious to see just how fortunate Mr. Lee truly is." He placed 4,000 on the table, revealing my cards, which he could not possibly surpass. Everything unfolded according to my design, save for Mr. Wong's superior hand. Before discarding, Mr. Wu scratched his chin, a signal among them indicating a flush. My gaze wandered aimlessly across the table, yet my primary focus remained on Mr. Wong's countenance. Upon confirming that I indeed possessed a flush, his expression grew animated, likely believing that I would engage him in a substantial wager. I harbored similar intentions. After a round of betting, Xiao Hai revealed Lana's cards, which were inferior to hers. Before discarding, he made a gesture indicating a pair. Once it was established that Lana held a pair, Mr. Wong's face remained placid, though his eyes sparkled with delight. With the woman out of the game, only Lana, Mr. Wong, and I remained. Both Lana and I kept our cards concealed. Mr. Wong had no authority to reveal any cards, nor did he intend to do so. The game to outmaneuver Mr. Wong officially commenced. "Mr. Chiu, it appears we both hold formidable hands, yet I wonder about Mr. Wong's hand," I remarked after placing my bet, glancing at Lana. She feigned indifference, stating, "In playing cards, it is the thrill of the gamble and the psychological battle that makes it enjoyable. Winning brings the greatest sense of accomplishment, does it not? But losing a large sum can be quite distressing." "You speak wisely, Mr. Chiu. It seems you understand the essence of life. Winning and losing are but common occurrences, yet maintaining the right mindset and experience is paramount," Mr. Wong chimed in, genuinely hoping we would wager heavily. Lana dismissed Mr. Wong's flattery, engrossed in counting her thousands. Regarding losses, she paused, fixing me with a captivating gaze, her voice dripping with sweetness, sending shivers down my spine. "If one were to lose, wouldn't Li cover it?" "Covering losses? Indeed, there is little I can do about your cunning ways," I retorted with a hearty laugh. Mr. Wong and the others joined in. "Mr. Lee is indeed magnanimous." Mr. Wu jested, "It is primarily Mr. Chiu's charm." His earlier gestures and tone had me trembling. Lana raised the stakes. "Since Li will reimburse me, I shall wager boldly." She placed 2,000 on the table, while Mr. Wong, the card player, matched it with 4,000, our double. Amidst our playful banter, we continued to place bets. In this game of tractors, our rounds of betting lasted mere seconds. Laughter filled the air as stacks of cash accumulated on the table. I in this round alone. They had wagered no less than 300,000. While Lana and I combined had staked a staggering 250,000, however, today I felt secure in my bets, for Lu Yi had adequately provided us with funds. The stakes escalated. Beads of cold sweat began to form on Mr. Wong's brow, and the tension among the others became palpable, hinting at uncertainty. "Mr. Chiu, once the game concludes, I shall take you to the city. I spoke with the owner of the Jinding Hotel this morning. He mentioned they have recently introduced several exquisite Cantonese dishes, particularly for women, which are said to enhance beauty." I casually remarked to Lana, aiming to divert Mr. Wong's attention from our growing stakes. "That may not be ideal. The game will likely run late," Lana subtly declined, her words laden with implication. "Not to worry, I shall book a presidential suite, and we can shop for clothes tomorrow," I replied. "That sounds delightful," Lana responded, as we entirely disregarded the others, leaving their expressions quite uncomfortable. Mr. Wong found himself in a precarious position, yearning to reveal our cards, yet the rules forbade it. Discarding was out of the question. He already knew his hand was inferior. And having invested so much, he lacked the courage to fold. As time slipped away, we persisted in our betting. Mr. Wong's 50,000 was nearly exhausted. "Such audacity, Mr. Wong," I praised, knowing that with concealed cards, I could not raise my wager further. Sensing the moment was ripe, I placed my hand over the cards, and in that fleeting moment, I deftly slipped the hidden spade K into play. Lifting my cards, I glimpsed my hand. J, Q, 7 through sleight of hand. I discreetly removed the 7, concealing it within my palm. My hand now showcased a spade flush, a formidable steel frame. What splendid cards, I mused, placing a stack of cash on the table, near the card pile. It seems this round has escalated significantly. As I placed the money, I skillfully returned the excess cards to the pile. The entire process flowed seamlessly, drawing the attention of my opponents to my face, oblivious to my subtle movements. Yet, I alone understood the tension within me, fearing a single misstep might expose my ruse. Sipping a North Ice to steady my nerves, I beamed at Lana. Mr. Chio, I shall reveal your cards first. After all, your wagers are funded by me. Lana smiled sweetly. Mr. Lee, everything is yours. You mustn't feel remorse for spending. I remained silent, dismissing Lana after her play, and I placed my bet again. Mr. Wong, you've wagered 500 to accommodate me. I must repay this favor. If you don't reveal my cards today, I shan't reveal yours. Upon hearing this, Mr. Wong laughed heartily. Ah, Mr. Lee, you are indeed a man of honor. After several rounds, their initial stakes, coupled with Shanghai's 50,000, dwindled to a pittance. Mr. Lee, your generosity is unmatched. We cannot compete, one of them remarked. With that, Mr. Wong revealed his cards. A tractor. I chuckled. Mr. Wong, I, too, possess a tractor. And I then unveiled my hand. All spades. Apologies, Mr. Wong, but I have a steel frame. Surpassing you. Upon witnessing my cards, the others appeared as if struck by lightning, incredulous at my hand. For a moment, they confirmed the legitimacy of my cards, and then, in unison, their gazes turned to Mr. Wu, their eyes brimming with resentment and fury. Had it not been for Lana and me, they likely would have unleashed a torrent of curses. Mr. Wu's reaction was even more vehement. He seemed incensed at having been outwitted. His corpulent frame trembled with rage as he pointed an accusatory finger at me. You little scoundrel, you cheated. I distinctly recall you holding J-Q-7 in spades. When did that transform into a steel frame? If you cannot afford to lose, do not play, I retorted, a smirk playing on my lips. Mr. Wu bellowed angrily and lunged for the card pile. You cheated. I demand to inspect the cards. After restraining Mr. Wu, the croupier summoned the casino staff over the walkie-talkie. We have a situation upstairs. How dare you call for help? Seized by rage, Mr. Wu charged at the croupier, shoving him forcefully. Weighing over 200 pounds, his strength was formidable, and his shove sent the croupier sprawling to the ground. Yet, the croupier, bound by the nature of his job, had no recourse but to endure the humiliation. Mr. Wu, if you cannot handle the game, do not participate. If you touch those cards, I shall not take responsibility for what transpires. I sat back in my chair. Scoffing, Lana disdainfully curled her lip, muttering, what a pathetic fool. Meanwhile, several individuals led by General Wang rushed over and subdued General Wu. If you are certain he is cheating, refrain from touching the cards, keep a vigilant eye on them, and do not allow him to employ any tricks until the casino staff arrive. General Wang maintained his composure, aware that if General Wu were to alter the cards, even without any foul play on his part, should a discrepancy be discovered, we could easily deny any wrongdoing and act dishonorably. After all, they had tampered with the cards, and no one could ascertain whether any deceit had occurred. Soon, a cacophony of footsteps approached. An old Su entered with a group of enforcers from the casino. What is happening here? Old Su inquired, observing the disheveled state of the dealer. Before the dealer could respond, I interjected, what else could it be? They are unwilling to pay after losing. Stop your nonsense. Clearly, it is you who is cheating, General Wu retorted angrily, pointing at the cards on the table. Come, let us inspect the cards. Old Su smiled at General Wu's group, saying, calm down. If anyone is cheating, we will certainly provide you with a satisfactory explanation. With a command from Old Su, the dealer began to check the cards. During this process, Old Su cast inquiring glances at me and Lana. His eyes filled with concern. He was likely apprehensive that we might actually be caught cheating, but upon seeing our composed demeanor, he withdrew his gaze, reassured. Inspect thoroughly. Once the cards are checked, I shall see how this rotund fool attempts to deny it. I sneered at General Wu. Who are you calling a rotund fool? General Wu shouted, advancing towards me, clearly prepared to resort to violence. However, with so many lackeys present, If he were to succeed, it would render them nothing more than inept buffoons. Before he could take 2 steps, General Wang and a woman intercepted him. "Silence! We shall discuss this after the cards have been checked," General Wang bellowed. "What? After dealing with the dealer, do you intend to turn on me?" I observed the group with a smile, redirecting their ire. Upon hearing this, the faces of those in the casino, including General Wang's group, changed dramatically. After all, one of their own had been assaulted, and as the leader, Old Su could not afford to overlook such an affront. Even if he was reluctant to defend the dealer in front of everyone, he had to seek an explanation, lest he offend the other lackeys and lose face. If anyone could easily trample on them, such a leader would garner no respect from his subordinates. Without the loyalty of his followers, a leader is merely a figurehead. A heavy silence enveloped both parties. Each harboring their own schemes, I scrutinized both groups with a knowing gaze, yet sensed something amiss. Upon closer inspection, I realized that one person was conspicuously absent from General Wang's side. Xiao Hai was nowhere to be found. Undoubtedly, Xiao Hai had gone to summon reinforcements. Even if they dared not act here, once Lana and I exited the card room, a robbery would likely ensue. However, I remained unperturbed, for Lu Kai and his companions awaited us in the van downstairs. Should they dare to make a move, a fierce confrontation was inevitable. "Boss, the cards are clean," the dealer reported after the inspection. Lana scoffed, deriding, "My colleague, General Li, would never resort to cheating over such trifles, unlike certain individuals who, upon losing, resort to dishonorable tactics. You are undoubtedly in cahoots," General Wu continued to argue. However, the evidence spoke for itself. General Wang carefully rechecked the cards, confirming their integrity before seizing General Wu and coldly admonishing, "Do not embarrass yourself further. Let's leave promptly." With that, General Wang pulled General Wu towards the exit. "Halt!" Just as they took a step, Old Su's voice rang out, authoritative and firm, as the leader of this establishment. He could no longer remain passive. "General Wu, you have assaulted my man. Surely you owe us an explanation, or you shall not leave this room." With Old Su's command, General Wang and his companions paused, while several thugs readied themselves to act, encircling General Wang's trio. "You audacious fool! You, a mere manager of a card room, dare to threaten me. Not even Lu Yi would speak to me in such a manner." General Wu bellowed, an act of sheer folly. After General Wu's tirade, I noticed Old Su's expression darken significantly. General Wang forced a smile, attempting to defuse the situation. "Old Wu, enough!" General Wang first chastised General Wu. Then, with a smile, he approached Old Su, saying, "Old Su, we are old friends. You know Old Wu has a temper. We are all friends here. Even couples have their quarrels, do they not?" While this sentiment held some truth, Old Su retorted, "Yet he assaulted my man." His gaze was piercing, awaiting General Wang's response. "It is indeed Old Wu's fault for resorting to violence. I shall apologize on his behalf. It is only right to compensate for injuries inflicted." As he spoke, General Wang retrieved his remaining cash of 1,800 yuan and pressed it into Old Su's hand. Jesting, in today's society, one must temper their temper. Otherwise, one might find themselves in jail. Individuals like Old Wu are bound to end up eating prison food eventually. Ha ha ha. While seemingly humorous, the underlying message served as a warning to Old Su not to overreach. Should matters escalate, he would ensure Old Su and his crew face the consequences. General Wang's words both threatened and offered Old Su enough honor to save face, providing an avenue for retreat. Indeed, today, due to our group's conflict, if this were any other establishment, it would have been far more troublesome. Old Su did not back down. "We only came to gamble here out of respect for you. Old X, you die in the entirety of Hung County. You are the one I trust most." Although spoken in jest,